wasn't mad at Christianity in Africa. Christianity did some things to them people. Everybody wasn't fighting against the Christians and the Muslims. Some people needed that. Yeah, y'all gonna keep getting beat by Pastor Bennet alike. Until you niggas realize who the fuck they is for real. We're part of the human experience.
So this a new show already?
Culture. Yeah, I think he's ready to get out.
Good family.
Hold on, Cedric. Hey, I just put the new link in. That was a great conversation. We're about to open up the panel. We have a whole panel full of people now. So go over to the new link. That was a great conversation. That was great analysis by y'all. Hey, y'all go over to the new channel. I mean, yeah, the new link.
Good, I got banged with Jabari again. Great. Great.
Go ahead, whoever first.
Peace, family. What's good?
I think Truth and Cedric was in here first. Yeah, go ahead.
I just said hello. I don't, please. I mean, why you can't argue Christianity. The only debate we're having is your evidence for God. Done. Simple. That's where it starts and that's where it ends. Christianity is a social construct. You can always find a justification for it. It's what people created. However, the idea and the illusion of a God, you're going to have to provide me evidence based on a methodological naturalism. That's scientific methodology. And you can't debate over. But we keep slipping into giving these things feet as if there is any credibility to these ideas, and you're always going to lose because from the time you allow somebody's imagination to take root, you can't argue the imagination. So we're going to have to provide you with evidence for your God. That's the only debate, and no way in hell Pastor Bennett's going to ever take that debate with me. It's one topic, evidence for God. And we're going to tell you the standards of evidence, and you're going to need to provide it. And don't come with your logical fallacies and your philosophical discussions, because at the end of the day, a philosophical discussion does not provide evidence. So at debate, none, they will never take it. It's an open and shut discussion, and none will ever take it. I heard Pastor Bennet, the last conversation, talking about irreducible complexity of the eye. I would love for him to try. You see, but he won't take that debate with people that are actually scientifically literate and know this stuff. He won't debate Ankh. The last conversation he was having with Q, he ran off the panel. Why? Because Q was pointing out his logical fallacies. In a discussion with me, I had him dead. He was dead on the ropes. Y'all guys saved him because I was going to illustrate his illogical, irrational point of view, which had no bearing in science, like false equivocations. Every argument he has, you have to know the point of view of it, if it's an argument from infidelity, and you just state that and you break it down. Pastor Bennet ain't no thing. We gonna preach and get emotional. You just hold your calm and just stick to your points, and he's never gonna be able to answer anything that I ask him. Like that, he's not gonna take a debate with nobody over here. Nobody. Because your preaching don't impress me. Jesus said you lied. Jesus ain't said shit. You ain't got no evidence for that. So I'm not going to argue your Jesus with you. Provide me with evidence for God. And then we're going to take it into the scientific realm. We're going to have to discuss your concept of creation and how flawed that is. We're going to have to provide me with your Adam and Eve account. How did your God make these people? And there's where we're going to put his ass in check. Because he's going to have to admit he does not know. You can study the Bible for 40 years and still know nothing. He does not know. He makes every logical fallacy in the book, but you got to not be emotional. Pastor Bennet is a joke. He big to the conscious community, but on a real platform base, he would never sit in a debate with T-Jump or in these platforms that I'm on. He's never gonna sit with a Matt Dillahunty. He'll get eaten alive. He's I'm, and it disappoints me every time in the conscious community when I see that this is the level that we argue these things on Christianity. Nobody arguing that. Provide me with your evidence of that. That's good.
Yeah. And man, we got a lot of people on the panel today. So I'm gonna try to keep a little bit of order. I want to hear from every single person, and I want every single person to be heard from multiple times, right? So we're gonna get the pseudo killers in here. We're gonna get them out the way real quick. Go ahead, Sosa.
I just popped on. I know Truth in there. Let Truth get it in. I just popped in. I love the
Go
Truth.
ahead, Truth.
Yeah.
What's going on, fellas?
Peace.
Today is a great day. I've been waiting for this conversation for a long time now, right? So let me give you a little brief history of. I've been studying this since Dawfield first said it was a real Jesus, right? So I was against the whole idea of Jesus existing, right? But when I went into the research, I found something. You know what I mean? And I want to present what I found right here today. I found a lot, actually. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I believe
Definitely.
at this point in time, and we're going to see today, based on the evidence that I supply, whether or not this guy that I found in history is the prototype of what they made the Jesus myth off of.
That's very
guy in
interesting.
history.
That's definitely interesting.
Yeah, you
And
signed that up.
you was absolutely right yesterday when you said on Side Netta that it was a one Jewish sect that created all of this. It's really just one Jewish sect, but they was the most prominent Jewish sect that in the community. They were called the Essenes, or the Sons of the Light. These were the spiritual people. They were the ones that knew all. They were the scribes. This is why you find so many different translations of early biblical texts, because they were the ones that were writing it. They had a whole library up in Mount Carmel. Like these people are the ones that wrote down on paper and made the translations. There was no other group of Jews that did it. And if you look at any historian, they'll tell you the same thing. And I'm gonna present all this today, but I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and talk.
No Saints. What's up, bro? You a new guest over here, so we're gonna get you in, man. You come, you one of those ones that Unc brings with him. Actually, this ain't even the pseudo killers. I don't even know why I keep thinking this is the pseudo killers, right? But this is the Real Black Atheist. So I guess you're probably familiar with this channel. Are you familiar with the pseudo killers, and are you subscribed to the pseudo killers?
I am. I actually came to both these channels at the same time when Ankh was on Sonetta. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I asked where I could find them because I've been seeing Ankh on Sonetta off and on for a while now. And
okay, so I wasn't talking out my ass then.
No.
Right. But go ahead, Though. I just want to fuck with you a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty new on here, and I enjoy Ankh's knowledge as well as everybody that I hear on these channels, and hear different perspectives is always nice too. And because I'm just here seeking like everybody else, you know. I am also, I believe in evolution, and I'm a non-theist. So, but what I wanted to say about last night, you know, I thought, and I spoke with, I don't know if you caught that on Sonetta's channel before or not, but Brother Reggie brought some stuff up, and I brought some of the same concerns up, that the debate last night it didn't fit into perimeters very well. There was too many leaky areas where people could escape. You know, when you say first of all, is Christianity the white man's religion? We're talking about today. And that's why I said, well, today it certainly is, because that's how it got spread around the world through colonization and other things. So to me, yes, it is. Now, when you say, was it the white man's religion, then you have an argument. And then you got to define, all right, are we talking about Northern European, all of Europe? Are we talking about Asia? Because I forgot the guy's name last night that's going to debate Ankh. He says that the Chinese are white people. So then you have a different argument, you know what I mean? And it's
gonna get a spanking by Ankh, but go ahead.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, so that I saw those issues before the debate even happened. I was like, there's too much wiggle room. And sure enough, Chris MVP was using the fact that it had been spread by Europeans that were colonizing the rest of the world. And that was my argument. Like, yeah, it is, but was it is a different argument. And it just wasn't, there was too many leaky areas where you could escape, you know, and you couldn't, and so, but what happened last night, I just think he's young, man. You know, because Cesario.
How old is he? Because he do look. Yeah. Does anybody? I'm not trying to judge.
Y'all been around Chris for spend some time around Chris. Chris have a particular temperament and personality. Whether he's young or not, that's how he operates, bro. Like I wasn't shocked at all. I wasn't shocked at all. That's how he moves.
So there you go. So even if it's not a young youth, it's maybe his personality. But you know, Cesario, he wasn't doing anything on purpose. And for that reaction, that was to me just, well, it was a lot of things. And I don't want to dog on him because I think he's very, I think he's pretty good at his debates, and he's got a lot of knowledge and stuff. But I just, it was a little, obviously it was unprofessional, when you're on a platform that people are paying to see 3 rounds and then you just shut your computer off because someone happened to have his mic open. Captain Tazaric happened to have his mic open, not on purpose, not to throw him off. It just happened. And like I said last night, you're not at a golf match when you're in these debates. You need to, you know what I mean?
I think that's happened at every single debate. Like somebody, like since we've been like, I guess it's post-pandemic, since there's been Zoom debates, I guess, right? It seemed like that accidentally happens all the time. The host or a moderator got a hot mic or something. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that was a big deal. And I walked away, so I can't judge it really because I walked away when it happened and I came back and he had already left. So I didn't even get to hear it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What I
saw the replay clips.
Yeah. What I saw and what I think is that it threw him off his game, but when it comes to you're in a debate or anywhere, right? You're going to have, maybe you have a heckler. If you're a comedian, you have a heckler, right? And then you take on the heckler and you move on, but you don't quit. You know what I mean? You can't quit. Quit is the worst thing. It's not a good look. And then as far as the people wanting, there were some people saying they want their money back. Listen, someone mentioned, Mike Tyson.
Google Scholar, don't talk me to death, man. Any day, right?
That's character, bro. Like to know that that's what's going on. People pay to see you, right? People line up for that. You've been talking shit all week and long before that. You can't quit, bro.
Right. I agree with that. What up, y'all?
Hey, but go ahead, Sabio. Yeah, because I want to
say, let the man finish the statement, though. Did he finish the statement?
Yeah, if he wasn't.
Yeah, Corey cut him.
Yeah,
my bad. But Sabio's next.
Yeah. I'm not going to take too much long. All I want to say is there were people saying money back. Listen, you like someone mentioned, you go to a Mike Tyson fight and he knocked somebody out in the first round. That's the way it is. I went to a Saints game where I was sure we were going to the Super Bowl. And then there was a bad call. I didn't get my money back. That's just the way it is, man.
Right.
Shout out to Sabio.
What up, y'all?
I want my motherfucking money back. Y'all crazy.
Chef, stupid. What up, y'all? But
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna let y'all do this. Y'all not gonna walk over Sabio. Y'all not about to walk all over Sabio.
Sabio, first thing you gotta do, Sabio, is ask for your money back. Now go ahead.
Nah, I'm cool. I mean, I I was watching the debate. Like I said last night, it was a good debate. Chris Harris, and like I also said, I agree with No Saints and Reggie. And I told Chris this, it was too much wiggle room. And from my take of it, Pastor Bennet played a very smart chess move when he showed that skin map and he used those people to say that Jesus and those people from that area were melanated or had color. That was a very smart chess move. And I think that kind of rattled Chris because he really didn't know how to take the people or the color away from the argument and not make that area be African or under African control or something like that, under Roman control, and that part been part of Africa or things like that. So he got discombobulated right there, and the background noise, the problems with his with him sharing the video, the voice clips and the videos. I think all that, along with that part right there, and the energy kind of got to him. I mean, it was a bad look.
Hey,
You know what I got a question.
Let me say this though, right? Because to piggyback like kind of what Sabio say, right? So Jesus is Asian, right? That's just what it is, right?
Palestinian,
and nobody's so nobody's debating, right? And nobody's gonna go into debate whether or not if the Europeans spread the Christian Bible around the globe. It's like, who's going to take that debate? You know what I'm saying? So Pastor Bennett, he already know that, right? So Pastor Bennett to me be looking like Evander Holyfield, right? Niggas be talking hella shit, and he be in that ring praying and goddamn smiling with the grace of the Lord.
and then throw hands.
Right, come up with the victory. And then as soon as he win, niggas be talking all type of excuses and shit of why he shouldn't have won and all this old shit.
But nah.
You know what I'm saying? So that should be driving me crazy, man. It's like he be beating folks at their own shit. It's like,
but see,
either be prepared to win an argument or take the L in the step.
But see, you know what?
I agree with that.
I was going to say, but Sheffrin made the best point, though, man. And people ain't realizing this. And this is what you got to do. Pastor Bennet done been on everybody's panel by himself. He come on the pseudo killers. He go on Sinetta. He go on Garfield. I mean, these is he goes to the places of all places, right? And he come over here and he'll fight with us for about a month, right? And he'll get his style together. He'll get his tactic together, right? Like, okay, for that argument, I got this, and this. And then you see, like Shepard said, you see a little bit of Garfield in them argument. And then you see a little bit of the arguments from Sonetta's platform. And he got his whole thing adjusted to this community where where he know how to lay his argument out. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's starting out, like Shepard said, 30 points in the hole when the whistle blow. You know what I'm saying? Like
but see,
that was a good point though by Shepard, I think.
Right. And I agree with that.
And I would say, hold on, Sabio. And the real issue is that if you don't slow down, the real issue is that, this community is more at a disadvantage than y'all think. See, Thanks. He has more wiggle room than y'all niggas do. That's the problem. This community is a one-trick pony community, right? With bad scholarship, yo. You dig what I'm saying? It's the same talking points. Yo, think about the question. Is it the white man's religion?
Easy word.
Do you know how you already got, if I'm arguing with a nigga and he takes that argument and I'm not even a Christian, I'm like, nigga, the way I think, you already done tied one of your hands behind your fucking back. You in the hole. Is it the white man's religion? All right. Well, how can you even quantify that? Right? Well, how do we say what's a white man? Right? Now, even if you take the Mediterranean, if you take the Romans, right? Their skin complexion range. So you gotta be talking about who are you talking about?
Europeans.
So have to be right. Right. So now you're gonna have to say European, and then there's a regret. But do we think that all Europeans come in the same skin tone? You're tripping. Yeah. You're tripping. If you're saying that phenotype is just confined to the European continent, then you're tripping again. So this community is a one-trick pony, right? And if somebody really knows how to argue, they can take all of that shit off the board and is mopping niggas. He's mopping you. Go ahead, Savio.
Can I say something real quick? It's good.
Oh, my bad. My bad, girl.
Bella, what's up, Bella?
Go ahead.
What's good with it, y'all? I'm gonna say, first of all, man, I don't even know why we talking about these two goofies, man. Chris a fucking goofy too, man. He used to be with Team Osiris. We found out he was a goofy ass nigga. He was pseudo, you know what I'm saying? And he bashed our homeboy Mel and talk all type of shit about us. And we found out shit. Chris Connoisseur, he he upper active, man. That dude, like he a pandemic woke dude. Like he was a Hebrew before the pandemic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We ain't hey Gullah, we didn't know that.
He's not even scientifically inclined, bro.
Hey,
First of all, he a Jabari supporter. He don't understand Egypt. He don't understand African history. He got mad at us because how we broke down the Afro-Asiatic language. He stuck in the Bible talking about some I don't know what he got something against the Bible because y'all still use them like biblical names to name language file. I'm like, dude, that's just the name that they name they coin. They don't mean that they actually got some shit to do with the Bible. They just coin those terms, those names. He upset about that shit. Think he can debate us about Afro-Asiatic and shit, but he will lose if you do that. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he don't know science. That's what I'm saying. Like, they not familiar with Chris like that. They used to hearing him with just making a religious argument. Does that like they don't know how Chris just came out of that movie. Him and Lex. You know what I'm saying? Lex Vortex and shit.
I did not know that.
Gullah Geechee is the quintessential Midwest nigga, man.
Yeah. Why he a wild card?
Yeah, I remember when he brought up. I remember when Consul brought him into the group. Consul brought him into the group. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they ain't familiar with Chris. Unscientific.
Yeah, like most Team Osiris, we did not approve of Chris. Only person that brought only reason we dealt with him because of Consul and Mel at the time. We kept telling them, but they found out themselves that he was a goofy the whole time. You know what I'm saying? We never it was certain members that left and came back because of Chris. Like we ain't fucking with the group until that nigga leave. That nigga goofy.
I'm gonna do a Garfield. Oh man.
Right.
Hey, I just be like, I don't want to see Pastor Bennet debating intelligent design and shit like that. No. Y'all gonna get him on that shit like that.
Yeah, man.
There's things you can debate.
Don't trust a man that wear fittest that he can't fit.
Yeah, but I'm saying in terms of we're talking about debating historical Christian events and shit like that. Them niggas ain't the niggas y'all was debating back in the day on goddamn if Noah really if Noah really took the animals in the goddamn boat 2x2. Niggas don't graduate past that shit from back in the day.
Yeah.
Like Damon Richardson is solid. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like he'll put hands on all y'all niggas with that old basic information, bro. You gotta be sharp. You gotta know first century history and be solid with that. Be solid with that shit, man. Yeah, I see you put hands on goddamn.
Don't take the debate. I said don't take the debate. I said don't take the debate. I said don't hold on, Cedric. I said don't take the debate. I say don't do it, and they keep everybody on the whole panel last night still trying to take that same debate. That's why Jabari a bona fide pseudo cult leader with the cook hat, with the fake motherfucking morality. Remember all them high caliber moral niggas, yo, be on some bullshit. We seen it in real time. Where the pseudo killers ain't got no morality. Right now, look now. Who really got the morality? Niggas that always talk morality, right? Or niggas just live their life and understand the human experience. I just wanted to drop that in. I'm on your head, Jabari, yo, because you're a goofy, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Jabari been one of them ones that's been on the list for a while. I think we might have got him a little bit, but I don't think we really got Jabari like he's supposed to be got. So, you know,
he
on the
got
list.
Jabari, but Jabari pretends like as if he ain't been got.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, he was talking to the mummy in the museum in New York. Like, that says everything. Like, it's over. At that point, conversation is over. But these cats are slick. They're gonna get you into debating topics that can go either way. White man, religion, is Christianity good for black people? No. We're not gonna debate any of those nonsense. No, we're not gonna do that. Let's have a debate about evidence for your God. Show me the reasons why you believe in God.
I wouldn't even watch that.
Show me the reasons why you believe in God, and I'm gonna show you the reasons why I don't. I'm gonna show you why I don't agree with those positions. Simple arguments. Let's go. But they're not gonna take those kind of debates.
Yeah, I mean, like,
why AD, we ain't heard from you, man. Go ahead, AD.
Hey, peace, man. Good morning to y'all.
What up?
Yes, sir. I don't know if
toast your wake and bake. You know what I mean? Coffee and wake and bake.
Sir. Yes, sir. I don't know if the fact that I did not watch the debate is going to disqualify me from speaking, or you know.
No. Nah, you're American dream. You're gonna do it anyway. You good.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what's up. So what's interesting to me is that, you know, we have been having the discussion about whether we think religion is useful or not. And I think that the debate about Christianity being a European religion, I think it's the same discussion. I think the people that say it's a European religion, I think they're saying it as so as to say that it's not useful. The fact that it's European means it's not useful for Black people, and you know, and I think that's a weak argument. Fundamentally, I think the same people that make that argument are the same people that find European cars useful. They find European medicine useful. They find the Europeans YouTube useful. But it's just when it comes to religion, they don't find it useful for some reason because it's European. So I for some reason, I just think it's
technology versus philosophy, though.
Right?
That's
yeah.
That's
I don't
two
like
different
the argument.
Yeah, that's technology versus philosophy, right?
Right. So but the argument is just that it's not useful because it's European. Whether it's technology or not, their argument is it's not
because
useful.
It's European changes the argument. Because it's European changes that whole argument. You're right, American.
Right. So in my estimation, it's the same argument, and again, because of that, I just think it's a weak argument because we accept other things in our lives that are European without even questioning them and without questioning the usefulness of them. And if we can accept all of these things as useful, then you know, why can't we accept their philosophy or their spirituality or their spiritual systems as being useful as well? I don't think that its Europeanness should disqualify it. I think we should look for something else to choose to disqualify it with.
Well,
you know,
I like your premise, but your argument is kind of flawed. So your premise, like, because it's European, it's not useful because it's European. That's what you're saying that argument is, and I agree with you on that. Like, that's a flawed argument. I think that's some kind of fallacy too. I can't think of the fallacy, right? But and I agree with you on that. But you can't compare, you know, that to, you know, your comparison of saying, well, because these things are useful. And I don't even like the fact that you said the Europeans, but the European things like the technology and all that, but I go with it, right? Because those things are useful, then that automatically qualifies this other thing as being useful. I don't think that's a good argument.
No, it's not. What I'm suggesting is that those same people. No, what I'm saying is
that's the second part of your argument, Rob.
But not
the
but the first thing was another fallacy, though.
Yeah, it's a false equivalence. So
no, what I'm saying is
the premise of your argument that it's a flawed argument is correct, but the way you fill it in is also incorrect, because that in itself also delineates a logical fallacy.
No, I guess what I'm.
It's not even a European religion. It's a Levantine religion.
Right. That's what we are. That's what that's kind of what the audience kind of understands, right? I think this audience at least, right? But I'm saying that with American Dreams argument, and if you ain't finished American Dream, just go. You can continue with your argument.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty simple argument. If the reason you find Christianity not useful is because it's European, then you shouldn't find anything that's European to be useful. And I don't necessarily see why that's a flawed. Whatever you say, I'm like as if I'm reaching. I don't necessarily think so. If the reason you think Christianity is not useful is because it's European, then anything European is going to be not useful to you. And that's the only point I'm making. And no,
that's a better argument. I can agree with that.
I can agree with that.
Y'all cannot cut the fucking man off, yo. Jesus Christ, it's Sunday.
No, I wasn't cutting him off.
And
I ain't talking about you.
The people who, for the most part, and I guess the people who I have the issue with are the same people who say it's not useful because it's European, are the same ones who wear European clothes. They take European medicine, and they promote, and even more importantly, right? They promote a form of secularism to replace Christianity with, and that form of secularism is European as well. So just their whole thinking, just their whole idea is kind of not sincere. Like you can speak to any one of them, anyone who says get rid of Christianity. When you ask them, what are you going to replace it with? They're going to say some form of secularism, and then when you say, give me an example, they're going to say Sweden. And I'm like, come on, man, that's European. You can't ask people like. It's just something insincere about the argument is all I'm saying. The only other thing I'd like to say is, Ankh, I like your shirt. Does the book come with that shirt? And if it does, is the book burnt or not?
Can I address something that
American I'm messing with you, Ankh. I'm just messing with you.
Can I address what American Dream said?
Yeah, go ahead.
In terms of secularism is based on evidence and applying the scientific method. And we already understand that science doesn't belong to any one nation. So pointing out a nation that applies science as the foundation of its society, aka secularism, and you use a European society, it's nothing European about pointing out that they use science and logic and these type of instruments to form their society.
Great point.
Again, so you're making some false equivocations, and you're connecting things that are not to be connected.
I don't think he is, because then you have to prove.
Bottom line is
hold on.
Go ahead.
No, because then you will have to prove that Christianity is European. See, that was the argument. So AD point is solid as hell.
Yeah, his bottom line is solid, but
but Cedric didn't move him. Hold on, but Cedric didn't even move him, because you have to establish first, right, that Christianity is European.
Exactly. Chef, I don't agree. I don't agree with that point. That's a flawed reasoning point. However, when you said secularism is AKA European, then you don't understand that secularism is based on science. And we already established that you cannot put science in the bracket of a particular ethnicity or a people. It belongs to the world.
But that's
that
the
argument.
foundation of his argument,
hold on.
And that's not what we're disagreeing with. We're not. That's not the foundation of his argument. That's all we saying. But that part is we disagree with. You know
I
what
know,
I'm
but Christianity, so far as we've seen, has belonged to the world. It adopts to the people that come in contact with it. So the same thing is a world religion. Just like science is a world thing that all people can participate in. So what we know about Christianity, it's been the same thing.
Chef, you two are making a false equivocation right now that is beyond reason. Science has no opinions about it. Religion, Christianity, in one country, you have 20 different views about it because it's imagination based.
No, now we're not arguing.
Is there a Muslim science? Is there a Hindu science?
No.
So there are areas where Christianity is not practiced, right? So we cannot equate these two. That's my point. You don't put them in the same discussion. You can't equate them.
Well, go ahead, Sheffrin, and then I think No Saints think he can bring some clarity. Go ahead, Sheffrin.
All right, but that's the point. I'm not pitting it against science. I'm just saying that, if Christianity is just Christianity, we're putting whether it's white or European on it. Just like science is just science, right? We in this community put is the white people science on the shit. So on both arguments, I feel like AD point is solid because we're the ones who putting the ethnicity on these things. We're putting ethnicity on science, or we're putting ethnicity on religion.
Chef, would you put an ethnicity on Islam? Would you put an ethnicity on Islam or Hindu?
No Saints was after Chef, but go ahead, but No Saints.
Yeah, let me dive in this real quick, man. Let me clear this up. And I think that definition needs to be pulled up on what religion is. It's actually a cultural container of ideas and concepts. And so the cultural container of ideas and concepts that the African got when they was brought to America was that brand of Christianity that the Europeans was promoting. Remember, God in the 16th chapel was actually white. Adam and Eve was actually white, shown in all publications. And so we was dragged into a cultural container that didn't look like us at all, which is very, very important. So your leadership, the one that's going to give you salvation, directly affected who you are and what you've seen. Who was giving you salvation after you was taught the religion? It was the white people. So everything white people did, it was better. Like their water was definitely colder. Their science was definitely white man science. And their imperialism was on par. Like it was just on high. Why? Because your God was attached to them. It was attached to the human. And that's the problem that I have with the European Christianity that was brought to us, that our God literally becomes white people because it's impossible not to make white people your God when your God is white. That's the point I was making. Like, I don't know what Americans getting back and talking about. Like, I get it firsthand. That's why I fought. First of all, you got to blackinize Jesus, and then you got to get the hell away from Jesus. That's my point, because it's culture, it's understanding, it's what you draw energy from.
Right. Go ahead, No Saints. Go ahead, No Saints.
Yeah, I was listening to, I think it's American Dream. The problem, he's got a lot of logical fallacies in what he's saying. Like the one I picked up on was the either or. Like you say it's the white man's religion, but then you drive the white man's car, like an either or fallacy. Like you have to choose one or the other.
That's the false dichotomy, but go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, the false dichotomy. So no, that's not true at all. You could have bad ideas that you can reject that came from Europe, and you can have some good things that came out of Europe. I agree with Ankh on his last point, though, that when we talk about Christianity, I don't listen. I've never had. This is when I listen to you guys. I listen with interest, because now myself being a non-believer, I could not. I've never had to go through, the Florida Evans thing with a black Jesus on my wall. You know what I mean? I've never had to go through that.
That's because you white. That's because you white, yo. Of course,
Right,
exactly.
right.
That's my point. That's my point.
Yeah.
You don't have. You didn't have to take that step. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So
and I did. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Though.
So it is interesting to me. Like when I think about, like, I try to put myself in those shoes of like growing up, and there's, I don't know, you could, a black Jesus or a Chinese Jesus. And what kind of, and it's hard, it's really foreign to me, like, how could you do, it's a fucked up thing, man. Excuse my language, you know what I mean? But anyway, I just
only you can bring that, hold on, only you can actually bring that home, right? Only you could bring that point home right there, bro. Like, because we see it totally different, and it's wow. And that's why the discussion has to include everybody. Yo, you can't just start separating shit. You're gonna fuck up the conversation.
Hey, can I ask?
Like, he's sitting.
Can I ask him a question?
Hold on for a minute. He's saying, yo, he couldn't imagine praying to a Chinese Jesus. He don't even know what that means. That's interesting. But go ahead, American Dream.
The American Dream wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think he said there are good ideas that came out of Europe, and there are bad ideas that came out of Europe, which I agree with. But my question to him is, would he say an idea is bad because it came out of Europe?
Well, I mean, no, you can't.
And what I'm suggesting, right? And what I'm suggesting is that the debate topic of Christianity. And is it European? That's the argument being made. It's bad because it came out of Europe, and that to me is not a sensible argument to make. It's a weak argument,
and that's what we agree with, though.
I'm not sure why people aren't able to argue.
No, we definitely agree, and that was the foundation, and that's what I was trying to explain. American Dream, that was the foundation of what you were saying. And that's what we agreed with, right? And I said that was I don't know the name of that fallacy.
But Corey,
that because it's European, it's automatically not useful because it's European. That's a fallacy, and we agree with you on that, and that's the foundation of your argument. But the way you argued it, the things that you said, I just kind of had to disagree the way that you put together. You know what I'm saying?
What you juxtaposed it. What you juxtaposed it with.
Only thing I said. No, the only thing I said.
You put philosophy.
But all I said was we don't do that. We don't do that.
You put philosophy against technology, right? So that I think that's where they don't nobody have a disagreement with your basic premise. Right, but it's just the fact that you use technology.
Indeed, but I also mentioned
secularism. Right.
I like the clothes.
Right, and I don't think whether I use technology or I don't think what I use makes. I don't think what I use makes much of a difference. Let me just finish. Right. I don't think what I use just at like all makes any difference.
They like to hone in on shit, yo.
And I hate to do that. That's why I said
they like to hone in on the shit that they disagree with. Just to disagree with you.
I didn't want to do that. Look, I didn't want to do
not disagree with American Dream's premise. His arguments, though, are flawed.
Like they don't debate his point. That's what we do over here. You feel me?
You better get it all right, all the pieces.
Yeah, you got it. I'm saying, like, I was just uncomfortable. I don't like to be a stickler, and I know what Sheffrin's saying, right? And and I kind of get that, but it was not that, Sheffrin. I think you're mistaken. I don't think it was what you was thinking it was. I just wanted to make that point a little bit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But man, I wanted to say something else. But anyway, I think Truth had his hand up a few minutes ago. You had your hand up, Truth?
Yeah. I just wanted to say, like, the beginning of Christianity, I'm gonna keep saying it had to do with one sect, and these people were not white; they were Palestinians. You see what I'm saying? It was a group of Palestinians that actually created all this, and it was other people, there's other groups. The group of Essenes wasn't like one nationality. You see what I'm saying? They would get kids while they were real young and raise them in a certain tradition. You see what I'm saying? And these kids could have came from anywhere. They could have been homeless. You know what I mean? And they raised them in a certain way to where as though it was kind of like the Buddhists in Tibet, how they take the kids at an early age and teach them how to do different things. It's kind of like the exact same thing. But these people were Palestinians. It wasn't no white man. It's a Jewish religion. It's a Jewish religion. It comes out the Jewish tradition.
Yeah, no doubt.
But let me show you some proof though. I want to go deep in just to confirm. You see what I'm saying? This is just how many points do I gotta make, right? To prove that this guy I'm talking about might be the prototype.
All of them.
Yeah, you're not finna. Yeah, you can't. You would take a whole show to do that.
No, let him try.
Let me give you this one. Let me give you
Because
this one.
I heard it before from him.
Right.
He's talking about the teacher of righteousness.
Right,
I want to beat that up. So go ahead.
For the record, though, just state what's consensus, though, True. What's the consensus, though? Is that along with the consensus, or is that different?
It's along with the scholars of the Dead Sea Scrolls. They agree with me 100%. That's
I don't even
part of
believe
my
in the
sources.
Dead Sea Scrolls, but go ahead.
Say what?
I don't even believe in the Dead Sea
Hey,
Scrolls.
can I say one last thing before we go on another topic?
But
do y'all mind if I say one last thing before y'all
go ahead, but you robot.
Topic.
You're on the robot, but go ahead though. I think you might be clearing up. Let's see. Go ahead. No, you on the robot. We can't hear you. You robot.
I'm still on the robot. I'm still robotic.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead then.
But can y'all see my screen?
Come when you get your shit together and we'll hear you. Go ahead. But I don't think we're really changing the subject for real. But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Not at all. We actually still on who created Christianity. Now this symbol right here, right? Do y'all see
somebody mic open and I hit a whole bunch of wind and stuff.
That ain't me, is it?
No, it ain't G. Before y'all went to the whole Christianity piece and the crazy symbol and all that, I wanted to make a point that as African Americans, right, we have a unique experience, and that unique experience is that our ancestors were part of the largest migration known to humanity of human beings. And that's a forced migration. Yeah, it's a forced migration, right? So that's what we was a part of, and that's always in the equation. Anything we talk about. Can't leave it off the table, yo. That's 400 years of that. I just want to make that point.
No doubt.
Am I still robotic?
You good? Go ahead. You good?
Yeah. So just so I'm
part out though, American Dream. You always forget.
No, because I'm really trying to be.
Because you're from Jamaica. Because you're from Jamaica or something. And you don't have that experience,
so
I'm. I think it's
y'all can hear me, right? Am I still?
Yeah.
Y'all can hear me?
No, but I'm just thinking. We're gonna have different answers based off our geographical experiences. The answer may change. You should keep that in mind because I do.
American Dream, American.
But here's
my. Not gonna let me get this crossed off.
Here's my.
Well, here's my confusion. We're gonna get into that.
Here's my confusion, right? Because I'm saying that we shouldn't say Christianity is bad because it's European. I'm saying that's not a good argument to make. And I'm saying the reason it's not a good argument to make is because we wouldn't say that about technology. We wouldn't say that about secularism. We wouldn't say that about anything else. And y'all are saying it's wrong for me to make that connection. So my question, hold on, please, Corey. Please let me finish, Corey. Just let me finish. So my question is, are y'all saying that we can make the argument that Christianity is bad because it's European?
No,
it sounds as if y'all are saying we can make the hold on, Corey. It sounds as if you're saying we can say it's not right to say technology is bad because it's European. However, we can say Christianity is bad because it's European. It sounds to me that that's what y'all are saying. Because I'm trying to figure out how y'all. So where's my argument flawed?
It's not a flaw. It's not a flaw. It's not.
You keep saying that technology is European. That's all I'm saying. Like,
no, but that's irrelevant.
That's the thing I got a problem with.
Yeah, but listen, American Dream. I understand what you're saying.
We all
it's
do.
Not a flaw. It's not. It's hold on. It's not a flawed argument. You said it exactly the way. You said it exactly the way it should be said, based on how you phrased it. He said that if you are saying something is bad solely on the fact that it is European, then by that same logic, anything that's European can be dismissed solely on the fact that it's European. Technology, clothing, so forth. So even though he's using other ways to explain where the clothing technology is irrelevant, because it's not a false equivalency. It's only a false equivalency if you're using that argument independently of the phrase that he stated before, bro. So that's why the logic is down. So y'all just move past that.
And
let's move past
I understand what you said.
I understood it clearly. I like the way you said that. And I misinterpreted it. You made it clear that I misinterpreted, and I apologize.
I apologize
the way you
as well.
said that. See, it was the way you worded it. And you said the same words, but I don't know why. But it sounded different.
Y'all be in defense. Y'all be
no, I'm not, and I swear,
because it's the American dream. Is that why?
Don't do me like that, because I don't be doing you like that, American.
Yeah, that's not fair.
That's not fair.
I got to tell you, I was about to ask Sosa because he just did such a great job of explaining what I was saying.
Dream, you gotta slow it.
I was going to ask him to explain what they were saying.
You gotta slow it down, bro. You talking 100 miles an hour, yo. The way that Sosa explained, I don't agree with none of that shit y'all talking about right now. Because y'all acting like y'all know what the fuck religion is. Y'all playing the game. Y'all playing that stupid ass atheist game.
Bro, that has nothing to do. That's what I'm saying. Let me finish my point, though. Let me finish my point, though. Let me finish my point, though. The point is very fucking vital. It ain't about fucking God. It's about a cultural fucking thing of ideas and concepts that was brought you by people who migrated you. It's called fucking slavery. That's a fucking check. And these ideas were reinforced to keep you in servitude and be subservient to white people.
All right. We don't agree with that.
I don't know what. I can't hardly hear you either.
We don't agree with that. We moving on with life, yo. That's old rhetoric.
Yeah, and I mean the conversation and the statement is centered around American Dream premise. It ain't the other shit that you can add to that shit.
Yeah,
we ain't talking about that. We talk about American Dream statement.
We in a box.
So we're not gonna have a homosexual get up here. We're not gonna hold on, dog. We're not gonna get on here and let a homosexual talk shit and think he ain't got nothing.
Hey, your reception. I'm gonna tell you, your reception is horrible. Your reception and microphone is horrible. Yeah.
I hear him, and he talking crazy.
Can I say something real quick?
Nah. I got y'all been going and I ain't even finished what I was saying.
We can't hear you, bro. Everybody be quiet. We can't hear you, bro. We cannot hear you good, bro.
I can hear you. Keep going.
No. For real.
It sounds bad, bro. Don't have that shit sound bad.
Yeah,
it's like in the goddamn bathroom.
It's me, or is he really sounding bad now?
Nah, that's how you sound.
Yo went into a bathroom stall.
Let's take 30 seconds. I got 30 seconds. I just want to say something. 30 seconds. It won't take long. I promise.
Go ahead, Saints. Go ahead, man.
So on American Dream's premise, the reason why it was confusing is because he was saying people are wearing European clothes, people are using European technology. Is that bad too because it's out of Europe? Now, the way he re-explained it made more sense, and I cannot agree with it. But he was basically saying, well, the people that are saying it's the white man's religion are driving European cars and European clothes. And that's where it got a little confused. That's all I wanted to say. But he cleaned it up.
Yeah, he ain't had no choice but to clean that motherfucking shit up. He ain't had no choice but to clean that shit up. We know American dream and this whole fucking ideology. America's the greatest motherfucking place to live no matter what. And forget about slavery and fuck slavery. I ain't letting that off the motherfucking table.
For the record, American dream, I was not on
God.
For the record, American dream, I wasn't on it.
Bro.
Go ahead.
And for the record,
it's a political institution. It's hey dude, hold on. No, you can't. I'm talking, nigga, and I know you hear me talking. I'm about to hit that motherfucking button, kick your ass off again. Yeah, we right back at it. I'm trying to tell you that if we forget the reason behind Christianity, it wasn't about God, dog. Y'all tripping right now. Y'all act like this shit was about God. It never was. When Constantine,
we not even talking
it wasn't
about
fucking
that.
about God. It was a political fucking. We talk. Yeah, you save you Captain Save a hole too, there, Chef. Just to let you know that. I'm saying the shit's always been about politics. It's always been about culture. It's been about all of that shit. So I don't want to hear that shit. Don't even match that shit up with science. Well, you wearing white people clothes. And nah, that's two separate motherfucking things, nigga. We talking about a program that was instituted in the minds and hearts of black people to the point where your jet black motherfucking grandmother got a white ass picture of a white ass motherfucker on a fucking wall and think that shit okay. The white boy just told y'all that shit is bananas. This nigga follow up with crazy ass statement. I know what the fuck he's saying. We ain't clearing shit up. Let me finish my fucking point.
Let me
the point is clear.
what you just said.
It's ideology. It's fucking religion. It's fucking all the shit in between, nigga, that got us fucked up. Trying to hear that shit.
Right. And I just want to stupid as a motherfucker. Gonna act like that shit ain't real. So that it's clear, because they think you know they think you're talking crazy. And I'm just want to clear it up. What you saying? You saying that he was comparing apples with oranges with that? You know? What
I know they do. Right.
Okay. Right. So and I'm saying, since when Sosa said what he said, I don't think that if he agrees with what Sosa said, I don't think he was comparing apples with oranges, right? But if you interpret the way I interpreted the first time, then yes, he was comparing apples with oranges. You see what I'm saying?
So can I just say something real quick?
You know what I'm saying?
The fact of the matter is the dreams is his. You don't redefine what the fuck he said.
Nah, you on some Captain Save a Hole. God is the people.
Man, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Can I say something? Can I respond?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't want to understand what I'm talking about. That's the
Can I respond?
Me is some you explain to me is some newfound shit. I ain't never, man. I know that shit you talking about. Like that ain't no newfound shit, but I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm talking about his statement. Like you act like you just said some shit that was profound to me. That ain't profound.
Like, what is the American dream statement outside of who American dream is? That's like me acting like I believe in God all of a sudden.
I ain't trying to. I ain't reading no nigga mind. I know what he said. I ain't reading nigga mind. I ain't got no time for all that. I'm just based on what he said.
Could just, right, and if I could just say, like, it appears to me like Chef and Sosa didn't need me to clear up anything. Like, but everybody else, for some reason, needed to hear it from somebody else in order to understand what I'm saying. And I'm like, why?
I'm sorry, I just misinterpreted and I already apologized. But I wasn't on no bullshit though. I already said I wasn't on no bullshit.
Say it again, yo. We want to hear you say it again. We want to hear you in your own words say that. Say it again in your own words, bro.
Oh, you got room for two. Go ahead, Sheffrin, you saying something, but you breaking up a little bit. Go ahead, Sheffrin.
Yo, somebody gotta mute their shit out. You gotta mute the shit out, Chef.
No, he was saying, dream. I think. Or maybe he wasn't saying. Maybe.
I think that Chef background.
That's his background. Hey, Chef, mute out.
His background.
Yeah, he got some background shit going on.
Hey, I think what you saying. We want to listen attentively. Yeah, we want to listen. Hold on. No, come on for a minute, yo.
Man, it's been like y'all done interrupted me a half hour ago, bro.
Man, you
interrupted me a half hour ago.
I know, though. Come on, yo. I just want to hear American Dream say it again. I'm not going to
say it again.
Not going to say nothing behind it. No, we not. We're not going to say nothing behind it. You're going to go right in. I just want American. So we can
Chef, mute out.
Let me do this. I got it.
Is it my turn?
Don't worry. Yeah.
Mayhem, Corey.
All right.
We got Chef singing and everything.
All right.
Damn.
Wherever you are located, you need to relocate. Okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna say that.
Y'all can't hear me now?
amazing.
Y'all hold on. Y'all can't hear me now? Y'all can't
Okay,
hear me
good.
Nah,
now?
he good. He good.
now.
I'm good
He
now.
good.
I'm good.
good.
I'm saying don't nobody respond. Let American Dream say what the fuck he said again. And we want to hear what the fuck he's saying. We don't want
Why
to
you
act
gotta
like
say the fuck?
because y'all came in and was Captain Save-A-Hole. And I know y'all was. So go ahead, American Dream. You got a chance to change me right now, bro. I will say you right and then let Wishbecom go. Go ahead, American Dream. What was you trying to say again about Christianity and black people and all that shit? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I will. I'll say it again, Ankh. But you know what I mean. My children are nearby, and like you're cursing a lot, and it takes so much away from the show, bro. It's just like it's just on a Sunday.
I apologize. So go ahead.
You know what I mean?
I said I apologize.
Indeed.
I got you.
So
You got me with
what
your
I said
kids. I'm
was,
shutting the hell up. Go ahead, bro.
What I said was, it's interesting to me that a few shows ago we were talking about whether religion was useful, and I said I think that the conversation about Christianity being European is the same argument, and they're saying that because it's European, it's not useful. And I said we don't do that with technology. We don't say certain technology is European, so it's not useful. We don't do that with secularism. And I was asking, why is it that we do that with Christianity? Why are we just saying it's not useful simply because it's European? And I suggested that that's a flawed and a weak argument to say something is not useful just because it's European. And I don't know, you know what I mean, whether Sosa,
you made your point,
Sosa said that was so much more clear, but you know, I thought that was clear enough.
You made your point. Yeah, I don't agree with
and if you listen back, you'll see that that's exactly what I said, kind of like word for word.
Yeah, and that's kind of like stupid as hell, word for word. But go ahead next.
No,
the whole history behind Christianity.
I initially agreed that I said that, initially I said I agree with that part, that because something is European, it's not useful. That's a flaw. That's a flawed argument. You can't use that argument, right? But then you went on to the way you explained the secularism. See, now Sosa, now you got to walk with me here, Sosa, because the way he just explained, he said, say what you just said about secularism, because it just had something in there that I was not comfortable with when you explained what you explained about secular. Say what you just said a few minutes ago.
Cue you into what he really was trying to say. But go ahead.
The premise is still the same. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole thing is. Hold on, listen. The Christianity.
No, you gotta let Wishbecom go, yo. We weren't supposed to talk about it.
Listen to this one. Christianity is the white man's religion. It's the white man.
Yeah,
that's what it's about.
But it really is, though. But it really is, yo. Are you serious right now, yo? The white boy just told you this shit is crazy as hell.
Let's hold on. Let's pause on that point real quick, though. Right?
We can come back.
I'm walking with Sosa here. I'm trying to walk with Sosa here.
You know we weren't supposed to do that, though, yo. We was really supposed to let truth go. We say, yo, we're not gonna respond to it. Yeah. We can table that and come back to it. We gave that man a pseudo killer, yo. That ain't right.
I'm trying to get clarity for myself. I'm not gonna be able to.
You don't have to. Was in your heart.
I'm not even gonna be able
to. We come back to a court.
We come back to a court. We gave truth our word, yo. If it was me and you, we'd be cussing and fussing right now.
Truth is being a gentleman. You gotta be seeing what I'm saying when my alarm went off, right? When he said that, when he explained the secular part of that last part, did you hear him on that? Was you listening?
We heard that. Yeah.
Okay. My alarm went off right there. Now you can't be mad at me about that, right?
Your alarm went off at 8 o'clock.
I know. Like
in the morning, nigga.
I need to hear Sosa's response, though, and for me to be comfortable. I gotta
listen.
Go
ahead.
Shit.
I'm not saying that when American Dream responds, like I don't understand why niggas got a quickie, itchy trigger finger. I ain't saying that.
He gotta get shot for that, yo. He gotta get shot for that.
I get it.
Shot. A Christian apology.
I'm not. But it's not that though. See, y'all trying to make it seem like just because it's coming from American Dream, It's not that. It's just the way that he said that. You know what I'm saying? The way he explained the secular.
Yeah, man.
The
I
secular.
heard that shit at 6:30 though. I heard at 6:30. I heard him when he made it seem like Christianity had some good parts to it. Hell, when the nigga was getting snatched on the ship, it wasn't no good parts. You lost your whole way of life. Christianity, they transferred you from your way of life. That's what Christianity represents. A whole nother way of life. A whole different way of eating food. All that shit is different to these niggas coming from Africa, bro. We tripping right now.
Hey, you know what?
You taking it somewhere else. But,
we should.
He was saying I didn't like it because I thought he was. Let me tell you what I thought. Let me tell you what I thought.
You let African Americans to make a statement and say it's bad, and let them have that and move on.
Let me tell you what I thought, Sosa. I thought he was saying that secularism is European. The way he explained that, he was saying secularism is European. And that's the point that I had a disagreement with. You see what I'm saying? Not his basic premise, not the basic premise, but just the way he was saying like secularism is European, and I don't think secularism is European. That's all.
Can I speak to that, Corey?
Go ahead.
Can I speak to that?
No.
Go ahead. Let him speak
going
to
over
it.
truth.
Let him.
No, we not speaking to that. No, we not. No,
we got the truth
I'm
going.
not overrunning the pseudo. I'm not overrunning the pseudo American dream. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing.
Arguing about a bunch of bullshit anyway. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit. I'm about to prove to y'all who created the Bible. I'm about to prove to y'all who created the Bible.
Go ahead.
I know the man family is listening. Hold on. I know truth. Listen, his family is there. We don't want to do that. Like I respect kids.
I
might not listen to nothing he say, but I respect. I respect.
Take it down 10.
Yeah, take it down 10. I respect the kids.
But all right, this cross that you see right here, right, is 200 years older than Jesus. This was around a long time before Jesus. It was the symbol of that group of people I keep saying, the Essenes. Now, if you look at this cross, right, this cross all the way in the middle, that's representing the same exact thing that people are looking at when they wear their crosses today. And they have a man hanging on it. That cross right there is representation of a man. The thorns you see coming out the sides of the cross is representing the same thing that's about the thorns around Jesus' head. It's representing the same thing, pain and suffering.
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? This cross is 200 years.
Is this associated with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn? Is that what this is?
That's something that you Google. Now let me show you this. Since you want to Google, I'm gonna show you straight from the Rosicrucians themselves. You see the Rosicrucian
I know. Is that an Ankh on there though, bro? Did you see that Ankh right there, bro?
The Rosicrucian Digest themselves, the Rosicrucians themselves tell you that they got it from the Rose Cross became the official symbol of the Rosicrucians, but was used by various branches of the Essenes and the Great White Brotherhood before an official adaptation as the universal emblem. You see what I'm saying? So they tell you
that's
themselves
the Egyptian shit,
that they got it. Oh yeah, it definitely comes. It has Egyptian connections and everything.
Yeah, that's
you got to understand what this cross is. You have the zodiac in this cross. You have all the earthly elements.
Again, this cross is like a hodgepodge of a lot of different things, sort of like culminated together. That's why I say that the symbolism here that you're seeing. This is associated with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn because they remember they practice
with that sins like I just told you.
Yeah, and again, right? There's a lot going on there. If you take a look at that cross in the center, that's the Rose Cross.
Me finish, I'm the one that brought it up.
Yep. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Out.
Go ahead.
Trust me, you ain't got to tell me nothing about this cross. I know everything. Like literally, I have looked at everything about this cross. I know about the Hermetic Order of the Dawn.
I'm familiar as well.
You got to understand the Hermetic Order of the Dawn really is a replication of the Son of the Light.
Where you get that source
if you understand the Sons of the Light, you understand where you get the Children of the Dawn from. They all got their stuff from right here, the Essenes.
All right, let him make an argument before I beat him up. Let him make his argument. Let him make his argument.
I smell you gonna get beat up though, yo. But go ahead.
Just don't say, Monk. Don't say.
Oh, I'm gonna get beat up. All right. So, like I was saying. This cross has, as you can see, Jewish symbols. It is a Jewish symbol. It was a Jewish symbol made by the Essenes. And that's just one point I have to pointing to the Essenes being the ones that actually created all this nonsense. Now, if anybody actually studies the Essenes, let's just do a Google search since I ain't got it on my phone. I got it on my laptop. So let's just go to Google and do a Google search of the Essenes. Essenes, teacher of righteousness. Let's go to that. No, let's not go to the teacher of righteousness yet. Y'all ain't ready yet. Let's just go to the Essenes.
That's right. You know what they're saying.
I gotta go in order because you gotta understand it periodically. The Essenes, right? Mind you, these were the people that existed around the time they say Christ existed. These were the group. This was their healers. The Greek called them the pt2. You see what I'm saying? Which means they was like a secret organization. All of them dressed in white. You feel me? They was called the Great White Brotherhood for that reason because they all dressed in white. And when people seen them, they say they could see their aura. That's where you get all those and those paintings, those halos that people have around their head. That's really symbolic of somebody's aura that they are depicting being an Essene. All right, so where should I start with this? Let's go to their rules and their customs and their theology, right? These people, they had three different areas of location. They existed in Alexandria, Egypt. They existed in Qumran, and they existed in Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel is where they had had a massive library before the Romans came in. This is what they had. They say they had stuff that went back as far as people was writing. That's where they kept everything. And it was the Essenes that were they called it their sacred duty to actually watch over and translate the scrolls. These were the people that was translating. If there were ancient writers, these were the people that was translating. I like to say they created a lot of it though, because if you study the teacher of righteousness and the way, you see what I'm saying, the way of the Essenes, you'll understand where they're getting Christianity from. These people, they were vegans. They believed that everything was God. You see what I'm saying? So they didn't eat any or kill anything. You know what I mean? They were all the way Puritans. It was said that if somebody if they was to tell somebody they was going to do something, they didn't have to sign any contracts or anything, even to the king. They didn't have to sign anything. Their handshake was good enough. You see what I'm saying? Because they was described as the holiest people. You see what I'm saying? I'm not reading through all this. I just know so much. I just rather download. You know what I mean? But y'all can go and read the sources about these people. But
so you saying that's the start of Christianity? That's what you basically saying?
No. I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. These people are a link. These people are the link because you have to go to who their teacher was. Their teacher was a guy called the teacher of righteousness, right? Now, teacher of righteousness, that should alert you right there that it has something to do with Christ. You see what I'm saying? Because Christ was what? The teacher of righteousness, right? So
no, you got Melchizedek too, bro. Let me finish.
Let me finish. The teacher of righteousness was said to be the greatest teacher of the Essenes, right? He actually got into a beef with the it was three groups of Jews during the time. It was the Pharisees. You had the Sadducees, the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and you had the Essenes, right? Now, what the teacher of righteousness was mad about, he was mad about the calendar. He thought that they were the way that they had set up the calendar, they was putting certain worship days and including Passover, and they was celebrating them on the wrong day. He actually got mad at a Passover ceremony and flipped over the tables. You see what I'm saying? The same way they say Christ did. He also was crucified. Well, not crucified. He was killed by the same people on that same day on Passover. The Last Supper was the night before Passover. The teacher of righteousness was killed on Passover. And his followers, and this is the main thing that I want you to understand, and this is documented in the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Book of Damascus, if anybody wants to look it up. It's documented in the Book of Damascus that his followers believed that he was coming back in 40 years with an army of angels to kill all the sinners that was on the earth, and only the elect were going to be the ones that survived. And if you don't know, if you read the book of Enoch and stuff like that, they talk about a whole bunch of people called the elect. The elect are the Essenes. These are the chosen people. They considered themselves to be the chosen people. They held themselves above everybody else. They believed that in reincarnation, they believed that their prophets were reincarnating into new people. That's why they believed that he was coming back. It gets deep, yo. I'm trying to sit here and tell you. And then what we need to do is actually go over this information and find out what actually happened. Because I believe I got hammer right on the neck.
Hey yo, why don't you just read the relationship of Christianity? Why don't you do that? That'll put you where you need to be. You don't gotta come up with nothing. It's right there. Go to the tab. It's called the relationship of Christianity. That's what you're saying. Let's see if Wikipedia, you use the source. Let's see if it supports what you're trying to say. Yeah, let's see if it supports
what you're saying. It's about to get funky. It's about to get funky.
Let's see.
It's about to get funky.
Rituals of Essenes and Christianity have much in common. The Dead Sea Scrolls describe a meal of bread and wine that will be instituted by the Messiah. Both the Essenes and Christians were ecological communities. Ecological community, I guess that's what that means.
Yeah, they live like off of nature, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Where judgment on the world would come at any time. The New Testament also possibly quotes writings used by the Qumran community, like Luke, first chapter, verse 31 through 35 states, now you have conceived in your womb and bear a son, and you will name him Jesus. He will be great and will be called the Son of the Most High, the Son of God, which seems to echo one of the Dead Sea Scrolls stating he will be called great and he will be the Son of God. And they will call him Son of the Most High. Yeah, and that's another thing. If you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, most of the New Testament is already in there. You have who they are describing as the teacher of righteousness. There's a lot of people that study the library at Qumran, and they are saying that the teacher of righteousness is a guy called Judah the Essene. And if you read about Judah the Essene, he actually has some writings in the Dead Sea Scrolls that actually, he has one that is like damn near exactly the same as the speech on the Mount that they say Jesus made, which is another large reason why I think that the teacher of righteousness is this Christ, and they just have it. It's 100 years. They dated the Bible 100 years off.
But you do understand that the Christian those scrolls that they found in Qumran, the Dead Sea Scrolls, actually is not even talking about Christianity, though.
Yeah, it's talking about the way. It's talking about the way of the
nobody will actually support you with that, right? So I'm just trying to figure out. I think the information you bring is good, but I think you do that symbol up there. I don't think that symbol, you know what I'm saying, is what the fuck they was doing, because I fucks with the Essenes and the Nazarites and all that. I studied that, but you gotta read Bart Ehrman's work, The First Christians, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's a good book to read.
I think I read that.
Would not support that these Essenes are actually made up the Christianity. Yeah, but it ain't saying that they made Christianity, though. I'm thinking, is that your premise, though? Because that's, pseudo's trying to use. I'm not calling you pseudo.
My premise is this.
Twist it up.
The teacher of righteousness was the so-called Jesus, right? The teacher of righteousness was the so-called Jesus, and based on his followers, because it was his followers that believed that he was coming back. And these being the most holiest people in the land, other people started believing them too. You see what I'm saying? I believe this whole belief was based on the death of this guy. The teacher of righteousness. No. And I believe they just went with it because it's documented that these people believe he was coming back with chariots and everything that they say. It's not a coincidence. The cross is original to them. You see what I'm saying? It's not a coincidence. None of this is a coincidence, bro.
So wait, all right, so let's do this. So you do know, hold on for a minute, Cedric. So you do know during that time, there's a character in the Bible and Hebrews 7:1. Y'all want to pull that up? This is Sunday. We can pull up Hebrews 7:1. I'm going to show you where the confusion will come in. Yeah, let's go with Hebrews. Can you pull up real quick, yo? You pull it up. Hebrews 7:1. Chapter 7, verse 1. What it say? See if I can still remember my biblical shit. What it say, yo?
Hold on. Let me share my screen again.
Is that it? Yeah. Hebrews 7:1 through 10. Yeah, I got it right here. I just can't read it. Let me check. Y'all got it? The like a priest like Melchizedek. You got it? What did it say? Well, watch who this guy is.
Oh, they ain't it.
Yeah, go here.
There you go.
You got it? What did it say? You got to read 1 through 22.
This Melchizedek was king of Salem, king of Salem, and priest of God Most High. He met Abraham returning from the defeat of the king and blessed him. Read more.
Priest of so he go ahead.
And Abraham gave him a tenth of everything. First, the name Melchizedek means king of righteousness. Then also king of Salem means king of peace.
He's the king of peace. He's the king of righteousness. Don't it say the king of righteousness?
Yeah.
What did it say? I want to hear it. Let's hear it.
Damn, Uncle, you took it to the 90s on him, son.
Yeah, you know how I get down all the way. I studied this shit, yo, because niggas always try to get me with all that. So he's the king of peace. Jesus is the prince of peace, yo. But this nigga's the king of peace, and he's the priest of the Most High. And Jesus Christ is into the order of Melchizedek. So God has a priesthood, right? And Jesus is entered into the priesthood continuously. But this nigga Melchizedek don't got a mother and don't got a father. Jesus definitely has a mother, and they say that God is not his father, the Holy Spirit. But this Melchizedek, he was there with Abraham. This nigga moved through time, yo. So is the Essenes talking about him? Because he's definitely more thorough than a Jesus would be to a Hebrew, to a sect at that time.
That's a good point, and I think both of y'all are kinda on the same goddamn room of the house, right? Because when I looked up the teacher of righteousness, it got Melchizedek in here also, and they got Jesus Christ. So y'all definitely, I don't think that nobody on here will be able to deconstruct what he just put forth, other than that crazy symbol. You dig what I'm saying? I think that's
that's why my question was.
Hold on, Truth. I'm telling you, that symbol is pseudo as a motherfucker. So soon as you put that shit up there, it alerted everybody's.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Pseudo. I ain't saying.
I got two questions. Truth.
So when hold on, when you led with that, you know what I mean? When everybody else was talking, your screen was showing that symbol. So everybody was already turned off. You know what I mean? Looking at that symbol. But when you read through the wiki on the Essenes and the teacher of righteousness, I'm not saying that that's Jesus, but it is all connected to the same type of philosophical tenets of these, you know what I mean? These groups were early Christianity. But go ahead, Cedric.
Oh, and the teacher of righteousness went into the wilderness, right? And started a new covenant. That's actually documented in the Dead Sea Scrolls. He's the one that went into the wilderness. Everything that they say in Christ did, this guy did. That's all that, it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls that was buried
Yeah, because
years ago.
No, because they read I know, yo. If niggas read the Old Testament and start constructing the New Testament, that's the whole game, yo. We can't act like this shit really happened. Like they just put this shit together.
No,
The
what
point
I think
I was
is the
making
teacher
is
actually
that,
exists.
hold on, that Jesus is second to but Jesus is second to Melchizedek. I'm gonna say this again. There's a Most High God, Most High. They use the word Most High. They don't say Elohim. So you got to understand that they say Elion, the Most High, and the Most High has a priesthood. Who is in charge of the priesthood? I'm thinking it's crazy as hell that God even got a priesthood. God has a priest. So who is God's priest? Melchizedek. Now, Jesus has to be into the order. The whole book, chapter 1 to 22 explains that the Masons use it as a Masonic order, where they say, well, this is how you get into the Masons, right? It's rituals. All people have rituals.
You breaking up real bad, bro.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah.
I'm breaking up now.
Nah.
You seem like I'm breaking up. You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's actually that Melchizedek will be first. He has to get initiated into the priesthood of God, to which Melchizedek is the head of. This dude don't got a mother. Who the fuck is the person that's always been here forever, yo? You know what I'm saying? And even when you read the book of Revelations and they start to talk about hair like bronze, it's fucking talking about Melchizedek. They ain't even talking about Jesus. So this is where I had those discrepancies. If I was to think that the Essenes, you know what I'm saying, was talking about the Jesus Christ character, I think they was talking about the people they had to deal with in that time. That's my point. Like, I love the Dead Sea Scrolls. That would have been a checkmate piece for niggas, though. I think they had the Jesus and the Dead Sea Scrolls, though, they the one. They just talking about the sons of light, yo.
Nah, they talking about the teacher of
light?
righteousness also. They talking about him. He actually has a couple things that he wrote in there. There's one thing in there called, hold on, I forgot the name of it. Shit. He has actually two writings. I know it's in the book of Damascus. And there's another book that's actually like the Confessions or the Codes of Conduct or something like that, that actually was written by the teacher of righteousness. It's actually teaching what they call the way of the Essenes. And once you understand the way of I'm telling you, this guy was doing everything they say the Christ did.
Let me ask you, you ever heard about the Ptolemy story with Jesus, where they say that the Greeks came over Jesus and it was really Ptolemy's son?
Nah. So, my thing is, I'm not going, when I went into this finding this information, I went in with an empty mind. You know what I mean? Not trying to make any conclusion about any other stories. And I'm just telling you, this is what I said.
What's good? Now, there's another story that they say that Ptolemy, you probably know it, Ankh, better, that when he became took over Egypt, he wanted to become the king and the godhead. And I forgot the name of his wife.
You're talking about Akhenaten. Yeah, Akhenaten created the monotheistic. That's their god, a 10. Like literally, it literally all that, the Essenes and everything comes from the mystery schools of Egypt. You see what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff that Akhenaten or Amenhotep IV.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about like literally the son of Ptolemy was named King of Kings because
it is those Christos. It is those.
Yeah, like that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of little cracker stories and shit.
Can I share something? Hey, can I share something with y'all?
Yeah, don't make that left turn though. Hey, Truth, don't make that left though, yo. That's right in the pseudo world.
Akhenaten, yo, I'm telling you, there ain't pseudo. Akhenaten did create a 10. A 10 is. Akhenaten did.
No, I mean, no, that's not Akhenaten, yo. That's you don't mix that up, yo.
Who changed his name to Akhenaten?
You mixing too much stuff together.
Yeah, we got the whole book, yo. We got the whole book. That's Akhenaten and the Essenes, yo. You ain't never read that book? Don't do it. Come on, yo. It's the pseudo book. It's in my library. You don't do it.
Nah, I ain't.
Go ahead. Somebody want to ask a question, though. It's a book. They got a book.
Yeah, I had
But
two
my thing
simple
is
questions.
that's not the point I was trying to make. My point wasn't the point that anybody else had probably ever heard. You know what I mean? I wasn't making the same point that argument that somebody else is making. I'm making the argument that Akhenaten created the first monotheistic belief system. He created the first father God. He was the son of this father God. And I believe that these motherfuckers learned about that religion. And because if you study history, there was no singular God or singular God belief system in existence before God created that system.
Yeah, but we looking at Christianity. Look up, type in Serapis.
And during the amount of time that wasn't
Serapis and all that. That's in the myth.
That was henotheism.
Hold on, you gotta understand. There's two different things between the prototype that I just described in the teaching of righteousness and the Jesus myth. It's a whole bunch of different myths that went into the creation of the Jesus character. We can go through a whole different type. We can talk about Buddhism and what it has to do with Christianity, because it's actually documented. These people put this stuff into the Bible. They put
that's a reach, though.
What was it? Osiris. They put some of that stuff into the Bible.
No, but
there's a whole bunch of mysticism in the Bible. It's bullshit. It's pseudo.
No, but I mean, like you said, how like there's factual things that happen. Ptolemy's son was called the son of God on paper. He was kicked out of Egypt. He was brought together. His parents were both. The mother was considered a god. His whole story is the same story that they run with Jesus.
Crucified on Passover, and did his followers claim that he was coming back to kill all the sinners with an army of angels?
I'm sure we can find a lot of people that was crucified
We ain't gonna find a lot of people that has all those qualifications that I just named. We're not going to find nobody that has all those qualifications that I just named, that actually followers actually claimed for hundreds of years after his death that he was coming back. This is documented. And this is documented in some of the oldest script in the Hebrew literature. This is like the oldest shit you got.
But you know, I ain't gonna lie, I text for the link. Yo, it's the rabbit hole of Christianity, and I feel like the depths that we'll go to research and keep the hope alive with Christianity and Jesus is crazy. Like we will superimpose and research the shit out of some bullshit. Like I ain't gonna lie, like that whole Jesus story is fabricated like a motherfucker.
I don't wanna. It's a myth. It's a Jesus myth. I'm talking about the actual prototype. It was a prototype character that they actually unified all the stories around. And then they created the Bible.
That's going to make somebody else say, that's the only thing.
It's a whole bunch of different prototypes all around and contemporaries to that philosophy that was all around the Mediterranean and the Roman world at that time. Right?
I hear you, but how many of them were?
Hold on. That ain't the point. The point is that you can draw comparisons, right? You ever heard of Apollonius of Tyana?
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if you read Apollonius of Tyana's story, you know they have the comparisons with Jesus. He had apostles, and this was a real dude. You feel me? An actual living. You know what I mean? Most of his story aligns with the Jesus story of the Bible. So this common thing must have been prevalent in the mythos of I guess the first 500 years of the AD era, right? In the Mediterranean world, in the Roman world. None of these ideas were basically new. You dig what I'm saying? So you're going to see overlap of certain things over and over. But I think most of this, to be honest, is pseudo history, right? Like all of that stuff, the Dead Sea stuff, all that stuff is pseudo, man. The Damascus strolls and all that, man. That stuff, the Essenes, and they got auras around them and all of that, man. We can't.
They might as well say the bad two people
We're reading
pseudo
claims and assuming they're factual and real, but they're just
Yeah,
claims and
we can't do nothing with that stuff.
Lord.
To be honest, we
I'm
can't
talking
do
about
nothing with that
y'all
shit.
trying to ignore history now. Like these people really existed.
Yo,
These people are documented by every historian of the time to be exactly what I claimed them to be. Like every historian of the time is telling you that these were if there were people of God, those were the people. And that was
nobody's
Philo.
ignoring.
What's
I'm
his name?
just saying,
Philo the
brother.
Greek.
I'm just saying, brother, in the community.
Confusing two arguments. The people being real doesn't mean that the stories they were telling were factual.
Nobody believes that. That's what y'all. I'm not trying to say Jesus was real. I'm trying to say there was a prototype character that they based the myth of Jesus on. It was a prototype character that actually existed,
hey, bro,
and he was a Jew.
It was different characters, dog. It was different Jesus. Look like
Bro.
Jesus.
Never mind. Y'all gonna keep on. This dude existed 70 BCE before any of those other people.
He wasn't a real person. Hold on.
I came up here to back
Unc
up. That's some cracker shit, B. Like that shit ain't got nothing to do with black folk.
Real, yo.
That ain't got nothing to do with black folk, and it don't do nothing but push black people further down that rabbit hole of chasing Christianity. But somebody else can be like, oh no, see, I gotta do my research and do more research to uncover the real hidden history of.
I'm just trying to point out a fact of history. It's a fact.
Talk over each other, man. We gotta let everybody finish.
Yeah, but this teacher of righteousness, you cannot go get me no competent biography on this dude, the teacher. He's more mythical than Jesus.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, come on, yo. Nah.
Go get me the biography of this teacher of righteousness. Everything is assumed about this dude. I'm reading it right here. He's just as mythical as Jesus.
And just as white as motherfucking the mayor for the last man in New York.
Yeah, you just brought up another mythical.
He was a Palestinian, bro. All the Essenes weren't.
You just brought us another mythical figure.
They white.
To be honest,
he's
a mythical character now. Now he's a mythical. All right, never mind. Nobody existed in history. Nobody.
No, we not saying. Listen,
nobody existed. Like based on your logic, nobody existed in history.
No, what you did. Listen, what you did is you didn't even give us a name. You gave us a title.
I told you Judah the Essene, and that's what the teachers. I mean, not the teachers, but the scholars that actually study in the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's what they have concluded. They say that the teacher of righteousness name is Judah the Essene.
Where that's at?
No, what I said, we got the Wikipedia article. You got to at least get past Wikipedia, you know.
Right.
You feel me? Like we see all the similarities.
It's
okay, go ahead. All right,
this is what Unc was
saying.
saying.
A whole quote about it.
This is exactly what Unc was saying. The Christianity box is some cracker shit. And once you open up the door, all you're going to be talking about is white folk.
These people weren't white. I'm talking about the Essenes.
They wasn't black. If it wasn't black,
everybody in the world ain't black, bro.
Then what are we talking about?
Black people ain't had nothing to do with the Bible. We talking about the Bible.
And that's exactly what Unc's point is. The Christian book called the Bible don't got nothing to do with black folk. And when black people study that shit and focus on it, we not studying black folk. There was a whole world of Africans and indigenous people doing tons of shit at this time who gave a rat's ass. A rat's ass.
Yeah, but that's all fine and dandy, but we talking about the Bible and the beginning of Christianity. That was the topic. That was the topic. We weren't talking about Africa and what was going on in Nigeria in 1 AD. We talking about what was going on in Jerusalem in 1 AD.
Maybe I missed Unc's point when he was saying that Christianity is some white people stuff and the problems that he has with it.
Yeah, I was clear. I thought I was pretty clear in my shit, my position on it. But I know your conversation. Can y'all hear me though? Y'all still hear me? I'm it out.
No, we hear
you.
No, we can.
Yep, we can hear you. Yep.
Yeah, I think I've been down the whole scene. That's why I even gave you a book to read, The First Christians, yo. It's good.
I read that one,
and at the end of the day,
I'm telling you, I got a whole library. I've been studying them for 3 years.
I know, but you should know better than if you read that book, then you already know that the Christianity that won out was the one that had the most political sway. It wasn't like no Jesus guy, and then we found that guy and we all doing it. No, it was different forms of it, different aspects. And this one group, that had more political sway. That's the group that actually went out. I mean, that's what humans do. Like we all got, and that takes us to the crazy conversation of Egyptian. The Egyptian, I'm telling you, yo. So why was it that the Egyptians was the Egyptians? Well, how did they polity come to being, and then how did doing the same shit? So it's what we run out.
How did they know everything about the Jesus character and equate it to the teacher of righteousness and bury it in the ground
because
thousands before it even is Jesus?
That teacher of
you serious right now, right?
That is mythism, yo.
Well, what I'm saying is the myth is coming from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
No, you don't get it.
That's what I'm telling you. The Dead Sea Scrolls tells the story of Jesus Christ long before it was a Bible.
No, it was heretics. So they was actually
even if y'all don't believe that the character
heretics.
should be a real person, and you claim that the character is a myth. Maybe it is a myth.
No,
I'm not going to argue
listen
that.
What I'm trying to
what I'm going to say is
you can win right now, though.
These people wrote about these people. You see what I'm saying? Wrote about the teacher of righteousness.
No, it wasn't right. He wasn't writing about Jesus, yo. They was writing about the sons of light, yo. That's totally different, yo.
I know. They were the sons of light. They weren't writing about writing about themselves. They were the sons of light.
You missing the whole thing. Listen, yo, that's not what you making Christianity come out of that. We debate Pastor Ben on that. I dare you. I'm gonna give you a chance, yo. We're gonna bring Pastor Ben on, you debate him on that. I'm not gonna keep talking about Christianity like this shit got value. It has no value to me in my life and my children. They actually understand it. It's a reconstruction of someone else's history.
Nah, yo, I don't want to hear that. Like, Egypt ain't got nothing to do with our children either, but niggas spend months on that shit.
And I agree. I agree with that. But I agree with that. So now what? But I do know you that's a pseudo work you putting up about Jesus Christ is in the Qumran scrolls. No credible scholar says
the same thing, and they claiming it the same thing. I'm claiming.
Go get that. Okay, so now wait. What's the name of the scholar? You ready? What's his name?
Hold on. Let me get his name.
I gave you a scholar, Bart Arm.
If you go to Wiki and look up the teacher of righteousness, they have a whole quote from him.
Are you a Christian scholar?
No, I ain't no Christian scholar. I'm just somebody that didn't agree with Garfield. Garfield said it was an actual Jesus Christ prototype. And I was like, hell no, it ain't no actual Jesus Christ prototype. And then I started researching that shit. And then while I was doing my research, I started coming across certain things. Like, hold up. And then certain things started making sense. And 1 + 1 = 2. So now we hit.
So would you consider yourself a Christian researcher?
Research. I consider myself as somebody that looks for the truth. Simple as that. I look for the truth in all things.
No, but you said you studied for 3 years.
This is me looking for the truth.
If you
no agenda, no nothing other than putting the truth out there and letting the truth all with me.
But the
concentration do not argue with him on that truth. Do not listen to Q Buddy, yo. Q Buddy.
I'm just saying the concentration of your focus will determine what your studies are. So if I'm studying the metal, the constant, like the physicalities of carbons, I may be a chemical researcher. If I'm focusing on gears, I may be a mechanical researcher. So I would consider you to be a Christian researcher if you focus this.
No, I'm a pseudo killer, and I think we go looking for the truth. And I just think at this point in time, I got something that's kind of like very curious. It's very, very curious.
It was nice to ask me because I already read. I've been down that rabbit hole. I can help. I can help you in your endeavor. It's a dead hole. You can be stuck in there with the eating manna from heaven, yo.
Nah, I'm telling you, if you read the Book of Damascus and read everything that I'm saying, it's the Book of Damascus and the Dead Sea Scrolls.
But these are all Christian books.
It's describing the teacher of righteousness, and it's describing his life and the thing and the different codes that he was putting in place. It's telling the story of it. And then it has certain speeches. You see what I'm saying? That is made by Judah that's seeing who they claim to be the teacher of righteousness.
I'm sorry, y'all know it's Sunday, right?
Pretty much the same speech that they're saying Jesus made. What I'm just saying is they superimposed the mythical Jesus onto this person because his followers were already believing that he was coming back. His followers were believing that shit. He was the Messiah. Ooh. They called him the Messiah. Right there in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They called him the Messiah, and this is before the Bible.
But wait, before the Bible?
It was before the Bible. The Bible wasn't created. You got to understand the Assyrian community was wiped out completely after the Romans came in like 67 AD.
No. What I'm trying to say, truth, is that that's part of Jewish myth and folklore to have a Messiah.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, it's all myth and folk. I'm not saying that none of that stuff is real. I'm not saying that the person really coming back or none of that shit.
I know you're not saying that, bro. I'm just trying to let you know that it's easy to write a New Testament based off of your Messiah concept. That's not a stretch. That's what we do as humans. We write part 2 to the book. The New Testament is the part 2. Now we can get it. Everybody in on the scam. Everybody in on it. All worlds and had a scam. But mind you, they still hadn't circumnavigated the world yet. They wouldn't have known the world. They know I was going to show a map of the biblical world so we can really know what the hell I'm talking about. Shit is not encompassing. It's not encompassing us. It has nothing to do with us. That's not our, you know what I mean? That's foreign, right? We fuck with the Egyptian shit because it's on it. It's at least as what you would consider Saharan or sub-Saharan people, or depending on where you fall at, involved in the building of the custom, traditions, and rituals. You know what I'm saying? At least that. At least it has a deep-rooted tradition in Africa. But the fucking whole of seeing up in the Qumran Mountains in Judea some damn where. Come on, yo, like
I'm telling you, they had a whole community
out, yo.
From Alexandria.
So where's the definitive work? What is the definitive work on that, though? There has to be a definitive work that listening audience could act. We don't want to bits and pieces together because that's what niggas do. They bits and piece shit together and come up with a idea. There has to be a definitive work.
All right, what book is it? Hold on, let me tell you the book. Hold on, because I got it right here in my library. One of the books that is actually a complete story about what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me get to my
That's good. I'm glad. I appreciate that. But I don't want to shoot down your presentation, yo. You barely say shit.
It's called Jesus. It's called Jesus 100 Years Before Christ. A study in creative mythology by Professor Alvar Ellegard.
All right.
Cracker.
And there's another one by, I forget his name. Hold on, let me tell you his name. That was a PDF that I had, but that shit timed out. I can't even get that PDF no more.
Professor, who spell his name, bro?
Hold on.
Ellegard. Algar. Is that it?
Hold on. Alvar.
Alvar.
Hold on, it keeps on clicking off my damn screen for some reason.
Is that a woman?
Ellegard.
Wait, no, Alvar.
Mm-hmm.
Another word?
Yeah, that was the name. That's his name, Professor Alvar.
Yeah, I'm fucking up. Yeah, I'm not getting it. I'm saying, is it one word you spelling me out right now? Because you paused.
No, it's a name. I'm telling you a name, yo.
One name, not first and second last name, right? Lavar. What's the next letter?
No, it's another name. The last name is Ella something.
Right, thank
you. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. E-L. That's what I was asking. Go ahead.
Ellegard.
All right.
That's what
G-A-R-D-R-D. Hold on.
There's another
Professor
one by the actual scholar that's working on the Dead Sea Scrolls. Hold on, let me get his name. And he wrote a book that tells you about the Judah that's sin and makes the connection between him and the teacher of righteousness. Well, let me get his name real quick.
I'm just saying, Christianity is some white people shit. And the pursuit of trying to prove or disprove white people shit further validates the conversation because it is Sunday and we are a bunch of people against religion talking about Christianity on Sunday. I just want to highlight that. So somebody's scrolling by, they'll be like, y'all some black, another set of black people. I don't think
the creation of it had nothing to do with white people though, yo. Just to let you know.
Another group of white people arguing over another group of black people talking about Jesus on a Sunday. I just want anybody scrolling by to know, no, that's not what the fuck going on. Motherfuckers is not Christian.
There you go. Michael Wise, the first Messiah. That's who I want you to look at because he
talking about the Chris Smith theory, the Christ Smith theory. That's what you're talking about, right?
No.
That's one of his book. Yeah, nigga, shit.
The Christ Smith theory. Oh yeah, creative mythology. No, but the other author I want you to look up is Michael Wise, and his book is called The First Messiah: Investigating the Savior Before Christ.
And you're not a Christian scholar.
It's funny, bro. Oh shit.
Like I'm messing with you, bro, but I meet a lot of brothers who say they're pursuing knowledge, and it's like, look, all you're reading is Christian books, whether you believe in it or not.
All I read, yo. When we was talking vaccines, all I was reading was science books. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? When I was beefing with them white boys down Baltimore during the 2020 riots, all I was reading was war books, propaganda about shit like that. What I do is I learn, yo. I have no problem with it. I study everything because knowing everything is probably like the greatest thing in the world.
Can't know everything, brother.
I could try.
Then you haven't studied science yet.
Well, who haven't studied science? Everybody studies science, and science does not say that you cannot try to know everything.
That's the damn sure fact. Science will tell you that. I'm sure any scientist up here will tell you this is impossible. The universe is the massive size of the universe.
But they won't say that it's impossible for you to try. Understand what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah, so I said right here, it says he argues that Jesus of the Bible is a mythological figure. That's his thing. And then he said, the essence, the teacher of righteousness, the leader of the Essene Qumran about 150 years before the Gospels. Yeah, that's just his thesis he wrote, though, yo. We ain't gonna take a person's thesis, yo, and take that as being the scholarship. That's just a thesis. I get it. That's his thesis.
Yeah, but look at the other one. Michael Wise, the first Messiah, he's making the same claim. And
so we gotta say that, though. The point I want to make is we gotta say that. Like, I got some information I'm gonna bring up. And I gotta say, this is this professor's thesis, or this is this professor's theory, based off of him digging in the archaeological site, being the only motherfucker digging in the archaeological site. This is what he's coming up with, right? And so you just start off with, I know where Jesus came from. You can't say that because he don't know where Jesus came from. That was just his thesis. You get my point? We can't overrun the position. Right, we can't do that. That's why we start saying, do you think the symbol in there, which was, I seen an Ankh on that motherfucker. My senses went off.
Don't ain't on there.
No, damn Ankh, nigga. You look on there.
You got a lot of symbols on there, but the Ankh ain't on there, yo.
He had the Jabari Ankh on there. Put it back up there. I'm gonna show you the Jabari Ankh, big circle with the thing.
That was the super conscious community cross. I'm not leaving any religion that I ever heard of. I'm Buddhist. I'm a Native American, Kemetic, Christian, Israelite, Moor. That's what I saw with that cross.
That's not a that's funny, yo. That's not a yo. You talking about the symbol at the top?
Yeah. Like
that's a symbol for. I think that's Mercury. I think that's a symbol for Mercury.
That includes that's the super conscious community symbol right there, B. I would just look, you got the Moors in there, you got 5%ers, you got everybody in there.
Oh, I see that.
Everybody in there, son. You got the Buddhists. You got the lesbian symbol.
I see the red, black, and green in there.
They got red, black, and green. You got you got blood and Crip. You got blood and Crip.
And the rose. He got the no smoking symbol in there.
What? Ain't that the female symbol in there? And you got the Masons. This is every, I'm telling you, this is some,
Nah,
Man, let me.
all better. Most of it is zodiac signs, different elements, and just basic stuff like that. The stars and stuff. Of course, you got to understand the meaning of each the different stars, the pentagon, and the what you call it. But
don't let my man brother Sanchez see this.
Though. They all mean something.
Don't let my man brother Sanchez see this.
And it's proof. This is another thing.
Don't let
This thing is
Sanchez
200
get in,
years
yo.
older than Christ. This is proof that the Jews actually did believe in all that bullshit, that spooky shit.
Right. You got to keep in mind as well that this was created by people that were into Western ceremonial magic as well. So of course they dabble in all of these different religious traditions because they add a lot of that stuff inside of those occult practices.
So let me just make sure I got you right. Are you saying that the Rosicrucians or somebody after that Essenes added these symbols?
Not the Essenes, because what you would see, like let me give you an example. This particular symbol here, you would be hard pressed to find this image before the 18th century AD.
Yeah,
right. There's pieces in here, right? You know, in terms of, like, for instance, what you would look at, like some of this stuff looks similar to an Ankh. It's not an Ankh, right? It's this is astrology, things like that, right? But again, this is an amalgamation. Right, they're taking different pieces and sort of pasting those together. Like, for instance, that pentagram, right? It's important to these people because they use that in those their banishing rituals and things of that nature, right? Actually, pull this down for a second.
No.
And I want to show you an image.
Hold on. Before you move it.
Yep.
Before you move it out, hold on. Look at the center of the thing. Let me show you how dope he is with this shit. Y'all, do you see the Hebrew letters, right?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that's the last shit. That's the shit. That's not the Proto-Sinaitic. That's not the Phoenician script. That's not none of that. This is what it ended up being at. So the Essenes wouldn't have been writing in that block letter right there. They wouldn't have been writing that, yo. I'm just giving you something to think.
And you see, and you also right, and you also see the Christian motifs here, right? Yep. Because inside of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, a lot of their rituals are also centered around angelic worship and things like that, right? They use that angelic sort of motifs inside of their ritual magic.
If you get this done in copper, if you engrave all of the symbols,
put that up there.
Let
me show you, and I'm gonna tie it to somewhat what Q Butter was saying.
But look, if you engrave all the symbols, on copper and put it around your wrist in alkaline water, it'll always tell you what true north is.
Oh man. It's take a look at the author. Take a look at the author of this. You see that, man?
Left that cross up there too long.
Yeah, you left it up there too long. True. You should have got it out.
You see that man right there?
Get you in that cross.
Yeah, who is it? Let's see. Where's his name?
That's Samuel. That's Samuel Mathers. He's one of these. He's one of the founding members of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Look what he's got on. He's got his Egyptian motif on. Right? His Egyptian regalia.
We can't see it. Can we see it? No, I see another book up there. Somebody, there you go, Brendan. You just coming.
Yep.
There you go.
Did you see him? You see his Egyptian regalia?
Yeah.
He is
No, that's important. Hold on, he's important to the conversation. Hold on. He's important to the whole Jabari conversation.
A lot of this Western ceremonial magic is rooted in the Egyptian piece as well, because they pull in this Egyptian symbology inside of their traditions, right? So this is what those guys were practicing. That's why I really believe that's how a lot of this Egyptian stuff got pulled into the conscious community was due to their association with the New Age and things of that nature. When you talk about crystals and the crystal magic and all that stuff is associated with occultism and Western ceremonial magic.
Yeah, Brendan, type in Neo.
Was studying and practicing that stuff thousands of years before them. So that's my whole point.
No. Whoa, freeze. Hold on, wait. Let me make this point. Hold on for a minute, bro. this needs to be put forth. Now we really getting somewhere. Now the fucking rubber is where it's gonna meet the boat, man. We right here now. We right what the fuck niggas been saying the whole time. Why Egypt is so prevalent.
Don't take that picture you had. If you put that picture up next to Duke of Assam.
Yeah, but hold on, Q. I'm in the middle. I'm in the flow. Hold on one sec. Listen. Now, who you gotta know who the Rosicrucians are, right? You gotta know who the Masons are, and you gotta know who the Illuminati is. All that shit is right here where we at right now. So it's all based off of misunderstanding ancient Egyptian religion. That's your first thing. So they was basically saying Egyptian religion was the old religion that all this shit came out of, the Christianity, Judaism. So whenever you hear a person make that statement, they're following the Rosicrucians, right? They're following the Illuminati. They were saying that Egypt was illuminated, and that was the origin of world religion, right? You can read all the books, Gerald Massey and all them. They was Rosicrucians. They was all that, right? Read Black Athena. Heck, I had a whole section talking about these people going against the Catholic Church, right? And how Masonry was actually smeared by the Catholic Church because they really didn't want you to know what Egypt was, right? Once they started to figure it out, they were like, yo, wait a minute. Rosalind was digging in Egypt, and they say, hold on, man, this shit is older than Noah's flood. They're like, no, it can't be older than that. It can't be older than the Bible. Like they was confused, right? They was like, why is this shit so old? They was like, no, don't say it. No, it's not. It's within Noah's flood. They played that game. They said, whoa. Why are these Negroes so numerous? Robinson said it out of his mouth. He was like, yo, it's three. Watch this. I'm going to give y'all something slick. He said that the Egyptians annually was bringing about 3,000 to 5,000 slaves every year from these Negroes to Egypt. And he said over about a 45 generations, it would have been 10 million niggas in Egypt. I didn't say it. He said it. He said it right out of his mouth. He was like, no, this shit's not that old because he killed their whole bite. The Catholic Church was like, nah. So they started smearing the Masons that was celebrating Egypt. This is how Egypt got into the folklore of everybody. This is why the African American really fuck with Egypt, because it was a fight for Egypt. That's why we have these conversations. Everybody want Egypt. Who can really stake claim to Egypt? That's how we get to the Rosicrucians. That's how we get to that crazy cross. That's how we get the pseudo-isms, which we standing on killing, because the new age was like, yeah, we're gonna bring that back. It's a new age. It's the age. Remember the black people made the song, The Age of Aquarius. That was a black group that went platinum back in the day, bringing in the age of Aquarius. How about the fish, the Pisces, the age of Pisces? That's what the community was rocking off of into, you know what I'm saying? I kicked the door and said, y'all, white people for real. The veganism, it's the white people shit. The whole mix of religion, just what Q said, all that comes from that shit right there. So no, I'm not gonna sit here and act like no, I can't do that. I can't let you get away with that. True. The foundation of what I know I stand on is letting black people know, stop practicing white people religion in the form of neo-Egyptianism, bro. That's exactly what Jabari do. He's a fucking cult leader and got niggas in the age of fucking Aquarius with an Ankh around their fucking arm thinking they fucking Egyptians. It's a sham. It's fucking pseudo. You know what I'm saying? It's robbery, taking niggas' money. You pay $5,000 to be a priest, finance that shit. It's fucking robbery, nigga. It's called a scam at an all-time high. At the end of the day, white people actually started all that. And my man Brendan just gave you the motherfucking keys to the castle. Now I'm gonna shut the fuck up, and whoever want to rock can rock. And I can.
So you saying you
just want to say one thing, yo. I just want to say one thing.
You saying you just want them to stop following white religion? Because you said you want our people to stop following white religion. So you cool with the other?
No.
So you cool with?
No. I'm saying is stop fucking with everybody else's religion, saying this is the black religion when it's not. Like, knock that off. You can follow anything you want to follow, but you can't frame it crazy because black people have been through too much. You tripping.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you can do that. So the African religion is cool because that's your shit. Because as African,
now the African shit ain't cool no more because we're in the space age, and now they fucked up the. Remember,
I'm saying, I'm trying to understand your comment. I'm trying to understand your commentary.
Cool. Yeah, it was cool. Prior to Assad and all them niggas acting like the Dogon seeing the fucking star, where now we can't talk about the mistakes that African religion made in certain things. That's when the shit fell out of favor with me. I'm saying y'all trying to use the shit against me.
Like for instance,
trying to feed out shit. That's when I jumped out the boat.
So you're saying don't follow no religion?
I'm saying this nigga. I'm saying nigga, don't stop fucking with that shit and get scientific literate, yo, and still have your fucking beliefs if you want, but get off that train.
Hey, so let me give you an example, right? If you want to play with crystals, why don't you just become a Wiccan? Because that's where it came from, right? It's got nothing to do with Kemet, right? People try to, tie this weird things about crystal worshiping and, crystal charging as if it has anything to do with an ancient society, right? It's got nothing to do with that, right? It comes out of Wicca. It's a new age thing. Yep.
I understand that. I just heard what he was like, we need to stop following white religion and then go at it up. You know what I mean? So when everybody say it like that, my antennas go up because I be wanting clarity. You know
right. It's almost like we're appropriating these things, right? All these different practices and these traditions from these new age, elements, right? And we're throwing it into a hodgepodge of this consciousness, this black conscious stuff, right? And again, like you see it in those shrines, right? Those shrines have all these different elements from these different new age practices, right? The Om chanting, right? What practice does that come out of? Who does the Om chanting? That's when Buddhism.
Right now in the Bible, where Jesus tells you when you do your alms, go into the closet and private. So you could say it's Jewish. You could say it comes from a lot of places. Actually, my thing is, I've been hearing a lot of like you've been saying like a lot of these things are coming from different places, right? Like you say, crystals come from Wiccan when it doesn't. You see what I'm saying? That understanding definitely.
Come on, yo, where they come from? Yo, where it come from? Where it come? It don't come from me.
You had
it wasn't worshiping crystals, yo.
So let me. So can I talk?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Just say it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask. So, do we understand about Egypt's mystery schools, which were which pretty much like universities?
No,
run it down, Truth. Don't leave my
hands. Going to say that they didn't exist.
Hey,
I just want to know: do people believe
Truth,
they
I want to say
existed,
this. Truth, there's no place called that. Truth.
Not something that existed.
Truth,
let's just pretend we all ignorant.
It didn't. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna shut up. I tried to save you. Now you're in front of the scientific train, yo. I wasn't trying to put you there, yo. So it's on.
In Egypt, they had these different schools of philosophy that even Greek scholars are said to have visited and learned a lot of their information from. It was these mystery schools that they called them. That's the new age term for them. Of course, they probably didn't call them mystery schools in Egypt. They probably were just like any other university that we have today, where they studied certain things. And it was a lot of the stuff that they studying was pseudo. It was a lot of pseudo stuff that they were doing, alchemy, all that stuff but the stuff that they were doing was leading up to what we call today as science. All science comes out of that, comes out of those frames of thought, comes out of philosophy. It started out as philosophy, people just trying to figure things out. And then later on came the scientific method. You know what I mean? But it came from these mystery schools, and it started in Egypt. And it was supposed, the very name Essene means to be secret. Look it up. It's a secret organization that they had certain teachings that they would just keep to themselves, just like the Freemasons of today. They have certain teachings that they keep to themselves and would not give to nobody, even upon death. They would not give these teachings to nobody. To this day, we probably don't know.
Yeah, but
you know
that's
what I mean?
Totally different.
But these are secret organizations that were operating within the Mediterranean that were actually the main schools of knowledge. These were the philosophers. You know what I mean? These were the ones that were introducing thought at the time. They were the ones that were writing the book.
That they keep to themselves and would not give to nobody, even upon death.
Yes, but you have these certain orders that say these orders like the Rosicrucians, like you said, the Golden Order of the Dawn. All these are different branches that come on later down in history that all believe to have this same understanding that comes from these people. Some people say the order just kept on going and people just passed down the knowledge, whatever. You know what I mean? But you cannot say that these people did not exist that were teaching this information and that it all comes from certain things. A lot of this information straight comes from Egypt.
But you think about the logic in what you're saying.
And you cannot find them in existence before it was Egypt.
If it was a secret society, right? And then somebody today is selling the information of a secret society from 2,000 years ago. And the people who are willing to buy that information, that's what we're talking about. The fact that the people are being led to believe that these crystals and sage and special types of incense on a certain type of water is going to help me align my bills and get my life together.
Yo, peace and love, man. What's up, man? Brother Garfield here, man. That's some funny ass shit. That's all I got to say. But I wanted us to put this on the table real quick. Peace and love to everybody on the panel, by the way.
Hey, Goldfish, you dove in like a motherfucker. You cut.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I'm live right now on my channel, but I'm just jumping on here for a quick minute because my brother sent me the link. But I want to say with the mystery school system that the brother is talking about, I think we're looking at that the wrong way. We just got to ask the brother for the proof and let him provide it. We can't just say it don't exist and it's fake because I already know that already, but he's just not at that level. And for what Q brother said is true. If you're learning something from 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, and then you're going to sell it to the people and say, hey, with this special liquid water, because that's what people do when they open up shrines, because the ancient Egyptians didn't worship the same way back then. And most of this stuff, we claim to be so pro-black, but it don't come from no black people. It's come from white people, and we just put the black face on it, and all of a sudden, it's our stuff. It's not our stuff. They made it up. And a matter of fact, we could trace this back to a book from the 2nd century AD, a book that was written by a guy named Apuleius, who tried to connect Christianity to different things. And then all of a sudden now you find black fraternities, which are quote unquote Greek fraternities, using that same book with this supposed secret knowledge. So at the end of the day, you got to find out the root of what you believe in and what you're pushing to the people. And I don't think a lot of us are responsible researchers. So when the brother jumped out and said it out the window, jumped in and said, brah, it's not, it is what, it's not that. But you can't approach him like that, You got to ask him, where are you getting this from? And go step by step if you got the time. Because once he goes step by step, he's going to prove that what he's saying is wrong. Because he's not going to take your word for it. But I'll stop right there.
Garfield, that's a quick question though, right? And you've been studying Jesus. We would call you a Jesus scholar. Like you better say. So we understand the Qumran Mountains and the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? That's not connected to Christianity. Like no scholar would actually say that though. Am I missing this point or what? That's the point I wanted to ask you.
Let me say this. Be careful with the Dead Sea Scrolls, because there's a guy by the name of John Allegro that connects the Dead Sea Scrolls with Jesus, and he has a theory. And guess what? That's one of the things that's in the Egyptomania. We use John Allegro's work. So you'll find Jabari and some of our elders use his work. But in academia, they throw him out and call him a crank. But we accept it because it sounds good and we like what we hear. I'm gonna give a quick example. Jesus Ben Pandera, that's on the screen, right? Yeah. Do you know that every person that teaches Egyptology, normally, I'm talking about the elders, I'm not gonna call in the elders' name, they'll say that Jesus is Jesus Ben Pandera. Or the Jesus Ben Pandera is the real Jesus. But Jesus Ben Pandera is they can't even prove. He has the same amount of evidence or even way less evidence than anybody about the Jesus that people claim don't exist, but they run around and teach everybody this guy exists. It's crazy. I think we got to do a whole new tear on everything and start from scratch, bro. Because most of the teachings that we have come from folks who we don't like, but we just gravitated because we just hated Christianity. I don't like Christianity. I don't like Judaism or Islam because guess what? The story of Ham is what put us as Black people at the bottom of the calendar or the socioeconomic calendar, because guess why? They thought that Ham was Black, which it doesn't mean Black. Then they said that Ham is attached to slavery. Then after Ham is attached to slavery, the Talmud said, oh, we was cursed with big noses and thick lips and big lanky dicks. So we was cursed. And that's why the Muslims in the Arabic time period enslaved us, because they were justified because of what was written in the Talmud about Ham. So they start calling us Cush and said, oh, we are Canaan's son, which is not even biblical because Canaan and Cush are brothers. But in their interpretation, we Black people are Cush. So when the Portuguese went on the borders now in the 1400s, they said, oh, look what the Arabs said. They said they Cush and they curse. So they felt justified in enslaving Black people. Now everybody, you got over 5 billion people, I'm sorry, that's attached to a Judeo-Christian or an Abrahamic faith, who some way, somehow has been influenced by the wrong interpretation of the Ham story that we are those people. So how do you think Black people who are born 20 years from now are going to be looked in society? They're going to be looked at as cursed, or they are beneath the people that are in society. So we arguing, yes, I do argue religion a lot, because my bottom line is we need to reinterpret that Ham story from the highest level of the church, the highest level of Islam, the highest level of Judaism, because psychological warfare is the only warfare we can win. And because I know Black folks talk tough, but we ain't going to get up and shoot all the people that we see. And that's still not going to stop the story of Ham and the psychological effects of racism or systematic racism. So we can argue all day long, but our social status should be the most important thing in our society. I don't care where you are. My father used to tell me in Jamaica, yo, I'm gonna send it to America, get your degree, and everywhere you go, you're gonna be able to use that degree. You know what, Dad? I might disagree with you, because if I go to New Zealand, they're gonna treat me the same way they treat me in America. White folks are. If I go to China, the darker skinned people are treated different. So if people say why people debate religion and go through all of this stuff, it's because of the misinterpretation of Ham, where 5 billion people are on top of the darker skinned people of the earth. Even the people who are believers look at themselves as less than human just because they're dark skinned. So that's the biggest fight we have as human beings, regardless of what y'all talking about.
Okay, I thought so. Is that in your book, Garfield? You got that in your book?
About
you talk about it in your book
about the Ananias,
about the ham
stuff. No. Actually, what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's your next. You're gonna put in your next joint, because I know we had
actually
a good conversation.
what I'm doing is I'm getting a group of scholars to write a chapter on Ham. Some white scholars. I got this professor in California. This brother, pretty deep with the whole Ham stuff. So I'm gonna have about like 10 different scholars write a chapter about it, and then put it out as a book of a compilation of different perspectives, from an Arabic perspective, from a Judaic perspective, and from a Christian perspective. Because I don't care what nobody says. Black people are at the bottom of the totem pole, psychologically speaking, and in real life thinking, we are at the bottom. I don't care what nobody says. You go to a bank. I agree. Right now. You go to a bank right now.
Hey, let me in there. Y'all gotta let me in.
But hey, Garfield, the reason why I sent you the link, right, is because we was tangled up with the Essenes and the early Christian movement, right? So I sent you the link because I'm hey, let me in there. Y'all gotta let me in. But while I'm hitting the double, mute something out, So I sent you the link because we were tangled up with the Essenes, and their movement being a dude named the Teacher of Righteousness from the Essenes being the prototype to the Jesus personality, right, or the whole myth of Jesus. And I wanted to see if you could shed some light on it, because we ain't know too much about it. We just had the wiki article for the most part.
Yeah, the wiki article is pretty good. The wiki article is pretty good, but what we need to understand is that the Teacher of Righteousness is a tradition, right? but it
That's
doesn't.
what I said.
It doesn't necessarily connect to the Jesus.
To a real
I think
person.
a lot of people don't want to believe Jesus exists. They have their own personal, you know. But I'm just gonna say this, man. We will gravitate to anything to just discredit what the Christians actually believe. Leave them in their beliefs.
Why can't you just say, because that ain't what I'm doing, yo. Y'all keep on trying to put words to make it seem, no, I'm trying to present the truth, yo. This is information that I found. It's there. This is not something that I'm making up. This is not something that I'm making up with an agenda. I just found a dude in history that is actually written about in the Dead Sea Scrolls that literally his followers believe that he's going to do everything that Revelation says. You see what I'm saying? And y'all just acting like he was just,
it's a lot of them that say the same, some of the same shit. It was a trend, bro. Like the first Jesus really Joshua from Deuteronomy and shit. You know what I'm saying? They just idolized that shit. They even gave themselves titles. Certain Jewish sect leaders gave themselves titles of Yahshua.
That's like saying
You know
Shaka Zulu didn't exist, though. You know? Shaka Zulu was a real person in history, right?
You had different ones, though. You had different
Shaka Zulus.
Nah,
you gotta show us the biography of this teacher of righteousness.
I can do that.
That's what I need.
I literally can do that right now.
But he sounds just as mythical
to
as
actually
Jesus.
study the Essenes, though, it's a lot of reading.
This is why when Garfield said that he should, we should engage in the conversation, I personally disagree with that part. I think once you engage with one verse or one line from a religious book, you open up the door of just a can of bullshit. I think it's better than that. I think intellectually,
you're looking at that side of it. I'm looking at the side of it. We figure this shit out.
Let me figure this out.
We ain't got to argue with Hebrews no more.
I think
we can sit here and tell the Hebrews, these are the people that made your shit. You are not these people. You see what I'm saying? That's where I'm coming from.
I think intellectually, we should be able to navigate the conversations without having to quote their books and be able to showcase not like logic, to be able to bring people to a rational understanding.
You can't talk logical to illogical beings. These people are not logical. They walking around telling everybody that they these motherfuckers or the chosen people. You feel me? My thing is the chosen people are the Essenes. They wrote about themselves in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Once you so let's look at the weight, right? If you take your engagement, right? If you take your engagement, the person is going to respond to you.
It's crazy,
argue, right? That's exactly what it's going to do. Is say, first of all, you don't know what you're talking about. Then you're going to try to prove your argument. Then they're going to try to prove your argument, and then it's going to turn into a religious show.
Did we hear what Garfield said though? Garfield actually gave us a source and how they say that shit is quackery. Like I
no, but that ain't my source. My source is Michael Wise, who actually studies the Dead Sea Scrolls. He actually is one of the people that's digging them up and everything, and he says the same thing. And he gives a name for the teacher of righteousness.
What's his name, yo?
Michael Wise.
Because the first guy you gave me,
the first Messiah.
I'm saying, so the first, hold on, for the record, the first guy you gave me, actually, he started talking about this shit after he retired from his career. All right. You talking about Azar Eglar.
No, I'm talking about Mike Wise.
Okay, so I'm just saying that's the one that's talking about the Jesus myth and all that, but that was some shit he started talking about after he retired. That's what white people do. They figure out a new way to make some money and get niggas all up. That's what Q trying to say. They got niggas using their shit. That's what Garfield just said. Yo, they get us wrapped up in this shit, dog. And I'm saying, yo, like you tying us up right now with I'm telling you, yo, that's that pseudo swag shit, yo.
The chosen people in 2022 are babies whose parents who did not choose to have an abortion.
Doing Lydia Crow things. I
mean, yeah, but these Hebrews are dressed in purple, walking up and down the street, running to people's churches. They doing a whole bunch of shit, yo. Yeah, and it's time to just put an end to it. I believe if we do enough investigation on the Essenes, we'll find the root of Christianity, point blank and period.
No. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I would say the easiest way to not to admit an end to it, but just to rationalize the conversation, everyone survives off of science. We in the scientific community need to start relishing in the products and the creations that we are producing so we can be like, look, you're enjoying your phone, aren't you? There's no God in your phone. There's no God in your car. There's no God in those sneakers that you just bought. There's no God in that tire pressure you have. And so we're going to stick right there. And the science, there's no
we
need
can't
for
stay there.
truth.
Niggas been there for 10 years, though. Polite was talking about that on 125th.
Nah, Polite wasn't talking about science. Polite was talking about bullshit.
Is there a moderator? Can I?
What you mean? Here's a moderator. What's up?
No, I guess I just wanted to get in on the conversation a little bit. You know, because it sounds as if the
But
brother
you
is
cut in
saying,
with is there a moderator and started talking. You can't do that.
yeah, but I'm saying I can't. It seems as if I can't raise my hand either.
Okay, I'm looking at you. Raise your hand. Nobody even see the raise. I got you. You'll get a chance to get in queue, but you finished.
My bad. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the building, man. I appreciate that support, man. Got a full house, man. Big up to Garfield for stopping through. Garfield and Q Butter, man, they got their own shows, man. Y'all can definitely support them, yo. They're gonna give you good information. So I'm not shouting on nobody with that bullshit information. And as soon as American Dream finish, I'm on Jabari head. I'm gonna go right into the Neo-Egyptian thing. I'm at the spot now, and I'm gonna give you sources for the foundation of the damn conscious community, yo. I'm going all the way in, deep diving. That's what I'm doing. So Garfield, if you want to get off, I know how you politically correct, yo. But can I ask you one question before you get off? So I don't think I'm making a mistake. Is that possible, Garfield?
Yeah, I was actually gonna put up a source for the John Allegro stuff. I do have it on my screen if y'all want me to get it.
Yeah, I want you to pull it up, but I want to ask you a question. Am I mistaken when Jabari called me an agent? Did I miss that? Was I tripping? I want to make sure that I wasn't tripping
I'm mad he ain't saying Mr. Agent. That's what I'm mad about.
Okay. All right. Just checking. Just checking. So everybody's gonna be crybabies. Get the fuck off the show right now. If you're crying and you're a pseudo apologist, y'all can ball out right now. All right. If y'all follow preachers and think preachers are the most moral in our community, then you can get the hell out right now. Let the door hit you with a good.
All right, peace, y'all.
Yeah, can I make that point now?
No, I'm fucking with you.
Can I make that point now?
Go
ahead. Yo, American G, not to cut you, bro. Yo, I will say though, bro. You know what I mean? Like, let's keep it. You know, it is a family.
Wait, is he joking too?
Yeah, I'm not cussing. I'm not gonna cuss.
I know, but you know what I mean. Like, let's not make it. I don't know the depth of what happened. I know he shouldn't.
No, it ain't that.
He shouldn't have called you that. He shouldn't have called. Right. Look, you got Garfield on the platform together. But this is our first time ever on the stream together like this on some building.
Appreciate
so, you know what I mean. So like, you know what I mean. So like, this, just saying that because you the big homie. So
yeah, I'm good. I ain't crazy, but I'm not.
Can I make that point?
We're not gonna let that slide through. Is that your screen, Garfield? That's you?
No, that's not me. That's not me.
So we want to put American Dream. Make your point, and we want Garfield to put that source up there. That's gonna be critical in our discussion over the sons of light right now. So go ahead, American Dream.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. So, the same way, in my estimation, the same way the argument that, we shouldn't, or Christianity is not useful or it doesn't have value because it's European, like that's one side of the debate. And the other side of the debate seems to be that it does have, that Christianity does have value because it's African. Like, and I think that that's also a weak argument. Like, proving that it's African doesn't automatically give it value or make it useful. Like, I think value and usefulness has to be something deeper than that. If not being European doesn't make it not useful, then being African doesn't just automatically make it useful. And I think that debate kind of gets us kind of, mixed up in a way.
I think that's a great point, bro. It's a great point. Go ahead, Garfield. Change screen.
Hold on. All right. This is a book called Meet the Mythicists, a Christian guide to Jesus mythicisms, misguided scholars, and crank conspiracy theories. All right. In 1968, he published his final work on the Copper Scroll, but it was so error-ridden that John Strugnell had to write a 114-page article providing the necessary corrections. With his academic reputation slipping quickly, Allegro came to believe there was a conspiracy against him. However, these difficulties were minor compared to the furor that would follow in 1970. It was then that Allegro went from sloppy to delusional with the sacred mushroom and the cross, a study of the nature and origins of the Christianity within the fertility cults of the Near East. In this book, Allegro announced Jesus never existed, but was invented under the influence of psychotropic mushrooms. He also apparently discovered in the few short years since the Harper's article that the name of Jesus now meant semen that saves, and that of Peter meant mushroom. Most scholars who read the book thought it far more likely Allegro was under the influence of sacred mushrooms than were the early Christians. Linking Christianity to sex and drugs was bound to get attention when the press was preoccupied with the Woodstock generation. Allegro's sensationalistic effort quickly earned him publicity, but his book was just as quickly savage and prompted a public rebuke by 15 leading scholars that included experts in Semitic languages, Old Testament studies, Allegro's book was not based on philological or any other evidence, which they can regard as scholarly, and concluded by stating the work is an essay in fantasy rather than philology. Rarely had an academic been so publicly taken to the woodshed by his peers. Allegro's sensationalism and increasingly shoddy work ended in the quick demise of his academic career. His publisher apologized for ever releasing the book, and Allegro soon resigned from his university post. He spent the remaining years of his life writing on an alleged conspiracy to suppress the Dead Sea Scrolls and his mushroom cult hypothesis. He was never again taken seriously on a scholarly level and died on February 17, 1988. While there were certainly spiritual contexts in the ancient world that used mind-altering substances, the jump to it being a factor in all religious contexts has little support or evidence. In particular, the problems with Allegro's claims that it was a factor in early Christianity are enormous. For example, he asserted there were numerous connections to supposed Sumerian words that he constructed by combining other Sumerian words. However, these combinations are not found in any existing Sumerian texts, and thus he merely created evidence to reach his desired conclusions. While John Allegro supporters count these conjectures were noted properly with an asterisk, this still means the theory depends at key junctions on words in Sumerian that, as far as anyone can tell, never existed outside of John Allegro's imagination. So while we're using these sources, we got to know who these guys are and how.
Yeah, but I didn't use that source.
That was a bazooka. That was a bazooka.
No,
So
it wasn't, I didn't use that
was
source. The source I used was from 1999 by a man named Michael Wise.
I know Michael. I know Michael.
He's still working on the. He's still working on the site. I mean, on the Dead Sea Scrolls right now.
Hold on.
He's still
Can I ask a question? Don't be defensive when I ask you this. Let's cause we trying to find out the truth. Cause you the truth. So we got to find out the truth, right?
I ain't gonna let you beat up no pseudo killer though, Godfrey. I'm not gonna have it.
I'm not beating up anybody. No, I'm just asking a question.
Subject,
is Michael Wise using? Is he using John Allegro's information?
I never even heard of the dude.
Okay.
Is Michael Wise using it? No, Michael Wise is using his own research.
All right. No problem. I got you, bro.
And that's what I'm saying. And he wrote his papers. His first paper, he wrote 5 on the issue.
What is Michael? What is Michael
in 1999? Called The First Messiah.
What is Michael Wise saying? What is he actually saying?
He is saying based on his studying of the Dead Sea Scrolls that the teacher of righteousness would have been the prototype for the Jesus Christ. That's why his followers were calling him the first Messiah. His own, like literally, the followers of the teacher of righteousness was calling him the Messiah. They called him the Messiah, said he was coming back. And this is like the dude.
Hold on. You know, John Allegro is the one that came up with the teacher of righteousness. Him and the guy by the name of Hold on.
Because the teacher of righteousness is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's who came up with it. The Dead Sea Scrolls. The writers of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Now, the person that came up with the theory was actually Robert Eisenbach or Eisenheim. He's the one that says that James is connected to the teacher of righteousness. He first came out with it, and John Allegro also wrote
I
something
think you're
about it.
trying
Those
to
two scholars. Hold on. No, brother. You see, you want to argue. You see, you're trying
I'm
to
just saying, I'm
argue.
not talking about him.
not.
I'm talking about a specific scholar that's actually working on the Dead Sea Scrolls now. You're talking about everybody but him.
Okay. All right.
Who I actually got the information from. I got the information from somebody that's actually working, an archaeologist that's actually working on the Dead Sea Scroll.
Okay. All right.
Not somebody that died in 1988. I don't even know that dude.
All right. Okay. No problem.
Would that archaeologist be considered a religious researcher?
I don't know his religious background, but all I know is he's putting the information and he compares he puts everything, he lays everything out.
Now, I'm asking these questions to understand your logic also.
Information right there.
Q-Butter, he works for Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. That's where he got his degrees from. Okay, he's a professor of
if you're doing excavations or religious archaeology,
he's a professor of the Hebrew.
Am I the only one on here trying to get to the truth?
Hold on, he's a professor of
shit. I ain't with the
semantics. Hold on. Why you getting
because y'all doing all this playing around. I'm kind of dead serious about this. Like, I've been studying this for like 3 years, and y'all sitting here joking around with it like I ain't got a point. You came on here, Ankh asked you about the Essenes, did they have anything to do with the Christ? And you try to play it off like they didn't, like you don't know they did.
But they don't. But they don't.
Yo, come on.
They don't. They don't though.
How much research have you done? Name me one author that you have read on the Essenes.
John Allegro. Robert Eisenhower.
John Allegro, that's not, but you just said that was a pseudo.
Hold on.
You said John Allegro, so you the one reading the pseudo books and then taking it on me.
Hold on, bro. You know what? I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna let you talk, and then I'm gonna talk. I'm not gonna talk over you. I'm not gonna talk over you.
Oh, cool. So you said that you read John Allegro, the same dude that you just put up a whole article about that was pseudo. That's you reading those type of books. That's your information that you're gaining. I'm a different person. I read people because I started studying under the pseudo killers. They taught me how to do research, and the information that I'm bringing it might be a little sloppy right now because it's my first time really presenting it and having it peer reviewed. But can nobody tell me based on the information that is there? That is there in history, based on the scholars that are actually studying this subject right now, that you cannot say that the teacher of righteousness was not at least described as the first Messiah, even if you want to believe Jesus Christ was the second.
You cannot. The challenge with religious studies is that it will always lead you into a belief-based argument. And no matter what, we can all concur and say you're right, but there's always going to be another group of people who do not agree with your truth because your truth has basis in belief. And that's why I'd rather discuss facts. It is a fact that we've been discussing religious bullshit for 3 hours. It's a fact that you are a religious scholar. And if you put that 3 years of research into electrical engineering, physics.
Man, you don't know what I'm doing. There you go assuming, man.
I'm not assuming. You just said you studied this for 3 years.
Like you don't know what I'm doing with myself. Stop that.
You just said you studied this. I'm only going off of what you just said.
Yeah, but I studied so much other shit in the last 3 years. Like I just told you, we was doing a whole thing about vaccines and shit. Come on, bro. I haven't been focusing my 100% time on just studying this. Like, yo, this is the first time that I actually presented it to people.
Yeah, he don't mean that, dude. That's my man right there. Yo, he don't mean that. I see y'all great jump off the rail since I'm a rail jumper offer.
Oh no, we have it's just all the Sunday shit.
We building. I just want people to take it a little bit more serious because the information I'm bringing is actually solid. If you really look at it, if you really study the Essenes.
We actually can though, Q. That's what we're trying to tell you,
during the first century, during the time of the said Christ, you will understand why most historians that is actually studying the Dead Sea Scrolls and actually are studying the stuff that's going on with it and the actual information that's coming out from it. You see what I'm saying? They are saying exactly what I'm saying.
Man, I'm trying to tell you.
They are at least they're not denying. A lot of them don't want to say that the teacher of righteousness is the Christ. What they call him is the first Messiah. They say he was a second Messiah also. Some people say that, but it's like a 50-50. Then they're still debating this subject right now.
So
you see what I'm saying?
we all agree
it's
with
not something that should be just shrugged off like I'm making it like, yo, y'all got to look into it. Like really do some research on that thing. No, not a
I'm
Google
trying to
search.
tell you, we looked into it, yo.
Like Stevie Wonder.
Yeah, we looked into it. Now here it start hurting, yo, and we realized, yo, this shit was crazy. It didn't make a difference where or how Christianity came into being. What you proving is that it ain't the white people ain't start that though. You definitely proved that with that. You really did.
And also prove it definitely wasn't black folk even more.
Yeah, and it proved that them Hebrews was spooky as fuck.
But then you never going to conceive for white people.
Yo, really what I'm trying to say is all of that shit is an evolution of the same goddamn religion.
What's
and
that?
I'm just trying to link it together.
What would that be?
Fucking Atenism.
Nah, yo, you didn't went too far. You killed.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. The first monotheistic God, the first father God, bro.
Freeze. What about Zoroastrianism, you know?
But they come, yo,
Persian religion,
The Persian religion, listen. Zoroastrianism,
right.
Hold on for a minute.
You're right.
Zoroastrianism, right? Aten, he actually got a prayer with other gods in his prayer. Yo, you can read the thing. You can, if we put up the hymn of Asar, he's actually venerating other deities while he's saying the prayer. Yo, he wasn't a monotheist, yo. We can argue the Hebrews wasn't even fucking monotheists. Because you got Elohim, Adonai,
the Canaanites was
Elion El. You got different deities. Like, how's that monotheism? You got to go to Zoroaster. Look it up. Everybody look up.
It changed. You got to understand it did change to what we understand to be the singular God, and it changed after Akhenaten and his attempt.
Oh, you made that up. They be trying to say
I didn't make that up. It was no find a religion that has only one God. That is the one God is the only all-encompassing all God that is a spirit. You will not find one. It's a 10 that would actually be the first, and all other ones come after that.
All this is opening up is a school for somebody else to say, you're wrong. I got the real knowledge. I did my research for 5 years. Buy my book for $50. And I got this special water.
That's where Brother Garfield is at.
The conversation validates the rationale. That's the business of it. Once we even converse and bring light to it as if it's real, it allows the next person to say, they're wrong. Come to my school of thought for $55 a month, and I'm going to give you this real hidden knowledge. The truth.
4,000. Yo, Jabari charging 4,000.
Hey, can I ask a question, Ankh?
Yeah, we listening.
So I guess my question to I think is Q Butter. Does the fact that Christianity, as you say, or if it's the fact that Christianity comes out of the Essenes, does that invalidate Christianity or does it validate the Essenes? Like, what is ultimately the point you're making by saying that?
I think you're talking to me.
No, he's talking to Q. He gonna really get it with Q. Q sophisticated with the black eyes. You're gonna get beat up fucking with Q.
Yeah,
I got some leeway.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue whether the unicorn is real, you know what I'm saying, or if the magical dust actually works. Like, I'm not even gonna walk down that aisle. So I'm not gonna do the research on the history of magical dust and the analogies of the word magical dust in different societies, because I don't adhere to the thought that magical dust is real. There's a bunch of, if you want to run down the rabbit hole of religious studies, to be fair, pick a region and run down the rabbit hole. You can sit here and do it with the Aztecs, the Mayans. They was doing stuff at this time. You got the Incas. You want to go to China? China gonna look at you like, I don't know what y'all talking about. We had our own Confucius and other weird shit they was doing. Everybody got their little. Then you go to Indonesia, they got a whole different type of shit over there. They gonna look at you like, what y'all talking about? Like, this shit is all some religious mumbo shit.
Yeah. We recognize that there's actually no.
I listen. I study the evolution of religion because I like to see how things evolve. And when you study the evolution of religion, it's going to walk you down all the religions and how they form. You feel me? And you know, and I still manage to keep a scientific mind while doing so. You feel me? Also, like Marvel comics, shit, movies and shit like that. So we could be diverse in our thought. You feel me? Like, so if that's what he want to pursue, like shit, let him rock out. Shit, we like you could like the brain is can contain a lot of goddamn memory. It ain't like you goddamn hard drive with goddamn 34 gigs of memory. I let a nigga rock out. Yeah.
If it makes you a better person, fuck it. It don't bother me. Just don't try to tell me that's what makes your car work.
Nah, yeah. We don't do that. Yeah. Truth be rocking with us, man. Like,
no, not true. I'm just saying in general, like the conversation, the conversation becomes that. Like even if we're discussing a prayer, when in the terms of when we were discussing a mechanical issue, you know, validates the conversation. So I you know, personally, I take the jokey way because I leave no room for the discussion.
Yeah. But you know, because I kind of like I ain't want you to kind of misrepresent truth. That's mainly what he do. Like I said, we do have other conversations. And they rock out with us on virology and politics. So yeah. But the nature of the conversation today was centered around a religious debate. You see what I'm saying? So we're just continuing a dialogue that based around that religious debate, and then it spun off into other areas. You know what I mean? Now we just shoot the shit. But you know what I mean? The people that follow us, they know how we rock. So you know what I mean? It ain't gonna get too crazy.
But so we gotta take that L though. We be having mad religious conversations as if we're not having religious conversations.
Like explain, like as far as how we do it. Like,
I'm just saying that we in the community,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a lot of us in that box. We're just even arguing whether or not it's real is a religious conversation.
Nah, yeah. We don't argue whether or not it's real, but
I'm not saying you specifically, I'm saying the community at a larger scale.
Yeah. I figure how they do it, but I don't mind some of the scholarly discussion. Like if you want to just talk about the historicity of the figure, that's along scholastic lines. Like we can rock out with that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, trying to figure out if God is real and shit like that, or did Noah really have a boat? That's the bullshit. But in terms of, you know, history and shit like that, yeah, you know.
Yeah, but some rabbit holes are really, and this will be my opinion.
You know what I mean? First century, yeah. Yeah, that's all I was saying.
I know you cut out.
Can you hear me? I'm moving around. Can you hear me?
Now say it again. Say that last thing again.
I was just saying, you know, that's all I was saying in terms of like I don't care for the, you know, the discussions about if God is real or some shit like that. I really even care for is the Christianity white man religion. It's like that shit really like that's kind of silly to me, you know. But you know, the historicity of some of the figures, you know what I mean? I like those type of conversations because we can actually research that and we can find out if there's enough evidence to say that the existence of this person is probable or improbable. So those type of discussions, I enjoy those. I mean, even though I ain't really into it all like that.
I think that's a subjective thing too. So and I like I said, I don't mind it, but it's like the historicity of somebody. Well, the historicity of somebody. I mean, you say, well, is that enough evidence to say such and such is a historical person? Well, it may be enough evidence for this person, but it might not be enough evidence for the next person. You know what I'm saying?
It's about probability, though. You know what I mean? So you back everything out.
Well, you can't quantify likeliness. I mean, like you can't quantify probability.
No, you can quantify the evidence. The evidence is quantifiable.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? Alternative facts?
Even in terms of science, once the evidence becomes quantifiable, it becomes likely probable and plausible.
Well, it becomes plausible at best.
Can we
sometimes it becomes
plausible and probable is along the same lines.
Hold on, real quick. Can we agree to one thing? That the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Dead Sea Scrolls had the story of a so-called Christ figure before the Bible. Can we agree to that?
Man, all that shit comes from
but there's a bunch of Christ figures before the Bible. Like that was common. You'll
No, I'm
find
talking
many,
about the
many.
actual story. I'm talking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
Was Cyrus a Christ? Cyrus was called a Christ. He's a
I don't know
Persian
about
king. He was called a Christ in
All right, I got a source on the screen. You know, we always yield the sources, right? I want to get that whole Akhenaten thing up out of here. So we need to first, you're not going to be talking about the sons of light and we was really following Atun and all that because the shit wasn't even deciphered. Most people forget about that. How you going to know about Egyptian religion if the shit ain't, if can't nobody read it? Because couldn't nobody read it.
Nah, the Essenes could read it, bro.
No, they,
I
man,
can
come
show
on,
it.
dog. We gotta yield to the source on the screen. Now you gotta bring a source and say they could read the meta-narrative.
I do. I got one.
Okay, all right, right. And you had to prove that. I'm waiting for you. So let me do that. The writing systems used in ancient Egypt were deciphered in the early 19th century through the work of several European scholars. What's this? Champollion, right? And Thomas Young. All right. Now, if I just move down just a little bit, hold on. All right. I don't even want to get into detail because this was the whole conversation that Chase said in them about the community, right? They was on that nonsense. So the Rosetta Stone was discovered in 1799 by members of the Napoleon Bonaparte campaign in Egypt. Remember, Napoleon took a whole scientific expedition with him, right? And this was when they was first trying to figure it out. Now, this is when the Catholic Church, you know what I'm saying, was really blocking the whole shit because they ain't want the, you know what I'm saying, it was a mystery. Right now, if you figured out that Egypt is older than the shit in the Bible, then at that point, right, then you just killed the whole religion. And that's basically what happened. And you had people saying, oh, this is crazy at this point, once they started to find these things. And Lord knows, don't have no black people around this situation, because now you're trying to say that black people is older, or people that are brown are older than Europeans. They thought they was the great white race during this time. Because they had them intercontinental ships and they was beating up on motherfuckers. So they was like, yeah, we the supreme, we got all the knowledge and wisdom, and Egypt showed it no. So whether y'all think the Egyptians are black or white, we know they're indigenous Africans. For sure, we do know that. There's no debate about that on this show, whether they was indigenous. And the roots of Egypt is deep rooted in indigenous African culture. Whether you north, south, east, west, or try to get slick and north yourself to death and forget the north, whatever you want to put it, right? This shit right here spawned the whole goddamn thing that we talking about right now. That whole Essene shit, they wasn't reading no damn meta-narrative. Wasn't no damn, they barely could read their own shit. They wasn't literate. That's why you write the New Testament in Greek, because that's the scholarship language of the day, the script, the scholarship. Then they wrote it in that because most Hebrews couldn't even read the fucking, matter of fact, they couldn't read the fucking Hebrew. How about that? So you ain't gonna never convince me they was reading the goddamn, wasn't nobody reading no meta-narrative. Matter of fact, they still ain't deciphered the Moretta script that the Nubians was using. So no, sometimes you give people too much credit, but scholarship will put you right where you need to be. So now, a truth, you know how I like to do it around here, bro. Give us the source where you're proving that the Essenes, this Hebrew sect living in a fucking mountain eating bread and manna, because that's what they was eating. Them niggas wasn't eating nothing. They thought these niggas was crazy. They was like the Scientologists of the fucking day, or like Jabari and them. No, Jabari and them cult don't even go that hard. No, I take that back. I take that back. You got to go to the Nuwabians. Oh, hell, the Nuwabians ain't go that hard. It's hard for us to find Heaven's Gate type of motherfuckers. Yeah, they was the Heaven Gate motherfuckers. All excluded by themselves making up shit, right? You gotta prove right now, bro. We got a nice audience show. What's the source that will prove that the Essenes, one, can read the meta-narrative? Two, no, I'm gonna stop at the two because I'm over. I don't want to do you like that. Yeah, but go ahead. I'm gonna let you hit that screen, yo. Go. Yeah. Them niggas weren't reading. No, nobody wasn't. They was all making up shit. Egyptomania was all based off of just making up shit around Egypt.
I'm doing this page right here first because I want y'all all to know.
You ain't gonna go to it. You gonna do that, yo?
No. I'm gonna let you see the sources first. I'm gonna show you sources.
I got you.
This book that I have.
It's a Rosicrucian.
It's a Rosicrucian Digest. What they did was they took a whole bunch of publications on the subject and they put it in one book. This book is like 4,000 pages.
I know, don't do it though.
This is all the recent studies that's being done on the Essene. This is all actual facts. This is by scientists and archaeologists. that's actually studying these people. All right.
It's the Rosicrucians, though, yo.
No, it's not. It's the Rosicrucian Digest, the books. If you look at the mystery of that
in the books,
H. Spencer Lewis is not a Rosicrucian. The Essene lineage in California. This guy might be, no, he's not a Rosicrucian. He's a Richard Schultz. These people right here, the ancient literature on the Essenes, the discovery and publications of the Dead Sea Scrolls, all these are people that worked on the Dead Sea Scrolls. These are not Rosicrucian people. These are just different publications that they compiled in this one journal entry, might as well say, because it's a journal.
All right, go ahead. He's just saying that if I'm a Jehovah's Witness, yo, I'm gonna bring you sources that's gonna fit me being a Jehovah's Witness, yo. You would never bring nothing to counter that, though, yo.
Nah, yo, that's not what I'm saying. That's not
no,
what I'm saying.
I know that ain't what you saying. That's what Chef was trying to say. What Jehovah's Witness would bring down? The pseudos do it all the time because they try to defeat evolution, so they bring you some shit. Stop that picture right there. Stop. Who is that?
I don't know. That's not what I pulled it up for.
Yo,
that's not what I came to this.
And you know what? What we also have to keep in mind, those
on the picture though, the master,
those modern Rosicrucians that wrote that digest. Remember, they appropriated that name, the Rosicrucians.
You're not understanding
those aren't the ancient Rosicrucians as well. Those aren't the historical.
They just took the article and put it in the book. They didn't write it at all.
No, I'm sort of making a separate. I'm sort of making a separate point. Those aren't the original Rosicrucians as well, right? That group. Right, no, those modern Rosicrucians.
They started in like 1609.
Out in Santa Clara, California, whose headquarters that is. That's a newer group. That's a new group.
Point of clarification: Jabari was a part of Asara Society, which is their teaching is based off the Rosicrucian Society.
Yes, thank you.
And if you trace his root, you see why he's so spooky.
Yeah.
I'm actually subscribed to the Rosicrucians. When I get home, I'm gonna show y'all their publications. But go ahead, True.
I know they publications spooky as fuck, yo.
We appreciate the white Jesus, yo. We definitely appreciate the white Jesus on Sunday.
Not written by them. These are actual articles.
Listen,
written by science.
The white Jesus in the middle of Sunday. We appreciate that.
And I visited their headquarters as well out in California. It's heavily steeped in what you call alchemy. They have these alchemical sort of rooms that you go into. You have people praying to Egyptian artifacts. It's very crazy. Yeah, it's very, very odd, right?
Did you click on the article?
Let me get to this article though.
They read Meta-Netric. Go ahead.
In Ankh's favor though, it doesn't specifically say Metronet. It doesn't. So I'm gonna give you that off the muscle. But let's read. As years passed by, the attendance at the pool monastery at Carmel became so large that a community was established there, composed of those who were students. They adapted a distinct form of dress and remained within the monastery ground throughout their entire lives, except for the periods when they went forth to other lands as missionaries. It was here that many of the most ancient manuscripts were translated and illuminated on parchment and sent to the various archives of the Great White Brotherhood. The Great White Brotherhood is pretty much the Essenes, and they call them the Great White Brotherhood because they all wore white. They were the people that were dressed in white.
All right.
So that's why I say Jabari might be part of these dudes too, because
he just told you where it come out of.
Well, that's what they talk about the Great White Brotherhood inside of theosophy as well, right? We talk about the Ascended Masters. Remember, we talked about those Ascended Masters. Those are the members of the Great White Brotherhood, right? So this is making sense, right?
Go ahead, keep going, bring it home there. You're doing a great job there.
A wonderful library was also maintained at Carmel for many centuries. Members of this community were present at St. Peter's first sermon. The rest of it really ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just giving different names of their different prophets.
What?
The different prophets that they say exist. It say, hold on, let me read it because maybe it does.
I don't believe none of
other historical structures existed there, such as El Qadar And you notice how the titles of these names is all beginning with L.
No. Where's the Egyptian thing?
Hold on. Look at this right here.
No,
According to the
that's what I
Rosicrucian
said.
records. Did
They
you
say
read that part?
ancient manuscripts. It doesn't say Egyptian. I gave you that already. It doesn't say Egyptian manuscripts. It says most of ancient manuscripts.
Truth. At the bottom where it says, according to the Rosicrucian records. What's that? Can you read that for us? That's interesting.
According
to
the
Rosicrucian terminology, the Great White Brotherhood consists of all the enlightened souls.
No. According to the Rosicrucian records, we find that in the 6th year of his life, the youthful Jesus was placed in the school at Carmel and began his preparation and training.
Record. It says according to the Rosicrucian record, not the actual scholar that actually was putting
No. That's not what we said.
It made a citation to let you know that it was theirs.
Hold on. Do you have those records? Can you show us? Can you show us those records?
It's off the point, yo.
I don't know the record. I don't know the records. I never read the Rosicrucian records. That's not my entrance. I was going to the actual scholars, and this book is full of actual scholars.
If you click on the article,
you going to the Rosicrucians. Go to the scholarship that the Rosicrucians is cite, and let's just deal with that, because anytime you got the Rosicrucians up there, it's some shit with that. Like you took us down the wrong road with the Rosicrucians.
So hold on, we definitely hold on. Truth. Hold on, Truth. We definitely on the right road. I just want to highlight it for the listening audience that, like I said, there wasn't nobody reading no Meta Nature, and the Essene sure as hell wasn't reading no damn Meta Nature. So I reject the whole Ankh, where they got it from. They studied those. They had the Coptic though. Listen, bro. You. So I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna bring in my old favorite.
Yo, hold on, real quick, you see on the screen how you see it says the Essene lineage in California? Yeah. You want that document right there. Because literally in that document, for example, The Light of Egypt, a document written for the public in 1927, which was comparable to the Mastery of Life. So it shows how these white folks in 1920 were researching Egypt and bringing this to America. And they would bring, and this was before black people was this shit. This was white folks bringing this shit. If you click on the document, I clicked on the document right there, the Essene lineage in California. You go to page 12. The first page is called page 12. Written reference, 7th century.
Are we there?
Right here or page 12? I don't know what page.
No, it's the first page. The first page is called page 12 for some reason. It's on the right side.
Okay. It's the first page of it.
And go to I think you're on the left side. Go to the right. Yeah, I scroll down a little bit right in there. Yep.
There you go.
And many of the Rotherham School references are made to the early Rosicrucian presence in California during the earliest years of the 7th century. For example, In the Light of Egypt, a document written for the public in 1927. Blah blah blah. Yeah, all these old white folks though.
And you have to keep in mind a lot of the traditions that this Rosicrucian order, where they get their stuff from, it's rooted in Thelema, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and the OTO as well. So they draw upon a lot of those other sort of occultic traditions as well to build on their literature. So a lot of this, and when you get a chance, Truth, I want to pull up a slide.
Hold on, I'm reading the endnote.
Yep. I'm sorry. Yep. You can go ahead. But when you get a chance,
continue talking. I was just reading the endnote that says where they got the information from, the Encyclopedia of American Religions.
Yeah, but when you get a chance, I've got a pseudo sophisticate. I've got a file on a pseudo sophisticate that is for all of this stuff. He is the main individual historically that is to blame for the overwhelming majority of what we're talking about now. And I don't know if you guys ever heard of this guy. His name is Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. Have you guys ever heard of Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa? He's essentially considered the father of modern Western occultism, right? And And his major work is called The Three Books of Occult Philosophy. It was written back in 1533, right? And all of these traditions, they basically pull off the work of this guy. So let me pull this dude up. This is like a pseudo extraordinaire.
Damn. Your truth, just so you know, it sounds
let
like
me know.
Your truth, it sounds like your argument comes from this article, right? Because they're arguing that the Essenes were the original people and they had this information. That article, if you go later on, yeah, it's crazy. Now reading it, it sounds exactly what you're saying comes from this article. Sounds like.
Right.
Okay.
A guy in the chat put up the name Madame Blavatsky. This is this is the father of Madame Blavatsky.
Damn.
This is before. This is way before, right? Anytime you hear when people talk about elemental magic, the four elements, astrology, numerology. We talked about that the angels, pulling in angels from the Christian tradition. Talking about the name of God in some of these different. You always talk about the Hebrews and the name of God and the Kabbalah. Remember, it's like a hodgepodge of all these different traditions. This is where they got this from. This was the first sort of occult philosopher that culminated all those ideas. And this is the major work that all of the occultists draw upon is the Three Books of Occult Philosophy by Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa.
Hey,
right?
Brendan,
he's actually
Brendan,
correct.
put that point.
He's actually correct.
Put that point right there. What I'm gonna do is put that point, put a pen right there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a black marker and I'm gonna paint his ass black because that's who the conscious community found. That's occult. Him. Whatever you hear these terms, occult and all that. But go ahead, Brendan. I'm painting the black.
All I'm saying is the occult has a beginning in Egypt. I'm with though. Everything y'all saying is 100% correct.
No, it doesn't. No, it don't. No, it don't.
Don't do it.
No, it don't.
Again, they pulled
Typhonians.
That's what they want to tell you. But
exactly.
It don't come from Egypt.
Right.
It come from
It's crazy. Literally in the article he pulled up that he told us to quote, it says it in there. They had literally everything you were saying. It talks about the southern branch occupied at least 6 sites around the Dead Sea Scrolls. It talks about how the original people for the Dead Sea Scrolls are Essenes.
How you know
and
about
they make
it before the scrolls was dug up?
It says Spencer Lewis indicate that Elijah was also an Essene. Jesus and his family are also considered to have been Nazarene Essenes, while John the Baptist was an Essenes from Qumran. That's the argument that you're making. This is the argument.
I ain't saying John the Baptist, none of that. I read all the John the Baptist stuff. I don't believe that John the Baptist existed. I believe John the Baptist.
Hold up. But the teacher of righteousness, the most scholars attach John the Baptist to him. John the Baptist is actually considered a legitimate person because he's referenced.
No, most scholars don't attach him to John the Baptist. They say John the Baptist was probably an Essene. Because if you understand
and
that
the teacher of righteousness,
the teacher of righteousness began with the Essenes. The Essenes invented baptism. It's one of their so-called prophets that invented it.
But the challenge comes also with if you're quoting this person and the work that they're doing, you also have to go along with the other facts.
I'm not quoting that person. Y'all quoting that person. I ain't quoting that person. I told you where I got my information from. The book I just showed you that has all publications that from the people that are actually studying the Dead Sea Scrolls on the scene. This is what they're learning in real time. This is what they're learning today. Not back in.
No, you showed us Rosicrucian. Hey, my dude.
Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen real quick?
Yep, you can. But keep in mind as well, just before you do that, Garfield, this guy here, when you talk about modern Rosicrucianism and those guys out of California, again, it all comes from Agrippa, right? It comes from this guy as well.
Let's go before Agrippa though. Let's go before Agrippa and find out.
Let's stop it up. Yep, let's stop it.
Yeah, but I think the biggest problem, you saw sharing your screen, Garfield, but I think the biggest issue is what I'm getting from it, Truth, is you haven't really extrapolated your sources away from the Rosicrucians yet.
You haven't done that.
That's what I'm saying? Trying to explain, though. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Those sources that I was showing is just a collection. Those are actual articles that's in actual scientific like publications that the people just took.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't understand
I was showing you the table of contents, the references for a reason. The references are written by different science, like archaeologists that actually are studying.
That's how the Rosicrucians. But that's how the Rosicrucians produce their literature. You haven't really extracted that from the Rosicrucians.
Let me look it up though, direct.
Look it up.
Yeah, another powerful influence was the revival of Hermetism. The cult of Hermes Trismegistus had claimed to preserve the teachings of the greatest sage of Egypt. Many took these assertions for granted, and the thrice great Hermes was hailed as the source of the most ancient mysteries and sometimes worshipped as a god. In some texts, he was addressed as king of all knowledge and father and teacher of all, and identified as teacher of Osiris and Isis. The fame of Hermes spread far and wide, and there existed Jewish traditions that named Hermes as Moses, Egyptian teacher, or even that Hermes and Moses were one and the same. Early Christians knew of these traditions, and the legend of the sage Hermes survived the demise of paganism into the Christian era. In reality, Hermes Trismegistus was a conflation of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. And Hermetism did not exist prior to the reign of the Ptolemies. While it may have carried over some Egyptian ideas as part of its core concepts, Hermetism was for the most part a Hellenistic product, posing as an ancient Egyptian wisdom. For example, while the zodiac played a large role in Hermetism, it was foreign to Egyptian thought until the Ptolemaic era. Ideas emerging from Hellenistic philosophy were also integrated into Hermetism, and many believe Plato and other Greek thinkers learned their ideas from Egyptian priests. In actuality, Hermetism built a Greek philosophical facade around a set of hybrid Greco-Egyptian core beliefs. With Hermes as the wisest of all sages, a number of treatises on philosophy, medicine, astrology, alchemy, and theology appeared under his name. Compilations of such works were created, and one of these would come to be known as the Corpus Hermeticum, henceforth referred to as CH. This particular group of texts contained works like written around the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. Although some may be slightly earlier, their general outlook has even led some to believe the selection of the text for CH was late and reflected an overt attempt to avoid offending Christian sensibilities. But anyway, this guy here, who is really not a person, is what led to the gentleman in the Rosicrucian Society. If you actually read this book, The Origins of Jewish Mysticism, and it goes into how they believe that the roots, this is where all these beliefs come from, that everything in Christianity comes from Egypt. Everything comes from Kemet. Everything comes from, it has to do with Egypt. It has to stem from this writing from the 2nd and 3rd century. But again, it's based on the thought that every single thing is Egypt. And let me just read this part from a scholar real quickly. The real achievement of Hermetism was projecting Hellenistic ideas back upon ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt was not without its own esoteric beliefs, but theirs were not the astrology and other practices of its later Greek rulers. The differences between classical and Hellenistic Egypt prompted the Egyptologist Eric Hornung to label concepts from this later period as Egyptosophy, in opposition to Egyptology of earlier Egyptian rule. It is this Egyptosophy that provides part of the foundation for Jesus' mysticism. It has been asserted that whatever. So during the medieval period, Hermetic references appeared in works by such notables as Peter Abelard, Roger Bacon, Albertus Magnus, Bonaventura, Thomas Aquinas, Meister Eckhart, and Nicholas of Cusa. Furthermore, discussions among the church fathers of Hermetism had supplied a basis for the continued legend of the Egyptian sage, even if there were only a limited number of available Hermetic texts. And an expansion of available texts occurred with the reconquest of Toledo by Christian forces in 1085. The figure of Hermes was also popular among educated Arabs. So once you start studying this stuff, which a lot of people don't want to, it goes back to one specific book that fraternities and Greek fraternities have used. Now, my brother, Asari Motep, I think he was a part of a fraternity, and I think him and Jabari is a part of the same fraternity or whatever.
Yeah, stop that right there.
This, hold on.
No, pin it.
This
You
right
gotta
here.
pin it. I'm gonna let you go.
Do this. I want you to look at this.
Hey, Garfield, just pin
Okay.
it. 1 sec. I'm not gonna cut you. That's why I never could get in, bounce on damn Jabari, because they would always protect him. This is a true story. Go ahead. True story.
Watch this.
Not making it up.
Do you remember last year when you had the whole Amin Ra squad on the 20-for-20? You guys were the last guys. I had the pseudo killers on, and then I had Amin Ra squad, I think was number 20. Do you remember when we asked on the table, because we had Wujawu on, we had Sanjeti, and we had Asari Motep, and we asked the question, does the word Tamahu mean white people? Sanjeti says no. Wujawu says no. But what did Asari Motep say? He said, well, you can't da-da-da-da. And Sean was like, what? Again, protecting Jabari. But anyway, listen to this, family. The most important products of these efforts were the works of Aristotle and his learned Arabic commentators that launched the golden age of scholastic philosophy in Western Europe. Less noticed were the Hermetic texts that piqued the interest of the esoterically minded in Europe. That word esoteric, you got to run when you see that word, boy. Thus, by the time of the Renaissance, there was already a selection of Hermetic texts in the West, some probably medieval creations, although the only extant text from the CH was Asclepius. This is the book that they use in the Greek fraternities in America. This book right here. The subject matter concentrated more on astrology and alchemy than matters of philosophy. This would have an important influence on the evolution of the Hermetic revival as it spread across Europe. Do me a favor real quickly. Look up this word, this guy on Wikipedia real quick. Just look him up on Google, and you're going to see something pop up called metamorphosis. And then when you read it, it's going to tell you that fraternities use that work. Asclepius, or look up for metamorphosis.
And let me tell, if I may interject just briefly, if you read the next paragraph, just the first sentence, we'll see how important what we're talking about is, the Christian church. You read that? How they tolerated astrology and alchemy?
Yep. It seems strange to today's Christians that the church not only tolerated astrology and alchemy, but taught them in their schools.
Now, when Christianity was first embraced by Constantine, Milan 313, he began building the Basilica on Vatican Hill. Vatican Hill is where they buried their sorcerers originally. This is where all their sorcerers are buried, right? Even when you do the etymology of the word Vatican, Vaticanus, it's a two-word meaning. Vatican, sorcery and anus. They pulling that shit out their ass.
Yo, you gotta freeze, dog. This ain't the motherfucking just make up shit show, dog. What the hell is you talking about?
Tell me what I made up. Just look at my words. I'm trying to figure out what you
go get a source for that right now. Don't say one more word about that. Right now, go get a source. About what the shit is built on. No, go get a source. I'm not arguing with you.
The etymology.
No, we're not allowed. We're not doing that, bro. Look that up. No, we're not doing that. That ain't. We
ain't doing that.
I'm talking.
We're not doing that yet.
We're not doing it, bro. Just the wrong show for that, dog. You serious?
Man, you don't get that off. Can say shit like that, though. I mean, what the fuck? What do I say that you disagree with?
I'm saying go get the source that they buried their sorcerers on a hill and put the Roman thing over top of. Go get that.
No, I ain't gonna do the study for you. I already read that shit.
Well, you're done, son.
Do the research. I'll do the research.
Nah, man. Nah, you're wrong.
You're done.
You better stupid, yo.
This ain't conspiracy theory Sunday, Jay. We gonna let that one go.
Cube said that. Cube say somebody was gonna jump. Cube, the new prophet. He say, why somebody gonna jump up? And you jumped up, bro. We not doing that. That matter of fact, we've actually reached our limit of reading. We're at the point of readership now. So listen, hold on, bro. I can't believe you dove out the window with the Vatican was built on a hill of buried sorcerers. Really, yo?
Man, you ignorant, man.
Yeah, man, get back on truth. Get back to truth argument, man, so we can clear it up for the
Wait,
brother.
hold
man.
on. I want to. Hey, can you hold on? Everybody, be quiet. I don't want to take offense to that. What do you mean by I'm ignorant? Based off your definition, well, let me know whether your black ass get put off.
So now you want me to define ignorant?
Yes, I want.
I'm not
Yes,
going
I
back
do.
to kindergarten with your ass.
Now go ahead. Explain why you just called me ignorant. I think you mean.
What's the meaning of the word, Unc?
I don't know. I want to hear
a specific
don't nobody
subject.
say nothing.
Please,
don't nobody say nothing.
This ain't about y'all two arguing.
No, it is.
I'm speaking about this subject. Here's the answer.
Here's
the answer. You don't want to hear the answer. You just want to keep running your mouth. You don't want to hear the answer.
Not right now.
I'm saying this particular subject.
Right?
I
want to hear what he's saying.
We can double back, yo. Please,
you don't want to hear it.
Please, we can double back.
Nah, I'm not.
Yeah, we having a good show, bro. I want to hear. We having a good show, man. I don't want to get caught.
We can double back. I don't care about it being no good show. I'm saying, what did you mean by that, brother? I'm listening. What happened?
I just want to still keep it
going.
No,
don't even say nothing, James. Don't even say nothing.
I thought not.
I thought talking about
Baltimore, this bitch.
Subject
Baltimore. Baltimore.
Because first of all, I'm not gonna take. Hey James, I'm not gonna take it as a shot. No, I'm gonna take it as the pressure was put on you to send me provided source. You called me ignorant, and based off the fact that I do a lot of reading, I'm not offended by you calling me ignorant. But if I was on some Baltimore shit, I'd have cussed you out for calling me that, bro. That's a hell of a line right there, bro. I'm thinking you're on the side of saying, you just don't know.
Cross the line. You cross the line if you don't go on the definition of ignorant. You were ignorant on the matter. It's simple as that.
You, sir. I'll take that. Thank you. I'm glad you cleaned that up. But with your vigor was like, yo, you ignorant. That was the vigor.
I got a lot of
hold on, I gotta back you all up, but real quick, brother. You can't be ignorant of a matter when it's a presentation-based conversation. That's the whole point of sourcing up.
Right.
Yeah, Garfield was just cooking, man. I don't know.
He was cooking and he cooked them off to the Vatican, buried, built on top of a bunch of witches. Really? We just never heard that before, yo. The audience deserve to read that source, bro. You
never looked at the meaning of the word Vatican. Look up the etymology of Vatican.
I ain't gonna lie, he caught me. I ain't gonna lie, he caught me. I was watching the History Channel just now, and I'm like, word? That's what happened. I feel like it was like word. The etymology of the word Vatican. Oh shit!
Man, forget about that. Hey, I have a question though, because I've heard people say.
Vatican. I'm gonna look.
I've heard people say that the Egyptians could, like, at a particular time period, like this one could read the Metanetta, or they couldn't read the Metanetta at this time. Like, what's the date for that? Because I keep hearing it, but I never hear a date for when they stopped being able to read the Metanetta. Now, I'm not saying when they stopped using it, because just because it's not. I'm saying just because they stopped using the Metanetta does not mean they can no longer transliterate the Metanetta. So I'm saying, what is the consensus of when people weren't able to transliterate the Metanetta?
There's consensus that on planet Earth, nobody on planet Earth could read the shit. Matter of fact, they couldn't read the shit to tell her. So I don't know when it stopped. Listen, I don't know when it's the Greeks was fucking it up with the Hermeticism and all that. So obviously they couldn't read. They made up a whole work, Egypto something. They just made it up. Where they misunderstood, they thought it was like symbols, right? And symbology. So there wouldn't be such a date though. Listen, there wouldn't be such a date. Like there is no such a date.
No, there has to be such a date.
How?
Because if you're saying that if you're using an argument that they couldn't transliterate the Metanetta enough to understand it, I'm trying to figure out. You can't say I don't know the date and then say they didn't know.
You know what you just did, yo. It called you just brought in something totally different. Now you talking about indigenous Egyptians, yo.
No.
Are you talking about indigenous Egyptians now?
Nigga, please. The Ptolemaic period goes up to the goddamn the 1st century.
Okay, the Ptolemies couldn't read the shit, yo.
So I'm saying, do you know that? That's what I'm asking.
Because man.
Yeah, Mateno and them could read it.
I'm talking about
the last Egyptian temple wasn't. I think it was
people in the Greek period that could actually still read the
Oh man, see, you see how y'all did that, right? That's not what we're saying right now, yo. Why would the Greeks make a whole thing? All right, man, fuck it.
Bro, let me just slow it down for you, bro.
I'm gonna table that.
Bro, let me slow it down because you be arguing and not listening.
I'm not arguing. Why would you change the time period to time periods I'm not talking about? That brings in the confusion though, bro.
I want to get clarity about shit niggas say. I'm trying to get clarity.
Clarity with what? What I said was that the Hebrews wasn't reading the meta-lecture. That's what I said. Based off what he was saying.
What period are scenes, bro?
And I'm saying time period is that Europeans and the damn, you would have to go back to the Rosetta Stone.
You're just going through
man, you can just go back to the Rosetta Stone, and obviously they could read it then.
Were they able to read that shit in the first century, bro? Up into the first century. That's the question I'm asking. But it's simple, yes or no, bro. If you say no,
I'm gonna say that about the first century. I mean, what our conversation ain't even in the first century.
What period are the Essenes in, bro?
They Hebrews.
What period, bro?
I don't know, but they wasn't reading meta-lecture. I don't know. Go get that source. I don't know.
I didn't make the claim, bro. You said you just said that niggas can read that.
Dive out the window right now. There is no source. So if that's the case, everybody would have been able to read the shit. If the Essenes could have did it.
No, that don't mean no. I'm just saying, bro. I've heard the argument before, but nobody ever gives a date. They just say they couldn't do it, but nobody ever says when they stopped being able to transliterate.
It's actually a dead language.
Look, hey, look, we can go. Hold on. If y'all would stop arguing, if y'all would stop arguing. Listen, if y'all would stop arguing, we actually could look that up, yo.
Yeah,
this is something that we shouldn't even be going back
yo,
and forth about.
Keep it to the conversation though, yo. Now you're on some absolute shit. You changed the direction of the conversation.
Now you're trying to make shit
that's
crazy.
What you're doing. There ain't no specific items we was talking about, yo.
Bro, you can give an estimation that could be within a century or two, bro. Like, stop doing that, shit, bro.
You know what, though, bro? It might be some of it's a little harder to say. If you look at it like this, we're all on a computer right now, right? 100 years from now, everybody, they're going to assume that everybody
can write. With a meta-lecture.
Look, would it be safe to assume that people in the future would think that we can all read and write in HTML?
I ain't gonna do the logic. We ain't gonna do it logically. I'm just saying, like, I'm driving. That's why I asked. And it was really a simple question that just got crazy. I don't even know why it's combative, bro. It's a simple question.
Talking over each other, yo.
That's you start that shit, bro. My question was just
your phone was kind of messed up, dog.
I'm back now.
I wasn't doing that though.
Am I clear now? Am I clear now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me get it out. Get it out.
So you ain't heard what I said though? I know you heard me.
You gonna let me get it out? I heard what you said.
But you saying who though? You gotta specifically what group? The world or specific group?
Nigga, the people over in Egypt. I'm asking what time period, bro?
So you saying indigenous Egyptians? All right,
bro. Let me. It ain't gotta be indigenous Egyptians. It could be people that conquered the Egyptians. It could be the Ptolemies. I'm asking. It's a simple question, bro. I said I've heard people say that at a particular time period they couldn't read it, right? And some people said no. Read it in the first century.
Hey, hold on. I got the date.
Right.
I got
you might be right with that, Sosa.
Sosa right. The date of the last, it was an edict of Milan that was issued in 313 AD.
Thank you.
So the people was still actually reading the Egyptian Medunetta up into the last closing of, you know what I mean? So the Essenes was around at that time in Alexandria, Egypt. So
what's that? Let me see that. What's the name of that?
333. The edict.
That's the Edict of Milan. That's what I just referred to.
No, we ain't talking to you.
No, I mean, I have the source,
we
man.
Definitely not talking to you.
Just look at the Vatican Necropolis.
No, you're not. You can't jump in on that. Nope.
It's on the same subject. I mentioned the Edict of Milan. I said
for that.
Chef is only picking back on my knowledge.
Hold on. You can't get back with that. You got to come in with that source.
Truth, you can get in the argument now. Truth, we done gave you 2 more legs, yo.
Now, first they was broke. Now you
Sure
back
did.
up.
Hold on, the Edict of Milan. You talking about Constantine and them?
That's right.
Hold on. Now you just how about that's right?
Yeah, he built the
I ain't
shit.
gonna lie,
Hold on. Wait a minute, dog.
I ain't gonna lie, truth. I got an
Yeah,
article.
I want y'all to know that the hieratic
them legs
and the
may not
theoretic is different from meta-nature. Yo, I just want everybody to know. I ain't gonna let y'all do that. That ain't we doing. Let me see. Where's that at, Chef? Put that in the thing real quick. Let me look at this. Let me get this straight. Because you're talking about different things. Two different things here.
So you're telling me that the
no, I'm not telling you anything.
Didn't have a way to read the hieratic.
I want to see
if they was only writing in the hieratic, they couldn't read the older scripts.
I want to see
and translate into it.
It's different. Man, smashing them they can read meta-nature, but they can't read the whatchamacallit, yo. Jesus,
they
Christ.
Can't read what?
They can read
meta-nature. What can't they read?
But they can't read the hieratic. Because it's a high curve. It's like right now, I bet y'all $5, y'all can't read the Declaration of Damn Independence. This shit is written.
I'll take that bet. You fucked that all.
No, I'm telling you, you got high cursive that you just can't read. What do you mean?
No, I guarantee.
I'm gonna put it on the screen. I'm gonna see you can read.
I guarantee you.
That's how I was getting more. I would say more of a code, like HTML. Like not everybody can read HTML right now. Like it was more of a
right, but just because everybody can't read it, there's people who can translate HTML into the modern script that we're using now. I guarantee you they can.
But it wouldn't be common. Just because we're using the culture of using computers, we're assuming that it's common.
I agree. It don't have to be common.
But I think that's what Ankh is saying. Like that wouldn't be. You might find an obsessed person in 100 AD who was obsessed with ancient Egyptian culture, but the regular people was walking around trying to be Greeks.
I could agree with that, but that wasn't the point because we don't speak in absolutes. I think the point that Truth was making is that people could still.
That's not what he said, man. He got very specific, bro. See how that conversation.
No, you got specific.
Yeah, he got very specific.
You got specific to nail him down.
No, he said that the Assyrians was reading the shit by Ankh, and he said that.
Yeah.
What the hell? Is we serious right now?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and then you said nobody read.
Did he say Amun? Did he say Amun?
Nobody read it at that time.
Did he say Amun or Atun?
I said the Hebrews couldn't even read their own.
Why are we all talking at the same time?
But they could read their own shit. It's documented that the Assyrians were like I read you the whole thing that they was translating the ancient as ancient.
Now you back on that again after you admitted you didn't have that. How you gonna do that now?
What?
You just said, yo, to them don't say nothing about the Egyptian script. It say ancient text. Could have been any damn thing.
Text, but what is the ancient text that they in the first century?
All right, okay, I give up. I'm done. I'm on this Edict of Milan.
I'm just saying, if it was people that was translating the metanoia, it would have been them. They were the scribes. They were the people that were doing that type of stuff during that time in the first century. You're not going to find too many other people that was doing it.
All right, man.
When you read that edict, you'll find out that the Romans or Constantine started. Well, the people started having what's called a Vatican necropolis. If you look at the Vatican necropolis,
we're not listening to you because you never brought us a source.
You're not even allowed back into the conversation. No, James, Vatican don't mean what you said it means. It actually means
James.
It means the oracle is the place where prophecies was told. It said nothing about it was burying people there. It was a hill where they told prophecies at. So an oracle lived there.
Hey, Chef, can you put that in the phone though, bro?
Y'all can't read between the lines.
Can you put the Edict of Milan in there? What sources you reading, bro? I need that. Like ASAP. You gonna put it in the phone?
I just pasted it in the back chat. In the Zoom back chat. Wikipedia.
I'm cutting hair. James that said that. You my man, bro. But that's them lines that the spirit they be like read between the lines. Like
right.
It's just a line.
Man. James is a conspiracy theorist, but like we deal with this all the time.
Okay, let's go. I see what you did, Chef. Okay.
No, man, y'all talk that craziness. Damn.
Yeah, I'm saying,
there's nothing below sub-Saharan
between the lines for an exit sign.
I mean, damn.
Q don't feed into it, man. Let's get back. Don't get drifted off, bro.
Hey, chef, which tab, yo? Where you at?
Yeah, cause like I said, I'm driving around, so I heard this shit. I couldn't ask at the time, but like I've heard that shit.
No. That's right here. Hold on. Whoa. The decline of the paganism in Egypt. Hold on. Is that the section it was in?
It's all up in there. You find out. Keep going.
No, man.
No, he's not talking about he's not talking about your argument, Jay. He's talking about the other shit.
I already opened the can of worms.
No, we're not even
all
going.
the liturgy in the Catholic Church
Jay,
comes
we're
from
not
Egypt.
doing that,
and then you're going to want me to source up.
We
If
ain't
I
doing
say
that right
all the liturgy from the Catholic Church comes up out of Egypt, y'all going to say source up.
Yeah, Jay, you ready for a debate on something else with that one? Well, you go ahead, sharpen up.
Nah, I can't take that. Nah, I ain't ready for no debate. I'm dropping jewels, man. That's all.
You're gonna fit right in, bro, with that. You're killing with that one.
I gotta get over here first. It's Friday. Chef said ain't nothing sub-Saharan. I said Songhai. He said that ain't sub-Saharan. Now y'all tell me, is Songhai Northern Africa, Saharan, or sub-Saharan?
We're staying on point right now. Where we at, bro?
I'm just saying.
I never said that. Are you crazy?
See what I'm saying?
What?
I said Songhai. You said nah. You talked about every white civilization in North Africa.
The Songhai stretched into the Sahel, yo. That's what I was saying. So
and I'm telling you, the Sahel is sub-Saharan.
All right, man.
The Sahel is a mixture of the Sahara and is the border region, yo.
All right. Well, the first university
is the border region of the Sahara.
First university was there. Now, if you talk about Benin, in Benin, brother, you see the largest man-made structure in the history. The walls of Benin in Nigeria presently, they were 4 times longer than the Great Wall of China, and it contained 100 times more material than the Cheops Pyramid, man. I'm telling you, we ignorant. We ignorant about ourselves. Because the scholars say,
know about that. Stop. The Great Walls of Benin? Are you serious? Stop.
You're not gonna source up for that one?
And that's besides the point. I think we're veering off. We're off the rails again.
No, I just had to close that chapter. That was Friday. That was Friday lunch, remember? That was Friday lunch.
The same guy that don't understand that everything is moving away from us, but still can crash into it. You that guy. We're not listening to you. You need, matter of fact, the source every 5 minutes you say something.
Everything I bring
That's where you at right now. You on the source up and shut up.
Huh?
I'm just saying, no, we're not listening to none of that. You on the source up and shut up. We got you. Where is the source talking about the quote unquote the Catholic shit is built on a bunch of buried witches? Where that's at, bro? And what would be the
Vatican necropolis?
I know I'm bringing back to Uncle said hours ago. Christianity is some white folk shit. It ain't got nothing to do with black folk. Debate.
So all right, you right here. Let's get some damn clarity to the situation.
It's called a brief history of. Here's a brief history of Vatican City. Rome burns. This is after Nero burns the shit. It's a guy named Hubert Robert.
Hey, James, just go get the source and put it on the screen, bro. Like,
we ain't listen to that trick 'em shit.
Nah, man, even if I say it 3 times, the motherfucker come back.
Just go get the source, bro. Like, come on, that's it, bro. Like, we can't.
Nah, that'll be the 3rd time. I don't fuck with them sorcerers.
Then just leave it alone. Just leave it alone, bro.
Yeah, until the next day. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Okay, let me read the source. Come on, man. Let's get back to this meta-nature thing right here. So right here it says in 33 AD, a number of Egyptian bishops is estimated to be just under 100. Okay. It says that the Christianization of the Roman Empire itself and edicts by Christian emperors in the 3rd and 4th century AD compounded the decline. So I'm just trying to figure out what edict was we talking about that was written in thing. But keep going. Damn. And it say, and damn it. and the last known inscription. It says the last known inscription, right? In hieroglyphics, regarded by some as, look, they fucking it up, regarded by some as a symbol of the decline of the religion itself due to their close ties. Dates from around 394, known as the, what's this, graffito of Esca-Atum. We're going to look into that. It is located at the Temple of Isis, right, on the island of Philae in Upper Egypt, believed to be one of the final remaining places of worship of native Egyptian religion. By this time, the Egyptian religion was largely confined to the south of the country. Yeah, there go that south again. As it came, it shall return. Let me finish. And to the distinct isolation of, what's this? Sawa Oasis in the west. It says this century also saw significant, what's the word? Siwa.
Siwa.
Okay.
The Siwa Oasis, yep.
Okay, all right. It say this century also saw what?
One question. Isn't this why we didn't get that debate with Jabari, because he couldn't find proof that the people went into the Temple of Philae and stole the New Testament? That's where they got it from?
Right. Couldn't react. Yeah, he was tripping.
Yeah, but let's get this date down. Let's get back focused. I want to get this date down so we can get a clear understanding of that.
I say the century also saw significant expansion and institutionalized Christianity into Egypt, but adherence to the old religion on a small and more local scale was still prevalent. Philae is also the site of the final demonic inscription. See what I'm saying? Look, that's demonic. Look at it. I want y'all to look at this. Yo, that's totally different from Meta Netra script. People always, so just because you could read Meta Netra don't mean you can read this. And I could just show y'all, this shit is demonic. Demonic script derived from the northern form of the hieratic. Remember I said that, hieratic, used in the Nile Delta, and the stage of the Egyptian language written in the script followed late Egyptian, preceding Coptic. See what I'm saying? So that first thing is the Meta Netra. Yo, this is in the Old Kingdom, right? Look when you start to get demonic and all that. Like we talking 4,000 or 5,000 years of history here, y'all. So hold on. So right here,
what did Akhenaten write his hymn in?
I don't know. That might have been, I don't know.
It would be like Middle Egyptian, right?
I'm not sure what he wrote.
It would have been around the Middle Egyptian form. See, that's what I'm saying. Like you can't speak in absolutes. I'm
just trying to hold on for a minute.
It was priests that could read.
Then Chef, why did you say there was nothing in sub-Saharan Africa?
Using the analogy again, I had to look up the first language. It was Fortran. Who has heard of Fortran language?
Yeah, we had to go on that. Yeah, they just talking about the script. Yo, they're not talking about actually.
How many people know about
I guess
Fortran?
we can state if you could.
I know about Fortran, brother. I'm a little older.
Machine language.
You talking about go-to statements and subscripted variables?
All y'all talking at the same time. What y'all?
No, Q asked about Fortran.
Yo, mute these niggas up. We ain't.
Yeah, hey James, you done, James. Hey James, you're not allowed back to the conversation until you give us a source saying that they built the Catholic Church on some buried witches, which is crazy to me. Crazy.
Necropolis. This ain't the conversation for that convo, bro.
Man, please. I'll bring it up next time.
I appreciate you. So we got here that edict wasn't written in the Meta Netra, Chef. You did say that. You messed that up. Just for the record, you misread that. That ain't what it was saying. It said
I didn't say the Edict of Milan was written in the Meta Netra. How would you just say that?
James jumped out the window with that. That was James. Wasn't that James?
I said the liturgy in the
Catholic Church. Go ahead, James. What'd you say, James?
I said that the liturgy.
James back in the conversation.
James said that shit.
No, Chef just don't want me to talk about sub-Saharan Africa. No, the liturgy in the Catholic Church all comes from, they got it from Egypt. I'll have to source up on that.
That wasn't our point. Right, what are you doing,
Hey, hold on, stop.
The mystery schools pulled up already.
Hold on 1 second. Where did you get that information from, my brother, regarding the buildings? Where did you get it? We're not asking for a source, but just tell us where you got it from.
Oh God.
Regarding the what? The liturgy?
Mm-hmm.
I read it. I read it, and I'll have to find out. I'll have to look through my references.
Young Pharaoh.
Every time, when James pop on, James make a statement that have people goddamn trying to debate his position. Man, I was trying to let's get some clarity on that.
That's why Jabari matches that shit so cleanly.
All right, we messing up.
All right, let's get some clarity on it.
Here you go, yo. Yeah. It say the use of this. Y'all gotta go to the article entitled. This is clear right here. Egyptian hieroglyphics, right? And so I think we can actually get some dates here and clear up all the shit, all the mistakes and all that. Right here, I think it says, just like the thing was, it say the use of this writing system. That's what you basically talking about, right, Sosa?
Yeah.
All right, it say continue through the New Kingdom, right? And the late period, and on into the Persian and Ptolemaic periods. Well, we know the Ptolemies would have had to have understood a little bit, right?
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay. It say late survivals of hieroglyphics use are found well into the Roman period, extended into the 4th century AD. And that source would be the Middle Egyptian and introduction to language, culture, and hieroglyphics.
All right, clear. So we clear.
Okay. Hold on. It say with the final closing of the pagan temple in the 5th century, knowledge of hieroglyphic writing was lost. All right? Lost. I mean, the world didn't know it's over with. Lost. So we got a good day here. Between the 4th and 5th century AD, it was lost to the world. So now we good. Good. We came to. See, for everybody that don't know the show, yo, this is what we do, yo. You win some, you lose some, nigga. But what you're not gonna do is not have a source and run your damn mouth. Right? And we all can be wrong. That's okay. But we gonna source up. See, this is how you do it, James. So James, Sosa was trying to get to a point. Everybody was trying to get to a point, and I think now we got to the point now. See? That's how we do it. You just don't be right on this motherfucker because you got the loudest voice or you got the most weight.
So
reiterate
the point that was just made.
It makes sense, brother. It makes sense.
No, fuck what made sense. Reiterate the point that was just made.
Nah, if reiterate the point. I want to do better than that. You want me to reiterate that point, and you the one that talked about ain't nothing in sub-Saharan Africa.
Chill, bro. Conversation. Guaranteed. James, I'm not even talking
now you want me
about
to reiterate a point. Who the hell is you?
No,
you a kindergarten cop.
The question was not for you, James.
You to reiterate. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I was talking about the exactly. We trying to reiterate the point to bring it back to our original conversation. Truth Ministries.
I'm sorry, that was funny.
Truth Ministries made the Truth Ministries made the point that the Essenes was translating or knew about Akhenaten, him or whatever. It was somehow their shit was connected to Akhenaten. Said that at the same time that they was in Egypt, couldn't nobody read the Medu-Neter. So that was the whole point of this whole exercise, is nailing down when
they couldn't read the Medu-Neter. I ain't saying nobody couldn't. I said that they couldn't read the Medu-Neter. They could barely read their own shit. That's why the New Testament is written in Greek.
That's a false statement, though, because
every scholar
and every scholar today would tell you that the Essenes were the ones that were translating and everything. They were the scholars.
Truth, go get that.
I've been showed you the source.
No, you read it.
No, he chopped that up. I can chop it up.
It's a source by Michael. Hold up, I got it right here. Matter of fact, let me share my screen.
You finally found the source now.
No, I've been had the source, and I've been showed y'all the source.
You didn't show us no sources. You said they was reading ancient texts. The Greek text is considered an ancient text, bro. Like that ain't the Persian text is an ancient text. Being an ancient text don't run straight to Egypt.
Nah, you literally said they can barely translate Hebrew. You just said that. You just said
Man,
that.
I said they was, I said the New Testament was
And
written.
I said
the New
that's
Testament
false, yo. That's a
was written
false
in
statement.
Greek.
They were the ones that was translating everything. They was the ones translating stuff from Hebrew to Greek, from Greek to if there was people in the Mediterranean during that time.
I will concede
in the
to
first
them. I will
Now, let me
concede
make
to
my
that,
point.
but that my conceding to that doesn't help you in them being able to decipher Akhenaten and the boys.
What era? What era, True?
When Akhenaten was shit for the 14th, no, 19th dynasty or some shit like that.
Yep, keep going. It's not
Akhenaten was the 19th dynasty, and the Essenes were definitely, if it was people around at that time, you see what I'm saying? The Essenes were known to be the scholars in the first century.
Where?
These were amongst everybody, amongst the whole multitude in the Mediterranean. You can look that up. The Essenes were the scholars. These were and they was also called the pt2 by the Greek. They were the physicians. They called them the physicians. These were the ones that people went to get healed if they needed to go to the doctor.
So look, in the article that you quote but had on the screen, an Essene presence in either region is difficult to trace after the time of the first Jewish-Roman War, 66 to 73 CE. Many Essenes were believed to have been killed during the war and when it related destruction of Jerusalem and many Essene sites, including Qumran in 70 CE. The period coincided with the sequestration of the Dead Sea Scrolls and 11 sites near Qumran. So they're saying in the article you quoted that they were pretty much over before the end of before the end of the first century.
They mark it at the end of the second century, but the Essene period begins at the second century BC. So they would that's a few centuries to afterwards. So you know what I mean? So they still had a couple 200 years.
No, they're saying that they were over by 70 CE.
Yeah, and the period began the second century BCE.
Yeah,
that's over 200 years till the 70 AD. But you know what I mean? So that still gives them a couple hundred years
to be. You know? But they were only in a small. In the same article, it says they were in a small region.
No, they were in three main locations. This is what they have found.
Are you listening to what Cuba? Are you listening? Hey, truth. Are you listening to what Cuba is asking? Or you just want to respond to say that you're right?
I didn't even get a chance to respond. I just now started talking.
Right, go ahead.
Like,
let me hear your response.
Like, you made me lose my train of thought by interrupting me, yo. I don't do that to you. I sit back and I'm quiet.
Okay,
but every time I turn around, people think they, see, egos, yo. That's what it is. Egos.
No,
because a lot of people on here got big egos that always think they're right and they only got the only information and don't never want to listen to what nobody else say. That's why you have the problem with being quiet and letting me talk.
No problem.
And want to interrupt me.
Hey, brother Ankh.
Yes.
Ankh, are we trying to find out if these people, the Essenes, were actually deciphering Medjugorje or could read it? Is that really the goal here?
You got to ask truth.
That plus I'm trying to establish
I'm trying to say that without being able to get out, I'm trying to say that if there was people alive in the first century BCE, and around the first century, around the time of Christ, that could translate and could read it, it would have been the Essenes because these were the scholars at the time.
All right.
Your Greek scholars, the Greeks went to them. You see what I'm saying?
So true. Can I ask you a question? Are you saying that the Essenes are the ones that put the ideas of the New Testament, they got it from Kemet and they put it in the New Testament? Is that what you're saying? Because they were multilingual people? Is that what the thesis is? Because I don't know.
No, that's not what I was saying at all. I was just pointing out that these people could read they read most ancient language based on historians. This is not my opinion. It's actually historians that actually study the stuff. But y'all can go off your opinions. I mean, I don't do that.
No. You're right, bro. I agree with you. So you're saying that the Essenes were connected to Kemet.
I'm saying the mystery schools that y'all want to keep on imagining that they're making it seem like it don't happen. Even Plato, it was multiple Greek scholars that went to that came to Egypt to learn from these mystery schools and then took back what they learned back to Greece and was teaching their people. This is documented.
So you're actually saying what he asked you, though, True. You're connecting the Essenes to the ancient Egyptian knowledge, and by way of the Essenes, we get the Christian religion from them, but it's by proxy of the Egyptian knowledge that they knew. You're actually saying that.
No, but what I'm saying is it evolved. It's not 100% Egyptian. The theology evolved. It started at one thing, and then over years it changed into something else, into a whole different belief system. What the Essenes wound up believing in was something called the way of the Essenes, which the teacher of righteousness was actually teaching. He was actually trying to separate them, the Essenes, away from the other Jews. He was trying to make a distinct difference between the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Essenes. He was trying to separate us out.
All right, where did the Essenes come? Hold on. This is the big question now. Where were the Essenes like 500 before the Common Era? Where were they at that time?
They were always then they were called the sons of the dawn, the sons of light. But they always existed. They were the people that dressed in white. If you look up the Great White Brotherhood, if you look up these people, you would see for yourself, like these people have always been around for a long time, bro.
All right, can I share my screen? Because that's all I'm saying. It sounds exactly like
they date this period of the Essenes start, at least the wiki starts around the 2nd century CE.
Yeah, but
that's where they date the start of it.
But you see, your argument is coming straight from what this person has in this article. History records that Pythagoras and Greeks, philosophers, mathematicians visited Mount Carmel around 533 BCE and studied on his way to Egyptian before establishing his own school. They went to these little cities. This is all, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like what you're saying is coming straight from this text. This is all, everything that you're saying is literally coming right out of here.
I'm just saying I didn't get it from there.
But
I got it from researching different things and putting shit together. That's where I got it from. So it actually encourages me more when somebody else is actually saying the same thing.
You see, Pythagoras shared many things with the Essenes. The quotes that you're using. Then it said the Essene presence in either region is difficult to trace. Right? Then you go into the Roman parts. That's right there. As I'm saying, I was asking you coming from this article. It sounds like what you're saying is coming straight from this article. This is the one that you shared on the screen earlier.
Oh, probably did. Yeah, if I said that, that's one of my sources. It definitely, because I'm quoting actual scholars on the subject. I'm not coming off the top of my head. This is actually what people are researching and actually coming out with and saying. And that's just one of them. Like I really want y'all to read the other one where the guy Michael Wise is giving you the name of Judah the Essene and giving you the reason why that he believes, based on the Dead Sea Scrolls, that was the first Messiah and that was the teacher of righteousness. You gotta read it.
But that's fine. But I'm trying to figure out where did these people come from to learn? How did they learn the Egyptian language? And you said they went to the schools. Now, what evidence do you have?
They created the school. They were the school. And
what year was the school? What year? Okay, hold on. Let's slow down.
That's what I'm about to give it to you. You ain't got to ask. I'm about to give it to you right now. I'm about to give you a name.
What year was the school formed? Let's start that. What year?
All right. It began in Mount Carmel. All right. Let me go to the book. I got it right here in the book. It started at Mount Carmel when Tutmosis III had conquered that area. It's actually in the what's the name of it? Karnak. It's in one of the documents found in Karnak that it's actually documented that he actually turned over that area at Mount Carmel to some type of priest, and they were supposed to keep the mystical teachings.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually documented. In Karnak.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
So and then that's right there. You got Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel is where they kept their library at. That's where the Essenes' home base was. So the people that came before the Essenes were the Essenes. It was just a different. They were calling them something different. They didn't call themselves Essenes. That's what other people came to start calling them. They called themselves the sons of light.
Yeah, Truth, is there information regarding their association or relationship or integration with the Romans at this point in time?
At this point in time, before the 1st century, I don't see them. They had interactions with all people. They went.
No, but you know the Romans occupied the area at that time, right?
Not to cut you. Look,
I'm talking about as far as.
Hold on, guys. Look at what Cuba they showed. Look at that right there. Look at that right there.
That's what I'm saying. You're quoting this. This is exactly what you're quoting. The range has been considered sacred since 1500 BCE, according to geographical list found in the Temple of Complex of Karnak, priesthood of Amun. According to historical resources, northern branch of Essene community, the Nazarenes established a temple in the main school at Mount Carmel. The Sea of Galilee, the Mediterranean. This is some white people shit, B.
Yeah, a lot of shit white people shit. Come on, man.
I'm just saying, like, but it's not something that you bring that's being. This is, and it goes back to like the brother was saying. Rosicrucian writings indicate that this is all connected. But again, like we said earlier, this was gone in the first.
They were gone. They were gone. They were gone. But because I'm reading this shit. I'm looking at this shit, right? I'm not using his source. But it said, they were gone at 70 CE, but they was founded in the 6th century BC. So
the area where he's naming has been occupied. If you go into the same article, they said the caves said, look, the original Mount Carmel was part of a mountain range along Mediterranean coast. Again, not black people. Coastline. You want to talk about they was black, whatever.
Why you focus on black, bro?
Black. We're not talking about black.
Let's move forward.
I don't give a shit about being, that's not the issue.
Oh, you don't give a shit about being black? No, hold up.
Not right now, not when we're having this conversation.
Just chill out the conversation, please.
Everybody stop. Stay on course.
Yeah, I was mostly trying to establish.
I need Garfield.
I like this
and
source.
Truth to square off. I think we're about to reach something.
Yeah, we about here, ain't we?
I was trying. Go ahead, Truth. Go ahead.
What source is this that he's showing? What's the title of it?
This is your source.
I don't think that is
This is your source. When you go to the page, there was a second link in your source.
That's not the source I was showing.
Yo, bro, go to the video. Hold on. How much money? Let's take bets on that.
That's in the chapter. No, hold on. Time out. No, hold up. Time out. Because you're doing something totally wrong and you're misunderstanding what I was showing you. Now, all the books that was in that little list are separate books, right? The book that I was talking about and I was trying to show that list for was the guy Michael Wise, who I keep on saying, that wrote the book, The First Messiah. He actually had some publication with all his other people working on the Dead Sea Scrolls on that list. And that's what I was trying to show you. I wasn't trying to show you. I didn't even say anything about the California thing. You kept on trying to focus on the people because they was from started back up in California, the Rosicrucians. I never was trying to focus on the Rosicrucians. I was trying to focus on the information about the Essenes.
But the information about the Essenes comes from Rosicrucianists.
No, it doesn't. It comes from Michael Wise. Hold on, let me share my screen.
Yeah, digging in the crew.
Bro, this is why I'm saying
you fucking it up.
It's scholars that they actually researched. They just put it in a damn book together.
Yeah,
it's an actual publication yo. I don't think y'all listening to me. I don't think y'all understand what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is the Rosicrucians, you have to then show us your direct source. Don't take us through the Rosicrucians.
I got the direct source. I just have. And the problem
all right,
is
now who is this nigga? What is his credentials?
He is one of the actual archaeologists that's actually working on the site.
Right.
All right, y'all look this nigga up. Let's go.
Michael Wise and The First Messiah.
Yeah, one of them pseudo books, yo. It's like you fucking with it.
I saw his work. I saw when I looked at the first shit that he said. I forgot, but about him making that argument. Yeah, so he's not making that up. I saw I got to go back to. I've been driving around, but I did see that. You know what I mean? But it was saying like different people had different, still had different theories and interpretation. But Michael Wise is one of those individuals that had interpretation.
Yeah.
But even when we look up the Essenes, right? Because I'm just going by what the wiki was saying. And it was saying like some models and archaeologists have argued that the Essenes inhabited a settlement at Qumran, a plateau in the Judean desert along the Dead Sea, citing Pliny the Elder in support and giving credence that the Dead Sea Scrolls are the product of the Essenes. This theory, though not yet conclusively proven, has come to dominate the scholarly discussion and public perception of the Essenes. So even though they're saying it's not been conclusively proven, the shit is not batshit crazy.
Right. Yeah, you got you actually got a whatchamacallit site. Y'all see the screen though?
Yeah. You got those that sweatshirt in double XL. You know my girth.
Yeah, we got double X. We got all that, man. I just want to stop this moment, man.
And you take PayPal, right?
I take pay. I take all that. Take anything that's money. Nice. Money talking bullshit.
So you got your e-commerce solution going, huh?
Yeah, I got everything going with the no religion, man. I got a whole line coming out of scientific literature shirts, man, with all that on there, man.
That's very nice.
For those who can't handle the no religion, it's too tough for you, but you do love science, so we're gonna have a whole line of that coming out, man, for y'all, man. All right, I just want y'all to go to the site, ABDJUWEAR. Moderators, put that in the chat for me. All right. Yeah, we definitely doing it. No religion.
I'm gonna go straight there.
Yeah, go straight there, yo. Your shit going. If you order today, it'll be there in a couple of days, yo.
That don't mean I don't have to sauce up right now, though, because here's the source. As a matter of fact, your homeboy from B-More, Chef, he provided the source, but you know how he holds back. We got a distinct inability to connect the dots sometimes. Here it is. Vatican. He told you what the root etymology of the word vati is, right? But he only stopped at oracle. I want you to, just without even looking, I want you to put it together. I say sorcery, he said oracle, right? So put together, what is an oracle? They got to be able to write and recite it, right? A seer, soothsayer, prophet. What do you call that?
Huh?
What do you call those things that I described? What do you call that? Is that not a sorcerer? Right? Now, hear me out.
Hey, you see, I'm promoting your no religion, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's slick right there, bro. Yeah, I like
you
that.
You said it was the place where they bury.
Like that, yo,
right, now, okay? All right.
You said it was the place where they bury.
Like that sweater.
The place where they bury sorcerers at. Good.
Very good point, Chef. That's exactly what I said. Now, do you know the Roman tradition of naming things after like what it is, or like, if they're gonna have a sorcery hill, a place where they bury their wealthy and their sorcerers, when they bury these people, they'll call it what it is, Vatican Hill, right? That's where it comes from.
All right, so here I'm gonna show this. I ain't doing that with you.
They said that's where you went at.
Yeah, we're
going
to here you go.
Go there to see the sorcerers. I keep saying sorcerers. That's your word.
Hey, Chef, we got them right here. We got them right here, Chef. So everybody gonna learn something right now. Let me show y'all how.
No, the original word Vaticanus, not just Vatican. It comes from Vaticanus.
Yo, relax for a minute though.
Vatican comes from the word Voldemort, from Harry Potter.
Y'all gotta relax. Vatican, right? From the Latin, Mons Vaticanus, Roman hill, on which the papal palace stands. So that's really what it is, right? Okay, and watch this. By Kalen's sources said to be and what? Eurasian loanword and unrelated to Vates. See, unrelated to this the word you're trying to pull off on it, Joe. V-A-T-E-S. Look, soothsayer, prophet, seer. So let's go to Vates. This is how we do it, yo. Okay, this is how we doing it. Look, it say, but most others seem to think it is related on the notion of hill of prophecy. Okay, so let's go to Vates, because that's what you're trying to say. That's how we do it. We get it out the way. 1620s, the poet ran expressly Celtic, divinely inspired poet from the Latin Vates. Here you go, soothsayer, right? Here we go, prophet, seer, Celtic, akin, Irish, poet. So it's all here, and let me look y'all in y'all damn face and tell you what's going on. This is how they've been taking advantage of us. I ain't talking about you, James. I'm saying they'll take a word that sounds like that and they'll ease it up. So it's truth and falsehood strangely mixed. And that's how you get the Vatican was built on a bunch of witches. That's how they do it. But we can clearly see there's a separation there. That's how y'all can get to it. That's how you get to it. I hear what you're saying, James, but you've been caught up in the web of pseudoism, bro. They got you.
No. You're looking at Vates, not Vati. You're not. Look at Vati. Look at Vati. You see, you switched off. You switched off right where they want you.
Is it a burial place?
You switched off right where they want you.
Is it a burial place?
I go back, bro. I ain't
Right?
switching. You know this show ain't based on.
Look at Vati in Latin.
All right, hold on, bro.
In
Hey,
Latin.
James. Remember, this show ain't based on us being right all the time. We don't got that kind of stuff.
I understand that.
So
And
we're
that's
falling
why I
off
gotta-
sword in real time around here, yo. That's not.
That's why I gotta understand where you coming from. And as a matter of fact, I do, and I seed my testosterone and shit. All right?
Yeah, I ain't paying you no mind. I just need a source to shut up. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah,
for that. I ain't gonna never get mad at you like that. I don't even get mad at truth. I don't even get mad at not truth, but American Dream like that. We'll fight, then the next time it's over with. Yeah, you know what I mean? So you talking about right here, this word right here?
Zaki. No. Hold on.
No, it's
real quick, you got him. Technically, it's the same shit. It's the pronunciation. V-A-T-E-S or V-A-T-I-S. Vatis. However you pronounce it, it all means oracle, soothsayer, poetess, prophetess, mouthpiece of deity.
That's right. And my
same shit he just looked
it
up.
doesn't
What
say
is that?
cemetery. Do y'all notice that?
Just looked up.
Nothing in there says cemetery.
Yeah, it don't. Nah, it don't. Where a person is buried at. Yeah, you tripping. Yeah, man.
Listen, they used to look at Vatican. What is it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stutter.
It would be in here. We didn't read this shit up and down, went through the different etymologies of it. It would be in here.
Oh, shit.
Listen, we did that. We saw the etymology. It says it. I'm asking
it
you,
did
what
not
is a
say
soothsayer?
that.
What is a seer? What is that?
Like
what is a burial? Where does it say it was a cemetery?
Oh, man.
Dude, right when they built it on a cemetery.
You're half
Look back
right.
at the 313.
Let me say this. Maybe this will make you feel better. You are half right.
Yeah, that's for pseudos.
Is that good enough for you?
Pseudoism is built off of half truths, though. That's the point, yo. We all been half truth. So I'll give you a half truth. Yes, the Nile Valley Africans are indigenous Africans, but no, they're not African Americans. So the half truth is to play that whole motherfucking game. See how we can do that? See?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, that's, you know what I mean? But for me, the African American, right? I fuck with all African history. I ain't letting none of y'all Negro pens tell me what African nation I'm gonna celebrate.
It was crazy. Thank you. All he had to do was Google this shit. Like, as soon as you Google historical cemetery inside Vatican walls, it has no pseudo. That's all you had to do. It's not anything for the trophy of.
Yeah, I was wondering where you got that from. That was crazy.
I said it was the Vatican necropolis. Look it up. The Vatican
necropolis. Yeah, the point, James, is that if you get your source, we can see where you get your information.
Right.
Bro.
We can help
The
you out.
necropolis will come up in cemetery, yo. It will be the same thing, yo. You're not going to throw us off the trail with that.
You don't come up with that on your own. You got it from somebody. We want to see where you got it from, bro. We want to see if it's credible. That's what we want to see.
Hey, Sosa.
Yeah.
Hey, Sosa.
Y'all gonna ask me to source up what's in it.
Stop hollering at me, man, with your messed up phone, yo. You messed up. I want you to holler at me, man. I want your phone was breaking up, yo. Come on, yo. I'm talking about 20 minutes ago. You talking about, come on, I'm not trying to get. I know you was trying to get to it. Yo, I was trying to get to it with you. You know how we do. We fall right here. We ain't mad at that. Ain't nobody embarrassed about having everything right.
It's crazy how shit gets the community.
You got tough skin, man. Look, you got tough skin. I got tough.
We got tough skin.
You can call Captain Save a whole type of shit. I'll be tripping on that shit.
I ain't call you a hoe, though.
Yeah, but if I was to listen to y'all, man, I would believe that. I would believe that ain't nothing.
Like I don't be tripping on that shit. We just talking shit. Huh? We talking shit. I don't be caught up on this shit.
You know, I end up being the most sensitive one as much shit as I talk. That's crazy, right? You can't say behold. Then the nigga say, what nigga? And I'm all for
Uncle was ready earlier.
Where did that Vaticari?
He said he shut the whole panel down when Son said he was ignorant.
Where did that Vaticari word come from? Who had that? Somebody had that pulled up. Where did that come from?
But before you real quick, yo, you see how it goes though? The cemetery you're talking about, historic cemetery inside of Vatican is a little piece of paradise. A small, inconspicuous cemetery. That is the lead line in this article from the CatholicTelegraph.com. A small, inconspicuous cemetery. And now when it gets into the Black Hood in Harlem, it's, yo, bro, the Vatican was built on top of a secret cemetery that had the sorcery and ancient occult knowledge that they when they discovered the original purified water.
Your Ankh, why you letting Q do this to me, man?
I'm killing you, yo. Damn.
No, it's more than that, man. Yo, that's the right. Yo, listen, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna sauce up.
Bro, that's the article. You can literally type in historic cemetery inside the Vatican walls. It's a little piece of paradise, and it'll pop right up.
Oh man,
they made it. They made it Eden. They're gonna make it Eden next year.
Oh, not
man, they're buried on a hill. They're buried on their sorcerer's hill, man.
All right, let me show. This is where I want to get a truth. I hate to do it to you, bro, but I got to get you out of here on this now. I got you, yo. So first of all, right? What we're looking at is actually the hymn. This is the hymn, the great hymn of Aten, right? And I'm saying,
I'm still sharing my screen. Hold on, I gotta click off. I can't see your screen. All right, go ahead.
I got it.
So this is actually the hymn to Akhenaten. Here the Pharaoh right here. We all seen this. Rashid Wallace had this tattoo on his arm. Yo, beautiful, beautiful piece right here, right? This is actually the drawing of the inscription of the hymn in 1908 publication, right? So all we gotta do is read the hymn and see who is really messing up here. Europeans, like who is making this monotheism? So if you come here, right, and I read all of it, it's just simply saying every leg is on the move since the founding of the earth. It say you rose them for your son who came from your body. The king who lives by Mayat, that's a god, right? The Lord of two lands, Nephara, soul of one Ray, that's another god. The son of Ray, right? The son of the god Ray, who lives by Mayat, the Lord of crowns, Akhenaten, great in his lifetime. So what you're saying is he's doing what the Africans do. They got a real strange mix here, right? They mix it back and forth. They wasn't monotheists. They never was that. They always venerated their ancestors and other deities. They just have like a hierarchy to it. I think somebody said it, henotheism or something like that, right? So watch this. This is where everybody mess up. This is what I use. Watch this. On page 354, right? All right, 354, because why nobody talking about this? This is shit niggas hate. He says, in this question and answer portion, what pharaoh adopted Aten as the god of Egypt? Because that's really what happened. It was a political move. He put priests out of work, the whole 9 yards, man. It was more than just saying, I'm a monotheist. See, Europeans like to play that game. Yeah, them dumb, stupid Africans, all they can do is pray. They don't give you they don't qualify you as having the ability to really have a quote unquote political agenda, right? We have agendas like all human beings do, like the religion, like I was saying earlier, this fits right into it. Religion is politics. And so Africans from time immemorial, right, have been exacting politics of religion. We want to act like they didn't have that, but if you read what the definition of religion is, they had all those trappings. And that's why I was trying to sell the American dream, right, that Christianity is the changing of the politics of a people. Remember that? It's the changing of a cultural view, where you stand and how you view the world. That was my point. That's the danger of it, where you forget where you from and you actually think you came out the Garden of Eden. There you go, right? So here you go. He says it real clear. He says, Amenhotep the fourth, commonly known as Akhenaten, the son of the pharaoh, Amorphous, or Amenhotep the third, and Queen Ta, common birth. It say was the first to adopt Aten as a national god of the Africans of Egypt above all other gods. So he's showing you how he just took Aten and placed Aten right here, the sun disk. He was worshiping the sun. He was a sun worshiper, right? Okay, where truth will say, okay, there you go. That's the sun's light. Okay.
No,
Hold on. It say Aten adopted the worship of Aten in the fourth now year of his reign, right? 1366 BCE. So remember, they didn't have that biblical history. It was one straight line from Adam all the way to the goddamn book of Revelation. No, each pharaoh had his own history. People always mess that up too, right? It say he devoted the rest of his life to the preparation of his teachings of this deity and neglected all other deities of his office. So he neglected it. Now watch this. It says Aten, the sun, was different to the god Re and Ra, divine spirit of the sun. Along with Aten, he also worshipped Re, Horus, and Menivis the bull. He challenged the priests and their worship of the god Amen, and he moved the capital of Egypt to Luxor, right, to his own city named Aten. Now, I say this to show you that it was really a political move, and at the end of the day, fucking bankrupted the country, and he didn't handle his business, right? If you know anything about it, they were sending letters to him, Amana letters, right? When they were saying, yo, you got to help our borders out. We've been attacked there by these Asiatics. And he ignored all that, and he was humming. You know what I'm saying? This little personal religion he had. He disrupted the priesthood. They fucking were broke at the end of the day. See, but no one will tell you that. They will focus on acting like he was a monotheist. Hold on, bro. Let me bring it home. The Rosicrucianists, they don't know all this. They don't know these fine details. They're actually thinking he's a monotheist, but he wasn't. He was simply making a political maneuver, right? What he felt, how he wanted to run his country. And with that, bro, there you go. Ain't got shit to do with monotheism like they normally promote to you.
That you actually solidified my whole point. Like, that's really my point. I know all that. I know that he broke up. He destroyed every temple of Amun. I know that. He did it for political reasons because the priest was getting too powerful. The people believed in these guys more than they believed in the pharaoh. So that's why he came up with the religion. My thing is that he came up with the religion. He came up with it for a purpose. Yeah, true. But these people believed it, and after he died, they changed it back to the old religion.
But it had to do with the Essenes coming up with Jesus Christ and monotheism.
But nah, he came on. I'm talking about when you talk about him, you can't talk about the Essenes yet. The Essenes don't exist during the time of Akhenaten.
I know. Listen, I got the chronology right. You were saying, even in the book where the Rosicrucians had something about Aten and them being monotheism, and you was basically saying that the Essenes got that from Akhenaten. I'm not saying personally got it from.
I'm saying the theology. That's where the theology is.
I know, but the theology was a political, and it ain't had nothing to do with having one God. I just read that because he's still in. I read that the hymn to you, Jesus Christ. I read the hymn, the prayer. In his prayer, he's giving adoration to Mayat and Ray and all them. Yo, they gods. We shouldn't have to pull that up.
But in that same hymn, the same exact hymn that you just read at the beginning, it says, "You are the only God, I am your son." That's what he claimed in the same quote.
So
that's where people get that he was the first monotheism because what he said at the beginning of that same thing.
But you gotta read the whole. You can't read the first line.
He mentioned other deities in the damn hymn.
Yeah, I understand that. Like, what I'm saying is the reason that people believe that he's monotheistic, he began monotheism, is because he's the one that came up with the first father-son theory, and he was the declared Aten the one only God. And this is later after. That's just one hymn to a.
And what they learned about that is how to maintain power
and how things evolved over time.
Truth, you have a point, because they learned how to, well, the Europeans, the Assyrians, the Persians, Romans, and rest of the Europeans after that, they learned how to coalesce power towards them by maintaining this type of oneness. They learned that. We ain't learning.
No.
Oh, man,
Y'all got it. Y'all got
I know.
it.
Say anything. Hey, Triv, look who's on your side now, yo. Here's the rule. If James is on your side, yo, you need to start scrambling. You know something wrong. James on your side.
Yo. I'm just saying, yo. Like,
I'm just saying, that's who on your side, yo. You got James now.
I'm not saying I'm on his side. I'm saying what they learned from it.
And if you understand that, if you actually study Atenism and understand what they were actually teaching, you will see why people believe that everything is God. People still believe the same thing that they was teaching back then, right now.
What?
All these spiritual people, the metaphysical people, they believe this stuff. The same stuff that was getting taught 2,000, 3,000 years ago.
No, it's actually coming from here, yo. Look, let me show you something. I'm going to share my screen.
Came in after the Hyksos, right?
Man, the Hyksos was living in the Delta. They never left. They was always there. The Hyksos is actually a leadership group. It's not a people. It's a group of Western Asian kings. Y'all see the screen? Here go the screen. This from Mark Nell's book, Black them, right? Book 1.
Yeah, it's after that period. Yeah, after that period.
Yeah, he learned something from him.
Y'all see the screen, right? Can y'all see the screen?
We can see you both. Screen, go ahead.
This is, here you go, chapter 3, Black Athena verse, chapter 3, book 1. The triumph of Egypt in the 17th and 18th century. Hermeticism in the 17th century. Rosicrucianism, ancient Egypt, the Protestant countries, ancient Egypt in the 18th century, right? So if you read that, right, it's going to give you a great explanation of the Rosicrucianists and what they was doing and how they was taking their energy from Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Like this is where they was all getting it from. And they was matched up against the Catholic Church. So yeah, we get how that's a European thing though. So it's a whole European thing. And that's what Butter was saying, yo, it's a European thing from the beginning to take the quote unquote Essenes, right? Blend them into Christianity, blend it into the Rosicrucian movement, and do all of that. So whenever we hear that Egypt is the mother of all religions, man, the Europeans came up with that. Now the scholarship on it, yo, tells you this is Middle Eastern religion, bro. Like that's not, it's right there. They like people do not live in a vacuum.
Yo, let me show you this though. I got the source right here. Y'all wanted to see a source outside the
right on.
This is the source straight from the archaeologist that is working on the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is his book that was written in 1999.
I know. What are you about to? What are you sourcing up for though? We need to know.
I'm sourcing up, showing you about the teacher of righteousness and his existence.
We
way past that now, right?
Yeah, we know. We never doubted you on the son of righteousness. We just said, I said it was Melchizedek.
Well, I question that shit. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah,
I question that. So go ahead.
Basically, what it is, this book right here, he details everything that was happening around the 1st century and pretty much everything that goes on with the Essenes. And he details who the teacher of righteousness is by telling the story of the person they call Judah the Essene. He tells the whole story of Judah the Essene and then matches it with the story of the teacher of righteousness. His at the end of the book, what he's trying to do is show you the name. He's not trying to prove the teacher of righteousness exists because it's common knowledge and his field that he's a real person. You know what I mean? What he's trying to do is identify who the teacher of righteousness is. And he put a lot of stuff in this book, even a whole verse out the Dead Sea Scrolls that actually is the same exact thing as Jesus on the Mount, the speech that Jesus gave on the Mount.
I know, but that's just one scholar, yo. There's no scholarly consensus on that.
It's pretty much the people, it's all of them, though. It's not just him. It's like 5 people that wrote the first book that I was trying to show you. That's in the Rosicrucian thing. It's like 5 different archaeologists working on the thing that wrote that. And
Yeah,
they
but
all agree.
all that that's his camp though. There's other camps that have different theories. That's, you know what I mean, but his camp support that. Yeah.
We might be looking at the first instance of cultural appropriation.
Yeah. What I'm saying is these people They were the scholars, yo. They were the scholars.
Yeah,
There's
I ain't
no
never
way
known
around
that. I don't know what you mean. I don't know.
Let me ask this: what primary source do we have of the Essenes and what they're actually doing, or is this suggestions by people who have the Dead Sea Scrolls? What do you have that somebody said, "Hey, these are the Essenes"? No. I said a primary source. Show me. You see, all this Essene talk, is a lot of suggestions and people making assumptions. Hold on. So you're saying that the Damascus documents is the Dead Sea Scrolls, and that's the primary source for everything regarding the Essenes, right?
No, it's a couple other things.
Watch this. Where did the Essenes live? Where did they live?
They lived in Qumran, they lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and they lived at Mount Carmel.
All right. So they lived in
Roman Judea.
Hold on.
That's what I was saying.
They lived at Mount Carmel. When did they live there?
They lived there they lived there always. Those were the people that ran Mount Carmel, the whole library. They had a library there. They had they were the people that took care of the library, and they held it as one of their sacred duties.
Watch this. What is the evidence of this library that they had with their documents?
Well, some of the evidence we found in Qumran, which is the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves, actually.
How is that evidence?
From the library.
How is that the evidence? How do you come to that conclusion?
Because
it was destroyed in Timbuktu.
We can actually see and touch them. You know what I mean? They are here. This is not something that it's fictional or nobody can see. They dug up inside. They found documents inside of jars that they have now at this point in time in 2022 attribute to the people in Qumran and say it's after the Romans came in, what they were doing was trying to save the library, and that's why they buried a lot of the literature. Because the Romans were coming in burning everything.
One thing I know about the Essenes, right, is that the Essenes were strict observers of the law. They were strict observers of the Sabbath. So when we try to connect them with the Christian and the Christian thought, yes, there are similarities, but there's some strict things that they did that they were totally different than the Pharisaic sect. So when you look at the Essenes, right, hold on, my brother, man. So if you're saying that they were in Alexandria, Egypt, and you're now trying to imply that they translated stuff from Egypt, what documents do you have to show that they had the Meganetta or rewrote any Meganetta or translated any Meganetta?
It's called the library. James, that's your question. I got to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's called the Library of today in 2022. We call it the Library of Qumran.
The Library.
It has all the documents that was found in Qumran, the Dead Sea Scrolls, everything that came with it, and they have actually studied it and figured out that by reading them that it was the Essenes that were translating back and forth all these different texts, and
I'm going to cut you off and say whoever you got that from made that up. There's no library.
You can say that. You can say that.
Hold on. I'm going to prove this right now.
You got to source up on the library, You got to source up on the library.
I showed the whole book. Won't nobody take time to read the book?
You know what this is? No,
it's not about the book. Time to read the book. They just want to comment.
Hold on. I'm not going to speak against the book. I haven't read the book.
Your comment really don't matter because you don't even study the people.
Hold on a second. Where did the people in the book get that information from? Let me put it that way then. What's their source? Because I noticed when Q-Butter put on the screen, right?
What is their source to get what information? What are you asking?
Hold on a second. Take a deep breath and relax. Give me 10 seconds. When Q-Butter put the book on the screen, all I normally see, every time he put up the slides, he's covering the area that says Rosicrucian says this or Rosicrucian says that. Now, I want to know who is the source in that book. Let me finish, brother. Who is the source in that book saying there's a library of Qumran? I want to know what that source is and that the Essenes were translating. Hold on. Do you know how? Hold on a second. Do you know how research works? So because something is in a book, you're supposed to jump and believe it?
No, you just asked for a source, bro.
What is
your source? And now that I'm trying to give you the source, you're trying to say
I said, what is that person's source? That's what I want to know.
That person's source is the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves, bro. I'm sitting here telling you, the archaeologist is the one that wrote the book.
No.
Yes, the archaeologist is the one that wrote the book. This book right here.
Okay, what's the name of the book? What's the name of the book? The First Messiah, right? All right, watch this. Watch it.
I gotta borrow it for another hour. Hold on.
No. I want you to show that source. You see, right now you're being combative.
I'm showing the source right now.
Okay, go ahead. Show the source.
I'm showing it right now. What would you like to know about it?
Go ahead, tell me. You said there's a Qumran library, right? The Library of Qumran.
Yes, it's the library of Qumran. I don't have to go to the book for that. That's like common knowledge.
Oh, no.
We can go to Google for that.
Nope. No. Stay right where you are. Stay in the book. No. Stay right with the book. Don't worry about it. Oh, man. My brother.
That book is talking about the Assyrians themselves and the teacher of righteousness.
Go back.
The Library of Qumran is like public knowledge. I didn't know you didn't know it was a Library of Qumran that they call that's all the collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's all it is. It's just a collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls, brother.
Look at. Let me ask you a simple question. Look at what they put right here. Read what it says, and blow it up on the screen.
Which part?
Just blow it up and read it.
The scroll and scroll fragments recovered at Qumran. What is that word? And represents a voluminous body of Jewish documents, venerable library dating from the 3rd century BCE to 68 CE. Unquestionably, the library, which is the greatest manuscript found in the 20th century, demonstrates the rich literary activity of the Second Temple period Jewry and sheds insight into centuries pivotal to making like I can't read them to the Judaism and Christianity. The library contains some books and works and a large number of copies, yet others are represented only fragmentally by the
library. Why is library in quotation? Q-Butter is a school guy. Ask Q-Butter.
It's really just the collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
No, Q-Butter, why is the library word in quotation? You're a teacher. Tell us, my brother. You have a school. Why is library in quotations?
That's the title of the book?
No. It's not the title of the book. They're saying that he said that.
I wasn't there, but I'm
because it's not a real library. What it is
stop.
And that's what I've been saying, though. I've been saying that from the beginning. You trying to use it as a gotcha moment, but I've been saying that.
Okay, I'm done with this. I'm out the game.
That's like a knowledge.
Yeah, we done. We done. Yeah, we ain't gonna do that.
I've been said that. I said it's
Brother Garfield.
No, come on,
that's like calling the Bible a library. That's like saying the Bible's a library.
Brother Garfield.
Not be serious about the shit, but that got you moment wasn't even a got you.
I want to move forward. I just want to move forward now, yo. Like you
and notice that they saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls was the exact time that they say the existence was.
I'm just saying, yo, you promoted the library. That these esteemed
they have a library.
No, I'm not trying to even debate you, yo. I'm simply saying what was coerced to us. And I know I just used it in a wild way, coerced, but you coerced us into thinking that there was a library that these particular Qumran scholars produced, and they got all this sacred wisdom. Then we realized it wasn't a library at the end of the day.
Listen. No, you gotta stop. You gotta stop because y'all misinterpreted.
I'm done.
No, listen, because when he first said it, that's why I had the first source up. The library at Mount Carmel that existed back in the 1st century was in that first source. Then he said the Library of Qumran. That's when I took that off the screen and said, oh, you talking about the Library of Qumran. And that's when I just showed him just now the Library of Qumran. The Library of Mount Carmel is something totally different.
Yeah, but that wasn't no ancient library.
It is the Library of Mount Carmel. Let me go back to the other source.
Brother Garfield is a bad brother. From one Trinidad, Jamaica, he's a bad brother.
Well, we can go right here.
What up, James? Right here. What up, bro?
What's happening, brother?
They tell me right here. about Mount Carmel, how they had students there, how they set up the first schools.
What time period, yo?
This is around the first.
I think I feel so.
Shane,
Truth. We're trying to see. Are you saying that the library? Truth. Are you saying that the library was a physical location?
No, we got him. No,
yes,
we
the
got
library,
him.
the library of the Essenes was kept at Mount Carmel.
I know.
It was an actual library, like the
Mount
library of
Carmel?
Alabama.
I ain't even probably a real place. Oh, you tripping? But go ahead with
It was,
read that.
It was a real. Come on, yo.
No, go ahead and read it.
Yo.
But you do see the disconnect between the way the word is being used, library, like biblioteca.
I use the words that the scholars use, bro.
Okay,
they call it a library, therefore I'm gonna call it a library, bro.
Go ahead.
No, but scholars, you can use the word in different senses. That's why I keep saying Bible or bibliotheca. They would refer to the library or the collection of books. That doesn't mean that they're referring to the physical location.
Fragments, Qumran.
That's you understand in two different things. The library at Qumran that we have in 2022 is just a collection that we found that we dug up in Qumran.
Where you reading that at? Where you reading that at?
That's right there in front of you.
No, it's not. Go ahead. What it say? What it say?
I just read it, yo. You don't make me read it again.
Scroll fragments recovered in Qumran.
Yes. This
represent a volume, meaning no value, voluminous body of Jewish, hold on, man, of Jewish documents and veritable library of what? A viable library dating from the 3rd century BCE to 68 CE. Unquestionably, the library, which is the great manuscript found of the 20th century, demonstrates the rich, what's this?
Literary
activity. I can't even say it. This shit is so small. Literary activity of the Second Temple period. Okay, what does it got to do with Qumran? Where's that at? What are you saying?
That's what it's talking about.
It's talking about.
I didn't read that. Wow.
The Dead Sea Scrolls.
Huh?
No, but that's
talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls,
Yeah,
that were found in Qumran.
He's saying but that's what I'm saying. You're using the word in the context wrong. Like when they're referring to the library, they're referring to like the encyclopedia. If I said my personal library, my encyclopedia library, that's not a physical space. That's not.
But you're getting me mixed up again, yo. This is the library at Qumran. There's two different libraries. This library isn't a real library. This is just a collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right. The other library was a real library that existed around the 1st century AD that they had on Mount Carmel.
So can you pull up a link to that? Because this is referring to the book.
That's what I had. And if you read the documents right here, they talk about the school and how it was created.
This is going back to the same document we was just looking at. This is they're quoting each other.
This ain't the right one. That's why I'm looking at it. This ain't the right one. I wanted to pull up the one from the actual book, but that's the one. I think because I went into Google, it went off the screen. That's the one I had to rent again because that book I got to rent.
Yeah, just type in Library of Quran site location.
That's no. When we're gonna look up the Library of Mount Carmel, we're not looking up the Library of Qumran. That's what I just showed you.
All right,
I'm telling you, two different sites.
But that's you got it.
I mean, there's many sources that pop up right here.
They ain't not one source came up. You got them Scottie Pippen arms right now. Boy, you reaching, boy.
What you mean that one source came up?
You gotta, those are links that have similar catchphrases and words that.
Yeah, but I got the whole book. You the one wanted me to do it that way.
No. You gotta. You want to find this.
No, I'm going to my source, yo, because y'all like to talk shit.
Nah, that's going to lead you to the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
That I know that is. I'm going to my source that I know that is in. How about that?
That's going to make you a Christian.
Yeah, man.
I can't even find it right now.
Library, was it? Carney said library.
That shit might not let me get back to it.
Wait till I write the book connecting you niggas with all of this sorcery and this Bible. All right, I gotta beat Brother Garfield to the punch. This is pure sorcery.
Let me try it this way.
Oh boy. Long run shot. Them say that Jamaica long run shot catch. Lord, please. We did a long run today, boy.
Well, see, in Trinidad it's long rope for Magagot.
Oh damn, son! I found another white bitch. I'm my bad.
You're gonna find a lot of white people. They say Plato, all of them studied at Mount Carmel.
No. In 1877, for example, Helena P. Blavatsky founded the Theosophical Society, suggested that Jesus had secretly been trained by the Essenes, but left the community in order to become a traveling healer.
Madam.
It all leads back.
Q should be a part of the Dagger Squad because he's putting out some daggers.
Oh man!
And this is coming from the University of California, 2018.
There's Blavatsky. It always does a full circle.
Where's Sheffrin at? Yeah. One Sheffrin said the Rosicrucian Society and pointed out that part. And then I brought out the book showing where they're coming from. None of that stuff comes from
shit in the world, though, yo. Y'all keep on saying Rosicrucians, and I keep telling y'all that it's modern scholars that ain't got nothing to do with the Rosicrucians that's bringing this stuff up.
Bro.
And I'm showing y'all sources, and you're making it seem like I ain't even doing it.
You don't even understand the sources. You don't even understand the sources.
I do understand the sources. I do understand exactly what I'm saying. What you're doing is trying to deflect from what I'm saying. Like I'm sitting here trying to tell you everything I'm saying can be verified. They had a library. That's why they had the scrolls. When Rome came in, they tried to hide all the scrolls because Rome was coming in burning everything, and they held their scriptures or whatever you want to call them. They held them sacred, so they started burying them so they can have evidence of their history. This is like real history, and y'all sitting here making jokes about it, like it's ignorant. Like at this point in time, I'm looking at y'all like, oh, you can't be serious. And I know you ain't, the comments that you're making, I know you ain't never really studied the Essenes to even know what you're talking about.
What is the story about the Essenes is that they're not
exactly. So you never studied them. Like I said, you're just making claims. You sound like a Hebrew.
Hold on, beloved. Calm down. Relax. You're getting temperamental for what? Do you want to win the conversation? You won, bro. Let me give you the winnings. You won.
It ain't about winning, yo. It's about the truth coming out. And the more y'all try to overshadow it and try to
truth? You have no methodology.
The truth is the Essenes were real people. They actually were the ones translating everything. They were pretty much the ones that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls.
You can't prove it. You can't prove it.
The people at Camp Qumran proved it. What you're trying to do is ignore the evidence.
Show them translating Egyptian. That's why Ankh brought that up for you earlier. Show them translating.
When we know during that time in the first century they were speaking Coptic.
All right, give me a primary source.
Was already translated. That's like
hold on. Watch this.
That's like us reading the Bible right now, saying, "Oh, we can't read the Bible. We haven't translated. Nobody should know." People have translated this shit and passed down over time.
All right, let me ask you this simple question: what is your evidence that you're saying that the Essenes translated stuff from the Egyptian sources, whatever source it is, into their language? What is your source for that? Is it somebody that wrote something in a book, or do you have a primary source?
What it is their lineage.
Do you have
the
a primary
source? Is the writings in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it shows how they were translating multiple different scripts, not just the Egyptian script.
No,
they were translating.
Where's the Egyptian script at? You keep saying that.
Yo, Ankh, I'm out, bro. Peace and love. I can't.
I gotta get that same.
This is too much for me. This is too much for me. I can't. My brain. I gotta go back and study
about this, yo. You came in with your condescending shit and about stuff that you don't even know about. You didn't read nothing, yo. You didn't read nothing about that saying, and you voicing your opinion about it. You sound like yo. That's what fools do.
Okay,
I don't even boast about shit that they don't know about.
I don't even know who the Essenes are. I don't know nothing.
Exactly. So why are you commenting about it when I'm trying to tell you who they are?
I don't know nothing, bro. It's okay. It's okay, brother. You can have this. You could have his. I step back.
Trying to make it seem
You
like
see what happened
I'm
is
trying to win. No, I'm trying to get the truth out here.
The
These
point of the
motherfuckers
matter is,
were very closely related to the Christian Bible.
No.
It's
Watch
just that
it.
simple.
You know why I don't believe you? I don't believe you.
I don't care if you don't believe me.
Your
opinion really don't matter.
And you know why I don't believe? Because a Christian could never be an Essene. You know why? Because of what they stood for. Go read the articles that you're reading. And if you read in that book and they write about Essenes, you will know they're very strict. They're more strict than the Pharisees when it comes to the laws.
That's what you're messing up. That's what you don't understand. That's why
Christians don't even celebrate on the Sabbath, bro. What are you talking about?
That's why the teacher of righteousness flipped the tables. You know who else flipped the tables? Jesus Christ. The teacher of righteousness also flipped the tables. He also was beefing with the Pharisees and the Sadducees about the date of the Bible. That's what they were beefing about. That's why they crucified him on Passover. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. That's the whole reason. You are actually proving my point. That's the whole reason they killed the teacher of righteousness, because he was bucking about that, and that's documented in the Dead.
So is he coming back too, like Jesus? Is he coming back? That's all I want to know.
That's what. No, he ain't coming back, but that's what his people believe. His followers believe that he was coming back with chariots and a whole bunch of other shit. His followers believe that.
Listen, there's only two tenets to be a Christian. You know what that is?
I just wanted to interject a little bit here. I just wanted to interject. How y'all brothers doing, man? All right? Everybody on the panel all right?
No, it was all right.
Hey, we got almost 200 people watching.
Facts. Like, yo, stop trying to come at me like that, yo. You really ain't ready for this, yo.
Peace, Corey.
Well, I've been off the panel for a minute, Truth. So I don't really know what's going on. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Garfield always running his mouth and ain't even picking up the book, yo. Is it smart to debate somebody about a subject when you ain't even studied it?
Well, I think we're gonna take a step back for a minute, and I think we might want to just, because I think Ankh been got off the hook today, right? Me and Sheffrin done let him off the hook. I didn't want to let him off the hook, but
on what?
We kind of let him off the hook today because the topic got changed a little bit, right?
Off the hook on what? Because I ain't never. I'm y'all niggas on the hook. Trust me. I'm on the hook. Everybody on the motherfucking hook. I don't play that shit.
I learned that.
just
everybody gonna take some incoming water.
Right, just to calm this conversation down, because this one getting heated. Right? This one getting heated with the Bible, right? I don't even know where y'all at, really. I'm probably.
We on the scenes.
All I'm saying is,
that's way
opinion. I don't go and shoot down people's opinions, Joe. I'll at least weigh it and see whether or not.
Come on, James, relax.
Corey's testimony.
Relax. Listen. Garfield actually came in with a source talking about the Essene thing, though. Truth, you gotta work with everything he's saying. He didn't come up with some. He came up with some side.
Where the Essenes at?
That wasn't solid. That source ain't had nothing to do with what I was talking about, bro.
So
that dude was actually saying
nobody understands
what I was saying.
Hold on. So I thought you were saying that the Essenes created Christianity. Is that what you were saying? What
I'm saying is the teaching of righteousness is the prototype and of who they got the Christianity idea from. That's what I'm saying.
I know, but Garfield came on. He wasn't out the conversation.
No, he came in because he brought that source that you still bringing up, though, yo.
No,
you still bringing up a source that was irrelevant.
No,
that his source wasn't my source. I don't even know who the dude was. I didn't get that source, and that's not what
he's saying that that's the source. He gave it a source that people be using.
No, that's what I'm telling you. That guy is not using it. That's why y'all need to read my source. He is the one working on the Dead Sea Scrolls. He is translating it.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna stop right there.
I keep on telling you, it's by Michael Wise, and it's called.
Is this stemming from that cross that you showed earlier?
Yeah, man. Nah.
Come on, yo. See, y'all doing it again.
Yes.
I still feel like y'all ain't knocked Truth off his square yet. No, I'm listening. I don't think y'all knock him off his square yet.
Right there.
Enabler.
There you go.
Because, and I feel that the Romans got with them. The Romans got with the people he talking about.
Let me show y'all what y'all did, right?
Michael,
you pulled up Madame Blavatsky's argument about Jesus being taught, and Truth never even presented that shit.
Michael,
that's not presented
at all.
And he said, that it was a prototype, and he also said that the teacher righteousness, he said teacher righteousness was killed. So that ain't got nothing to do with but y'all use the Nadal-Valsky shit to get away from the original argument. So I don't feel like y'all knock him off the square. I ain't saying I believe I know who's right. But y'all
Michael who, yo? Hold on, Michael who? Michael who, Trudy? Now you're gonna make me go. Michael who? Michael who?
Michael Wise.
All right, so I already killed the first guy you mentioned. Got him out the way. Now we on Michael Wise. Okay, now you made me do it. I wasn't trying to do it. Michael Wise who? Essenes?
Yo,
I say comma
that we
Essenes?
agree that the teacher of righteousness exists.
No, man. No, man.
Person. You said that. No. And now you talking about you knocked my source off. You knocked out my source. No, you didn't. You agreed with it.
No, I didn't agree with none of that, yo. I told you that it was Melchizedek was that. I talked about Melchizedek, right? So we mentioned in the book, you talked the first Messiah investigating. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yep, first Messiah.
Yo,
like that's a serious, like a serious.
Hold on. And
yes,
Truth showed
that people. On
the hold on, Truth. I'm trying to help you, yo. Mm-hmm. And we're trying to put the score back where it's supposed to be at, because everybody running all over the place. They stated that couldn't nobody read the hieroglyphics, right?
Oh, man,
I was on the panel. I was on the panel when they said.
And now we see.
No, that ain't what it was. Y'all know. Why would you do that?
Listen,
on purpose.
And the hieroglyphics.
I'm getting out that shit.
You know, definitely.
Now you're just trying to have a show. Now I ain't doing it.
No, the people can still read the
I'm not doing that. I'm out. I'm gonna let y'all rock out. I ain't doing that shit. That's stupid.
All right, well, cool. Listen. So you showed that, right? But my contention with you is this teacher of righteousness shit. You haven't yet solidified and showed that is a real person. And this Michael Wise dude, you got to give us his biography, yo. Like, we got to see who this guy is, yo. Like, can you do those two things for me?
All right. Okay, so for me, because I'm trying to catch up, Sheffer, right? So for me, y'all saying that you're saying that you're uncomfortable with the fact that he's saying that the Jesus character or this teacher character or whatever is a historical character, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And that's what you was originally saying, right? When I got off the panel, that's what his original argument was. Now I think Garfield probably would have been on your team, right?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. Because we're trying to get, well, what I'm trying to get to is, you know what I mean? I think that was a mystical, his biography is just as mythical as Jesus's is, right? So to state that, and what Truth was saying, because I had this conversation with him before, he was saying that this guy, the Truth, what was his name? The teacher of righteousness was the prototype for the Jesus Christ. Am I right, Truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the prototype to this whole Christian Jesus.
Yeah, you'd have to show some hard evidence that's just you can't. That's something I would even be reluctant to even say something like that because the evidence just is probably not there to show that. But I don't know. Maybe you can show the evidence. I don't want to say that, but that's gonna be a hard hill to climb, though, bro. If you can climb that one, bro, you a bad boy. Go ahead.
The Truth. Also, you said that Qumran was a library. That somewhere was a library.
No, what it is the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's just the Dead Sea Scrolls that they found, and they put it in a certain category that they call the Library of Qumran. That's just what it calls. If you Google Library of Qumran, all the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that information is going to pop up.
No, that's what we're saying. But in Qumran, this is the Smithsonian, right? The Smithsonian, and this is an archaeologist who's saying that he believed the scrolls were left there by fleeing Jews who had nothing to do with the Essenes.
Nah, that's not what the scholars say that on the subject.
Look. It's rated. Look. It's rated. Look. I'm just saying, this is the Smithsonian who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? This is the story of Dead Sea Scrolls. This is a tour guide who tells people the same story that you're telling people, right? That there's a small Jewish community who was known for reading and writing and doing sacred texts, and they were hard at work, and they were there around the times of Jesus. This was the tour guides, the little white dudes in Israel tell people. But hearing the dramatic recitation, this archaeologist rolled his eyes and said, there is no connection to the Essenes at this site. And he believes rather that Jews fleeing the Roman rampage hurriedly stuffed the documents into the Qumran caves for safe digging. Had nothing to do with the Essenes. This is his opinion. Other scholars describe Qumran variously as a manor house, a perfume manufacturing center, and even a tannery. Nothing to do with anything to do with Essenes. And this is a scholar and archaeologist. That's his belief.
There's a difference of opinion. No, I read that. I read the difference of opinion within the field. Yeah, go ahead.
What's going on in archaeology right now is they actually have studied the site, and at this point in time in 2022, they have made the conclusion that it was the Essene community at Qumran. So that's old news. Like they been did that, bro.
Show that truth and you got it, bro.
It sounds like now the Essene thing. I'm not really fine. It sounds like to me, and I'm not a biblical guy, so don't everybody jump on me at one time, right? But it sounds like that's kind of a side argument, right? To me, that's what it sounds like to me, right? What I'm trying to get to, right, is because my man's truth, right? He got this premise now. Something that he read or seen or heard made him feel that this righteous teacher guy was tied to the biblical Jesus, right, or whatever you had, right? So that's the evidence I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see where, what made you come to that conclusion? Where you get that?
But that's better.
Go ahead, Sosa. You said what?
There's nothing that you got to post. You got to set that up.
His argument is based on the Essenes. That's why he's. You know what I mean? That's why he's using the Essenes.
Oh, okay. So the Essenes have some writing. The Essenes have writing.
He's saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, he's saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls was written by the Essenes. It's a library from the Essenes, and in that Dead Sea Scrolls, they have writings about teachers of righteousness. That's his argument, and he's saying that is a prototype.
Okay, now these Essenes, where are they? And where are they located geographically? First of all, and who are they? First of all, just where they located geographically, right?
Essenes. The Essenes were
Essenes or Nicenes. What are you saying?
Essenes. ESSENES.
Essenes. Okay. Where is these people located geographically?
These people were located mainly in three different locations. They was located in Alexandria, Egypt. They were located in Qumran, and they were located at Mount Carmel, based on archaeological evidence that has been found in those areas.
Qumran.
Now look, this is the shrine of the.
So y'all gotta be modern. Y'all gotta kind of. Okay, I understand where Alexandria at, right? But now, Qumran, is that a modern day place?
That's the term used today. Is the strip? It's in Palestine. It's in Israel.
Okay.
It's up there in that area.
So basically, where the biblical story takes place, this is where these people are basically located. Okay, all right. I just wanted to get that
history. If you
I
look
wanted
at
to make
any historian during that time, just pull up any historian during that time and look at what they say about these people.
Yo, bro, look. This is on the scroll, the shrine of the book. This is the Israeli website. There's not one reference to the Essenes on this site.
But I could pull up the Encyclopedia Britannica right now.
No. This is if you go to Israel, and this is their site for this thing. This is their art. This is their look. This is not black. We're not going to try to make this a black thing. This is the site. These are the people who have it.
That's it.
This is
Yeah,
this
that's
up.
it.
Look, we just
This
gonna
is
cross-reference
Go to the Qumran library,
I'm not
yo.
gonna argue that point with you.
No.
It's
Click
common
on
knowledge
the
that the
library.
Essenes were the people in Qumran.
No. Click on the Qumran library, yo. You see it right underneath there. No, down, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. What does that say?
Nothing about Essenes.
Let's see.
Smithsonian mag. Who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls?
No, you got to deal with this, yo. This is the
home
actual.
to the community of a Jewish sect called the Essenes. This is the Smithsonian magazine, bro.
You can't necessarily use Israel because it could be a political base for it. Go to the Encyclopedia Britannica. And I mean, shit,
They actually found their houses. How you mean a political?
I got the Smithsonian. If you let me share my screen, I can show you some stuff right now. I got the Smithsonian pulled up right now.
I just had the Smithsonian on the screen.
But guess what? It's another publication in the same Smithsonian museum that you're talking about that says the SC. So I don't want to hear you talk, no, bro. It's right here.
Get them niggas, Truth.
Pull it up.
Hey, Truth. You know what I'm not gonna do, yo? I'm not gonna do 10 hours of this shit right here, yo. All right, yo. So you think Christianity came from that? I don't believe you, and this is why I don't. Come on, man.
I'll do it. I got shit to do, man. It's entertaining while I do all this shit, man.
I know, yo. Come on, Truth. Truth. Hold on, Truth. Come on, Truth. Yo, you killing me.
Truth definitely got us in knots over this motherfucker.
No, you don't got himself in knots.
No, I don't. I'm outside. Yo, it's just that your understanding ain't correct. His understanding ain't correct. It's simple as that. In the articles. It simply says, like right here. Where we go at?
Okay, so this, and then once you show this though, Q, I got another question though. After you should get, Truth. I got a question because you can go ahead. Let me ask my question while you got this on the screen.
But real, you know, that's the same article I just had up that you just said was old. That's the exact article.
That's the Essenes in the article, right? Right.
I mean, but that's what they say. The Smithsonian say.
No, hold on, bro.
You was that lived in that area during that time with that Essenes, bro.
Hold on, brother. Real quick. The guide. This is the tour. I said the tour guide is the one who tells people what the actual. No. Go back to the article and read who the scientist said, not the tour guide who was paid $11 an hour.
That was the actual article, bro.
No, read what it said. You click on the screen.
Go back. Yeah, you got to
go back and click on what you just
Don't pull one of them flashes.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Go back up. And it says the tour guide.
Where is that? Let's see. Where we at? This might
go back up.
Come on.
Go back up to what?
Where you showed the Essene word.
Yeah, but he trying to say a tour guide.
No. We gonna read it. No, we just saw it.
Look, right there. Tour guide separating the tourists. See, the guides say that's the dude that was paid $7 an hour with a little red vest to walk through and tell people what he was taught to read in the morning time.
Stop! Don't move that. Can we read it? Can we read that?
Yeah.
Somebody read that, please.
Just got caught with a ricochet.
It says the tour guide shepherding the tourists through the modest desert ruins speaks of the scrolls' origins, a narrative that has been repeated almost since they were discovered more than 60 years ago. Qumran and guides say was home to the community of Jewish what is that? Ascetics.
Aesthetics.
Called the Essenes, who devoted their lives to write and preserve sacred texts. They were hard at work by the time Jesus began preaching. Ultimately, they stored the scrolls in 11 caves before the Romans destroyed their settlements in AD 68. But hearing the dramatic what is that? Right?
Recitations.
Recitation.
Okay. All right. P-League, 40
hold on, real quick.
rows.
Pelly, real quick. Pelly, if you go to the top, is the archaeologist that the article is about.
I know. We're gonna keep reading right here. Bring it home. Come on.
This is all narrative.
It
all
say
right. P-League, 40 rolls his eyes. Okay, so he rolled his eyes at the bullshit, right?
Keep going.
There is no connection to the Essenes at this site. He tells me as a hawk circles above in the warming air.
I'm not doing it.
Says the scrolls has nothing to do with the settlement.
I'm not doing it.
Basically, I mean, we can keep reading.
No, I'm done. I'm not doing it.
It's all narrative now.
I'm done, yo. I'm done now. I'm done.
Nah, how you gonna take
I ain't doing it, yo. I refuse to do it, yo. I'm not doing that. Nah, I'm not doing that.
100? Like that's just one
you on your
article,
own, bro.
Like scientists have claimed it. That's just one. No. You can't just bring up one person that disagrees and be like, oh, it's all wrong. You know how many people disagree with the Big Bang?
Yeah.
Bring up one of them and let them tell you, oh, if the Big Bang didn't happen. Yeah. You can't just pull up one person. The majority of people in the field that study the Qumran in that site say it was the Essenes that lived there.
And that's why I pulled
the consensus. Don't we go with the consensus?
No.
We go with the consensus.
The consensus comes from the website for the Dead Sea Scrolls. And on the website, it says they don't know, and it's a Jewish community and Jewish writers. Not one quotation says the Essenes.
I'm pulling them up right here. You can see on your screen everything. You can't come wrong. Essenes, this is all worldwide publications.
Emerged in the second
century. Telling you that
it looks like it all came from the tour guides.
Yeah,
like, look, this ain't nothing to do with a tour guide. This is like, yo. You can go to look at all these different sites that tell you the same thing, bro. It's all telling you the same thing. Nothing is telling you against the that they not the Essenes. Nothing.
So they could have gotten
all right, check this out. Let me end this shit. I'm tired of this shit. Let me get on it next. I'm not doing this. This is what I'm not doing. I'm not sitting up here. You gotta first defeat Wikipedia in my eyes. Scholars discussion. We're gonna have a fucking scholar discussion. Joseph and Phalo discussed the Essenes in detail. Most scholars, citation needed, believe that we need a fucking citation. You want to click that on why we need a citation? Yeah, maybe we need to click that on why we need a citation.
Because they talking about they belief and where they getting their beliefs from.
Yeah, why we need revise history. We can read all that shit. Why we need a citation? But ain't no damn citation right there. Okay, let's get back.
I think you might have missed
No, hold on. No, I'm tired of this shit. This shit ain't got on my nerves. I done did this way. I'm supposed to be beating up Jabari, and I done got caught off into an offshoot conversation.
No, but this is the same because where are the Dead Sea Scrolls at?
No, hold on. Let me just read this. Watch this. I'm gonna support you. It says most scholars believe that the community at Qumran that most likely produced the Dead Sea Scrolls was an offshoot of the Essenes. Okay, no citation. Now watch this. Watch this. However, there's a key word in the English language when they hit your ass with the however. First of all, this is in doubt. It say, however, this theory, what's the theory, y'all? The theory is that the Essenes produced an offshoot, not even the goddamn Essenes, but an offshoot. So you really dead right there. But let me just keep going. It says, however, this theory has been disputed by some. For example, Norman Golob argues that the primary research on the Qumran documents and ruins by Father Ronald D. Vex from the École Biblique, that's a French word, Jerusalem
Bible school.
Okay, lacked scientific method and drew wrong conclusions that comfortably entered the academic canon. It say for Gulu, the number of documents is too extensive and includes many different, this is important, many different writing styles and calligraphies. That's writing, right? It say the ruins seem to have been a fortress, not a damn library, but a fortress used by as a military base for very strong periods of time, including the first century. So they therefore could not have been inhabited by Essenes. And the large graveyard excavated in 1870, just 50 meters, 160 east of the Qumran ruins, was made of over 1,200 tombs that included many women and children. Poly clearly wrote that the Essenes who lived near the Dead Sea had not one woman. Okay, see, this is important. I'm gonna say this again, dog. See, I understand.
Like monks.
No, I just want to finish. I don't need no. I done sat through this shit for 2 fucking hours. I do not want to be interrupted right now because I'm putting a pin in this shit for me. First of all, I remember I tried to tell y'all, I said, yo, Jabari and them couldn't even be considered that. These motherfuckers were super radical to the point where they ain't even got women living there. Remember I said that earlier? Right. They say who lived near the Dead Sea, right, had not one woman. It said had denounced all pleasures. They wasn't having sex. That means them niggas was about to die out. And no one was born in their race. It's a Guru book presents an observation about Divaks, premature conclusion, and their uncontroverted acceptance by the general academic community. He states that the documents probably stem from various libraries in Jerusalem, kept safe in the desert from the Roman invasion. Other scholars refute the argument, particularly since Joseph describes some Essenes as allowing marriage. Lando, I'm not gonna keep this.
But I don't know if I would take that article, that source to heart, right? Because it already said that most of the scholars believe that, right? So that's the consensus, right? Are they saying that's the consensus?
That's the consensus.
No, they said
it's random. It's random. That's not what it said.
Don't agree with this shit,
yeah,
man.
I mean, I read what it said.
Man, who moved the damn?
Go ahead.
Yo, it's agreeing with me. Your article just agreed with me.
It wasn't agreeing with you, dog. Who put the writing on it? Who did this?
It was. It says the majority of scholars agree with me, yo. It's them nutballs that you can just pick out randomly that don't agree. And it's making statements. And one of the false claims was that you made was that these people
that right now, yo. That's not
hold on, yo, because you just said they did not allow women.
What are you doing right now?
It's
now I'm gonna read this shit over again, yo. Don't talk to me. I'm gonna read it again. Don't talk to me, bro. Now I'm gonna read it again. Joseph and Philly discussed the Essenes in detail. Most scholars, this is what most scholars.
Wait. Citation needed. Citation needed.
No citation there, bro. Believe that the community at Qumran that most likely produced the Dead Sea Scrolls was an offshoot. So first, so you die right here, bro.
Right there.
So you keep hollering Essenes, and they just agree that it's an offshoot, and ain't even no citation to back that up. But do you know what an offshoot is? Like the Malachi York shit right now. Anybody being a Nuwapi now is actually an offshoot. Unlike the nation, like the quote unquote a Black Panther Party. The new Black Panther Party would be considered an offshoot, bro. I hope you understand it. So all that Essene talk is out the door at this point. No matter what I read from this point, bro. And then he explains to you how they didn't have children, all kind of shit. So I don't know why you would make it seem like it agrees with you. Where, bro?
Because they did have children.
I was interrupted.
That one person. That's why the majority of scholars don't agree with that one person. It's because that they did have children. They did have wives. That was just that's just somebody making something up. But you're trying to make it seem like I'm making something up. And
I want to go right there. Hold on. I don't want to show you.
Which is why you go to the actual scholarship and not to Wikipedia post.
I'm definitely not going to shortchange.
Y'all going too fast for me though. Slow down, because I don't know about this stuff, right? But clearly at the top right here, it says most scholars believe that the community at Qumran. You scrolling, huh?
Oh, my fault. All right, go ahead. I was trying to get the Wisdom Commons point. I don't want to.
Yeah. That most likely produced the Dead Sea Scrolls was an offshoot of the Essenes. Okay, so all right, okay. So now clearly this is saying they wasn't the Essenes necessarily, but these were these were an offshoot, and this is what the consensus is. That's what that sentence said to me. Now, if anybody else heard anything to me, then I don't know. Y'all tell me I'm crazy if
to continue with on the website for the Jewish Museum of Jerusalem, who holds this document, it says the sectarians. Yeah, that's what it says. You see, it says, see, this is where it's held. That's why I'm like, we're talking about. Forget, this is who has the document.
I'm not doing that shit. I'm not
so
going past
so
these
the sectarians are an offshoot of the Essenes,
and
right?
The Essenes were people that were known for like Ankh said, extremely like devout, obsessive people.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's all there, but it didn't. They're not. There's not one word on here that says if you want to go to the
because they're an offshoot though, so they probably wouldn't say the Essenes necessarily.
Yeah, but the whole thing is based on them being that though. True, that's the point.
You missed there's a whole world of people. That's this document.
But that's what the consensus is though, y'all. Y'all gotta.
Like I said, the Big Bang ain't the Big Bang no more, yo. The people that's coming up and saying that the Big Bang never happened obviously have a point.
So real quick, so the reason why there's not a consensus with the Essenes, because the Essenes is a cult. You missed that part. The Essene cult was pushing people, Spanish people, into the Americas as early as 1600s. And they were establishing these little occult cultures.
That was the Rosicrucians, yo. That wasn't
the Rosicrucianists.
That Essenes went out of existence in 67 AD when the Romans came in.
What I'm saying is the occult.
I think he beat y'all up on that. I think he beat y'all up.
The occult society.
They keep on trying to bring in other people. I'm talking about the Essenes specifically.
I think he got y'all on that.
Add on to that one, man. Add on to that one, man. I think both
at the end of that article that Ankh posted, hold on, let me go back in. At the end of that article that Ankh posted, it clearly said that they were moving. The reason that the Dead Sea Scrolls were buried was because they were moving it from certain libraries in Jerusalem to be hidden because of the Romans coming in.
Let me get 1 minute.
Which library was in Jerusalem?
I'm not even going to disagree
at Mount Carmel.
I'm not even going to disagree.
Like I've been saying, bro.
Let me connect it back to what we were originally. Our community has been mixing the pot of cultures. And what we were talking about is how the culture of mixing and over superimposing Egypt on top of everything started with white folks. And they had cultures that were obsessed with mixing these two things together and then superimposing it with some other shit. That's what these Rosicrucians came
talking about hundreds of years later in history, though, when they started.
But that we're also talking about in the current conscious community where you got people superimposing all these different religious shit together and then talking about it was Egyptian with the crystals, the sages, the special waters, and they're like, no. And then they try to use the hidden history to say all of this stuff comes back from Egypt. All this comes back from Egypt. And all these little secret white societies that Black people were emulating were some of the first people to inspire us to become obsessed in modern times with Egypt. And that is some of these little Rosicrucianist occult societies.
And you know what, Q-Bud, I'll be just very brief. We have to be very careful when we're jumping around inside of these organizations as well, because they use symbology very differently depending on where you're at. Like, for instance, that the Rose Cross lament that we showed earlier there, that showed the Rose Cross in the very center of that we attributed to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. They use the Rose Cross in a very different way than the Rosicrucians use the Rose Cross, right? The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn says that Rose Cross represents the initiation into the light of the Golden Dawn, right? And it represents the sun that gives light to vegetation. That's a very different meaning than it was originally used by the Rosicrucians. So you have to actually take it into context which tradition you're looking at, this symbology, and how you're having these conversations.
I was looking at when I posted the cross, I was looking at the Essenes because that's who everybody say that they got it from.
But that's what I'm saying. They use all of this stuff. That's why I say it's strangely mixed. You're mixing, they mix all of these traditions up. Like, for instance, you get the hexagram. The hexagram inside of these occult, these Western occult traditions means a lot different than the hexagram in traditional Judaism, you know? So
broke
that
down right now with that one, the one I showed was saying, I could break down exactly the Jewish belief of it.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. Yep.
Yo, True, can I show the book on the Dead Sea Scrolls, man? You should be having the books on this with the scholars, and then the conversation is over, bro. Instead of you should be having the books on the Dead Sea Scrolls, bro. Instead of just going to Google, fam. I mean, so look,
I'm on my phone,
there you go.
I'm on my phone.
Yeah, we the masters of using the phone wherever we at. I'm gonna put it on the screen right now. Look, here we go. Let's go. Let's get down to it. Let's get right to it.
Yeah, but I got what they asked me how. I'm not even listening to y'all niggas. I'm at the motherfucking exhibit library of the Dead Sea Scroll Qumran community. So I know I ain't.
That's cool. Yeah, and the people who wrote it are the translators are in these books. So we'll start with this one. We'll go here. Let's go. Let's keep scrolling. Right here. It says in 1948, 1949, Sutherland published in Hebrew 2 preliminary surveys entitled Hidden Scrolls from the Judean Desert, and concluded that the religious community involved was the ascetic sect of Essenes, well known from the 1st century CE writings of Philo, Josephus, and Pliny the Elder. A thesis worked out in great detail from 1951 onwards. The first quorum scrolls to reach the public in the archaeological setting in which they were discovered echoed 3 striking excellent characteristics: the community rule, a basic code of sectarian existence, which I was talking about, reflects Essene common ownership and celibate life. So that's one thing. Now goes to this one right here, the origin of the scrolls. It says most scholars agree that the group who lived at the Qumran site from about 150 BC to 68 was a strict branch of the Essenes, together with the Pharisees and Sadducees. The Essenes formed the 3 major divisions of denominations of Judaism at the time of Jesus. They were previously known to us in the works of blah, blah, blah. So at the end of the day, no matter what shit you read, they're going to name Essenes, Pharisees, Sadducees. They're not going to ever tell you that this is the 100% thing. They're going to always tell you it's a branch of these people. And they doing it based off of the writings of Philo and all the rest of them. And that major part about the Essenes with the community rule and all that other shit. So everybody's right. Because they don't really know. They'll just say, well, it got to be something with the Essenes because this community rule and this other stuff is Essene shit with that crazy celibate and all that other wild shit they was doing. But no one really knows, bro. Because in those scrolls, you got Hellenistic shit like the Zodiac man. What's up, Ben? What up? You got the Zodiac man. You got all that in there. What you doing over here, man? What up? COVID is spreading. Back the fuck up, nigga. I just ran into 2 stories and he's live. He got eggs in his bag.
And could we agree that
I gotta get him.
Religious conversation the whole time? Can we agree that we've been having a religious conversation?
Yeah, so if I could, I'd like to pull on another thread a little bit.
Very spooky, Q Butter, very spooky.
Right? Like at the end of it, because I be listening, I'm like, damn, B, much as we want to talk about it, we used to sit here and talk about religion for 3 hours, B. Got him.
It's wild. But I think Google Scholar had his hand up, y'all. I don't know how long they had their hand up, but
yep, Google American Dream.
Yeah, I've been listening in for a while. I just wanted to. I find the discussion, it's sort of interesting to me, but I wanted to ask the brother Truth Ministries a few questions, if you don't mind.
I'm here for it, brother.
Okay, what I never got clear is at first. Make it clear for me. Are you saying that the teacher of righteousness is Jesus Christ?
No, I'm saying that the teacher of righteousness is the prototype that later became the mythical character of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so with that, are you saying that there never was a Jesus Christ? There never was a person that was Jesus?
Never. That based on my understanding, it never was a person named Jesus Christ. I believe that they based the theory on the teacher of righteousness and his followers that after he died was claiming that he was going to come back with angels and a whole bunch of other stuff.
They who?
Oh, okay. So what would you say the time period that the teacher of righteousness would have lived?
70 BCE.
17 BCE?
70.
70. Okay.
70.
So when the Bible speaks of Jesus of Nazareth, you're saying that this is just a made-up idea. It's not a real person that they were basing this on?
I'm saying that Jesus of Nazareth never existed. That is the myth. That is the mythological character that they invented in their story to teach a story.
Okay. All right. No, I get. I'm just trying to get.
So let me do this. Let me do. So they just took the righteous teacher story and just put the name Jesus on it. Is that what you saying?
And took a whole bunch of other mythical features from other religious traditions and added it into the story, and created the idea of this Jesus Christ.
No, I get the point, but you do understand that there could have been a Jesus of Nazareth that these stories are put on, even if the things that they're saying didn't really happen to him. I
would agree with you. Now, I would agree with you if I didn't do the research on the teacher of righteousness. The teacher of righteousness literally did everything that they say that the Christ did. He flipped the tables. He was killed on Passover. His name was the teacher of righteousness. Their symbol is the cross of the Jewish sect that he was part of, that he was the head of. He spent time. It's something about him going into the wilderness, right, and coming up with a new covenant, the same way they say Jesus did. It's the things that he did in his life that's actually written about in the Dead Sea Scrolls that leads me to believe that this is the guy that they made the New Testament off of.
Okay, but in terms of the New Testament, you have to admit that at least in the New Testament, it is hinting that there was a Jesus of Nazareth. Let's take Paul, for example. That famous passage in Galatians where Paul said he went to Jerusalem and he saw no one except the brother of the Lord.
That's if you believe Paul. A lot of people don't believe Paul. A lot of people say Paul, that a lot of the letters to Paul ain't even written by Paul. Paul ain't had nothing to do with him. A lot of
some letters they already showed that wasn't. But
no, we're talking about.
Scholar, can I ask you, are you a Christian?
We're talking about the 7 authentic letters of Paul.
Are you a Christian, Google Scholar?
He's agnostic.
You have to tell us if you are.
I'm not no damn agnostic. I'm an atheist.
Atheist. It's still a goddamn atheist. Goddamn y'all fine-tuning. Atheist is the same goddamn select.
I'm just playing with you.
Right.
But yeah, if we're gonna take the authentic letters of Paul, that passage presents a problem for people who are saying that Jesus was not a real guy. How do you get around that passage?
Jesus, though. That's another thing that you're missing out. Paul never said he met Jesus. Paul never said that man was a real person.
He said he met his brother.
He met his brother. You can't meet the brother of someone that did not exist.
For real. Yeah, that's why that shit is problematic for the Jesus scenario.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that there couldn't be an answer. I'm asking him.
20 years after the death of supposedly death of Christ, but he met somebody's brother. How old was he when he met?
So how do you get around that? That's my question. How do you get around that passage? Because
Paul wasn't even alive to meet nobody, brother, bro. He lied.
No, the teacher of righteousness have a brother.
Think about it. If Jesus died in 33 AD, if the so-called Jesus died in 33 AD, right?
Yes.
And Paul wasn't born until 50-something AD.
No.
You got that wrong.
Everybody stop. Stop 1 second.
Stop. You got that all wrong.
Who was Paul persecuting when he was alive, when he was Saul? He was persecuting Christians. So who was the Christ that they believed in and followed when they were
Teacher of
getting
righteousness.
persecuted by. No, they were following the same people that he wrote about, the Christians, James, Galatians 1:19, that talk about Jesus' brother James.
Yeah, and he met. Hold on, Truth Ministry. He met with some of the disciples. So Paul was actually a contemporary in the time of Jesus, because he actually met the disciples, a few of the disciples. So he lived at the same time as Jesus. Yeah, he just didn't meet Jesus personally in his life. But according to the Bible, they were contemporary.
Y'all stole Google Scholar Thunder. He was working over this with the jab.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want him to explain to me how he got around that passage in Galatians, because
first off, I don't believe nothing in the Bible to be true history. That's one way I get around it.
Yeah, but this is before the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Paul's writing is before the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
No.
It's not?
No, it's before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls and before they was burned.
What is the dating on the Dead Sea Scrolls?
The Dead Sea Scrolls go all the way back to like the 3rd century BCE.
There's nothing in the AD era?
Up to 67 AD, or 63. But
okay.
You know, that's them dating it, you know.
I may be wrong on that part.
But I'm starting to think we done beat this one down to the ground. Like, how long we done been going on this one for a while.
If I could say though, Corey,
that's that Christian rabbit hole, bro. That's the religious rabbit hole.
Hey, they've been locked in though. They've been locked in. Watch this stuff crazy.
They got me. They caught me. So I tried, Corey. I came on with I said, yo, this is some religious scholarship.
Hold on. You know what's a running theme here? That they don't know. So watch this. The whole basis of what you're saying, Truth. Watch this, Truth. Your shit is built on a house of cards, yo. Let me show you why. Your whole thing is that out of this came Christianity. But wait a minute. They don't even fucking know if it's the Essenes. Is it a offshoot of it? They ain't even got that together yet to even remotely begin to know if they was talking about that branch that would later on become Christianity. So you don't no. You're starting off and you said like the Big Bang. Wait a minute, yo. Like there's things that they actually know. The whole subject ain't together. We done went to the actual place where they house the documents itself, where the people who culture is actually doing it, and they talking about that, and they don't even know like that. So we can't even get to.
But
we can't
even they're saying that though, yo.
I'm not doing that, dog. I'm done.
Are they leaving the Essenes out? Are they saying any other sect? They're saying,
yeah, man, you both right, but you gotta admit, brother, that they not sure a branch.
I understand that, but people try to make it seem like because they're not sure that what I'm saying is like bogus.
Yeah, I read that from the beginning.
Research the picture of righteousness of a brother.
Bringing it back to
what are you saying though, True?
When we talk about consensus, right? When we talk about consensus, if the consensus of scholars are saying that it's a certain people.
I'm trying to understand this in the conversation. Are you trying to say that Christianity is not the white man's religion? That's all I want to know.
I'm saying it's not the white man. Well, it depends on what you describe as the white man religion. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it didn't have its origins when any had anything to do with a white man in the beginning.
Cool. That's fine. The codified religion of Christianity was codified by the white man with 21 innumerable accomplishments. They decided what went in the book, and that doesn't matter if they didn't write it, if it was some desert nigga. The codified religion that we have of Christianity starts with those councils: 325, Constantinople, Ephesus. They are having arguments: is Jesus real? Is he the Son of God? Is he not the Son of God? Is Virgin Mary the Son of God? Is she the mother of God? Is she the Thekisos or she's not? they made the doctrine in those councils.
Nah,
that is white man.
you can't. You fucked that up.
I agree with you, Rob Bourne.
Rob Bourne, you fucked it up, Rob Bourne. But I ain't gonna go enough. You definitely fucked that up. Like you fucked that up. Like the council wasn't trying to figure out whether he's the son of God or not, yo. Like I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
They did do that. They did do that.
And then we got
Wait a
30
minute.
niggas calling at the same time. So I'm gonna bow myself out of this.
They did do that.
I'm gonna show you where I got it from right now.
No, I'm not doing it, yo. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that. I'm not. No, they wasn't arguing over whether Jesus was the son of God at the same council. Dolphin, where are you at, man? Because I'm God.
What?
What
do you think it was all about?
The nature. They were asking about the nature.
It's right here on the screen.
Not easy work, bro.
Let me say this, yo. They wasn't arguing over he was the son of God. They was arguing was he created in the beginning with God, or did God create him? That was the argument between Arius. I know
everybody talking at the same
time. It makes sense for everybody to talk at the same time. I'm saying, how does it make sense for everybody to talk at the same time and for people to understand what the hell we saying? It doesn't. So go ahead, Rob Bourne, read that.
No,
You're not gonna kill us with 35 books.
Hold on. Before you go, Rob Bourne, state your point clear so we'll know what he about to prove. What was your point?
The Nicene Council at 325 was not to establish whether Jesus Christ was the Son of God. You can read the damn decree. They knew what he was. The argument was with Arius, was stirring up everybody, and the argument was he created by God or created in the goddamn beginning?
All right, now go ahead, Rob Bourne.
Okay, right here. The first general council emerged from events preceding it. This cause and effect relationship set up a blueprint subsequent to general councils will often follow. Arius had for some time taught that Jesus was not eternal and uncreated like God the Father. To concentration of the Bishop Alexander, Arius preached that there was a time when Jesus was not in existence. This principle had theological implications, for if Jesus was not co-eternal with the Father, then he must have been created by the Father, and therefore he must be God's inferior. Even if Jesus had been the most superior human being, he could not have been divine unless God the Father had adopted him, which still would not bring Jesus' divine nature up to par with the Father. By extension, the Holy Spirit would have been even less divine than Jesus. Arian theology drew one more troubling conclusion. If only God can save human beings, and Jesus is not God, therefore Jesus did not save human beings. This is what it was about. Alexander and about 100 bishops rebuked Arius.
Somebody answer that fucking phone.
Yeah, somebody
answer. We ain't hear nothing Rob Bourne said. What the fuck?
Oh, y'all
That's right on the phone.
Y'all didn't hear nothing.
It was a phone ringing while you was reading, and somebody just ignored it.
It was the face.
It could have been an Ankh tactic.
Anyway, I ain't gotta keep reading it, but anyway, this is what it says. The council eventually used the word.
You just read my point, yo. Thank you.
Let them read the thing, man. Like, read it out.
Read it again. We gotta go through it again. Y'all didn't hear that? We're gonna read it.
No phone was ringing. You can hear that phone?
Go ahead.
Like, I don't understand. Like, if your argument is solid, like you should be like confident. Just fall back. Let them.
No, your phone is messing up, bro. Sosa, I was saying, read it again. Sosa, your phone cracked. You're not hearing everything I'm saying. I was like, read it again.
All right, it says Arius had for some time taught that Jesus was not eternal and uncreated like the Father. So the concentration of the Bishop Alexander and preached that there was a time when Jesus was not in existence. This principle had theological implications.
Can you stop right there? Can you just stop right there? You see my point I was making?
I get you, but let's keep going.
Right.
Even if Jesus had been the most superior human being, he could not have been divine. Arius theology drew one more troubling conclusion. If only God can save human beings, and Jesus is not God, therefore Jesus did not save human beings. Right? Then it tells you what happens at that council. Was supposed to have been 318 people or whatever. And they didn't solve it. When they solved it, this is what they came up with. The council eventually used the word homoousios to define the fact that Jesus is one in being, all of the same being, all of the same substance as the Father. Jesus was not made and therefore was not a
They say your phone stopped.
Yo, can we get a pause on this religious shit? I feel like I was in church all day. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
I know.
What the hell happened to Wisdom Con?
I ain't gonna lie. This shit felt like church, man. My forehead hurt.
And we did James Telescope, all that shit, Q. And you popped up on Religion Day. We done did 1,000 shows, non-religion. And the one time we get on Bible, you pop in this mug. You supposed to be there for the telescope show. For real. The James Telescope
So did we understand what the argument was? You can put up on Wikipedia, yo. It wasn't whether he was God, and was it. The argument was he created, was saying, yo, he couldn't be beginning.
Oh, you frozen.
Like it wouldn't make, that was the crazy argument. The Christians, I'm frozen. Damn, I'm frozen.
I ain't on my computer. I'm at to roll around.
Oh shit! I'm frozen.
You all right now?
Yeah. So it says it right here. It says the council eventually.
Oh shit! You frozen.
Jesus got him.
Shit. I'm done.
Jesus got him. Jesus said, hold on. Look at that shit. Ye shall follow the word of Christ.
That's the Holy Ghost. That's the Holy Ghost right there.
The Holy Ghost got him.
The Holy Ghost, yo. The Holy Ghost. All right, listen, man. Where's Arius at? Oh, Athenius. Deacons. Hold on, yo. We gotta read the creed, yo. The Nicene Creed. Y'all want to read the Nicene Creed? Look. That's all we gotta do is read the Nicene Creed to get you out of there, yo. That'll get you out of there, that Nicene Creed that they read before the shit started. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I wanted to hear you, but they kept freezing on you.
Damn, on purpose, yo. It was the God.
I thought you accepted the Lord and Jesus as a Savior.
Damn. Okay, the first adopted at the first council of Nicene. All right. It says the Nicene Creed is defining statement of belief of the Nicene of mainstream Christianity and those Christian denominations that adhere to it. We cry to those undertaking important functions within the Catholic Church. The Nicene Creed regards Jesus as divine and co-eternal with God, the Father. Various non-Nicene doctrines, beliefs, and creeds have been formed since the 4th century. All of are by adherents to Nicene, to the adherents of Nicene Christianity. The Western Christianity, the Nicene Creed is used alongside the less widespread Apostle Creed. All right, we need to see what some of these things is. Hold on.
Bro, I mean, I'm right here where it says one purpose of the council was to resolve the disagreement arising from within the Church of Alexandria over the nature of Jesus and his relationship to the Father. In particular, whether the Son had been begotten by the Father. What does that mean?
Right.
What does that mean?
It means that
what does it mean? What does that mean? When he said whether the Son was begotten? What is begotten?
Born of the Father.
Right. Whether he was the son of, that's the point, bro.
No, man. I'm saying whether he was the son. No, you mixing that up. Yeah, that's a misstep. They never argued that. They were saying, remember, Christians try to say the argument in Christianity is that Jesus is God. Right?
Nah, what
they try to say that. So they saying that so no,
go
man,
to the article.
right.
Go to the article. Scroll down to where it says one purpose. So you can read that. It says, in particular, whether he had the son had been begotten by the Father from his own being, or therefore having no beginning, or else created out of nothing, therefore having a beginning.
Right, but yeah, so they was wondering if he was God or not, yo.
That was the argument.
That's the point.
I can't.
That's the point, that's all.
No, that's not the point. Whether he was the everybody understood him to be the son. Remember, the Christian creed is the son of God plus God. You say, yeah, he the son of God, but he not God. Y'all know that, right?
No,
Yep.
Elias ain't.
I thought the conversation had something to do with the substance, right? Like,
oh man, y'all wild out.
No, that's still an argument to today. If people believe that Jesus is God, or Jesus was.
That's why Arius was killed.
But if it says son, then it's got to be arguing if he is or is not. Like, you can't argue it being the son and versus nothing. Like, you got to either be the son or he not the son. Like,
that shit is the white man's religion. Period.
Facts.
And that shit destroy Africa. Period. That shit was not born in Africa. Whoever tries to debate if it's the white man's religion, they trying to make it black. You know this. We got to cut this shit off at the head. We got to cut it off,
I don't understand how that fit into what I'm saying, though. I'm just trying to. Do y'all know what I'm saying?
I got cut off, man. You sacrificed the chicken, man. You sacrificed the chicken and got me cut off,
Yeah, I'm back. I was on the phone with Ngozi. What's popping? What's popping? What's popping? Let's go.
No, three tenets of Christianity.
Adam begot so and so.
They don't know it.
No, they don't. Hold on, everybody, stop, man. I'm trying to tell everybody that at the Council of Nicene, they wasn't arguing over whether Jesus was the Son of God. That wasn't the argument. The argument was he created by God? You know what I'm saying? Or was he begotten by the Father? They never was questioning whether Jesus was the Father. Arius was saying that he's the Son of God. I'm gonna find that shit, yo. Come on, Godfrey, you know I'm right.
What Rawborn put up was what you're saying.
Thought Arius
right, and Rawborn proved my point.
You know,
I got a point, Rawborn, but you argued if you didn't.
It is not an argument, man. The argument is that I'm telling him that during these councils is where the white man codified what we have as Christianity today. I heard the brother talk about the 20th century.
Hold on a second. Rawborn, you do know that they have a certain edict where they say that whatever the Roman Catholic Church taught, there's a Christian group that says we don't have nothing to do with it. Because all of that is Roman Church doctrine. So when you look at the 4th century, come all the way up to like the 16th century, you have doctrines of changes that's made within the church, and then which the Roman Church, which eventually became the Roman Catholic Church.
That's cool. That's cool.
But there's Christian groups that's not involved with that. Hold on. There are Christian groups that are not involved with that.
Yes, and that's the Eastern Church, and that's the schism, bro. Those are white people. It don't matter what you say. They still are white people.
No. Are you saying everybody is white? That's a part of the church.
What I'm telling you is this.
You just said no.
Listen. No, this is what I'm telling you.
You just said no.
No, listen to what I'm telling you. Those people are not African. That's what I'm telling you. I don't give a fuck what they not us, bro.
Hey,
they not African.
The white people in South Africa, are they Africans?
Yo, man, get out of here. We talking about a Pacific time frame.
Fuck with you, God body. I'm gonna fuck with you right
now. Yeah, we talking about a
Watch this. Watch this. Was Jerome a black man that was born in Africa?
No, he went there. I believe he went there. There's a story that says that.
All right. Watch this. Was Cyprian a black man in Africa?
Yeah.
All right. Was Tertullian a black man in Africa?
Yeah, these are all converts to Christianity. What's your point?
All right. No.
What's your point,
everybody's a convert to Christianity because it only started with 20 people. So you had to have converts. That's irrelevant. The issue is, did these guys play a role? Did these guys play a role in the church? Yes or no? All right. Were they black people who were from Africa?
Were there black people? Yeah, there were some converts.
All right. So why are you pushing the word converts now? Because everybody.
No, brother. The reason I'm doing this because you playing this Christian game. You a secret Christian, Garfield. And we cutting this off. We cutting this off at the head.
No, that's no. If he was a Christian, he would know the 3 tenets of Christianity.
Well, what we're saying is this, right? When you look at Ethiopia, you see that coming in that point. That is a Syrian dude Fermicius, that is not an African. That's the point here. If you got people who accept Christianity, such as the people in the Congo did, which is the worst decision that they ever did, it destroyed our people. That's the point. When you're looking at the codified religion of Christianity, every denomination you think about, it's the white man, bro. That's what we're saying. At this time frame, at the time frame of this,
but the point that can't. But that listen. Let me say this to you. You can say it's the white man's religion, but you got to admit though that there were people who played central roles in it who were black.
Okay,
that's the song that we have to. We gotta accept that. Listen. By the way, my argument for it to be a white man's religion, has to do with the composing and the structure of the writing in the 2nd century. So when you look at Clement of Rome, when you look at Ignatius, Polycarp, Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, all of these are white men. That's the argument.
Hey, whoa, Garfield. Everybody freeze. 1 second. Hold on. I just want to clear this point and then move to right there. And I'm gonna beat Rob Bourne up. You're gonna get beat up, Rob Bourne. Nobody say nothing. Hold on. Listen.
Let's go.
Hold on. With Rob Bourne read said exactly what I say. Here it goes. It's called the Arian controversy. This is at the Nicene Council. Look, this is the Nicene Council. Go to the tag. This says the Arian controversy, right? This is where I got cleaned up. When me and Garfield had an argument, debate on the phone, and he beat me the fuck up. So I already know. I'm not even trying the books. The whole crazy community taught us Christianity crazy. It says the Arian controversy arose in Alexandria when the newly reinstated presbytery, Arius, right, began to spread doctrinal views that were contrary to those of his bishops, Saint Alexander of Alexandria. It said the bishop the disputed issue centered on the nature and the relationship of God, the Father, and the Son of God, Jesus. So we see what it was. Now watch this. It says the disagreement sprang from different ideas about the Godhead, okay, and what it meant for Jesus to be God's son. See, they wasn't saying he wasn't God's son. The issue was, what did it mean for him to be God's son? Now watch this. Alexandria maintained that the Son was divine in just the same sense that the Father is. So he was saying that Jesus and God is equal. Watch this, co-eternal. See that? With the Father, right? Else he could not be a true son. You're like, me and my Father is one statement. Watch this. Arius emphasized supremacy and uniqueness of God the Father. He's saying, yo, God is unique, right? He said, meaning that the Father alone is almighty and infinite, and that therefore the Father's divinity must be greater than the Son's. There you go. Who's somebody talking through this? This is crazy. But that is my point. Like I said, the argument wasn't over whether Jesus was the Son of God, right? The argument was he an equal with God? And they were saying, yeah, so the Christians today, based off of the Nicene Council, believe that Jesus and God is one. And you got the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and then they all get goddamn confused and say there's one God, but it do like this: the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. And you say, but that's three. No, it's not. The three is one. And having a shut up. That's the whole game, the whole confusion. So Arius, watch this. Arius was really making more sense. Like if the Arianism would have came through, right, then we couldn't have argued. We'd just say, okay, there's God, and then God has a son. But no, Christianity, right, that's based on now is that God and Jesus is one and the same. The Jehovah's Witnesses say, no, that's not true. There's God, and he had a son, immaculate reception, and that's what it is. The whole shit is crazy. The point I want to make here is that they wasn't arguing over whether he was the son or not. They was arguing over what it meant for him to be the son. Y'all continue, because I'm saying that Christianity, Christianity is not the white man's religion. I'm going to stand on that. Go ahead, Garfield. Who was talking? You was going, Garfield. Garfield, then Rob Bourne. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, if you look at Felicity in a slave in Carthage, or Perpetua, who was a Christian martyr, you'll see that there are different Black people who played a role, who worship this God who was black people. Because if you look at Felicity, she was a slave in Tunisia, and this is Northern Africa. You look at the Coptic Christians, you look at all of them, and you want to tell me all these people, including the Desert Fathers, were all white people. Black people played a role. I think what happened is when you look at the structure of the books and you look at the councils that Rawborn is talking about, you see the white dominance. But as I said last night, when you look at Christianity, you got to go back to the original. I mean, the Christianity that we have today is based off the original. Without the original, you can't have it.
Garfield,
You could say, hold on.
Garfield. What is
No,
the
you gotta let him finish
original?
though, Raw. I ain't gonna let him cut you off, though.
This is an important point you make. What is the original form of Christianity?
It's called the cutoff, though, yo.
No, this is just his point. I'm not cutting him off. It's add on to his point. Tell us what is the
original form of Christianity has to do with a man, a group of people who is following a man in the first century who they believe is the Christ. That's it.
Okay, so
he was crucified.
Okay, so all of the people in the first century did not believe that. That's the
original followers believe that.
The original followers. What I'm saying to you is this, Garfield. We don't have these documents at that time. We know that the first time we hear about the four gospels is Irenaeus, all together, all of them. Never heard this before.
Not the first time we hear of them. The first time we hear of
them. I said the first time you hear that I just
together.
I said that first. That's the first thing I'm saying. So you don't hear this about that. The biography of this person is that. So in this first century, at the beginning of this, you have the Gospel of Thomas, not the Greek version, the Coptic version, and it don't got the resurrection in there. When you looking at all of these things that are in that area, all of them, it is based upon a person named Jesus. We're not going to deny that. However, there is no codified doctrine. There is none. The codified doctrine happens at these councils, and that is the white man. You can't deny that. You can't show me no first century doctrine as the Christianity that we have today because it's not there. It don't exist. You don't have nothing to show us.
Okay.
Whoa. Hold on. Wait, Garfield. Freeze.
Hold on. I got something to show him.
No. Whoa. For you say that, Garfield. Hold on. Let's slow it down. But that is the point, though, Rawborn.
How is that the point, my brother?
Need a codified book yet. It didn't need none of that for there still to be Christians, bro. That's the point. Go ahead, Golf.
Okay, I'm cool. I'm definitely cool with that. But when we talking about the religion of Christianity as we know it, are we going to?
That's fine. Let Garfield go next. Just let Garfield go. Go ahead, Garfield.
All right. Now, when we look at the principles of the belief system of Christianity, do we have that in the first, second century? And I would say yes. When you look at what Ignatius' writings, the legitimate ones have, you'll see that everything that's in Christianity today, the main tenets are already there within Ignatius' writings. I'll say that for a fact. And you'll have other people now, and by the time you reach to Tertullian, you talk about not Tertullian, to Irenaeus, of course, you get the 4 books and you get the 22 books. Then you get the other books by the Mauritanian canon. You get different books.
Oh, wait. Explain that. You got to explain it to the people. You talking like that everybody know. What are these first canons? Who put those together? Come on.
I've been saying it all day, the Essenes.
Oh, no.
That's the Jewish stuff.
Man, I'm done.
That's who it is.
Going back, come on, Truth. You're not Truth.
That's who it is, yo. He just said it clearly. It's a Jewish sect whose followers believed that he was the Messiah. I've been saying that all day.
You're not doing that, yo. You never proved that.
I did prove it in the scholar that I just put the scholar in the chat just now. Go check out the scholar. Go look at his credentials.
I'm gonna let you back in that road again.
Go look at his credentials.
They don't even know who the sins is. They don't even know. You can't even get to that point. Come on, Truth. You can't keep doing that.
Bobby, I have a question.
Bro, you just haven't done the research, man. We talking about new books. We ain't talking about nothing from 19-nothing. We talking about 1999. Yes, we is. It's 1999.
No, that's damn near 30 years, 1999.
Yeah, but yo, that's when they started realizing this stuff, yo. We ain't talking about none of these old books. We talking about new scholars on the subject.
How's that new? Yo, that's 30
I'm talking about
years,
new scholars. We talking about scholars that have looked in their eyes and have discovered.
2022. You talked 21 years ago, yo.
That's a good argument. That's a good argument, too. But you love that teacher of righteousness. He wasn't.
He was Christ, yo.
I feel you. I know all about the wicked priest. The Dead Sea Scrolls is my shit. Garfield will tell you. That's my shit. I know about the teacher of righteousness. I know about the wicked priest who sacrificed him on the oak. The problem is he was not born of a virgin birth, and he was not resurrected and came back. Those two.
Yeah, but his followers believed he was. Of course, he ain't die and come back though, yo.
What I'm trying to tell you, brother, is when you look at the story and the time frame, and you look at what makes Jesus, Jesus, that's not that person. You can find similarities of him being sacrificed, him being using the book of Daniel and all that other shit. You can find that. But what makes this guy that we know of Jesus, that's not him, bro.
I have a question about doctrine. I got a question about doctrine.
Yeah, James was about to say something. You can't jump the line.
I can't. Well, it was to Brother Garfield regarding doctrine.
You cannot jump the line, yo.
Just a question.
But
just a small question.
Somebody else said that.
I thought it was Garfield.
Was that you?
No, it wasn't me. But I was just speaking for the first time in a while. I'm just saying to Brother Garfield. If
I thought that was hold on, Moses.
If Arius is an African, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
And if Africans had ancestor worship and Arius's position was dealing with God the Father being greater, can we akin that to ancestor worship?
No, and we ain't doing that.
Wait, no. Hear me out. And if we can akin that, if we can akin it to ancestor worship, that means anything black in the Council of Nicaea dealing with Arius was already negated. There ain't nothing black in Christianity. It's all white. I'm down with Rob on this.
Are y'all serious though, yo?
Yeah, we banging on Bobby Banger today, man.
Yo, you know how long 300 years is?
Yo, hold on there.
Man, y'all crazy when it comes with this religious shit. That shit destroy Africa. That shit ain't black, yo.
I know. Wait a minute, yo. I think we agree with you on all that. That the human beings that promoted Christianity helped underdeveloped Africa, yo, and destroy and enslave people. We agree that, but that ain't the question that everybody can keep getting beat up on. Go ahead, Garfield.
Who was Moses the black brother?
Me?
Who?
Yeah. Who was Moses the black?
Oh, I don't know.
Who the hell is that?
Brother Garfield, I don't know.
Who was Felicity, the slave in Carthage? Who was a Christian? Who was
Perpetua? I just learned that from you. I learned her from you.
Perpetua, the Christian martyr who died, black African woman who died because she believed in Jesus.
In the streets, right? Petulia. What's her name?
Yeah, Perpetua.
Yeah, they scraped the skin off of her. Yeah,
no, but I'm going after doctrinal Christianity.
No, let them finish, yo.
Hold on. If you're going after doctrinal Christianity, it's kind of vague in a sense to hold a conclusion to it. Because what I'm saying to everybody that's listening is that the Christianity you have today, remember, the Romans corrupted it with whatever they're doing. But remember, you had a breakaway, the Protestant breakaway, where the Protestants now have their own thing, the Anglican Church. Then you have the Presbyterian, the Calvinists. You have Martin Luther. They broke away from the Catholic Church. So all the things that you saw in Catholics with the ecumenical councils, they don't really hold to those things, a lot of them in the Protestant movement. And remember, Protestantism is what makes the black Hebrew Israelites, and that's the branch they come from. Calvinism, the Episcopalian, the Protestant, and all that stuff. So all I'm saying is the Christianity of the ecumenical councils, I don't think black folks hold to that at all. I don't think they hold to it.
Yeah, they do. When they say God is they hold, everybody holds to the Nicene Creed. Garfield, could you give me one African Christian that wrote any book in the New Testament?
No. We don't know who wrote, and that's not a standard. You just created that standard. I don't know if you go by that standard. You just created that.
The only way we know about your goddamn Jesus is that goddamn destructive ass Bible. Show me the African nigga that was writing this document.
I don't know who wrote them. I don't know any writer.
Show me an African that wrote this document.
But we don't know who wrote it. So how am I gonna lie? Why would I come on here and lie?
No, because we're gonna go like
why
you.
Would I hold on, Robon. Why would I come on the show and lie?
I'm not telling you lie.
Do you know any white man? All right, hold on. Do you know any white man who wrote the Bible?
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go according to the narrative. Mark, Luke, John, them niggas right there.
You don't know, boy. Matthew is Matthias.
We don't got nothing
Matthias,
else.
you don't know what
Martin Luther.
Listen, and then you brought up Protestant. Everything you bringing up is a white man goddamn denomination of the goddamn Christian.
That doesn't have to do with the origins. That don't have to do with the origins, though.
But I'm not here to talk to you about the origins.
But that's Christianity. Christianity stems from. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Now you have Ankh, right? Ankh and this Moore guy decided to start Amira Squad. I ain't gonna call his name, right? Now the Moore guy and Ankh start Amira Squad. They bring other people in, Asar and everybody else, right? Now, 15 years from now, there might be a new Amira Squad stem from certain people who now are in the Amira Squad. Does that mean that they are the ones that started it and made it what it was? It was started by Ankh and the Moore guy. That's their group. But that doesn't mean, it's just like the Temptations. How many times the Temptations switch members? It is still the same Temptations.
Right, but we not
the whole council was in Antioch. It wasn't even in Africa.
Religion of Christianity as we know today, fam. This
I don't
thing
know.
that we
All I'm gonna say is we don't know who wrote it, Rob. We have no idea.
That's fine.
Right? Black or white. What I'm saying is the people. Man. Hold on. Let me be clear. The people that started Christianity and followed that man were more like Palestinian Arabs, and those people ain't. I wouldn't say they're black. I wouldn't say they're white. That's who I'm saying whose religion it belongs to. Okay. It don't belong to the black man. It don't belong to the white man. But white people, as they always do, just like jerk chicken, they want to take over jerk chicken and act like it's some white meal. They want to take over our culture, hip hop, and make it their culture. That's what the white folks do.
I gotta jump in,
Garfield. Define white folks.
No, but Garfield, it sound like you stretching out and giving hands to him because there's a little black presence. We can remix into African presence, and now we can turn it into something that we can stick on and hold on to.
You actually got me on that point. And you know why? Because we keep saying African. I'm not saying African. He is. He's trying to stress the African part. I never said it's an African religion. So that was the argument I got sucked into. He baited me to do that bullshit. I never said that. He baited me, Q-Butter. He baited me for that bullshit. So that's where what you're saying is correct. And I never said that. So when I started saying, what about the girl in Tunisia who's black and all that shit? I shouldn't have even went there. But that's my point was to try to bring up that.
That was a hidden color. That was a Hidden Colors documentary right there.
Yep. So the point is, I was trying to say that black people were involved and who were Christian. That was my point. In the 2nd century, 3rd century, we have Africans who are dying for this effing belief, this crazy ass belief.
I ain't gonna lie, that will be you make some money with that one. The hidden black figures of Christianity.
Oh shit! Hey, cut that part out. I don't want nobody to steal that idea. Cut that out. Cut that out. Cut that part out. Cut that. Where we at? Where we at?
I know where we at. What is to be a Christian now?
Could we all agree on the panel that Christianity is not African, bro?
Y'all know Tariq.
No. Listen, Garfield, could we all agree that Christianity is not black African religion?
I agree 100%.
I agree.
Okay, then. So we done here.
All right, we're done.
We don't care about no.
Very good process, Rob Bourne.
Fuck all of them. We don't care about none of them people.
But see, all they got to do is get baptized, take communion, and wash a motherfucker's feet, and they Christian again.
That shit comes from Africa, B. Fuck that. I'm taking the other side, man. Fuck
that.
It
comes from Kemet. It comes from Kemet.
I'm jumping fence.
I'm with Jabari right now. It comes from
Kemet. Jumping fence. That's a part of libation.
Let's get back to that. What's the thing with Jabari, man? What's up, man? Let's get down to it. Let's go. I see they threw you off topic. They brought you in the religious gritty. They got you in here. All these dudes is Christians, yo. Black Lion, Garfield, they Christians, bro. I'm just trying to let you know that.
Yep.
they believe in Jesus, bro. Garfield used to be
Black
cool,
Lion,
man.
Black Lion don't believe in Jesus. He don't believe in Jesus.
I don't know what happened to you, man.
Garfield said that like he believed.
I believe Jesus is a historical person.
Oh, right. That's right.
I don't believe I know that.
No, well, truth brought it to y'all. Truth brought a plausible guy.
No, not the truth. Not the truth. Truth is saying some other stuff. That's different.
Truth just want to cuss me out, so I'm gonna leave Truth alone.
Truth trying to get to these sources on
Who keep putting
That's true.
Michael
That's
Wild
true.
guy up there?
That's truth. Truth like, let's get this working. Truth want that smoke, man. Go ahead and get.
Oh, that's his dude right there.
Yeah. I go. Truth want that smoke, man.
Hey, yo, Truth, man.
I got an article
you
for him to
scaring me.
read.
You ain't got no books, Truth. Where's your books on this stuff, man? You ain't got no books on this. I'm not messing with you, man. You ain't spend your money on this shit. I sold you my Kindle. That ain't even a free, but I bought this shit, man. I don't know about you, Truth. I don't know.
I got a PDF for him to read. It's about the subject. It's a different view than the one he's holding, if he's interested.
Yeah, they said it many different, the different views. So
Basically, what I wanted to say before is that they don't know who this teacher of righteousness is, and I don't think he can actually prove that Jesus was a
rabbit
myth.
hole. Y'all open up the rabbit hole again. Y'all falling back
there's
into the rabbit hole.
there's no consensus. There's no consensus.
Yeah.
Y'all going back into the rabbit hole, man.
Yeah, for real.
Truth about to come back up. Like, look, see. First of all, it was the mountains and camels and shit in the original Essene occult.
Yeah, and Goldie said, drop the link.
Yo, send the link. Send the link for Ngozi real quick.
Got the link.
Yo, with that image though, I ain't gonna lie. I want to get that image that they had, the super 2223 conscious community Ankh cross symbol. I need that.
No, you got to be initiated, bro. You can't just.
I gotta get initiated. I ain't gonna say.
Yeah, you gotta learn how to read.
Did y'all debunk that? Did y'all debunk that, by the way?
Nah, no, that was just his little.
No debunking that. That's all connecting. That has all sciences and connect everything.
Hey, yo, Garfield, you know that somebody about to come out and use that book that Africans wrote the Bible, right?
You mean what you call it? What's your name? They used to use it. They don't use it no more.
Bro, that shit there, bro. I was like, what the hell is this? I'm like, well, wait a minute. I closed it after the third chapter. I don't know where he got this shit from. I don't understand these sources. I don't get it, bro. But yeah, man.
Nah, you missed it, son. When Son said that the Vatican has sorcerers hidden underneath that shit.
Yo. You don't listen.
Now you opening that can of worms again, you butter.
Hold up, wait a minute.
See what I said?
Wait. No, Garfield already gave me an assignment. I'm doing the research, trying to find out when the Romans got the Essenes and broke them to get all of that shit to make their liturgy. I got.
That's a movie right there, man. The hidden sorcerers.
I'm telling you,
they buried underneath the Vatican.
Go ahead, and make that documentary, bro. You'll kill him with that one.
That's a movie. That's gonna be that's down the lines of like the.
I ain't going front though. That teacher righteousness story had me for a couple of years, man. Me and Raw Ball used to hold on to that shit hard in debates back in the days. That was our shit. So when he said that I've never read nothing of it, I'm just laughing because that's what we used to teach. We used to teach this bullshit.
Wow.
We used to teach it 100%. That was the option. It was like, yo, this fit Jesus perfect, yo. We rock you with this. Yeah. So we were at what, 7, 8, 9 years ago? That's where we was at. Yeah. So you coming, brother. Truth, you coming into the truth. You good. You on schedule.
Did he kick over the tables? Truth.
Hey, where Ngozi at? Ngozi, Razib Khan just text me back. He just emailed me. So he said after August 5th. So we're gonna set up something with him again. August 5th.
Yo, but what up with Truth Story and always going in?
We should do it on pseudo killers, though. We should do that on pseudo killers.
Yo, hold on. Yo, Garfield, look at this right here. So I'm gonna show you this book right here, right? Watch this shit. Watch this shit, yo.
No, you can't. Nah, because truth.
You can't share. Truth is sharing.
Hold on, Truth. Stop sharing for a second, Truth. You can see my shit?
Hold on, Truth. Truth. Stop sharing for 1 second,
Truth
bro.
might got a slideshow on or something.
He's gonna school us. You got the libraries and everything.
I'm about to go in on you, Garfield.
Truth,
I'm gonna show you this shit is the white man shit, bro. You see it?
I can't see
Not
that.
yet.
He's sharing.
Truth, you gotta unshare your screen, bro.
I think he must have left the mic right now.
He in the zone right now.
Nah, he turning the pages, bro. Yo, Truth, stop turning the.
You dropping knowledge on
y'all.
Ready for that.
Yo, get Truth, man. Yo, all right, here we go.
Yeah, it's been doing that for a minute.
So this book right here, Garfield, you know I'll be using this book a lot. This is called the Zodiac in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, behold, nigga, you look at the Zodiac man right here, nigga, found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. That look like a black man to you, nigga.
Oh man, you just killing truth. Well, you're killing truth. You're killing truth right now. Look at that shit, you better. What you want that? That's that.
Yo, wow.
Yeah, it looked like Logic.
Remember the picture that he had in the book?
That looked like Logic.
Oh man, you just killed the whole.
Oh shit, Brooklyn in the house.
Nah, that's fake. That's fake. That's fucking fake, yo. That's fake.
Nah, nigga, this
that can't. Nah, bro. Nah, I don't believe that.
You
shit.
gonna read
Brooklyn in the house.
Nah, I don't believe that shit, bro.
Hebrew Zodiac man.
Nah,
The blood letter print.
I don't believe that shit. Nope, fuck that.
I got the Hebrew calendar in here and
Oh,
all that.
I got your back, bro.
Take a screenshot.
Bro, I got your back, bro. Don't believe that shit, bro.
Yeah, here's the name of the book too.
Hold on, because I'm gonna put up my book right now. Watch this shit.
Yeah.
Here's the name of the book right here.
I'll go laugh at the mother ever right now.
Zodiac calendar in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the reception of ancient astronomy and astrology. I already do it.
That's fake,
you
bro.
Get this work.
That's fake. Not me.
I said, wait, man, nigga.
That's fake.
Africa's very diverse, bro. Africa's
My
very
question
diverse.
was, what was wrong with my source?
They
By
scared.
Michael
They
Wise.
scared of you, Truth.
Why is that source being discredited?
They scared of you, bro.
Bro, you got this. Your truth, I'm on your side right now. You got this, bro. That's
See, they don't want no more.
That's
I don't need nobody doing that either. Yo. I just need straight up answers. What was wrong with my source?
What source? What source are you talking about, brother?
He just showed the Michael.
There's nothing wrong with your source, man. But I hope you know your mic was muted if you was reading something.
Yeah, my mic was muted. Y'all couldn't hear a lot of what I was saying, but what I'm saying is this guy, Michael Wise, right here, who y'all see on the screen. What is wrong with him, his information? What makes him a pseudo?
We don't tell us the argument, brother. We don't know this shit, man.
Hey, Truth, we already said though that we already see, like Rob said, both of you are right. There's no consensus though. There's competing theories of who these scenes were. Like there ain't no consensus on who these scenes were. In terms of if they left that
yeah, man, y'all both right.
I'm just saying your truth. You really think that this gonna work with the Israelites?
Yeah, definitely.
So you think that
my thing is if they want to be true believers of that book, they got to be Essenes. They got to live that lifestyle.
Hold on. You really think that you're going to be able to out truth an Israelite?
Live a lifestyle.
Wait, but the Essenes were not the only Jews there. They were just one.
One of many.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I want to make.
Nope.
This is your. So you're supposed to out truth an Israelite right now.
Nah, it's just going to present evidence to a certain thing, and like I said, this scholar that I'm bringing up that actually is working on the Dead Sea Scrolls.
About what?
That is actually translating the Dead Sea Scrolls himself.
Not doing that, Clue. We did scroll ourselves to death.
Yo, I got the.
I know, yo, but you didn't already mention you said it. We didn't read the actual scholar. We read it, and they were saying they barely know who they is. Let alone stress to throw it all away to Christianity.
Read, bro. Stop
no,
it.
that was the website. No, that's the website where it was.
Nah, man, come on, yo.
No, it was the Wikipedia post that he was reading.
No, I read the whole thing, yo. It wasn't that, yo. It said that some of them did have children, but the point was there's no clear understanding of whether they was an extent. Like, yo, come on, dog. And then you trying to make another stretch.
One word.
So we actually talking over each other, though. So nobody don't understand what we saying, no truth. I'm not spending 3 hours on this, dog.
Let's call it a draw.
Fucking link, and you can do a whole 2 hours by yourself on it. Let me know when you want to do it, bro. I'll see you the code. You can tap in and you can rock, yo. No, you done one paragraph is the death. It ain't gonna come to that.
Let's call it a draw. Let's call it a draw. True, we believe that guy supports that position, but you have to agree there's other people that disagree with him. So let's just call it a draw, bro. You held your ground, man.
Yo, True. Only reason I brought it back up, True, was that I was saying, like, are you taking up this information to try to convince people that they're wrong?
Nah, what I'm trying to do is present the evidence that shows where this this theology comes from, since we was talking about the origin of Christianity.
No, but I'm just
I
saying,
figured
do you believe that a person, I'm a devout Black Christian, Abyssinian Catholic Church, whatever you want to call it, you gonna tell me that I'm supposed to believe you?
No, what you supposed to believe is this scholar that actually is studying the
Only a
evidence.
believer.
My thing is, if you're
That's
a
what I'm
Hebrew
saying.
Israelite,
How you gonna get me that's not believing what I
y'all don't
believe
ever let
in?
me finish. That's half the
Believing what you
problem, yo.
believe.
Every time I go in to say something and somebody cut me off before I get halfway through the sentence. Like, come on now, like show a little discipline. Like, what I'm trying to say though is, damn, never mind, I lost my train of thought. Don't even
I
worry
hope
about it.
so. God came and stopped you from your evil ways.
God ain't come and stop me now, because y'all won't let me read a simple paragraph, because this dude right here that I'm trying to show y'all is actually what somebody that's working on the scrolls. He believes that he has, and he has a consensus in his field of people that also believe that he is on the right track. He has actually given the name of the so-called teacher of righteousness to be Judah the Essene. And that's what this whole book is about.
Let's agree with you. I'm just trying to reconnect it to the Black Christians. What is that going to do for Black Christians?
What Black Christians? What Black Christians? Nobody. There's no Black Christians. These niggas are Palestinians.
I'm a Black Christian in America. I go to Christian Calvary.
You talking about Michael O'Wise, yo? You still on Michael O'Wise, yo? Are you still on that guy?
Yeah, because we never vetted him. We never vetted.
So I'm gonna get him out the way. So you want to read that? Then I'm gonna end. Now I'm done. Go ahead, and I'm gonna go ahead and you won't even want to talk about this shit no more. Go ahead, bro.
All right, let's read what he said in this paragraph. I'm just gonna read this one little section right here. The Jewish nation was, mind you, before this, he was describing everything that was happening in the first century around that time. Before you get to this paragraph. So I just want to get you in context of what is being said here. The Jewish nation was an animal caught in a trap, chewing off its own leg. The situation was ripe for what happened next. The millennial prophet arose to lead a crisis cult. And he would become more than a prophet. He would be the first Messiah of recorded history. Before him, the sources know no Messiah. And the 2 centuries after him, like a mid-Atlantic hurricane, Masonism fed upon the currents growing, gaining force, sometimes swirling shoreward to batter those in its path with revolution. Twice the Masonic idea helped propel its nations of, origin into, let me blow it up, because I can't see. It was nations of origin into war with Rome and its legions. The first time Jerusalem was burned to the ground and the temples destroyed. The second time, 500,000 Jews lost their lives in the southern town of Judea, were obliterated. In the decades following the archetype of Messiah, other men repeatedly stepped forward to claim the role of disputed and to lead Masonic movements among the Jews. Jesus of Nazareth was one of them. The name of the first Messiah was nowhere stated outright, but a few clues in the Dead Sea Scrolls suggest that it may have been Judah. That is what I shall call him. His followers called him the teacher of righteousness. This charismatic figure was able to express what many people were feeling but could not articulate. He began to shape anew where was I? The chaotic notion of the myth, dream of Israel. The conception artifact that he created.
You got a call, bro. You can't be heard.
Can't be heard. Yo, God came and got you for your evil ways.
Which one of y'all calling his phone?
Hold on, my phone. Somebody done called me on the phone and I can't even hear no more.
Call him again. Call him again. Call him again. Call him again.
We see it.
All right, we got you, yo. We shipping this now. Come on, yo. I need to reach down. Are we killing them? Come on.
I don't even know what you're saying, but
your internet is unstable.
That's how I felt.
Basically what the article saying, I'm just pull it to it. Basically what the article saying is the teacher of righteousness is a guy named Judah Hassan that he believed existed around 70 AD and it was the first Messiah.
All right, here you go.
70
let
AD
me do this for you.
But Jesus would have been dead.
Hold on.
70 AD or 70
Let me show you what he's doing.
Yeah, 70 BC. You gotta be
get off that. Here, I'm gonna stop that.
You gotta be 70 BC.
This is what you're doing right now, yo. I'm gonna show you what you're doing, bro. You just killed your whole thing. We can come right here. It's your man, Michael O'Wise. You said it without even knowing you said it. It said he posits that the teacher of righteousness was the first Messiah. All right, you can have that, bro. Still ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. You keep trying to make it that. Watch this. A figure predating Jesus by roughly 100 years. So now we know that the guy that your man you be using all day wasn't even saying what you was saying. He was talking about somebody else. He came before
No,
you.
he didn't. That's the same person I'm talking about.
Don't cut me.
Just let him get through it.
Not cut me
you
off.
putting words in my
If
mouth.
I'm wrong,
I don't
correct
like
me.
that.
True. Just let him get it out, bro.
I'm not yelling, yo. You use this guy name so much. I'm tired of hearing Michael name.
Yeah,
you
but
killed
you
us with
putting
Michael's
words in my
name.
mouth, yo.
Why would you
You saying
use my
things that I ain't
okay?
say.
But let me finish my
I've been
point.
saying
Why
it was
would
100
you,
years
man?
prior.
Why are you doing that though, yo?
Let him read it, bro. Let's let him read it. Come on.
Roughly 100 years. This figure who Wise believes, Wise the white man, that's the white guy, right? Yeah.
Oh, now we playing the white card.
Who believes was named Judah. We just heard you say it. But this is 3 hours into the conversation. It was the first time we heard you say that.
No, I've been said that, bro. You wasn't paying attention. I've been said that.
All right. And now
but go ahead. Just let him get it out. Let him finish.
Judah rose to prominence during the reign of Alexander of Genius and had been a priest and confidant to the king. However, he became dissatisfied with the religious sect of Jerusalem and in reaction founded a crisis cult while amassing a following. The teacher and his followers claimed he was the fulfillment of various biblical prophecies with an emphasis on those found in Isaiah. Watch this. The teacher was eventually killed. They killed him by the religious leadership in Jerusalem, and his followers hailed him as the Masonic figures. The Masonic figure who had.
I've been saying, literally saying that all day.
Let him finish. Let him finish, bro. Come on, we can get to it.
Man, I can't believe you keep cutting me off, yo. But I swear, yo. They say the teacher was eventually killed by the religious leadership of Jerusalem, and his followers hailed him as the Masonic, the Messiah.
Messianic figure.
My fault. The Messianic figure, the fucking dog, man.
Let me finish reading it for you, man. Cause you
don't need to finish reading it.
We can't even hear you.
Right? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It said that I don't want to keep reading that shit again. The teacher was eventually killed. We got that.
No, you're missing one part. Look
who
right
have
here,
been
right
exalted
here.
to the presence of God's
What
throne.
it says, next 40 years, that it would take.
Yeah, I ain't get that yet because that's
years.
the killer piece. I don't want to mess that up. That's the funny shit. The teacher eventually was killed by the leadership in Jerusalem, and his followers hailed him as a Masonic figure who had been exalted to the presence of God's throne. It say they then anticipated, here, this shit is funny, that the teacher would return to judge the wicked and lead the righteousness into the golden age, and that it would take place within the next 40 years. Wise explains that dating of the manuscript copies amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls shows that the teachers post-mortem following was this drastically increased in size over several years, but that when the predicted return of the golden age failed to materialize, his followers disappeared. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all right now. You mean to tell me we argue for 3 goddamn hours over shit that the person wasn't even talking about? He was simply saying there was a Messiah before Jesus.
It's the same thing I'm saying.
Just let me finish though, bro. Let me finish. If I'm wrong, correct me. But I'm feeling like I argued for 3 hours. You use a guy or source that ain't support nothing you were saying. So if your argument was, well, yo, there was a Messiah through
everything
Jesus Christ,
I said.
nobody would have argued that. No, you use this guy as if he was saying
that's what
that the Christianity was formulated around this particular Messiah.
Everything that he said was I said today, yo. I've been saying all day. Y'all been arguing me this shit all day.
Hold on, man.
Everything he said,
so when I'm trying to
said.
tell you the truth, you can actually say all that after I finish, bro. You causing the confusion right now. Let me finish, bro. You went for 3 straight hours. You mentioned this guy 100 times. I'm sitting here thinking that this guy was actually supporting your idea that the Messiah was really,
and he did. He said
that
everything I
people
said.
in the Qumran Mountains was actually talking about a Messiah that was actually in the damn Christian doctrine, dog. That's what I thought you was saying this whole time. Truth. That's what I thought. I'm not by myself on that though, truth. And the only reason I'm talking loud because you keep cutting me off. So if I am confused, then I'm pretty sure everybody listening is fucking confused.
No, everything that you read is exactly what I've been saying all day. I don't see how y'all can be confused. I've been saying that the teacher of righteousness was 100 years prior to
truth. But what was all that about though, truth? Like we're confused now, bro. What was you doing for 3 hours? What was you trying to do, truth? I'm gonna move myself out and lead you unravel the
See, y'all doing too much, yo. What it is it's not me, it's y'all not understanding. I said everything that book said. I told y'all this. I literally sat here and told y'all everything that book said. Now that you read the book by the author, now all of a sudden he's saying something different than what I said. No, he's not. He's saying exactly what I said. That's where I got it from. I was quoting him.
Yeah, he said that he wasn't saying that the teacher righteousness is the Christ. He was saying that person was the first Messiah, period, and then shortly after, people started basing the Messiah based on the teacher of righteousness, and then that led into what will become Christianity, and that's what he was saying. Like that. So, but I think we covered enough of that. You know what I mean?
So you mean to tell me that's all you was trying? You argued for the Essenes, bro?
Either leave that shit and not.
Yeah, because the teacher of righteousness was an Essenes, bro.
Jesus Christ!
The teacher of righteousness and his followers were Essenes. Which is why I was telling you that
it don't got nothing to do with Jesus Christ, though, yo.
It has to do with the fact that Messiah,
prototype and everything that you read, like them believing that he was the Messiah and all that type of stuff. That's kind of like does have something to do with Jesus, bro.
Was the preacher of righteousness killed? Was he martyred?
Yes, he was killed. He was killed on Passover at that. The same day that they say Jesus died, the teacher of righteousness was killed.
He died long before.
It don't say that, brother.
Can we just
we know he got killed on Passover. There's many other articles on the Essenes, yo. And you trust me, the teacher of righteousness got killed on Passover.
True. Can we please agree with truth? Real quick, truth. Let's agree with truth. What is the point now that we agree with you? What does this do?
He don't know.
What does this do?
Hey,
what does this do?
Is what I'm saying. Y'all not listening to me. I think that he has no evidence that the preacher of righteousness was martyred or was killed.
No, hold on real quick.
He just read it though, yo. He just read that he was martyred and people believe that he's coming back with angels and all that.
Real quick, true. You're right. So
everybody's talking, bro, but
I'm trying to ask you, what does this do now? How does this connect?
All right, bro.
What it does is it exposes some more information for us to build on, and not have to argue with these damn Hebrews as much as we do that are actually taking the minds of most Black people in the community today.
So
I don't know if y'all don't see what the Hebrews out here doing, but they actually are.
We don't even see it. What makes you think a Hebrew is gonna see it?
Hold on,
but it start here, yo. It start with conversations like this. It starts with us understanding ourselves within us being the pseudo killers, and we the ones that's supposed to know certain information. My thing is that it's pseudo to believe that Jesus is a Black religion. It's pseudo to believe it was a white religion because it came from a Jewish sect. You see what I'm saying? It kills a lot of pseudo-isms.
Yeah, but I mean,
by understanding where the origins of this stuff is coming from. And I'm just sitting here telling you that it was the Essenes and the teacher of righteousness.
But you can say all of that without saying anything about
he's a simple way.
But the truth is, like, we already established that.
You can say everything you said without saying anything about. Why would we talk about the Essenes for 3 hours? I am lost.
Because you see, man, why we keep going to that? The man already explained that he wasn't a scene. That's why I brought it up. But we already established that there's no consensus, man. And like we can't go no further. Like it's over with. Like yeah, your dude said that truth, but there's no consensus.
You said all that to say it wasn't a white man. Are you this? Oh hell no!
That's how I wanted to hear. That's how I wanted to hear the
summary about the white man religion. It got something to do about the truth. What I do is I look for the truth, yo.
That's why I had to ask. I'm like, what was the whole point of this real quick? That's why I was like, let me ask, like, what are we?
Hey, Truth, you my man.
It just got more heated. It wasn't me just telling y'all. It was people telling me I was wrong. I'm disrespecting me on the
low man,
shit.
Yo.
Like
you will never.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that came out. So yeah, it took 3 hours.
Yo, you my man, yo. I'm fucking with you with the science and all that, but you will never, ever, 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 ever get me engulfed in a black hole conversation about you will never get me again. As soon as you start talking that shit, I'm gonna give you the hope,
it was your
and I'm gonna let you rock out.
You just wasn't trying to understand what I was saying.
Man, I could only understand what you were saying.
From the time I showed that picture up there,
No,
y'all wasn't trying to listen to a word I was saying.
Truth. I can admit that when a person start kicking out a brand new idea that they barely understand, yo, it take them a while to get it together so they can make other people understand it. I'm feeling like that's where we was at. And as you read more, you start to understand more, and we understand more. Now what I'm saying is, bro, like, knock that off. Yo, we spent this long. Think about just to tell black people that Christianity ain't theirs? Hell no. No way, Truth.
Yeah, but we spend that long to tell black people that Egypt ain't theirs. Like, yo, Christianity got a bigger hold on the world than Egypt, I believe. I try to make it seem like this conversation was pointless. Bullshit. A lot of people
I appreciated what he brought to the table because hold up. You know, I don't deal with fiction. But you know, I think this is fiction as well. But what he's saying is the source of the fiction is important. That's all he's saying.
Yeah, Jay's a rival. That's his father right there.
No, what I'm saying is he's just saying the source of the fiction is important. So he's identifying the source of the fiction.
No, he's not even identifying him with Jesus, Joe.
I ain't gonna lie. I'll say that article he brought up though. I know my Moor friends, they're gonna be mad when I show them that article. Like, hold on, you know, it was a Christian sect that came here. It wasn't no Moors that was coming here. Like, this is documented. They're gonna be mad at that document. Like, look, right there, 1603, 1570, you had Christian Rosicrucians, no more.
Yeah, but I didn't even pull up that document. That's the only article that you seen of the whole list of articles, yo. You just chose that one article to bring up.
I'm using it for somebody else.
Yeah, but Columbus was here in 1495, way before that.
I don't know about you. I don't know about that.
Catholic been away for this.
That's what the Rosicrucians. Their doctrine comes from the Rosicrucians, so they fuck with that. From D.I. Grant and all that, yeah, that's their shit. That's their adept chamber, as they say.
As soon as you said that, I'm gonna be mad. Damn, so you're right. That's what a lot of that mystical shit be connected to.
Man, so I'm gonna get right into where you at, Brendan. Brendan had a book he was holding up. Brendan, where that book at you had, Brendan? If you're around, Brendan, you can tap back in, yo. You had a book that you was holding in your hand. That's essential.
I got a question about red meat for your debate.
No, we're not dealing with red meat, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, save it for the next red meat, man. Please.
Come on, man. Debate about
man. I mean, I'd be dropping jewels. Check it out.
Listen, no. We're not doing the red meat right now, bro. It's just simple shit. We're not doing red meat right now, bro. Come on, man.
He want to argue about red meat?
Man, save it for the next show.
Listen, red meat is a terminology. Why y'all be acting?
If I use the word ignorant again, man,
I'll be the bad guy. I'm the bad guy if I use the word ignorant, right? I'm saying I got red meat for the debate. We were talking about your debate, right? It was a simple question. Is there any material difference between the definition of the word Americana and Africana?
Oh my God.
Is there a material difference in the meaning of the word Americana.
We don't know, bro.
and
You tell
Africana.
us. We don't know. You
I
tell
ain't
us.
gonna lie, James. You fucked my head up. I thought
I think there is.
All right, then that's what it is, bro. You
You're not talking about
I thought you were talking about red meat, yo.
Yo, son, he fucked my head. I thought he talking about food, son. He fucked my head up.
See,
you always
I
try
know.
to like, switch the
Listen,
shit.
that's what I'm saying. It was red meat for the debate. It's a political terminology. It's food for thought. What I'm saying is this: if there is a substantial difference between the definition of Americana and Africana, you know, Jabari's degree is in Africana Studies at Cornell, Africana Studies. And I'm saying there may be some room for attack. There may be some room there for you.
All right, we'll keep that in mind, bro. Hey, Brendan, what's the
right.
book Brendan had, bro?
Hey, you can't attack Jabari,
Brendan
man.
got the
He's the most solid scholar out here. He's gonna beat the hell out of Ankh. No, I'm just playing.
Now you
I'm just
bugging.
playing.
Now you
I'm just
bugging.
playing. I'm just playing. I know Ankh
Yo,
gonna go
man,
crazy.
I'm out the loop.
You keep Bob tell you. What's up, Keith?
Hey, you've been kicking that Egypt ball down the street for some time.
I'm out the loop, man. What's this?
I've been waiting
debate?
now.
What's the debate?
I don't know what no
What is
debate
this you
is.
speak upon? What debate?
No,
So what they
no, we're
talking
talking. I don't know what. Oh, he's talking. I don't know what was you talking about.
He said you and Jabari gonna
James.
have a debate.
No,
We
man,
got no
you
debate.
ain't
Oh nah. I was just talking about they was going back and forth yesterday. I was just jabbing, just messing with him because him and Jabari was going back and forth.
So
and,
this. All right, so this is where we at right here. This is what I want to put on here. You got. I know Brendan Hopback going. He definitely got a good book, right? But what I want to start is right here, man. And anytime y'all feel free, we will always interrupt any type of religious shit with some science shit, like newsflash, nigga. Like that's what we do, right? But I would like to give the whole conversation and appreciate you, Truth. You just crazy as hell. Well, you my man though, yo. Like I know you go get the John Hopkins doctors and bring them to the show. So I would never be the first person to say that you stick on one thing, right? No, I mean you be going at it. So I ain't tripping. But the conversation really, that symbol you showed actually put us in a space that I think we need to really understand that, right? And so I'm gonna bring something for you and show you how the internet has shaped and formulated our actual opinions on what we think Africa is and what we think Africa is not, and what we think African spirituality is. And I'm showing you people like Jabari has tricked you. It's absolutely tricked you, right? And so, can y'all see the screen? And I'm gonna do it. And I want y'all to get this. And I want y'all just to read this, right? We've done a lot of reading today. I don't want to read people half to death, right? But this preview, here you go, Kemetic Orthodoxy, Ancient Egyptian Religion on the Internet, a research note. So this is where we getting this. We're getting what we think is ancient Egyptian religion from the damn internet. I think we can all agree to that, right? Where you at, Sosa? Can you see this, Sosa?
yeah, we could see that, but this was in 2004, so I would somewhat disagree with it.
That shit too
little. No, come, yo, you can't. Why would you just disagree with something we ain't even read yet, though?
That shit too little. I hurt my eyes trying to look at that.
No, I was telling you I see it, but I'm saying it's from 2004.
You could blow it up if you on your.
Yeah, you have to find something newer to go against.
That's not the point. Like you don't
If
even
you on your
know
screen, you can blow it up.
Right, I did.
No, not you. I'm saying anybody that's looking at it, just open your screen and it'll blow up.
Oh yeah, you sure can. All right, can you see it now? Can you see
turn your phone sideways? Yeah, that shit clears out to me.
Yeah,
that shit clears fuck.
You can see it, Sosa.
Yeah, to date.
Yeah, read that for us.
To date, the internet has been largely unregulated media, part of an alternative culture milieu that allows new religious movement to emerge and grow.
Hold on, we can agree to that, right? Is this not what is happening to our community in particular? Go ahead.
As neo-pagans of all kinds have been particularly active and visible on the internet, some observers have speculated that these may be an effective affinity between neo-pagan religions and the internet. I ain't gonna read
What's a neo-pagan religion? What's neo-pagan?
It's neo, like new.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, that's why. What's the dude name? Doctor. That Garfield had.
Richard Carrier.
Yeah, that's why he called. That's why he called him a neo-pagan. It's connected now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dawson Dawson suggests that the internet is especially compatible with religions that feature a monistic worldview, tolerance for other faith, and pragmatic attitude toward authority, organizational openness, and an emphasis on experience and pronounced individualism.
So hold on. So when you hear people talk about they quote unquote Egyptian religion, or they quote unquote Hebrew religion, right? Yo, they're going against the authority. They're saying, yo, we have the right to practice this. They saying all that, but keep going.
Real quick, you know, that's the same thing with flat earthers. I find it's the exact same thing with flat earthers. They're more rebelling against the system that they hate, the school system, and they're like, F everything they learned, so I'm going to go against it.
But to move out of the realm of theoretical possibilities and educated hunches, he calls for empirical studies of religion in cyberspace. This article contributes one case study towards this larger agenda, an examination of Kemetic orthodoxy, an Egyptian revival religion that has developed a following larger through the internet.
All right, so we can stop right there, right? And y'all can actually, if y'all so choose, get that, y'all see the thing on the screen, y'all can actually get that and just read that, right? Because this is where we at. This is why we fight so hard, right? This is why we're atheists. This is why we're real black atheists. This is why we're saying this, and this, because we see it right in front of our eyes, right? So let's do this. Let's just see. Let's see where we at, right? I only got to jump on Jabari yet, right? I'll show you how this has actually affected all black people, right? Here you go. Here's the screen. This is New Age.
What's the name?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what's the name of that article you had on JSTOR? What's the name of it?
Okay, it's called.
Just send it to me after the show is over. Just send it to me in my inbox.
Okay, all right. It's called Kemetic Orthodoxy, Ancient Egyptian Religion on the Internet. A research.
Oh, man. Oh,
okay, all right. So, all right, here we go again. We want.
Oh man,
okay, so listen. It's not just the conscious community that's fighting against this, right? It's actually like regular Christians are going through this stage too. That's why I said it was a hit point on us. See, Garfield, me and Garfield been seeing. Sit back.
You chipped out, big bro.
We seen the hit come. We seen Pastor Bennet. It chipped out.
Yeah, there you go. You back.
Okay, I'm saying me and Garfield been seeing this. We've actually had discussions around this. That's why Garfield actually stepped up the campaign to kind of educate y'all so y'all wouldn't get your brains beat out by the hit squad coming for the conscious community, right? And so when you thinking Garfield is trying to act like that is fighting against the fact that Christianity is the white man religion. No, what he's doing is he's giving you the scholarly consensus on what one, Jesus is, and two, what Christianity is, so the hit squad won't knock you off. And every time y'all go past those boundaries, the hit squad dive out the window and kill y'all half to death. So the hit squad was also fighting against the New Age movement, which y'all didn't know, which the conscious community is thoroughly entrenched in this. Watch this. Even Christians, so Christianity is also being affected by it. The conscious community, African information is being quote unquote feeling this New Age movement and messing up the real teachings of that, right? So watch this. It says New Age beliefs common amongst both religious and non-religious Americans. Man, so make this screen a little bigger here so y'all can actually see. And it's gonna sound so familiar to you. You can be like, man, I had no idea. So right here, 6 in 10 Christian nuns, am I reading that right? Hold at least one New Age belief. Believe spiritual energy can be located in the physical things. US adults, 42%. Believe in psychics, 41%. Believe in reincarnation, 33%. Believe in astrology, 29%. Believe in at least one, 62%. Protestants, right? And the number goes down. The number keeps going. A historical black church, look, historically black. They're talking about the black church, right? 41%, 43%, 38%, 34%. Look, 72%, right, of historical Black people in Black churches, believe in at least one of these. We have conversations with them all the time. So when we sitting there telling you, look, man, stop messing up the Nicene Council, right? Stop adding and subtracting and messing it up. There's a reason for that. We're trying to save you from the hit squad. Y'all have been targeted, right? The Black Christians, all the people that Garfield know, that's why Garfield started bringing in the white scholars, right? To deal with that. He went to the source like he was supposed, because he was trying to like, man, they coming. And boy, they've been coming. So we see right here, the new age beliefs is all in the church and all. Watch this. Here's a good one. The atheists don't escape it. Watch this. Atheists, look, 13% believe in some energy and physical things. 10% believe in psychics. Right here on this channel. You got people believing that. They call themselves atheists. I'm like, what are you talking about? Look, believe in reincarnation, 7%. Only 3% of atheists gonna actually believe in astrology. And 22%, right, believe in one of these things. Yep. Nothing in particular. This somebody's just chilling. I ain't accepting nothing. I'm here. But look, they hide. Look, these are people that really make up the conscious community where they claim they ain't claiming nothing. They just claiming nature and all that nonsense. 61%, 52%, 51%, 47%, and 78%. Look at those numbers. It's crazy, y'all. It is so crazy. This is the point we're trying to make. New age beliefs are not necessarily replacing beliefs in traditional forms of religious beliefs or practices. It's not actually replacing, but it's being incorporated in it. This is the point I've been trying to make. And the main sellers of this is who? Jabari and the boys. They're actually promoting that, and they get away with it. When Reggie was trying to stand up, see, Reggie is what I call your so like in the mind, right? You actually have, like, I think it's a pigeon or something they take down in the mine, and if the pigeon die, they know that a certain gas is escaping, and the miners know they got to leave a body there. Reggie is actually the watchdog. He sounds the alarm first. That's what Reggie actually does. He sounds the alarm on the impending doom of situations that are going down around you that you're not quite paying attention to. So lately, Reggie has been absolutely saying, hey man, look at Jabari and them. Look at all them. This is not ancient Egyptian, right? He said it a million times, but he had protection, right, from members of the Amaral Squad. He sure did. Leave him alone. He got it right. Fuck that. Now we here. I ain't got to worry about none of them niggas, because them niggas is over here and I'm right here and I can really do my thing. Jabari, you in trouble, son. Like I remember you and your pious behavior of always promoting what? He promotes piousness. He promotes morality at a high degree. That's the game, because he knows that our psyche, our consciousness has been developed by fake morality, where you think because a person, watch this now, believes in God, that his value of morality is here. And those who don't believe in God, their morality is here. Remember, I was always shaped to be the nigga, the loud fool. I'm the fool guy. I'm the atheist guy. I don't believe God. He trying to kill our African spirituality guy. Oh, Garfield, he think Christianity ain't wide. All these things, right? The most moral Kemetic priest. Remember, if you listen to them, Africa is literally floating across the Serengeti. Jesus Christ ain't got nothing more than Nile Valley civilization, Moor civilization, Khoisan civilization, West African tribes. They literally floated across the Sahara. Listen to the new age people. You're not listening to technically sound people who's giving you a serious conversation on real authentic history, where in Africa, they got it in. They trying to get me to debate a guy that's promoting a two cradle theory, whereas though if you're in a situation of ICE, your consciousness will be formed to murder and kill everybody. That's the information in the community. Now, back to the morality code. If you have been formed and develop an idea that your moral standards come through a preacher, when people present themselves as a comedic preacher, you automatically think they're moral. You already give them the pass when you're all focused in on me because I don't believe, so that nigga can't have no morality. Misconception completely. As a matter of fact, I've tried hard to be fair. All the way to the fucking door with the slander, with all that. Go check out any commentary I have on Jabari. I only call a nigga out his name when he attacked me first. The moral guy called me an agent of chaos, an agent of some agent. Like, wait a minute. At one moment, you're telling somebody they don't respond, right? Keep the morality right. And then you call me an agent. And then, see, he think he has to get the gab. We call it the New York hustle gab, where you talk a nigga out of what he heard you say. Then he tried to convince everybody, well, I just called him an agent. Just an agent, but not a real agent, but an agent, but an agent, but not the real agent, but an agent, but not a real agent, but an agent. See, forgetting the whole time that he actually morally, socially, and physically stole a debate right from underneath of us. He took that, and you know what? You all gave the nigga a pass to the point where Sarnetta gave him a pass. He stole that. The Christians did what they supposed to do. They usurped me, Garfield, Asar. You document. You went around us and tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, we'll debate you. Because they knew that they couldn't pull that shit off with Garfield, with me. You know what I'm saying? With Dr. Mayatna. They knew they couldn't pull it, but they knew this is the hit. Get the comedic guy with the new age religion. They already knew what he practiced. So they tapped him on the shoulder. That tap, his morality went out the fucking door. Excuse my language. He usurped us. He usurped Sarnetta. Sarnetta was the crust of the debate. He was supposed to host it because Sarnetta brings in a lot of people. He usurped that whole process and act like he, to this day, he has never apologized. He act like Sarnetta knew. He act like he didn't do what we all seen him do. And y'all gave him a pass. The same pass y'all give Umar Johnson. The nigga ain't got out of school yet, 8 years. I did the video before any nigga did that shit. I did the video. I said, Umar Johnson, figure the risk. And I explained to you how schools work, how investment packages are, the whole 9 yards on how you just couldn't have Black people giving money to support a school that goddamn large that the grass itself would cost you $100,000 a month. The water bill would be astronomical on a campus. I said, no way. He's cheating y'all. Nobody listened. 8 years later, there's no school. Now he's trying to quote unquote do some kind of movie that he said he was going to do 7 years ago that he didn't do. See that? See how it sounds? $5,000 to become a pious monk, comedic, short order, fake comedic priest. 5 stacks y'all gonna pay to be that, huh? 5,000. I seen them in New York. They was all surrounded somewhere in Brooklyn Park somewhere. Our ancestors. That's the lie. That's the lie. That's the African-American lie. Wait a minute. All of this based around what? The pious monk Jabari? He got niggas weighing looking crazy as hell in the middle of Brooklyn.
So right? You gonna get in the ring with the dude, bro?
The whole I'm gonna let you do that, Q. The whole 9 yards and the whole time. You know what he doing? He's faking you Out. Now the next debate is he's going to debate Pastor Bennet on whether Christianity is white. Stop it. I'm just trying to get y'all to recognize what's going on. It's the New Age movement. How do I know? All we gotta do is pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up for you. I'm not making this up. It's right in front of your face. Here you go. This is how you explain this. Right here. They're starting to use us on websites now. Here you go. Some website, the ancient Egyptian religion making a comeback, right, in the modern world. 2018, Louis Flatley. Look. Watch this. Go ahead, talks about the historians, archaeologists over 2 centuries, unearthed countless treasures from beneath the Egyptian sands. That's the whole 9 yards. Ancient Egyptians expressed powerful hold over modern imagination, conjuring images of gilded pharaohs, towing pyramids and stunning hieroglyphics. Yeah, y'all trapped on this. We call this Egyptomania, right? Hold on, let me keep going. Kemeticism is the name given to modern groups that follow religious beliefs and rituals associated with ancient Egyptian. It is derived from Kemet, the ancient word for Egypt itself. We know relatively little, watch this, we know relatively little about the ways in which ancient Egyptians thought about, practiced their faith. But nevertheless, the contemporary version of this very old religion has blossomed in recent decades. Who could they possibly be talking about here? Hey, here's a shrine, the Kemetic House of Shrine of Thought. There you go, something right here, right? Go. It says, according to historians at Michigan State University, Kemeticism emerged in the 1970s and 1980s alongside forms of neo-paganism. Let me keep moving. Here we go again. Personal Kemetic Shrine, photo by Lane Cheeseman. Here you go. Let me see. A college student, what's this? Sudu was a follower of Wicca rituals. That's why we got all that stuff, the crystals and all that. We talked about that, right? Look, during the Wicca initiation rite, she experienced a powerful connection with what she later understood to be several ancient Egyptian deities. I ain't gonna keep reading that, but watch this. Watch who's starting to pop up. It's another shrine. People got this in their house, talking to shrine. Now, I'm gonna say something. When you see my shrine, you see real blood on it. When I was doing it, real blood. I wasn't doing none of this, see? But I'm gonna get off that. There you go. Watch this. Keep going. That's another shrine. The Ankh, all that. Y'all see these people, how they think they doing it, right? Yep. And keep going. Who is this? Who are you bugging?
You gotta send that to me.
Hey, I can't believe y'all let this white man bang on a brother like this. I reject this shit based on.
Here we go.
Get out of here, man. Get out of here.
I reject this based on the privilege.
I reject this shit.
Did you have aspartame on your shrine, Unc?
According to historians, what's this? Marion Krogan and Brooke Pilfant, whoever that is, Kemetic Orthodoxy is fundamentally a religion of late modernity rather than an accurate reflection of the ancient Egyptian society. Who do they got here on here? The 7 Kemetic Prince, Brother Jabari. I ain't gonna play all that, man. I'm not doing all that, right? I just want to make my damn.
But can you play a little bit so we can see what they talk about?
No, we already seen that. We already seen that.
Oh yeah, I never seen it. Okay, that's cool.
Oh man, y'all can get.
Yeah, but you can give us the link right there, so we can just read over that.
Right, I got you. I'm gonna put all that over there, right? But what I really want to show you, this is the kicker right here. This is the point I've been trying to make. See, so why would Jabari and them bang on all of that, right? And it all boils down to this. Look, y'all. Look, this is it. This is it. Look. The New Age. Look, what's the New Age, man? It's a range of spiritual and religious practices and beliefs which rapidly grew in Western society during the early 1970s. I told y'all. right? This is around the time Dr. Bennet was.
And this is what I wanted to, this is what I'm tripping on because you breaking up.
I ain't saying nothing, I'm just quiet. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But no, you know what I'm saying? I'm just sitting up here just thinking about all this because really, like you almost kind of saying like they just stealing what we kind of started, but they're getting ready to mix it in with a lot of stuff that really wasn't the original intent of what we was doing this for.
No, you made the point, yo.
Nah,
the students of Dr. Ben, Shemaj and them, and all of them, right? They corrupted what Dr. Ben was saying. Did Dr. Ben get a lot of shit right? Nah, he definitely didn't even fuck with them. See, that's what everybody ain't gonna say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. He wasn't fucking with none of that. He was an atheist. On his page, on his Wikipedia page, out of all the shit they say, what is his view on atheism? They talk about him being an atheist. So now you see why they really don't fuck with Dr. Ben. Don't make video.
I thought Dr. Ben had a shrine.
Man, I don't know about all that. I'm talking about Dr. Ben.
Hold on.
I got a shrine, but hold on.
But
that ain't the issue, whether you got a shrine or not.
If you got a shrine, you're not an atheist, bro. Let's knock that the fuck off. Nah, you're not. Okay, never mind. But I got a question.
What did they do in that shrine, though? I'm trying to figure out.
But hold on. The reason, let me say this real quick. The brother brought up some
froze,
stats.
huh? You
Listen, I don't know about all that. I want to stay right on course. I'm not letting nobody take me off course.
All right, we'll come back to that.
Yeah,
if y'all think I'm shrine, if y'all think I got a dick.
Yeah, let's come back to that. But I do want to ask
that
this
shrine
question,
was 20 years ago I had.
Okay,
right?
good.
So now, so if I say that my mother and my father and my grandmother were most important to me while they was living, and I simply want to keep the memory of their name in my household and my children, so I just put something there to honor their name. I'm not saying that I could get some damn help from my dead mother and my dead great-grandmother and all. That's crazy to me. I'm saying the fact that when I look and I see the picture of my mom and my great-grandmom, I'm like, man, oh boy, in life, man.
Yeah, he broke up. So my question.
Hold on. That's all I'll be saying. So, Cube, if your question ain't about the New Age movement,
bro, you broke up, bro. Number one, you broke up, and number two, my question was gonna be about the New Age movement.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, because number one, I wholeheartedly disagree. I'm not one that has shrines or ever had shrines or would ever contend to compete to have a shrine. But I want to ask this question. So when we look at this piece that these people are doing.
What are you disagreeing with?
No, I'm not disagreeing with anything at this juncture. I'm asking a question because I'm ignorant to it. So
I thought you said you wholeheartedly disagree with something.
Yeah. I'm disagreeing with the shrine part.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, all right. I'm just that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, but my question is more so about the New Age philosophy that you're talking about.
Yes.
So how do we distinguish between these people who we don't know who they are necessarily, which was written in 2004? How do we distinguish between these are just people who are attempting to subvert Black culture versus these are people who are actually bringing out information that we need to watch out for? Because as you see, brother, what you brought out, which I loved. And I really need that because that was amazing. What you saw is when the atheists came, that's those numbers. When it came to psychics and telepaths, that shit was down ×5. You see what I'm saying? Like those numbers went in the toilet. And that's where I'm at with it. So when people see like people like me and you come around and we like, nah, I ain't rocking with that. Nah, I ain't rocking with that. This is why. Because we're the people that's saying we ain't rocking with that. And that's why those numbers were in the 5, 7s, and the 9 and 10%. So I get you on that. But my bigger question is, how do we differentiate that these people were maybe racist people, or were they just people trying to attack Black people trying to come up with their own thing, or were they actually genuine? How do we differentiate? And that was my question.
Can I jump in there? Yeah, that was a good question.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't this crazy. I personally feel like my introduction to the scene, and it's how I got so cool with Ankh, was mixed with that. Because it was like, everybody's selling some shit, and then motherfuckers be packaging some shit as fast as they can. And I think that what happens when some people been studying the whatever fucking form of knowledge they've been feeling, and then they say, you know what? Let me package this in a book, like polite. Let me make this little $10 book and sell it on Amazon. You know what? Let me make this little book to go, this little shirt to go with it. You know, then I'll make this banner to go with it. And it becomes a productification aspect. If somebody who had spent 8 years of their life studying some shit that's not going to make them any money or move them anywhere in life, mobility wise, but they're going to try to make some money out of it. And I come to terms with seeing it because it's like, there's a lot of people who fit this box. Like I just did a stream yesterday talking about this, where the amount of people that have been able to take advantage of the retarded. I consider myself retarded now because I don't know how to look at the community without saying the world is retarded. So to be fair, I must be retarded because how the hell did Grandmaster Jay get away with that? How the hell did Polite get away with it? There's a lot of people that was using the ignorant fabric that's permeating the community and selling candlesticks and motherfucking
but yo, Q, listen, you right on point, because I can ask that same thing about that community, because I can ask, okay, well, how do we know that this is not a person who has a hairbreak get rich quick scheme versus a person that actually cares? So I can ask the same question I'm asking Ankh. I can ask those same people that are pushing and pumping out books every other month. So like the question still remains no matter what.
But that's the point. That's what the article is bringing up. The internet created your platform where you.
But how do we delineate though? Like
you want
chronology.
Look at Grandmaster Jay. When Grandmaster Jay was raising the money for his fucking financial shit, anybody who talked against him in his chats, you were gonna get flanked by all of those people. You were gonna be called a hater. Then they're gonna be like, oh nah, you trying to follow, you violating. Look at the people that was with Grandmaster Jay from Jay Morrison, Grandmaster Jay. Jay Morrison was raising all that bread. And there was plenty of people talking against it. And it was like, nah, believe him. Then he threw the black flag on top. Look at Black Lives Matter. Like our community's getting hoodwinked by the spiritual, religious undertone and overtones, if you ask me, because
that's what I'm saying, bro. How do we delineate? That's where the solution is.
Answer for you.
The solution is we need to figure out how do we delineate between a person who's actually doing it for the culture and a person who's actually doing it for the money. That's why I asked Ankh, how do we know that these people are doing it for a racist agenda? Are they just trying to do a hit piece, or are they really just disseminating information and moving on to the next cult? That's what I was asking him.
Whoa. You talking about, hold on. You talking about the black people that's doing it or the white people they get?
No.
About that article.
Yeah, what I was asking you specifically is with that article, how do we delineate and say, you know what? Listen.
It wasn't for black people. The article was for just people, period, and what's going on. The peer research team was just showing how this shit is even affecting Christianity. And that's why.
But I wasn't asking who was it for. I'm asking how do we delineate to find out who, like how, where are these people coming from? Like, yeah, exactly. What was that?
You mean the people? Hold on, whoa. You mean the people offering up the
critique? Yeah, you broke up. Are you saying the people that
the people actually practicing?
Hold on, you broke up.
Bro, you went out, bro. Say it again.
Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
I was saying, are you talking about the people that has offered up the information on it, or the people practicing it?
Yeah, the people that offered the critique, like how do you delineate to find out where they like their intentions?
But it don't matter with their intentions because they right at that point. Like that's the point. Like I think we can all agree on here, right? That it's really an African American thing to accept all of Africa, right? That's an African American thing.
Right.
And it really is. And I personally don't find nothing wrong with that because we lost everything. And then what else would the people do if they lost everything?
Well, we do have a base.
Hold on. We do have a base in West Africa and Central Africa. We know that, right? But when you lose something, you want to get it all back, right? And so we don't delineate that. But if you're in Africa, an African is not a Ghanaian. I mean, my father, West African, is not a Khoisan, right? They wouldn't have known. They don't even. That ain't it. You know what I'm saying? So that it's a different mode of thinking, but it don't matter why they was doing it. The point is that the stuff we've been learning has been ass backwards as hell, leaving us open for the hit. And watch this, bringing people back to Christianity, what we trying to fight against, okay?
Listen, I promise you I'm with you because I'm the type of person to where I would rock with that. But at the same time, if you would say like, it doesn't matter, they're just right. Well, yeah, but at the same time, what you then do is you strip that black man of his actual integrity of actually wanting to do something great for the community. Because you're saying, oh, the hell with what he was doing. He was just wrong. And it's like, no, well, some people may find solace. Some people may find integrity. Some people may find themselves in doing this. The same way with Christianity. The same way y'all don't want to bang on Pastor Bennet, even though I think he's a goofy and I think he's a terrible, well, a decent.
Insult him, man. Let's just keep it information.
I'm not insulting anybody, bro. I'm
Call
giving
him a
my
goofy. You call him a
opinion.
goofy. You call him
I
a
think
goofy.
he's a goofy. I'm not saying
Yeah,
like
just
the
say
brother
that.
doesn't do it.
Just
Okay,
say
all
that.
right. Okay, I get it, bro. But what I'm saying is you can't, I would never strip Pastor Bennet of his integrity, even though he's dead wrong. You can't strip that brother of his integrity of the good that he does. The same way that you can't do that to the brother Jabari. You can't strip him of the good that he does, even though he's dead wrong. That's what I'm saying. Jabari is dead.
Pastor Bennett.
Hold on, real quick.
No. Let me say last thing.
Let
Last
somebody-
two sentences. Two sentences. Jabari is dead wrong with that Egyptian stuff, and Pastor Bennett is dead wrong with that Christianity stuff. But you cannot strip away the good that they do with that folly.
Yo, Q. Let me show you how true it is, right? And I'm gonna show you how true Unc is for his word. Q.
Let me get somebody to controls. Hey, hold on for a minute, yo. We might have to. Hey, Q. Hey, Soaps, I'm gonna give you the controls, yo. Where you at?
All right, I'm at the
before you go, this is how true it is, though. Look, Rob Boone and I might have almost had a negative exchange. What you call it? Garfield and I had negative exchanges, and a lot of that was predicated off of just like the views in the community. But over time, you see the integrity that a person has. There's people that have no integrity. It's like, all I care about is selling these books. All I care about is making this money, taking advantage of these kids, taking advantage of these girls. I'm just trying to get my buck. And there's a lot of people who come in with dashikis or spiritual altars underneath that shit. I'm a little triggered right now because I'm like, nah, like we should be doing more than call it. But when you're saying call them out, when you go to a community event, Rob Bourne will tell you, Garfield will tell you, when you go to an event, that's not what's going to happen. The community is going to be sitting around these people taking pictures, happy that this person came to the event. Oh, Umar Johnson is here. Who cares about the school? You have a bunch of sisters around them lighting candles and sage and shit. You have other people there with fucking dashikis on and fucking sandals and shit. And ain't nobody going to say shit but take pictures and be like Black Power.
K-Cube as well.
Saying that, Q, trust me.
Do you remember? Did you get a chance?
Show people
I'm
that
sorry.
book, Brennan.
Oh, which one?
That book you had with the symbol, the roster crew, the Kabbalah shit.
Oh, hold on just a second. But yeah, look, before I grab that, remember when we had, I don't know if you saw this show, Cube, and we had a conversation. This is when Brother Ben, Black Panther, was over here. And we talked about how do you identify a negative cult, right? When a cult becomes negative. And I think this sort of leads to the question that you have, like when is a person actually doing this to just disseminate information, and when are they sucking you into a negative cult atmosphere, right? And some of the things that we identified, right? We identified things like psychological manipulation. When you're doing that, when you're controlling people's finances, when the group starts to play and tinker around with the family structure there. Q Butter, he mentioned it about sexual sort of manipulation there. Those are those telltale signs when you say, okay, well, they're not doing this to disseminate information or talk about history and things like that. No, they're actually building a negative cult, right?
So are you saying Jabari is doing that?
That's what I'm not saying. Like you can't use any of what you just said. You can use that with polite, like the sucking money part out, but you can't use any of that with Jabari because the brother doesn't exude that. Like none of that comes from him.
No, I'll say, yo, Cube.
I'm not saying that Jabari's doing that. Right?
No, I'm going by
Cube, I'll say it on some. I'm gonna say this, and I'm not gonna sound like a hater. Please don't let me sound like a hater, right? I fuck with
I'm not sitting up here arguing over somebody that charge you $5,000.
I'm gonna say that. Look. Yo, Unc.
No, do you hear what I'm saying, yeah?
Unc, I'm with you.
Charge $5,000 to become a fake priest and act like, and people really think it's the real Egyptian shit, y'all. That's fake.
You know, Unc, you know what, too, though, Unc, at the same time, when I'm on the panel at the same with him talking about the Institute.
Pastor Bennet take tithes every month and every week in his church.
You hear Q? When you
I hear you,
put that
bro.
up there on the same equivalency, it's like, yeah, you can go to that school, but you also need to get this. It's like, nah, there's no part of need that goes towards spending money in the Black community for this. There's an actual need for Black children to be pulled out of the school systems. You see what I mean? And there's a certain level of prioritization that we should exude as intellectuals in the community. But we showcase, and when we look back 20 years from now, 30 years, and they look back and they're like, yo, Jabari was considered one of the smartest people in the community, and he had people in the park doing that shrine shit. I don't want, that's gonna be crazy, bro. That's a slap in our face. When they look back 20 years, they're gonna see Polite, they're gonna see Jabari, they're gonna see the Ankh, they're gonna see all of that.
Let me ask you a question, right?
They're gonna see young Tyrone.
When somebody
Young
brags
Tyrone.
about calling the police 300 times on Black men, I don't
Talking
think
to me?
No, I'm talking to anybody. Q Butter, anybody on the panel.
Oh, okay.
When someone
You know what
calls
I'm
the
talking about.
police
No,
on
no,
Black
no,
men
hold it out.
over 300 times, that's a problem.
That's Jabari. Well, hold on.
Who called the
what was
police
them
on
Black
niggas?
niggas doing, bro? Like I
Playing
advocate,
music, brother.
I
Playing
advocate
music.
that shit. If they were
Playing music.
Okay, well, if it's just 300 Black niggas playing
Playing
music, I may have a
music.
problem with it. But if they
And
do
then brag about it.
Call the goddamn police.
And then brag about it. That's a problem. That's a problem.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. If this is the hood you move into, and you know what type of hood you moving into, and this is how niggas get down in your hood, because I know where I'm from. We used to throw block parties and shit. And if you move in, like this is what we do, you can't really come back and be like, oh, I'm gonna call the police in order to stop from doing this, because this is what we've been doing since like the early 2000s. We've been doing this. But so I
But
feel
that's
you
the
on
point,
that,
bro. You on point. But you move next to St. Nick Projects, homie. If you don't know what St. Nick Project is, I don't know what to tell you. In the summertime, in the PJs, they out there playing music, smoking bud, might hear a shot a couple of times.
Oh
but that's
man,
what
come on,
happens in the
bro.
hood.
Smoking bus, shoot, like call the police, clean that shit up, man. I ain't advocating bullshit. Call the motherfucker cars, get the nigga the fuck up out of there, man.
See? Hold on. You see how
but the
fast
police
y'all
ain't
get? Hold
finna
on.
push niggas
Hey,
nowhere.
hey,
The police
Sosa,
finna
hey,
just slow it
Sosa,
down
hold
to
on,
the
Sosa.
mar.
Hold on,
That was
Sosa.
deep.
You hold on, Sosa. Do y'all see how his demeanor, his fake ass piousness has allowed y'all to actually even remotely think it's okay to call dangerous police departments on a group of individuals only playing music, dog? You supposed to be as
That
a
nigga
man, baby,
said-
go out there and just have a regular conversation with you brothers, yo.
I don't know if
Like that's easy for me to do that, bro.
Bravo said
Like I'm not
smoking
going out there
weed and
tough.
occasional shots fired, bro. That's case smoking some weed and occasional shots
So
fired.
you could, listen, right? If you choose to live in an area, you live across the street from the projects, bro. There's a certain economic base that lives in the projects, man. These things happen. I don't care if it's a white project, an Asian project. These are the things that happen.
Right. So
It
do
is
you,
what it is.
so do you clean it up or do you leave it be? And it's
What do you mean clean it up? Clean it up how? How you gonna clean up the projects? The projects it's a mentality. That wasn't even originally for us. Those were created for white peoples and the immigrants. And we took it over and made it a lifestyle. It was never supposed to be for that.
Man,
that mind frame need to change, but we're not dealing with that right now.
Bravo,
We're dealing with this.
Right.
We're dealing with a police force in New York that is known to be killing niggas. And you can't be calling the police on niggas who playing music, nigga. That's what we talking about.
So, nigga, like I said, they smoke a weed out there in occasional
Yeah,
shots.
hold
on, and brag about it to the media.
Can I share my screen real quick?
And
No,
brag
I
about
don't
it.
Yeah, you can. Share your screen. Share your screen.
So like, I'm not gonna tie it to Jabari, but what I'm gonna say is like, for me, when I see this here, like this brother was on this national television with airsoft vest on, airsoft, to go to telling black people that we're gonna arm up to go to war with the police, and people went out there in belief of this.
Yeah, and that's foolish.
Right? And then after that, you got these brothers on here telling people how they can sell semen retention. And you got people believing this shit. Then you got the sisters telling you you can throw these Yanni balls in your shit, and this is gonna make your pussy clean. It's gonna get rid of all of the fucking spiritual demons you had in your body.
Yeah. Giving them more yeast infections, but keep going.
You feel me? Then we got the spiritual. The spirituality is the key to black success. Spiritual warfare and how it defeat. Like this is this is and you don't even open this book of worms up. The spirituality group is, oh man. Then we got this ancient look, 2.5 million views on ancient civilizations, multiple dimensions, aliens, and time.
Who the hell is that?
That's 18 Keys.
Never heard of.
Yeah, shit.
19
Keys, my bad.
That's the nigga with the Billy Carson that I had on my show. The nigga begged me to pull the video down. But yo, I'm telling y'all, these niggas.
Comedic, then you got the comedic meets. This is deep, y'all. This is
So hold up. This is what I see. I think that
James, it's going against what we're trying to do, James.
No. I'm just gonna interject something, right? I'm a chronologist. I'm not necessarily an atheist. I just deal with the chronology of history, right? That's the only thing I'm really chronologist. See, everybody, I just deal with the chronology of history. I don't deal with
I'm a chronologist too. I like that.
What's a chronologist?
Don't worry about it.
I just deal with the chronology of history from what.
Yeah, hit him with that. So do you believe in God, James? Do you believe in God? You believe in God?
I believe in my ancestors, the people like my grandmother.
Say you're a chronologist,
my grandmother.
So you ain't doing it right. I'm
just about my grandmother, my mother, the people that I know, and the people that come before me. That's who I venerate. I don't necessarily deal in believing that it's going to be a God. I think once we transcend, we up out of here. So that's what.
James,
that's what
ask me. Do I believe in God, James? Ask.
I know you don't believe in God.
Nah, ask me. Ask the question.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
I'm a chronologist. I come before any God because we gave rise to the gods and goddesses through our ideas and concepts. I'm a chronologist.
See, so and I would agree with that. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I don't
say anything.
The concept comes through
vetting process. Vetting process. We vetting all the gods. That's what we doing.
Yeah, the concept comes through man. So yeah, I would definitely agree with that. That's another way.
That's funny, yo. Yeah, chronology clearly showed that man was
created
the
gods.
Yeah, that's chronology. Nigga, like y'all.
So you agree? If you look at the chronology, that means you understand you're a monkey then. Nah, if you're gonna start that up. If you're gonna start that up.
Nah, see, you done went to prehistory. Yeah, see, that's what a lot of people
real quick.
You don't want to deal with that.
I ain't mad at you though.
This I feel like this group in this section represents like the last of the Mohegans of the brains.
It is.
You know what I mean? And like we gotta showcase some intellectual shit. Like I feel like the Institute, I'm publicly saying I need all y'all help with the Institute, from teaching, advisory stuff, but anything intellectual, we need to be able to showcase because it looks bad.
I'm coming.
Okay,
you just go back 5 years. It's like it don't look good. Like you can look at other spots, dudes just making all types of inventions and shit. And we over here, this shit bad.
Check it out, you brother. Check this out though. So, we've all been pretty much connected since about probably 2010, as far as like a lot of us that's been around. So we got 10 years of history to analyze and see where we went wrong and what we need to fix. That's what we need to be doing. That's what you're saying. So when we look at how what we're looking at is how did Umar, how did Polite, how did certain people usurp this movement and have us looking bad on the public stage? That's
I figured that out yesterday.
Check this out. Hold on. I got the answer though. What happened was we never did put in place leadership to acknowledge the ideas that what we had. So when you would look, you say, well, who would be a leader that we could have used that had some type of record
hold on.
And then I'm gonna just say Dr.
Hey,
Jeffries.
after you go, Q, let me go next so I can.
I'm just gonna say if we would have put Dr. Jeffries in the forefront, Umar and them would have never had a chance to jump in the forefront and make us look like, because we didn't know who Umar is, but we know who Dr. Jeffries is, right?
I'm saying that as an action man, right? From the time I interacted with Garfield till now, my institute's only 4 years old. We going on 300, 400 students this year. So there's people like myself who have made strides and successes. It's just that we're not doing the derelict shit that the world wants to see. You see what I mean? Like if I walked around with 3 women and a Ferrari and had on spiritual jewels and shit, you know what I mean? That's the shit the world wants to see. Either you get with the program or you don't. Either you sit on it, you take off your shirt and you talk about spiritual water and you show how you can run faster than somebody. You gotta get with the, if you don't do the program, that's the reality of it. Like that is the, like I come to terms with it. I'm retarded because the world loves the retarded shit. That's funny.
Listen.
Yeah, but that shows our underdevelopment though as a community.
So let me go after you so I can grand
it's
slam it.
because it's easy to sell the conscious community on the white man, the devil, white science. They ain't finna accept evolution. And they gonna say that's that monkey shit. We ain't apes. It's easy to sell them on anti-science position. It's easy to sell them on, yeah, black man, we need to gather up and get our goddamn gun. All that shit is easily sellable to the conscious community. And once you preach that shit, you're gonna get an automatic following, bro. And it happens every time, bro. That's why the conscious community is not a vehicle for correct information. Bro. It's for the bullshit. So if you're looking for the correct information, you don't need to be sifting through the bullshit. That's the point.
So we want the magic. Hold on, I was next. I just finna grand slam.
I say very little. I say very little.
Yeah, no. Q, you gotta let the pseudo killer go.
But Ankh, you asked about this book that I was showing you earlier, right? And it was very interesting that the brother Q Butter mentioned like 19 keys and all those guys. Like one of the we want the mystical and the magical, right? A big red flag is a person who wants to study Kabbalah. You're not Jewish, but you're very interested in Jewish mysticism. And you're not even a Jew. So these are the types of things, right? They're passing off to us as if they even really understand these weird traditions and things like that. But go ahead.
Yeah, and they messing with the African thing and underestimating. Hold on, Q.
But I was next, bro.
Let you tie. Don't worry about the next nigga. Be the one that's gonna tie it off.
Oh, so when you next, you throw a whole fit out here.
Just let it go.
Yeah, because I earned the right. To do that, Q. You stay around long enough, you'll be a pseudo killer, yo. You earned the right.
I'm gonna let you rock, Q. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me rock. Yeah, you're gonna definitely rock, Q. I'm gonna let you rock out. Right? The point is very clear here is that James and people like him, right, trying to give you, some real African history, right? We all
You're gone, huh? You're gone, bro.
Your mic is
You're
out.
gone, Unc. If you're saying something, you out of here, bro.
It's the net.
That's right.
Just cutting off your internet.
Yeah, but basically I was.
Oh, I don't know if you're talking.
I'm John.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
You drowned in the waters of noon.
Yeah.
Am I drowning now? I should be out the water.
Go ahead.
So I was saying people like James, pseudo killers, right? Shout out to Smash Rockwells, man. Like we just was trying to give authentic history, man. Lynn Jeffries and them, right? She got the Diops, man. And of course, there was mistakes made based off of available information, right? But we was just trying to actually just keep us away from that super spooky shit. And now we realize that the super spooky shit got niggas killed during the pandemic. Niggas was vitamin C-ing themselves half to death. Niggas committed pseudocide, right? All this, we was trying to say, yo, this is what the world fucks with. This is what the world fuck with James Webb Space. We was wanting to give you an understanding of that, and we wasn't saying that you couldn't be religious and all that. I wasn't never trying to make the whole world go like baby. I was simply saying you need a lens that you can look at this world. Don't have your religion. You know what? The bona fide fake spiritualist who was hollering and screaming about the black man is the black man, that right? Actually gave us a new age. This is my point. Jabari and them actually give us a white man's religion, but yet holler about Christianity. This is black. That's the shit that's crazy to me. I'm gonna say it one more time. People are hollering about the black man, this, the black man, that, but are actually promoting a new age, Wicca, crazy, Kabbalah education of black people, bro. Now that is slap stupid. Go ahead, Q. Tie it all up, yo. You won't be cut.
Yeah. It's only gonna take about 3 or 4, maybe 5 sentences. So yeah, so when the brother was saying, I forget who that was speaking, he was saying like, oh, we don't have the elders, and then Sosa came in and said what he said. It's not none of that. It goes directly back to what Ankh showed on the I don't know exactly what that research, the title of that research, or where he gathered it from, but he showed when you come to the atheists, I think it was 7, 5, and 3, that they don't believe in psychics, they don't believe in telepaths, they don't believe in, like, the majority of us don't believe in none of that stuff. But the people who are irreligious, what is it? It's 63%. Now watch this. When you look at that data that he showed, it's higher of the people who are irreligious than who are Christians and Catholics. It's higher of the people who are irreligious that believe in one of one of these pseudo practices. So that's what it is. So when you say, well, how was Polite able to do this? He played on that 1 and 3. That he was able to get 1 out of 3, and that's a hell of a batting percentage. 333. That's a bro. You'll be the batting king if you were to ever bat 333 in baseball.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if we would have had a structure of not just elders, but Pacific elders that had the right history chronology, because that chronologically, then he would have never been able to get to the door because it wouldn't have been his fucking turn.
Okay,
we would have had time to vet him, even based on when he started out good. But by the time he got to about 20 or 30 years, that shit would have came out. You see what I'm saying?
Once again, what you're dismissing.
Hold on, Q.
Well, he cut me off. If you remember, if you really remember, I was actually in the middle of speaking, but I let him.
Go ahead, Q. Go ahead, Q.
I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna jump off.
You want to add something? You want to say something, Garfield, or you good like that?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Good conversation. I'm gonna be listening on YouTube.
Yeah, say it.
All
say
right, man. Appreciate
Lord
it.
before you leave. Say Jesus is Lord.
Jesus, you stupid, yo. Where my man Truth at? Truth is out. Yeah, man. Peace and love to y'all, man. Good conversation.
All right, peace now. All right, appreciate that support, though, Garfield. You already know, bro.
No problem. Peace,
peace, brother.
All right, go ahead, Q, because you did get cut. I told you I wasn't gonna cut. Did you get cut? Go ahead. But you fell into the cut.
No, I don't even trip. I don't even trip off being cut off. I just want to talk when the other dude stopped. But what I'm saying is this dude continuously talking about elders. It has nothing to do with elders. When you look at those stats, bro, there are elders in place, but they're just teaching the wrong thing. So you can have elders all day long, because some people would say, oh, Jabari is an elder, but what is he teaching? So it has nothing to do with elders. It has to do with the content of what is being proliferated. That's all it is. So I don't care about elders. It has to do with what is being proliferated. And that graph of that data showed us exactly what is being proliferated. For the people that are irreligious, they're being shoved or pushed or engrafted into one of these pseudo topics. And this is what you see on SideNetta. You see some of these people that believe in this or believe in that or may believe in this. This is all it is, bro. Because when a person like me that come on here, that I am a full atheist and I believe in none of that stuff. I'm one of that 7 and 5%. I'm one of them. Because when I come on there, I'm like, nah, I don't believe that. Nah, that's pseudo. Nah, that's fake. He's one of those guys. That like, nah, I don't believe that. Nah, that's fake. Nah, I ain't rocking with it. Because there's no evidence to support any of that stuff. And that's really all I gotta say. Thank you. Though.
Okay, so all right, but to James's point, we always need some guidance from elders, right? I get that. But I think, James, when you miss the line is that new age religion is that new age religion. So basically, we thought we were graduating into African spirituality and African history, and we was really graduating into new age white people religion with the whole veganism. White people bought that from India, Madam Mavalsky and them. The whole Rosicrucianists following that, the whole Kabbalah. Yo, we jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. At least Christianity had some organization to it, where you could just follow a book, and hopefully you ain't got a wild ass preacher to take you on the merry-go-round, hopefully, but you definitely gonna catch the merry-go-round. Your chances of catching the merry-go-round with people to pop up out of any goddamn way, any damn moment is higher in the new age faith community, right? So there
It looks like religion. It feels like religion because that is religion. It's made up. And that's where they got us at. They got us right there in our sweet spot. Because remember, y'all, they told you, we are the most spiritual out of everybody. That is the running theme. They say black people out Jesus Christ and out Muhammad. Remember that, y'all? Remember we the most spiritual people out of anybody? They was really saying we're the most misinformed. That's what that meant. We're not up on our game of education. I understand why. It's called the largest forced migration in the history of humanity, where thousands and millions of people were moved from one area to another culture. And that's why I critique Christianity. It's a cultural container. It's a Hebrew expression of who they are and what they was in their biblical world and their narrative. We thought we was getting out of that by the likes of Jabari and Minister Ankh and Ali Muhammad and everybody, but we was actually diving deeper into the quote unquote white people's story of the new age when they was fighting against science and all of that, where the new science, read the page, new age movement. I'm gonna end with that. I ain't got nothing else to say. I think I made my point clear, right? Jabari can go ahead with that bullshit. And every time he run his mouth, because he got a smart, slick mouth, I'm going in. Matter of fact, I'm going in all week on Jabari. He know the rules. He know what it is.
Hey, before you done, but before you done, let me ask you, bro, why don't you just don't get in the ring with the brother and like get it in real quick?
Get in the ring and do what? And get in what? And beat him up on this same shit, nigga. I'm open for anybody to get beat down. But this is not a debate for me. See, this is not. This is serious for me. We know damn well that the shit he doing ain't Egyptian shit because they don't even know what the Egyptian shit is. Nobody does, bro.
So why not challenge the brother to a debate? That's what I do. I challenged you and you didn't respond, but
yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
so
I'll
put you in a position to do it though. I'll put you in a position to do it.
But what I'm saying is
I need to get him on the real stage. So yeah, I'll call so then he'll get that fake Egyptian shit in there. Let me tear all that shit up.
Don't speak to the likes of like Dr. Umar Johnson, who ain't pushing the new age shit. The group Q Butter show that the don't give a fuck niggas. The Jump said he ain't pushing the new age shit. You know what I'm saying? They pushing that they follow me because I'm saying black power. I represent the black man and the whole shit. And once niggas hear that shit, niggas is locked in. And they said all the bullshit that come with that motherfucker.
That's why I wanted to say with two things. I'm gonna go back to Ankh and what James was asking, right? When you said the elders, the article that Ankh brought up was talking about the influence of the internet. The elders wasn't on the internet. They got put on the internet. They're not on the internet. And then it was late. Yeah, and by the time they got on, they came in selling shit. Like, yo, come to my class, come to my retreat, come to my this, come to my that. And a lot of them got caught up fucking up the bread, doing retreats and all them little classes and shit. But then Ankh, you said a long time ago to me, yo, focus on the business. And that's what I'm saying here now. I feel like the level of success I've had in these last couple of years is because it's focusing on the business. And the conversation here is like, yo, the community needs to just see stronger focus on the business and let that be what shuts everybody down. Like the things that they do to take serious, to promote the fuck shit, we got to do that to promote the opposite. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we got to have the top cameras. We got to look like money. You know what I mean? We got to have cars around. Like, no, this is the power of science. We got to have this shit look like it got to be there.
Like Europeans do. Like
Europeans sell that shit. You got to sell it.
It's the world. It's the world.
I agree. So the elders got jumped over by the internet because I used to try to get the elders to get on the internet and they laughed at me. Right? Like,
it was no monetary gain in it at that time. Remember, monetization just happened so many years ago. So we got to use all of the chronology of this to understand what's happening.
No, I'm saying I tried to bring them in. I tried to monetize their pages and all that. I told them, y'all got the best shit. Like, y'all could do that. And they wasn't ready, dog. Like, it's like you say, yo, get an Apple phone, nigga. They won't get an Apple phone.
Yeah, they don't see it. I mean, you got to think, if they older than us, We barely just figured the internet out. Just think about them.
Hey, speak for yourself, brother. Don't play me.
Them elders would not support
No, I'm talking about
evolution.
I'm just joking, brother. Brother, I'm just joking.
Them elders was not supporting no goddamn evolution, no Big Bang Theory, and vaccines and shit of that nature. They wasn't doing none of that shit. They wasn't speaking out. They wasn't debunking Van Sertima. None of that shit, bro.
But let's also talk about it. The elders wasn't putting in no work, B. Like in New York City, like in the cities I've been a man of these towns. Dudes wasn't putting in no work, and our generation's gonna look like a bunch of people that didn't put in no work. The scamming little kids got more houses and cars than the community. That's what's gonna look like, and I don't not want. I'm saying this like nah. I would rock who's the American Dream, James. Mose, hey, yo, bro, we have to push this. I push it every day, yo, boy. We have to have something to show. 5 years just flew.
Right.
5 years just
flew. But you know what? But you know what was so difficult to contend with and compete with? We live in the age of Insta thoughts and TikTok slowers. Like it's really difficult for us to really get any traction with what we're doing, because even my man Hutch, which I respect, he was saying like, what was his comment that he put? He was like, let me pull it real quick. He said, Sarnetta and Garfield's channel are examples of how stuck the community is on useless info. And then when I responded back to him, I said, there's channels to where people super chat people to eat food. How backwards can we be doing the stuff that we're doing, to where you have people that just eat food and people look for reactions and stuff? But we're actually, some people may say, oh, you're arguing over old information, whatever the case may be. But at least we're trying to big each other up to get to the point to where we can actually disseminate information. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we're trying to put out information. So you got people that make car videos or Insta thoughts and all of this. We're doing something different. We ain't even on that type of time. We're trying to tell women to not even be on that type of time. So like on some real stuff, like it's so hard to deal with it. Bro, we got a TikTok algorithm to where 1 in like 3 homes have TikTok on one of their phones, bro. So like it's difficult to really reach people.
But the difficulty is what makes a mathematician or a physicist or an engineer. You know what I mean? The goal is to solve the problem. We can't walk in and say it's to look for something that's not difficult, is to look to live in the world of remedial. You know what I mean? Like
no, I'm not. No,
like,
brother,
listen,
I'm not even saying that I'm not saying that it should be easy, but what I'm saying is when you start to look back and say like, okay, well, why this group didn't do what no.
I think we did the perfect job for the
We
time.
did what we were supposed to do, bro. With what we had, we did what we were supposed to do. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, charity starts at home, bro.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about right here going forward. You know what I'm saying? Like,
listen,
we on boots. When they say boots on ground, boots on the internet, like it has, like that's the level of it. Like I'm speaking to Ankh. You know what I mean? Like, nah, like, bro, we need to have our own little, like, we built the science lab on some fun shit. Like, nah, well, we can show 3 years from now, like, no, they got a science lab. We got like Dr. Mayat got more schools. You know what I mean? I got more students. Like, we got more this and that. So we can say, like, look, this is what we did in 5 years. I know the rest of the community was on derelict shit, but you're not going to see that level of idiocracy in the whole community.
Hey, but Q, I talked to Morgan State class students. I got the whole program. Like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do.
Bro, I'm the one that's big enough.
Talking to Q, but not Q.
I'm not saying you're not.
He's not talking to Q.
No.
Talking to Q.
No.
I'm the one that's bigging that up. I'm bigging that up.
No. I'm trying to make a point though. I'm saying, yo,
Q. Okay, my bad.
Niggas look back. No. When niggas drop back 10 years, they're gonna say, oh, I see what niggas' work is. You see, y'all underestimate this conversation right here, dog. Like without this conversation, yo, it ain't the like come on, Q, look at your school, look what you're doing, yo, look how your shit is growing, look how you take critique, nigga. Most niggas can't take the critique you take, nigga. Your shit gonna be bombing in a minute, all the way through. Yo, this ain't no overnight success program we doing, yo. We teach the scientific literacy, yo. You know what I'm saying? Without the whole God thing, we can actually make it without all that. This ain't no, oh, it's gonna happen overnight. Yo, you talking 400 years of miseducation, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
And are you gonna see it? Hold on.
I'm 1,000% with you, bro.
I'm just put like that's what I'm saying. You're gonna see it but it's gonna be small incremental steps, bro. Science is hard for the average Joe. You see what I'm saying? And based on where they come from. So you will see successes, but it's gonna be incremental, small steps, bro. Atheism is a small percentage of people, so it takes time. So yeah, you're gonna see it, but you might not see it. You ain't gonna see it in our lifetime and on large scale. You're gonna see it incrementally over time.
What I'm saying is that anytime I come over here on some platforms, I always immediately go to, well, let's try to do something. Let's connect. Let's do something, because this is the opportunity. Like, we have the platform is based on being able to have people in multiple areas communicate and be able to broadcast, and we're using this as that part. But for me, it's like, all right, let's go to the next level. So it's not a challenge to anybody. It's like, no, let's push more, because somebody might in the background be like, yo, you know what? Word, I want to get this type of program going. Yo, I want to build a lab over here. Yo, I want to get this type of program going. Word, you know what? Let's connect. So that's just me always pushing that, because this, not to say this little group audience, but there's not a lot of us. You say black atheists and certain, they're going to immediately look at you like, oh man, here you go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's the push from here. It's not anything less than that to say like, nah, let's do that. Like Ryan and I in New York, we still ain't linked though. I'm like, nah, bro, we got the lab over here. We got the little teaching shit, the whole library. Like, nah, we need you to pull up over here.
Right, and the fact of the matter is, Cubati, then you come after the Umars and all the other brothers that done burn these people. You feel me? And now they looking at you like, yeah, I heard this shit before. So I'm saying, and you can't blame them based on the fact that how many times motherfuckers been burnt. You see what I'm saying? So we're dealing with that in the background, because niggas was saying the same shit about Umar, man. Yo, don't do that. Niggas, nah, don't get a brother a chance, bro. 2 years go by, 3 years go by, 6, 8 years. You know what I'm saying? So now you come up after all of that shit, bro. So that they make your work even harder.
Oh yeah, like I said, the challenge is a must, but it could be whatever.
Yeah.
It could be whatever. It could be saying like another program.
Yeah.
So when I see these dudes, like when I look at the fact that some of these Israelite camps hand knit all of their clothes, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy to me. That's a lot of dedication, B.
Yeah, that's retarded. Yeah, you gotta meet them where they at, bro. You feel me?
You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta respect that too. Like, yo, they willing to put in that work.
You gotta meet them where they at with that shit. You feel me? Okay, nigga, you can knit clothes. You feel me? Then we can't change the damn God shit, but we can use that. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's why I chose the term chronologist, because that kills everything, and it kind of makes it more palatable to our community. Like, instead of atheists, because people, when you hear that, that's going to kind of scare a lot of people away from understanding the chronology of history, and that's all we talking about.
Yeah, I ain't trying to learn a new term. Like,
yeah, but you're gonna have to figure out a way how we gonna get out of this situation we in, and you're gonna have to do some shit outside the box, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the conscious community gonna stay the conscious community. People attend confirmation bias, bro. They go to confirm shit they already hold true. You know what I'm saying? So I think that the shit that we do separate from that, and how we build, and the people we attract all aids to that. People leaving their former position and adopting new positions. You know what I'm saying? So, and sometimes in time, like I said, that's why it's good to have people on with a different mindset. You feel me? Like, you still have to talk to them, brother. You can't excommunicate niggas. You feel me? You gotta be patient and deal with them within their ignorance. You feel me? And allow a space for them to come. You know what I mean? So they can eventually get to that point. You feel me?
But check it out though. So everything that we talking about is the conscious community, because there was never a time when it wasn't both sides. The only thing is that on its inception in the 1830s in that Philadelphia library was for education to move the nation forward. Once that great migration happens and people start coming from, the South, coming to the North in mass numbers, now the fight for resources come into play. And when you look at the early 1920s, you get to see these storefront churches. You get to see these things popping up. It's called magical religions. And when you see that, the applicants, the Muhammad got a cure for the diseases at the time, tuberculosis, rheumatoids, and that's what it was. So no matter what time frame you look, you're gonna see those elements, and it's produced by the social environment in which we live in. And the objective is to get what? Food, clothing, and shelter, and make money. Some people do it by scamming, while utilizing figures such as an ancient spiritual system or whatever. So no matter how you frame it or put it down, that's a part of that. That's just what it is. That always has been like that. And it was due to us being here. And we formulated those things, negative and positive. But we want the positive to overshadow the other part. But that's what the people want. They want that pseudo shit. They want that feel good. They want that. You talk about this ancient 100 years ago, like that's not sexy enough, bro. It's not. The youth ain't trying to hear none of that shit, bro. I'm just gonna be real with you. Niggas ain't trying to hear that. If it ain't equaling no bread or niggas ain't seeing nothing, get the fuck out of my face, bro. They not trying to hear you. Thanks. Unless you able to show your transformation, to show where you came from. And they be like, oh shit, you was with the big home. Yeah, I know your peoples, bro. And this is how we doing this. And this is what they doing. They not even doing what you trying to do. And that's it. It's just lead by example. If that's what you want to do with your life as being an activist, because that was the thing that's different. Then it was the activists that was creating the programs and doing the things that overshadowed the pseudo niggas. But then the pseudo dudes, they here, but what are they doing it for? They need to make money. They're locked out of jobs. So what else could we do? Well, we're gonna deal with our ancient African roots, and then they doing magic shows and all these things start popping up. I mean, let me change my identity on these niggas. I'm an Indian. Look, if I wear this turban, I can move more in society. You know what I'm saying? And then somehow niggas start believing that shit and go with the scam. It's just fucked up, but it's vice versa now. And I think that's just the way I don't know, bro. That's just how it's going down. The European ain't moving like that. They got some whole other shit they are. But they got a segment of their population that is pseudo as hell. You see them dudes with their QAnon theory, all of that shit. They are part of that shit too. So, it's a weird type of situation, man.
Yeah, but because based on the numbers, the Europeans got numbers to lose on that pseudo shit. You see what I'm saying? When you 300 something million, you can afford to drop off 40, 50 million on some crazy shit. Along with the other shit is, the other shit working well. But when you 44 million, shit, you know what I'm saying? Like 10 million shit, that's 25%, that's 25% of your population.
That's why I feel like the argument isn't about the philosophical views. They gotta go past that and just focus on the work. You know what I mean? And we take, I don't want to say it like that, but we take advantage of the fact that people want to see the philosophical arguments, but that shit is just a back pedal, front pedal to the real work. I think that's the part, not to say like shout out to the side, nothing, but to me, that would have made the audience and the machine a lot bigger with like, yeah, we doing these debates and people, whether you're not like it or not, but these debates are the powerhouse to these businesses that are, circulating the money into this whole system in a bigger scale. You know what I mean? I don't think the community lost that edge, but the cat's out the bag now. But, I think we can still do it.
It's going to be small. Like who's going to get the most views? Us or Young Pharaoh? You feel me?
Well, but that's
also K Arch, whatever, it's the third degree or some shit.
But that's the beauty of it, though. Not to say like most of them dudes fell off, bro. You know what I mean? Derelictism is derelictism. It don't matter how you package that shit. White, black, conscious.
Yeah, they leave. They tighten their pocket. They may leave and somebody else come right in there and fill that space up immediately. You feel me?
I don't think there's gonna be another era with Young Pharaohs and Umar Johnsons. Like that was an era B with Tariq Nasheed and them. Like that whole, you know what I'm saying, polite. Nah, people elevate. We get smarter. Like people are like, no, the female
Polite still around, bro. Polite still around.
Yeah, but he fucked that situation up. He fucked his whole situation up. A lot of people fuck their situations up.
We just ain't in tune with the new niggas. The Rashad, my homeboy put me on some motherfuckers. Rashad, motherfucker, who just like, man, there's some new niggas, right? They got some new agents, bro. Some new first round picks coming up, bro. Already ready.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was talking about. Not having a structure as a real community. That's how Black Lives Matter and all of this stuff just creeped in the back door, because there was no real identity of what we represent to say, hey, this is what we represent, that red, black, and green, or whatever we're gonna mask it behind, and then just say that this is where the leadership starts at. And then we have to identify the brightest and the smartest amongst us of what we deem as should have been leadership. And I'm saying, like, I just put like a Dr. Jeffries in front of it, because he's one of the oldest living people who has the right chronology of history. Everybody else, like what's his name? Al Sharpton, he's not fit for leadership because he doesn't even know history. And if he does know it, he's masking it for financial gain, if he does know it's correct. So you can't trust anybody like a Louis Farrakhan or something like that. If he knows the right chronology of history, by now he should have came to the brought our people, because that's all we're looking for. We are fighting for Islamic beliefs and Christian beliefs, and for the most part. We have to some kind of way get our history intact, and that's what Dr. Clark and them brought us. So I don't understand how come we keep getting convoluted into what the real mission is, which is understanding the chronology of history so we can discard the history that we've been oppressed with.
Because the chronology of history don't put money in niggas' pocket.
Right, I got that. But see, we all broke, and we've been through the crack era. We see it ain't about money at this point. It's about us getting our shit together. So
no, fam, no. This is what we mean by the history, right? So if I just think of Manhattan, right, or I look at Weeksville, Brooklyn, how that's formed. This is formed by a group of people before even slavery ends in New York. They say, yo, this is what we doing. Fine. If I'm looking at the trajectory of Africans in New York, and I'm looking at you here from 1626, you live downtown, you live in what is now called Soho. What happens at this time frame to this population of people? Immigrants start coming in, and we start moving up and up. Then we move to 23rd Street. Then we moved to San Juan Hill, 66th Street. Then we moved to 86th Street. Then we in Seneca Village. Then we up in Harlem. And then it just keeps moving. But there's a key factor here. And that factor is your resources and what skill you have to produce to society, and are you accepted by the culture? If I'm looking at right across America right now, the rent has risen by $2,000 all across the United States. So this is a thing that the people who are us are being forced in a different position, that we got to change our mind of what we going to school for, what we learning, and all that other shit. And then the history is just the history I feel should be of us and what we did and how we built the shit that we never talk about. I don't give a fuck about 5,000 BC. I'm sorry, I'm done with that, son. What the hell you mean that there was free blacks here in the 1800s doing all this shit? How is these people building these organizations just getting out of there and they ain't have nothing? To me, that's the blueprint. That's my opinion. That's why I push back on certain shit. I don't care about your BCE shit. All right, we know that. All I need to know is that we the original man. We found the civilization. I'm done. All right, let's move.
Yo, Rod, you know,
and then from that point, that's it.
Yo, Rod, no, like that's kind of how the argument kind of started with me and son from back in the days when we had that little situation and shit. Cause I was like, yo, bro, I don't really give a fuck about that history shit, B. Like, if we not putting in work, I don't give a fuck about nothing you gotta say. And that's kind of where it kept tempo. But I also learned, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird, you know what I mean? Hearing you, it's weird because some people really cherish the history part, and not like, and the work just be like, man, I don't give a fuck about that history shit, B. Y'all talk too much. And when we putting in this work, what we doing with these kids? How we helping these programs? Like, what are we doing? What we buying? What we building for the community? If not, what we talking about? Jack shit?
I
feel bad.
Right. So I think that is all needed. You need your historians. You need your scientists. We ain't getting rid of these religious niggas. This is why Amos Wilson wrote his book from Blueprint to Black Power, and he got all of those groups we talking about in there. He got the NOI in there, he got the clip, and he's talking about the economic base of certain institutions and what we all can agree on what this money can do. You know what I mean? So that shit ain't going nowhere, son. The pseudo was here, bro.
Yeah, but that's what the original fight is, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. And now I'm not going to say that modern history is not, that's all goes within chronology. You just got to put it in its place. And nobody's disagreeing that we don't need to know what happened here either. But see, that's why the chronology, it encompasses all of it. But what I'm saying with Rob Bourne is when you start to deal with New York history, like we can deal with just what you chose to, when you left Christianity, I guess you went into a 5% thought, right? Hello?
I never was a Christian.
Okay, so
I never was.
Okay, so
I never went to church.
So what's the chronology of your historical thought as far as like you never was in any religion, like a Muslim or anything?
No, my chronology is most people that go through group homes, go to DFY, they go to the Department of Correction. My parents is the state of New York. In there is where I got that information. When I started looking around and through 15 years old, brought that to me. And I was like, yeah, ain't no fucking God, nigga. Where my parents at? Yeah, I could agree with this shit. Who God? Who God? Why the black man God? Well, the white man's a God. I have no problem of saying that then because them dudes in there, they tell you this is when they get to act how they really want to act. They calling you nigga, they beating you up, they doing all that. So that's my trajectory. And then as time goes on, I started to say, well, what happened if I take this real serious? And that's when I changed. I said, damn, I'm saying I'm this, but I got a third grade math level, but I'm saying I'm God. Nah, I got to get this GED. Fuck all of these books, these Donald Goin books and all these big, I don't get, yo, give me that math book. Give me that problem solving book. You know, I did that shit did that shit by myself. That's my trajectory, brother. So I hope that made that clear. I'm a little different. I'm probably
yeah,
one of the
hold
only
up. So
people
you
who never
said
was a Christian.
you went through some type of a black ideology before you went back and got your schooling. I understand that, but that black ideology, from what I understand, when I observe cats in New York, y'all are well read. Y'all read a lot, based on maybe 5%, maybe teachings or whatever. So y'all read a lot. That's where you get that discipline to read. That's what made you go back to school. You see what I'm saying? Because you was well read before you even went back. You know, self-taught is what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's my trajectory.
Right, but but hold up, Rob. I'm in Texas, right? That's most of our trajectory. We get miseducated all over this country. For the most part, you have to go back and read most of the stuff that you talk about, brother. That ain't in no book that they taught us.
No. I feel you, and this is where, like, I went to colleges and was doing. I got the videos on our channel. I did all of that. I choose not to do that because I don't want to talk to those people. I want to talk to the people who represent my population. So when we talking about from school to prison pipeline, that's fine. But what about the foster care to prison pipeline? If you got 400,000 of these kids that are in there, and there's only one thing that's going to happen to these kids, bro. And nobody talk about these people. So if we want to talk about 400,000 people, only 400,000 people came to America, and we became 40 million people. This is what I'm talking about. Those are the people I talk to, and when I get a chance and I do that because that's my experience, and I feel like I could relate to them because I understand the mind frame on both sides. You will not listen to a elder or a person older than you because the people who loved you harmed you or did something to you or abandoned you. So whoever's the older youth, that's the nigga you following, and that's the mind frame of a lot of these kids. But I'm kind of, because of what I do now, I'm kind of like, I don't understand this shit. Yo, everybody didn't have Jordans back then. Everybody wasn't wearing $500 pants. These kids got all the shit that we never had, bro. These niggas got $2,000 coats on, 2 phones. So I don't understand why you doing the shit you doing. We was doing the shit we was doing because we wanted to survive, bro. I don't know what's wrong with these niggas. I'm out the loop, man, and on a certain aspect of it. I don't get it. I'm saying, so I'm not. So that's the choice. If you want to be an activist, then you do that. Do it for real. Or you do what I do. You just do your little part and go back to living your life, man. That's all you can do.
Sister Mo, what's up?
Hey, peace to the panel.
Peace,
peace, Mo.
Peace, Queen.
Peace, Mo.
Hey, I definitely want to add to you guys' conversation, especially on the tail end of what Q-Bud and Robon just said. I think that if the people who has the ear of the audience and that can galvanize, if they bring those individuals in that has the processes to teach their audience, we would get some favorable results. One of the things we're doing on the ground is healthcare. Like matter of fact, Robon, I was telling some people about this the other day. I made reference to the Mutual Fund Society on how they got together and they was able to do things in the community. So one of the things we're doing on the ground over here, we have a clinic. We created our own clinic. So if you have certain educational skill sets, meaning you went through the whole higher education, whether you're, especially if you are in psychology or counseling, the medical field, those in particular, we're duplicating processes where you won't have to pull funding from the people because you'll get the money from the feds in the Medicaid and Medicare. As a matter of fact, Q-Butter, with your school, if majority of your kids in your school, and I know sometimes people don't like to tap into this, but it's reality because other ethnicities are using our kids, and that's how they're sustaining their programs, and that's how they're getting the best resources to educate or to create programs for our community, is that they're using the fact that our children on social assistance and they are billing Medicaid, Medicare, therefore they're getting millions into their schools to provide the resources that they need. So I think that duplicating processes, getting with those individuals on the ground who has those things that can redirect you want to redirect everybody, but some of the youth into those higher educational learning avenues that we think they should have, which is in STEM, is that we have to get the funding in order to be able to get more resources. So I have another friend who has this intellectual disability group home. Families had it for a while. They taught it to each other. And so we in a group where we teaching others on how to create these in the community, because everybody has somebody who either has autism or they know somebody down the street who has it. And when their parents die off, or maybe they don't have anybody, or maybe the parents just can't deal with them and need a break, you could create a 1 or 2 bedroom home and do what? Build a government for it and make millions. Like there's a lot of feeding programs. I mean, I could go on and on, a way to duplicate the programs to help the community. But I think one of the problems we have with the individuals we're trying to change the heart and minds of is the government. So they don't know how to get back from them what they took from them, if I'm making any sense. So these things, so a lot of the stuff that can help us is there. Like I know I wouldn't win the hearts and minds of the community, but maybe somebody else will. But if you bring me in, I can train your folk, or I can train you how to get it. You see what I'm saying? And I think that we don't do enough of that. I think that the individuals who have the heart and minds, they don't have to know it all. They just have to bring somebody in who can help shift the atmosphere a little bit. And that doesn't happen enough, in my opinion.
I'm publicly saying I need help, sis.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm supposed to been hit you up, and that's why like, when you was in the chat, I'm like, damn, Q, you supposed to been hit up. Anytime she says, you be like, yo, Q, hit me, I got you. Yeah, that's my bad. I just sent you my number, sis. You dead right.
Okay. Oh, a lot of times I don't get bent out of shape relationship issues, because you won't know what I could support you with until you actually really kind of get in a conversation and say, oh, well, dang, I didn't really know. Like I had a brother hit me up today, or 2 of them. And it was like, yo, this person is helping the community, coming out of the pocket, they doing this and that. I need to connect you. And they kind of find out we in the same location. And I'm like, man, you should have hit me up a month ago. I just got $200K from my state representative. Now for many, they're gonna say, well, you didn't get $1 million. Well, guess what? I helped 50 people get roofs on their house. You can say what you want, but at the end of the day, Yeah, boots on the ground. It'll come, millions will come, but I'll take what we could get. But there's an avenue to do some things that we had to learn ground up. And we don't mind sharing the information, policies and procedures. Matter of fact, what do we go through, the pitfalls we went through to try to get it to the point where we can go through any audit and pass, like duplicating those processes. I think that would definitely help the small pockets. I don't know if I could change the world, but I definitely could share with you on how if you got 300 kids and mass majority of them are on assistance, all you need to get is a nurse or RN and somebody who has a counseling license. They don't have to be you. You just have to have somebody who could come in, evaluate them kids, and boom, you send that information, get that Medicaid number, and send that information off. Once you complete that application and get approved, like we had a guy, his name, God, I can't remember his name, but anyway, the organization name was Do It for the Hood. You can look it up. They actually got in trouble. They had it was called Do It for the Hood. What they would do, they came down to the Carolinas, and they had been in several states, and they went to the hoods, and they had the recreational facilities was like across the street in many cases. And they went to the parents and they said, hey, listen, we're going to come, we're going to get your kids, we're going to pick them up, even though it was across the street, so we're going to pick them up, we're going to bring a counselor, we're going to bring them to the recreation facility, and we're going to do after school programs with them. We're going to have a counselor in there, so they'll be able to get psychological help if they need that, this, that, or whatever. The guy ended up with 250 kids. White folks got upset because they would only get maybe 75 to 100. So everybody wanted to know how they was doing it. Well, at the time, Medicaid, Medicare wasn't, you didn't have to get approval to put that kid in the program. So everyone knows if you get approval through Medicaid, Medicare, it takes 30 days. Well, they got 250 because they didn't need approval. So what they did, once they got Medicaid, the state changed the rules, they put them in a situation. And they lost.
I already knew you was gonna say that quick. I'm just waiting for you to go say they were gonna change the rules.
Yeah, but you know what? But here's
this
the thing,
just like they always do. So just go ahead.
But check it out, right? But here's what I told the guy at the time. I was like, listen, you guys, when you know that kind of stuff is coming out of the pipeline, what y'all should have done was already put those kids, when you got those kids, even though they did not have to be approved, because you got to watch that. They could say may or may not. When you see stuff like that, you do it. Do not go with the opposite side or the easy way out. Always go with the approval side. Why? So when they changed those rules, you guys would have been good. But they didn't want to do that because they thought they would have had time, time on their side. And it wasn't. They gave them 30 days to get them kids approved. And of course they lost, they probably lost about 80% of the students at the time. But guess who lost? Our community lost, not them. Because nobody else, no parent was going to trust, not in the colonies. If y'all ever been to Columbia, South Carolina, so you probably know. And if anybody going in the colonies to help no kids, but those guys was able to go into the colonies and help those kids. And that's where, they should have sought guidance on how to sustain it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I don't want to.
Right. And that's the good thing about this. I'm saying I'm gonna jump off, but that brother Q, he doing something. You know how you've been doing that shit for a long time, and you meet people and you do the do. But to the conversation, the saddest part ever, you will get on live and do a fucking show on how to do government grants, and only 20 people will be in it. Garfield will get on that shit, and what happens? 1,000 people in the fucking room to listen to Jesus Christ. But these niggas claim that they not Christian. They claim that they not. But you don't want to listen to that part. That's the problem, man.
I don't know because they're working with the perspective that the government is the enemy, and anything that the government is offering is detrimental to you. So they coming from an anti-government position. So Monica is speaking against that. Monica's saying
bullshit. That's bullshit. All of them niggas. I'm not saying all of them niggas. All of them niggas. It's really just all of them niggas accepted that check.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, of course. Yeah, they accept it. They'll accept the low welfare shit. Yeah. But Monica's saying like, yo, all these things are here for you, right? All these different types of things that people can do, and niggas just ain't doing it. Niggas coming up with excuses as to why they ain't doing it. And Monica's saying, nah, nigga, there's plenty of shit you can do. Ain't no excuse.
You know, I had a conversation with someone about the anti-government, and I asked them, I said, yo, you know, they have this large, I mean, they have the numbers. Like, why they won't do it? And they said, well, you know, in the past, the government came after them. And I was like, well, how so? They like, well, you know, if you don't do what the government tells you to do, I would like the misconception of it, that there's a huge, to me, misconception of the 501c3. And I was like, well, let me just kind of educate, because I was an auditor. I was auditor for the federal, I was auditor for the state and in the military. And I said, when you write a grant, you write your evaluation, how you going to evaluate your program. You're going to write your successes of your program. You're going to write your goals. You're going to tell them exactly what you're going to do with the money. If you take the money and you do something else, of course they're coming after you. That is just stupid. I don't understand that. Like,
you know, sis, they got a 5-hour class in New York City, right?
What you saying?
Become certified on a certain level with the 501c3, and most of the class is dedicated to keeping people from scamming and not fucking up the money.
Yes.
So basically what you're saying, sis, when people call Uncle Fed, he just be tripping for no reason because it ain't even that bad, right?
I don't know.
I'm just playing.
You know, it's the fiscal management. If you've never dealt with money, it's enticing, right? So when I was in the desert, I used to carry cash, millions at a time, right? And so what happens is if you've never dealt with it, so what I got scarred. So when I came back to the US, I didn't want to carry cash because I had saw it so much. But when you're dealing with money and you don't have we used to call it in the audit world, needs, rationale, and opportunity. When they think that, you know what, it ain't mine, you know, it ain't my company, it ain't my organization. And it takes a very skilled person with loyalty and accountability not to take money from other people. I've seen it so much where people will come up with needs, rationale, and opportunity, and man, they'll take 5 cents out of everybody's check of money. You never miss it, but it's gone. So but what you have to do to stop that though, or to kind of keep it under control, let me say that, you have to put balances in place. You know, never entrust somebody so much that you don't go over their work or you don't check the checker, because if somebody knows that you're watching, then they're more likely not to, do a fiscal, they will probably manage your money properly. If they win your trust. So people say things like, oh, I'm good. Or you say, you know what, they've been doing it for years. That's the person you might want to watch, because one day if they have a situation, they're going to get you. So what you need to do, just keep your checks and balances. Nobody gets in their feelings. Listen, it's not. I would tell anybody when they ask, hey, Mo, can you show me some things in business compliance-wise? And I tell them straight up, listen, don't ever get in your feelings about checks and balance. If somebody does not want you to check them, then that's the person you might need to watch. So I don't have an issue. Anybody can check me any time of the day, any week or whatever. If I have some, maybe something out of balance, something out of place, hey, I take that L and keep it moving. But that's your biggest issue. When it comes to business or our community doing things together, the money is the biggest issue. We can really pay attention and manage our dollars properly. Y'all talked about Umar, y'all talked about a couple of the other folks, they got the funding coming in, but they misappropriated it, right? If you can hone in on that, man, you got yourself a good organization and you could really bring in a lot of dollars. You really can.
Yeah, and of course they're going to misappropriate it because they was already struggling when they started to scam.
No, and because they're uninterested in that shit in our reality, like
Social City.
Who starts to build a school without first building a group to help you manage that shit?
Yes.
You got one person. That's just bananas. You know what I'm saying? Even when they fact check Jay Morrison, people been trying to say, yo, look at his background. Man, they don't even talk about Jay. Where's he even at now?
I still get emails.
You know what I'm saying? And they talk about how his scam was run, man. How he had the shit set up to where he was the one, and he was in control of all the money. It wasn't he had no type of checks and balances, bro. He was paying himself a fee the whole time, while acting like they ain't got the money to do what they need to do. And meanwhile, he's paying himself a fee on the money he's supposed to be giving him. Just crazy.
Hey, I just want to play. I just want to play devil's advocate really quick. Not saying that I agree or disagree with anything, but when we talk about Umar, and you know, saying maybe Q Butter can speak more to this, but people were saying for years that the brother was not gonna purchase a school and this and this and that, but the brother actually did it. Now it's been approximately 2-3 years since he acquired the school and he ain't done nothing with it. So like, should we continue to castigate the brother because he did take the money and purchase a school? No matter what people may say about it, he did purchase it. So can we realistically sit back and say the brother has no intention on building a school? Now you can talk about the checks and the balances, like that's not off limits. That's no sacred cow. I get that, but can we really sit back and say that the brother does not have any intentions on building a school when he spent the X amount of money to purchase a school?
Yeah, he supposedly collected. If you watch Leon Hardy, he might have collected over $2 million. The school was probably about $4.
But what about the nigga Tariq Nasheed? The nigga Tariq Nasheed.
He's a scammer too, bro. I'm not putting.
Hey Sosa, and you know what? I think you just mentioned the guy Jay Morrison, right? And he had this real estate fund, right? And you know what? One of the major red flags that I saw in that when I initially saw his videos is that when you're talking about investing in a real estate fund like he had set up, essentially what that is a hedge fund. And the people that he was shopping to invest with, right, under SEC rules, those would have to be relatively wealthy people to even invest in a hedge fund to begin with. We're talking about people that have a net worth of $1 million.
I think that's incorrect, brother. When you talk about hedge funds, I think that's incorrect, but go ahead.
Okay, you're gonna have to pull that up. We're talking about those are what we call them alternative investments. A hedge fund is considered an alternative investment, something like that, because those are high risk. The type of fund that he had was a high risk real estate fund, right? And the SEC will not let just regular investor, put their money into these types of funds. Now, Mo, you could actually maybe sort of vouch for some of the information I'm saying. Right. But that was one of the big major red flags for me, is that Jay Morrison was soliciting investments from people that I know for a fact those were not qualified investors. So,
I'm still trying to holler at Jay Morrison for my $11 I invested. So I'm with you.
Brendan, let's do a case study. And I know y'all gonna be like, oh my gosh, he brought this up, but I just want to show y'all how that actually worked. Share your screen and pull up Billy Carson's Forbidden Knowledge investment thing. It's gonna show his crowdfunding campaign on him going through the SEC and trying to become a publicly traded company.
Is Billy Carson?
But yeah, put in Google number 4 Bitten Knowledge, BIDDEN knowledge.
Okay.
Google that and put I guess stock or maybe crowdfund.
Okay.
Share your screen.
While he's looking that up, your Q. Sometimes it's the language and our lack of literacy or understanding of the depths of what the language implies. What Umar Johnson bought was a building. He doesn't have a
Oh, but hold on. I want you to answer the question though, because my question was,
is it
my
this?
bad? Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Q. He bought the building, but he did not plan for the maintenance. He didn't plan for the sustain.
But hold on. That wasn't my question though. But hold on, that wasn't my.
I know. Even before you go there, when you say he bought a school, that's what I'm saying.
I never said that. I never said he bought a school. I said he purchased a building. I never said he bought a school. I said he purchased a building. I never said he bought a school. I said he purchased a building with the funds that he received.
Yeah, now because pressure was being put on the
but my next question that I really want answered was if he actually purchased the building with the funds he received, because if he was really trying to scam, he could have just took that and ran off. But my question was, since he actually purchased the building, can we now say that he's not going to attempt to start a school? And like I said,
it's just that before you had said school, and it's not just you. A lot of people say it just like that. When he purchased the school, and it's like, no, he purchased the building.
No,
and that loses to what Monica was saying, like, when you have certain type of funds, you got to make certain type of decisions or have an acumen on how to make those decisions. and be held accountable for the choices you make with them.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to get any governmental funding for that school. Same issue our HBCU started off with, but being a religious content versus a state-sponsored school. Everybody want the government to give them funding, but when you roll those schools under a particular umbrella, you can't get that funding. And we're not giving enough money for him to sustain that unless he turn to some of that funding he can get, unless he get big time investors that's going to be reoccurring. The problem with getting funding like that, if it's not a lifetime reoccurring, how you going to sustain it? There's no way.
Hold on. Let me ask this question too, Monica.
I'm literally That's what I'm saying. And the way he's going about it and the business acumen he has is backwards.
Hold on, Monica. Isn't there a criteria now that if you turn to getting funded through the government, isn't the protocol different?
When you say that, I think about this. Do you want to be lax on education? Because we have enough of lack of resource and education in our public schools now, and our kids can't even qualify in college. They in prerequisites the whole first year. Then they finally get in real classes their second year, like we're wasting time. So when you ask that, I can't help but think that if we do not have a rigorous checklist for education, it goes back to what Q-Bud is saying. We don't, give them access to a certain thing, and you're not gonna get that if we lax on the education. Because why? They still have to take the standardized test in order to be recognized in the world, so to speak. You still have to take the standardized test. So if you lack on the checklist, you're gonna lack in the education, the information.
Hey, Sister Mo, is this the site? Is this the site, Sister Mo?
Yeah, Brendan, you see, this is the site. And you'll see in his pursuit, right? He's trying to become publicly traded. You'll also see stuff on there on the SEC. This goes back to what you were saying in reference to J. Morris and the type of people and investing. So I think he's like in his second round or something of that nature. He started off, I think maybe about a couple months ago, that you could have gotten some of his shares for like $1 or so. And then when he got into I think maybe within that 2-month frame, it went to like $250, and then now it's closed off. So you can't really get in to what he's trying to do. But I pointed that out so you can have something to show when you was talking about Jay Morrison, when they're getting into trying to become an investment company, a publicly traded company. This is kind of an example. I'm not saying you guys got to buy into his idea. What I'm saying, this is kind of example of somebody amongst us that you talked about that's selling information or trying to get people to buy into a certain audience. I think his only competition with that TV network is Niv. I can't remember the name of it, but there's only 2 people out there that does the conscious stuff in a network or whatever. But he used that to get money to try to become publicly traded. That's what I'm saying. If you go down to the SEC filing that they did, it's all public. You guys can look it up.
I want to understand what I'm looking at. So this pseudo brother Billy Carson is trying to create a channel. Is that what you're saying?
No, he didn't try. He created one. He created a TV network, and this is where he's trying to become a publicly traded company.
Oh, okay. So he already has the channel. He's just trying to make it publicly traded. Okay, got it. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That's just now whether he could pull it off is a whole nother ball game.
No, he will. He will.
But this goes back to the business part. When you listen to the fabric of the conversation, you realize it's being solicited to people that don't know no better. It's like,
right. How do you weigh the riskiness of this investment?
And I see we have added another bus to the Forbidden Egypt tour this year, so registration is still open.
You feel me? It's like,
of course.
Even like what Monica was saying with Umar, what for me was the issue. I was like, I never heard him talk about a curriculum, staffing, or you know what I mean? Like those little pieces of the puzzle, you can go a long way with having a solid curriculum and staffing and ideas. You know what I mean? And like minimal scaling of the structure, like the business of it, like what kind of like curriculum you need to be pushing outside of just talking about African and history. You know, like she said, kids need to take these tests. How do you administer this curriculum? Like for government money, there's a perception on government money that even as a New Yorker, we have really bad. In some of these places, The government don't give a fuck about these spots. It's just a local situation there. And if you got the right name and right money, they will give you a situation. No government involved. And so I think more about it is just the business acumen and the decisions that certain people take and the egos that we stand on while we making our mistakes.
Yeah. So let me ask this question. What would you guys suggest that the brother do? Not saying that you trying to give the brother counsel, but just from the outside looking in, what would you guys suggest? And like I say, man, you know, I was one of those guys before he actually purchased it. I didn't think he was going to do it just because of how long it took. And then he actually purchased the building.
Yeah,
you know
I could get an idea of what he
Get a team.
Did he say that again, Sosa? But did he get that building before 2020? Did he get it before 2020?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell
he
you.
got like 2019 going into the pandemic. Yeah.
What he should have done is two things he could have done and he could have took advantage of. He could have took advantage of the diversity conversation that was rallied around George Floyd. Why? Because almost every corporation was trying to give money into programs that dealt with diversity. That's the first thing that what's his name? Amazon CEO wife gave all of those millions into those HBCUs. Why? Because everybody's trying to rally around diversity. That's the first thing he could have did. He could have pulled money from that conversation, right? Sometimes you got to leverage what's going on around you. And the second thing he could have done when the pandemic hit and they was looking for places to do research or testing areas or just some place to house them, he could have took that building. He could have took all that research money that was given out. There's a sister, if you pull up, Brendan, if you pull up Black Mama Tea, is a company in New York. That sister took her company as a vodka and I think chocolates or something like that. Company in New York. She had a wine dispensary. So when the pandemic hit, and she got presented with taking her company and doing a hand sanitizer. You think she would have said, no, I'm for the conscious community? Heck no. She changed her wine dispensary into a hand sanitizer company and brought in millions. Like,
that school still has mold.
Black Mama, yes, you see it, Black Mama Tea. Yeah, that's it. That's her site. Black Mama Tea.
But hold on. Let me ask this question.
Oh, can I?
Well, hold on, real quick, because this goes right along with what she's saying. Because somebody said in the chat room, Rebel the Sound says like, there's no way that money that Umar could have sustained the operations of that school, and like that's kind of more in line of what I'm talking about. Or excuse me, not what I'm talking about, but more so like what I'm thinking. It's like, how could he have sustained the school, opening it up with the amount of money that he had? I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, hold on. I'm bugging because that's the part about the religious shit that's bugging. I literally did this in 4 years. I'm struggling like a motherfucker. We got $32,000 in donations, and y'all are telling me he couldn't have done it with millions?
Yes, because you know what? What he has to. Okay, Q. Okay. Everybody knows that if you start some type of organization that's meant for sustainment, that you got to constantly go after your investors. Do you think that millions and billionaires sit around when they have these big luncheons, big fundraisers, they have to do stuff every year? We can't think that the only way you're going to get constant money year after year without having majority to do something is if you go to the government and you get written into something. Otherwise, and even that can be taken away. Here's what I have to teach people, because they always talk about this with grants, right? They think they'll get a grant and it's going to be a lifetime thing and it's a done deal. What I was taught, you have to come up, if you're going to do charitable work or you're going to do some community work, you have to be able to create a small fundraiser, a medium fundraiser, and a large fundraiser. And every year, those funds need to elevate. So I tell my alumni, listen, we're doing a fundraiser, $20 ticket is out the window. If somebody want to pay somebody want to pay $100 ticket, but that's not your audience. You got to go with the people who got the funding to sustain your vision and what you're doing. And the problem is we think that once you get that money once, right, that you're not going to be able to get it again. Well, your idea has to elevate. Your creativity has to get better. Once he got that money one time, he would have been able to put that money in the school, make it out of what he needed to, and guess what? Investors will come after. Why? Because he's producing results. It's like Q went from 20 kids.
Monica, you got knocked off.
The Lamb got knocked off.
Yeah, but like
but
Umar
it sounded
Johnson.
like she was killing y'all again.
Yeah, Umar Johnson. I need an HVAC for the school. Cash App / that.
Yeah,
slash
exactly.
That all that.
If you got a good idea, take it to the capital market. Don't bring it to me.
And this is what he says. So
but hold on, but when he does that, he has to. Go ahead, my bad.
Anybody that do HVAC, I'm looking for brothers who do HVAC. Gotta be black. Go ahead, send me your resumes and stuff, and I will go. Man, come on with the bullshit.
But
listen though, hold on.
Before you go, this goes into him having a low business acumen. And when it comes to business now, schools are smaller. Nobody's buying these big ass, doofy ass schools anymore. That is a fact. If you look at Marcus Klein, Baba Baruti, if you look at Baba Amin, if you look at the small schools they're doing in New York City now, they're giving up these big buildings. They're taking one floor, $6,000. They're not buying the building. They're going to get the students in there where they can control the capacity and offset it. Umar has the world. I mean, I won't give him too many jewels, but he should have got a smaller spot in a major city. He would have been flooded. He would have rented a building in New York City. He would have been flooded in Manhattan, flooded in Brooklyn. If you would have rented a spot in Atlanta, flooded. I don't gotta buy a building. You're making 30 to 40 times the income. Don't worry about it.
And you know what else? If you're building a school, you should connect with those national black. If you're gonna do the black, which can I say blackity black? If you're gonna do the black deal, then you should connect with the National Black Association. So, Q-Bet, I'm not sure if you already connected with the National Association of Black Engineers. Why? Because those associations would create a vehicle for your students. You also can connect with like companies that has it. So one of the things I get ready to do here in the Carolina, we have corporations here that's beating the door down for minorities to come into their companies because they're not really applying in their area. So case in point, not Caterpillar, but Cat, that tractor company, right? We did a program with them and they was like, you know what? I'll create 2 spots. If you could transition the child from coming from college and intern into our agency, and if they're a good fit, we hired them later on. I think that when we think in reference to schools, and I try to explain this to my alumni, that we have to have a vehicle for them to be able to pay for school and for them to be able to have job placement coming out. And so connecting with the corporations in that field, one of the things we did with reentry, just to give you guys an example, we created the curriculum. We created a curriculum, taught the curriculum for 2 years. We got it accredited through the University of South Carolina. And then we took that whole business model concept, created a staffing agency, partnered with corporations and asked them for 1 or 2 spots in each corporation and build a staffing agency. So we took the person coming out of jail, so to speak, into our program, into a job, right? Now, the rest of it, they had to figure out, we had to try to get them housing, those kind of things. So what I'm saying in reference to education is the same concept. If you could, now that you have all of those kids, or Umar, whomever, right? You bridge the gap and start creating partnerships with companies that would hire those kids that come through your program, and you connect with an association, you'll kill it.
See, sister, you know what? I'm gonna tell you, the way how you just broke that down was so intelligible. And I loved it because you answered so many questions before I even had to ask them. Because I'm not on the side of Umar and I'm not on the side of people who are against Umar, because I can see it for what it is. But, when you have people in the chat like Jalandra Zachary who may hate on her brother, like, oh, he bought a shack, but she ain't got a shack to even compete with it. That's why I say, I'm only asking questions. I'm not trying to tear down her brother or tear down her sister.
Yeah, don't shoot that Juju. That's not
bro. Listen, man, you can be cool, bro. You can be cool with her, and that's cool.
Feel like
bro.
that, let her rock out, bro.
Bro, listen, I'm not this. Come on, bro. Stop it, bro. Yeah, I'm just saying, she's saying things, but she can't even compete with the dude. At least the brother Q Butter got something where he can compete, and the sister Monica Lamb, she can at least talk about things that she's doing. And I could respect that. Yeah. I could totally respect that. But like, come on, how do you get away from that?
Saying, but I'm not with that shit. I'm saying, like,
you're not with what?
The school was produced to further the scam. Ain't shit been produced since he got.
But how do you? But this is my bro. That's why.
Just watch the people that's doing the work. Just watch the people that's actually doing the work of Umar Johnson, that's pulling up the taxes that he ain't filing for and telling you how he's running the scam, bro. Like there's people that go through all that shit, bro.
Listen, bro. There's no sacred cows with me, bro. If you want to call it a scam and all of that, that's totally cool. But what I said is still stands. How can you say a person spends $400 to $500K on a building when they could have just pocketed the money? And you can't tell me, oh, this person just had pressure. They could have just, bro. No, bro. I'm sorry. That's not real life to me. They could have just, if you're saying that this person raised $1 million or $1.5 million, they could have just pocketed the money. But you're trying to make it seem like, oh, nah, like, bro, I'm sorry. I just don't believe that. You have to give me something.
Support the brother, bro.
Peace.
No. I'm not gonna continue to support the brother, but the people who want to support,
bro, you see, you already got the building. Like, why would you stop
because I already have. And if the brother wants to go forward, there's other people to continue to support. I've already put in my. Hey, listen, brother, I already put in my brick.
There's still more you can give, though. I mean, he almost got the building. You gonna bail out now? When he just got the building. No.
But it's
real quick. Look,
don't bail now. We need you, bro.
Look, you hear this sister's in DC. You want to find somebody to support. She got a building and she got a private school. There's a public and private school she got. This is Marcus Klein. You see what I mean? On some gorilla. So Umar Johnson is not a gorilla. Like, we got to use everything we can right now. These babies need help right the fuck now. We can't wait for another interview. If you got $500 to help a kid right the fuck now. The kids are in crazy situations. Yeah, they may look like they got some Jordans on, but believe you me, they going through some shit. It's the Hulu Academy. By man, he gonna make it work wherever. This is gorilla. He gonna make it where you give him a room, building, space, whatever. He gonna make it work. He been doing this for years. So you see gorillas. He's like, no, this is what it takes. He gonna choose between, should I spend $100,000 on this building, or I can help these kids right now with $100,000. I can rent something out. I can borrow somebody's building. I can do this and that. Gorilla, bro. Like, this is the fabric that we still represent. You see what I mean? And then pushing it forward, like Monica said, is what it's about. This is my institute. I ain't gonna showcase my institute.
I just want to say one thing, and I'm gonna chill for a minute, bro. There's niggas who will steal from you and help you look for your chain, but niggas would not spend $400,000 to $500,000 on a building, bro. Whatever people want to say that they may have gotten $1 million, $1.5 million. These dudes, these same. Let me just finish real quick. And then listen, bro. Like I say, to me, there is no sacred cows, bro. There is no sacred cows. So I'm only asking questions, bro. There is no people. It doesn't make logical sense to spend $400,000 to $500,000 on a building just to keep up a scam. That just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. Listen, hold on. Last thing, and I'm done. Last thing.
We do it in the government. Hey, we do it in the government all the time.
But see, that's the government. That's the government because you guys can print. Hold on, in the government, you guys can print the money. Different story. Umar can't print the money.
I got you.
But let me just say
in New
this:
York, they got these buildings that the churches bought.
It's a building.
They never put a church in it, right? They bought the building just so they can satisfy the loan. And then they use it to borrow money, and they haven't used it. You can type in right now, Rockaway Parkway in Brooklyn. You can go to Harlem and see these spots. They nobody can get ownership because the pastors done held the building. They done borrowed almost millions of dollars out of these spots.
That's the first thing you do.
Hey, Q, listen to what you're talking about, though.
That's where you clean the money up at.
Hey, but
you buy a building, right? Real estate.
Hey, but hold on, but Q, but listen to what you're talking about. You're talking about real estate in New York City. This dude is out in buttfuck USA. He
took the money and cleaned it, Q.
Yo, bro,
you don't know about
Q,
finance.
Yo, bro, let
me interject something here. You know, Cube, you've been going in, Cube. Let me say something. It sounds crazy, right? The kind of the conversation that's going on, right? Because if y'all want to donate to something or start some programs or what have you, right? That's fine. I think that should be supplementary to the public school system that they already got, or any other school system that's already got. It's already a school program in your neighborhood. There's already a middle school. There's already a middle school, an elementary school, and a high school. If y'all want to donate some money, they got plenty of things that they need. The cheerleaders need uniforms. You see what I'm saying? The science department need beakers and Bunsen burners, right? The computer lab could use some iPads. All of these things right in your neighborhood. So it don't make sense to me that we're giving money to people like Umar Johnson for a school. For what school? For who? For what black kids? Because you're going to have one black school in one neighborhood for one group of black kids? That what you're going to donate all your money for?
So giving Umar $11 and giving my local school $15, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna kill people.
Cube. I never said anybody was gonna get murdered or killed or die or anything.
No, I'm not saying it like that, brother. You know I'm not saying it like that. But what I'm saying,
I never said anything about what you said. What I'm saying, Q, what I didn't say giving something to Umar was gonna hurt nobody. What I said is it don't make logical sense, right? Because if you are in your neighborhood, Cube, you have an elementary school, you have a high school, and you have an intermediate school there in your neighborhood. So if you want to give out $11, Cube, you can give $11 to one of those schools, right? But the problem is, you know what the problem is? Y'all think, oh, it's a white kid that go to that school. And I don't want to be giving my money to no white kids, right? But it's fucked up that you think like that, because there's a lot of black kids in that school too, right? But and I also want to go into home ownership. If you want to do something about the schools in your neighborhoods, why don't y'all start owning your home? Become a taxpayer, right? Get your shit together. Listen to Sister Monica Land. Get your shit together. Get your credit score right? So you can go down there and you can get yourself a good, decent loan so you can become a homeowner. And then when you pay your taxes, you don't have to worry about giving $11 to Umar Johnson, right? When you pay your fucking property taxes, you'll be doing all of the school kids in your goddamn neighborhood a good favor.
Well, hold on. Just to be honest, brother, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't matter what.
I hear you, man. You just keep giving your $11 to Umar Johnson, and then keep telling me what's working with that. You show me how that works. Your $11. Show me how your $11 work.
Right. Okay.
First, then come back and tell me how the school system ain't working. Because you know what the school system been producing?
I'm not against the school system. You're wrong. I'm not against the school
millionaires.
I'm not against
the school system has been producing the people who've been putting James Webb in the goddamn air and shit like that. That's what the school system been doing. Listen, you and your $11 and Umar Johnson been on YouTube running your motherfucking mouth. That's what y'all been doing. No. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not against any of that. What you're talking about? I'm not against any of that. And if you know anything about these zip codes that have these rich white motherfuckers to where they live in, like when I used to play football and we used to go with these motherfuckers, bro, our shit was terrible trash. We go to these motherfucker fields, they had all of these advertisements and all of this shit on their shit. This is how they shit used to look. But I feel, man, we just had from from the touchdown to the touchdown. We ain't have all of this shit that said Publix and Walmart and all of this shit in these other. We ain't had none of that, bro. These other
That's
little
what you. So that's what I'm saying.
Bro,
Why
I
wouldn't
hear,
you put
bro,
something
listen,
together so that Spartans can sponsor y'all asses? Because you know what happened?
You, bro.
You know what the parents did at my school? We went out and did a fundraiser. And we went out and we sent letters out.
We was in the middle of the street selling chocolate.
We asked Spartans and Martins
you crazy, Coach.
But but this is where Umar.
Bro, we was in the middle of the street selling chocolate, bro.
This is where Umar fucked up the story, because the shit that he was predicating his school off of is a reality. The school systems is fucked up. The school is school of fucking prison, a school of fucking Medicaid, a school of fucking Medicaid. All of the little systems they got in there.
That's why we got to put our attention there and make it something else.
But hold on, let me say this. Let me just say this because I want to chill on this.
But hold on, Stu. But intertying with it, independent schooling and the responsibility that we have as a community to educate our own. That's why.
Let me ask this. Let me ask this. Let me ask this, y'all. What has a Black only school produced compared to those same Black students that went to a public school?
It's like socialism. We've never really seen it.
I'm trying to see I want to see the byproduct. I'm talking byproduct.
It's like socialism, bro. We've never really seen it.
And I need to see some byproduct.
First and foremost, but educating our own gives us the ability to hold ourselves truly accountable. It removes that white man blame issue, and it shows us where we can fix ourselves up. And we can also control a lot more pieces of the narratives that inspire people to go off into these crazy religious societies and have all of these different perspectives when they get into political positions.
No, I'm talking historically, not potential. Not potential.
Bro, historically, it's like socialism. We've never seen it, bro.
Historically, I can give you some schools. I just put 4 or 5 schools.
So what I'm trying to figure out, at what point does segregation at what point in history has segregation benefited Black people?
Well, see, that's the thing, brother, that you have to.
I'm for segregation. In my opinion,
I understand that. I'm trying to see a byproduct.
The byproduct
historically.
All right, let me say this one thing, and I'm gonna chill. When it comes to segregation, segregation has helped white people. Let's stop playing these weird games, bro. We have seen segregation help white people. We have not seen it help Black people. I would not sit on here and say that segregation is the way because we saw it over and over help Black people.
Umar Johnson thing.
No, but listen, but hold on, let me finish. Let me finish though. I'm not agreeing with Umar Johnson from that point of view. I'm just answering your question, bro. Segregation helps white people because you talking about the people that already have the leg up, giving other people a leg up. This is what we're talking about.
I don't know that it helps anybody to separate because one thing about white people, they know the benefits of having Saudi Arabian
intellectually
oil.
Dishonest.
White people know the benefits to have Saudi Arabian oil.
Hold on, real
they know that.
He's talking segregation, not integration.
German engineering.
No, he's against segregation, not integration.
Let's be real. First of all, in most major cities, the school systems are already segregated. New York City is one of the most segregated cities in the world. Atlanta is segregated. Florida is segregated. California is segregated. It's already a reality. Chicago segregated. It's connected through the financial districts and the way in which finances have been organized in the city. That's why they had to bus Black kids to other.
I don't know that Chicago is segregated. I can't see that. I can't see
anything. That's crazy.
Let me explain why.
He doesn't understand European warfare.
Let me explain why.
When someone says something like that, they don't understand European warfare.
So most of the kids, so if you go into like Brownsville or to a certain area like the 400s and certain like south side of Chicago, the area is populated largely in a certain district. And those children are all going to go to a same school. You see what I mean? And they're going to fill up certain schools. That's they're
gonna be going to the school that's in their school district, right?
And they're gonna live in the district based off.
And they're gonna give people a leg up who already have a leg up, bro.
No, and versus my opinion, we are supposed to take responsibility in taking ownership of our schools because we need the schools to produce the future people in our community. So it's in the interest of the business owners, the politicians, and the homeowners to invest into the future of their community, which is
that's what I said.
Now, that's why I said, this is why I'm going to tie it together. Again, depending on, I'm from New York and I'm against the government and all types of shit. But when I went down south, I went to places where there is no white government, it's just black people. So it's almost the same statement where you can just invest into your schools, take care of the schools in your community, and your community will do better because you're going to be producing higher educated people. And the people in the community have to take responsibility. Now, there's also another level to it, though, when you get into the conversations of curriculum, administration of curriculum, and certain time of the discriminatory laws that are applicable and they're being argued right now. I'm in the forefront of arguing some of these discriminatory laws. Because for me, it's like, no.
You know what I don't like? I don't like the veil. It's a veil. It's this veil of not having control. It's a veil of Black people not having control of their lives. Like, there's nothing we can do because of the white man. It's this veil of that in the Black community that sickens me almost. It almost sickens me, right? Because anything that y'all want, that y'all can get together and make it happen, right? My kids, now I grew up in the hood, right? But I don't live in the hood, right? But my kids go to the same high school that I went to, right? A lot of the kids, a lot of my peers, a lot of my the people that I went to school with, their kids go to that same high school, right? And the crazy part is the school is just as good, is only as good as we make it. The parents and the kids make it. That's only as good as the local high school, right? Like for elementary school, they went to a private school, but for high school, right? My kids go to public school, right? And the school is good as the students. I repeat, the students, the faculty, and the parents make it. That's how good the school is. And that's how good any school gonna be. Your school ain't gonna be no better than that. So if everybody sit back and say, well, it's the white, because they did the white man and we can't do, and because we can't, and because we can't, because the white man, because we can't. And if we keep saying that all the time about every goddamn thing, then our kids gonna grow up saying, well, we can't because the white man, because we can't.
But that's the difference that's seen in a Black independent school. When you see somebody create a school for Black children, they're showcasing independence. They're showcasing being responsible.
That's not.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what Corey's saying is 100% correct. Black people, we need to grow up, yo. Like this shit is out of hand at this point. We're basically in your neighborhood. He's saying you already have schools. You know, the main thing that's missing in schools, in Black schools, is the parents.
Yeah.
Go to a PTA meeting.
To the PTA meetings. Ask anybody on this panel when the last time they've been to the PTA.
Right. Motherfucking parents don't show up. Yo, the white man can't do nothing that y'all, I mean, like he told y'all, it's your tax dollars. You have to start paying taxes in the community where your schools is at. Why? When you pay taxes, that money is allocated, a portion of that money is allocated to those school districts, right?
They letting them dope boy get tax-free money in a neighborhood, though. Right. But keep going, Sheriff.
So when Q say that, they had to sell chocolates and different things, you know how horrible that is? You know how much of that is not on the white man, yo, that's on y'all parents. I mean, if y'all needed extra shit in y'all school, right? Yo, why y'all parents ain't know about that? Why they ain't put up money? Why the fuck would you have? Why the fuck would kids have to stand outside and sell fucking candy, yo?
So okay, hold on. Let me add.
Hey, Chef, can you start a new stream too when you we rocking for a minute?
Yeah, I can start a new stream. So you know what I mean? That shit, we gotta stop all of this nonsense of blaming people. If during slavery, right? If you can tell me Frederick Douglass and them can teach themselves how to read and write, right? And churches and shit, where they had to hide and learn how to read and write. That means that education is a
priority.
Is a self that is a self want and sacrifice. You know what I mean? And then it's extended out to the family, right? It's what the family.
Man, you out of control, Chef. Cut that out.
You go.
Man, hold on. So
Chef, start another stream.
Hold up, you don't understand.
Hold on, James. Hold on.
Start another value of reading when they told you can't read.
The white man is the reason why our fucking kids can't read and write.
Bro, when someone is telling you you can't read, then you understand the value of reading. Did you understand that? Now they telling us.
But right now you don't understand
think about
the value.
At the time frame when these people were sneaking in, and it was almost life or death to even be able to look at a book. They knew that shit was valuable compared to now. You can't put this.
I'm sorry, we act like the public school. There's a lot like removing that part. I'm sorry, they got trannies teaching kids right now in regular schools. I'm sorry, I ain't with the shits. They got white teachers.
I mean, it don't matter.
I know it don't matter. I don't know what you about to say. It don't matter. I ain't gonna let you finish.
Listen, Hugh. We gotta stop this. We gotta stop it. Is the tranny qualified?
Nah, you can do that.
Is the tranny qualified? See, we worrying about that, and I don't even think that's the case. I highly. You might can find me one case of that, right? But I highly doubt that that's happening on a regular basis, right? So we got to stop that. Even going as far as to say some gay dude or gay woman is teaching your kids. It's not that likely. They don't. The numbers aren't that high. They are a minority. So the majority of people who are teaching your children are straight men and women who actually have a credibility to do so, who've been trained to do so, right?
You all right now?
And what I'm saying to y'all is we have to stop it with the white man shit. No one should have to put a fucking gun to your head or threaten you with a goddamn whip in order for you to be able to learn something. James, you need to stop that. I want to hear from Sister Monica one more time before
Chef left when you started that new show.
What do you think? What do you think of because I know here in the Carolinas, one of the issues we have in the schools is salary. We losing teachers due to the pay. So they'll come in probably after college, maybe get a year or two in, and then they're out because they don't get the salary. And so the classrooms become overcapacity, or it's substitute teachers, majority substitute teachers in there. So of course the kids aren't getting, the education necessary. What do you think about that?
See, and that's another thing. This is why we need to be educated in politics, because there needs to be some type of legislation passed protecting these teachers, because these teachers are the ones who producing the ones who going to be running the world after us, who going to be the ones taking care of us, right? So there needs to be some type of legislation passed to where these teachers can actually make a goddamn living wage. Like they got the most important job in the world,
but they make the same amount as a goddamn McDonald's worker, right?
So I think one. Hold on, let me go one more time. So one of the things, and so you're right. One of the things they did, they passed legislation for salaries, but the other, to counter that, you give them a 5% raise, and then you bump, or 3.3% raise, and then you bump insurance up 1.5. So
right,
that kind of so one of the things I think that I see that I didn't see in the past growing up was the fact that the schools leveraged other federal programs out there to help support. So what do I mean by that? So there's a lot of money. We know there's a lot of money in STEMs, right? Or agriculture or infrastructure. So one of the schools here, I think is Lower Richland High School, they built a greenhouse. And so they leverage the dollars to help. So I think that individuals in the schools now, and I don't know, maybe they got stuck on the whole testing. Everybody has to score certain on a test, and then forgot how to really create to bring money in to help with teacher salary. I think I was coming up. One of the things that helped with that salary was that they brought in those temporary programs. Now, granted, every year they had to, be creative and get more money. But one of the things I saw that they did was they did the greenhouse. They brought in that money from the STEMs to teach the kids agriculture. Because USDA has a lot of funding and will bridge the gap. They also brought in money through food to farming program. I think that a lot of our schools are the schools that we're talking about now for the people areas that we represent, is the creativity of bringing in more than just what the state already sponsored in their budget for your school or what the taxes have brought in for your school, but leveraging some of the other opportunities out there, because those are legitimized, reasonable, and fair programs to get signed off for. That's my opinion. I think that the schools, not me because I'm not an educator, but the schools, the principals, those who sit on that board, if they would galvanize to bring in grant programs that would bring in temporary salary help to the teachers, that we could possibly get some leeway.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the sole problems of our public school, right? If we want to point out a problem, I think that should be the problem. Teachers, this teacher salary.
I ain't gonna lie about Corey, right quick, boy.
Go ahead.
Boy, you real quick, boy. Boy, you about dead though, sir. Hold on, what?
Yeah.
You got.
I might got a solution for that though, if I could say it real quick. It's only gonna be like a minute.
Teachers failing this public school, teachers failing kids in class. You see what I mean? Now, our Black children systematically going through that shit. Here we go, another one. Children advocate, education system failing Black children. Specifically, I can pull up a bunch of articles that talk about how specifically Black children in high-funded schools and low-funded schools are systematically failing and not being prepared properly in the schools. Now, I do agree, again, parents can take more accountability.
Where they mama at?
Yeah, like how that
teacher failing the Black.
You gotta explain that.
I just said in both settings of schools.
You gotta explain that, Q, but in what way are they failing? Like what are they saying? Like, so we can get some clarity on.
Because if the teacher was doing something wrong when I was in school, or if one of my kids, if that teacher ain't teaching my kids right, I'm gonna be down there every day at that. My wife be on the phone.
All right, so
my wife will be on the phone.
Lack of exposure. So, like when she was saying with STEM, systematic lack of exposure with Black kids in schools. That is a huge issue. Now, again, I do not disagree with you. I do not disagree with you with parent accountability and community accountability. I completely agree with you. But I would be disingenuous if I act like there's a reason for independent schools. And that's why they're pushing independent.
And let me tell you something. Let me give you an anecdote.
Independent schools, though, are still based off of what you're saying. So I agree with you, but you know what I mean?
I just want to tell you an anecdotal story real quick, right? So my daughter, my 7-year-old, right? She was having issues, with her reading and shit. And we trying to figure out, like, what's going on, man? We like, man, my wife, she talking to the teacher. We having meetings. We even hired someone to come and counsel us and tell us what the questions to ask the teacher, right? And then we had her to have a Zoom meeting with us. We had this professional have a Zoom meeting with us, right? And we trying to figure out like what the hell going on, like her reading, like she should be getting good reading. We helping her, and she just ain't doing good here. Well, like I don't understand what's going on, right? And the problem was we had to figure this out, but we had to turn over all the stones, and we had to look behind every